Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Yeah, but he forgot to say on a Thursday, which means we're in a freaking great mood already. God bless the baby Friday. God bless the vibes of a Thursday in March as we're getting ever closer to so many good things. March Madness, baseball, and who knows, God, what else will join us on a Thursday morning. All I know is I'm sitting next to a dude who's vibing off of his trip down to Chase Center last night. So while I was leading a quiet suburban existence, this man right here was getting out and about. So good morning, Marcus. How are you, brother?
Murph, what's up, my boy? Good morning. Feeling good on a baby Friday. And I know usually we call in wins for the Warriors, but I got to call into Adam Silver and say, hey, skinny boy. Tyler, the Creator, put it in the books. Great show last night at Chase Center.
I love it. We're going to call that in.
Yeah, call it in. Tyler got a win last night at Chase Center.
So explain to those of us who missed the Tyler, the Creator show, because you put it on your Instagram story, and I saw that. I said, oh, look at Marcus got out on a Wednesday night.
Yes, I did.
First of all, 808 KNBR concerts on a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And not, maybe like just all concerts should be either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
They should be.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when you're selling out Chase Center on a Wednesday night. A little bit of a surprise. Now, Tyler is in the middle of like a nationwide tour right now. I know he was in Sacramento a few weeks ago, was in Oakland a few weeks ago.
He lit the beam?
I mean, I think he lit the beam.
Let me ask you a question. Were people lighting things other than beams last night?
There were a few things lit up inside Chase Center last night.
Were any of them as big as beams?
No. I mean, there were a lot of lights and there was a lot of other things being lit, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, so anyway, I mean, I know, listen, we all sometimes I've seen Springsteen on a Tuesday or whatever, U2 on a freaking Monday or whatever. I mean, you can't choose the date. But ideally, not a Wednesday night. But God bless you for going out, man, considering the ungodly hours you work.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Every once in a while, you got to sacrifice some sleep.
Yes.
Whether we're talking about Radio Row out in Las Vegas or out in Scottsdale, I've been known to have a couple late nights. And last night was one of those nights. I mean, it's not too often that one of my favorite artists is performing 2 blocks away from where I live, Murph. So I had to pay the price, buy the ticket last minute, and I went to go see Tyler, the Creator.
He's one of your all-time favorites?
Yeah, Tyler's my guy. Like, he's one of the best artists of this generation. I feel like he is a bit underrated. He does kind of have like a cult following. Like, if you're in golf weighing, like going back to my days of high school, which was pretty surreal for me last night after seeing Tyler, the Creator at the Warfield, after seeing Tyler, the Creator at Bill Graham, after seeing Tyler, the Creator on the side stage at Shoreline at Rock the Bells, to now see him selling out Chase Center. It was kind of a cool full circle moment.
And surrounded by teenage kids.
And yeah, exactly. And the youth still F's with Tyler, the Creator. One thing I do have to complain about, though, these kids, Gen Z, they ain't moshing like we used to.
No.
And I don't know if it's just the Chase Center crowd, if I want to channel my East Bay Warriors hate, talking about the difference between Oracle and Chase.
That's good.
And they were like $300 tickets just to get on the floor last night. But the mosh pit did not live up to my kind of liking, because I've told you stories about me and my big brother doing the do-si-do at a Bill Graham, catching bodies at a Tyler, the Creator concert.
So Tyler, the Creator would create a mosh pit?
Tyler will mosh. And Tyler kind of got ahead of the movement. Usually mosh is related to rock and roll music or heavy metal even. Tyler, the Creator, was one of the first rappers who really started to mosh, and now a lot of these young rappers are starting to do too.
I confess. So to me, Mosh Pit is strictly a punk rock show from 1983. The 1983 Rock Against Reagan concert at Golden Gate Park. That's that's the Mosh Pit. But you're telling me that you can go mosh at Chase Center at a Tyler, the Creator show?
See, yeah.
Opening my eyes.
It wasn't the greatest mosh pit I've ever seen, and they had a full court to do it. Like, there was a couple of times during the set where, like, people separated. It's always great where, like, the crowd separates like the Red Sea, and, like, you start, like, calling out your man like that. Me versus you, one-on-one, mano-a-mano. Come meet me in the tunnel of love.
It's on site.
It's on site. Right. And then, like, the beat would drop, and, like, most of these kids just dance. Nobody was throwing bows. Nobody was throwing elbows. Nobody was really moshing.
I blame COVID.
Yeah,
that's what I blame.
You got to get in the pit and love someone.
I blame the bird flu for that, too. That's what I blame.
No eggs, no huevos.
You talk about him being, not the word underrated, or sort of like maybe below the radar a little bit like that. I'd say so much so that he's never cracked a 2010s Friday.
Wow,
here at the Leader, dude.
that's
Come
right.
on, guys.
Now, I have throughout the year snuck in some Tyler instrumentals. I can't play a lot of Tyler lyrics on FCC radio. That's the issue.
Well, your instrumental is usually good. Lyrics sometimes maybe not a positive message for the kid.
Not the most positive
even
message.
Your Instagram story, not exactly a
But I will say, one of the biggest reasons why I am such a fan of Tyler, the Creator, because to me, he truly is an artist. Like, I rip Drake all the time because I think that Drake is a bought and sold rapper. From his rhymes to his flows to his beats, somebody else is producing all of that and just telling Drake what to say. Tyler, the Creator, not only writes his own lyrics, he makes his own beats also. Okay. And so to me, in the rap game, you get a lot of respect for that.
Well, they don't call him Tyler the Fly on the Wall. They call him Tyler the Creator.
That's right. Shout out to my guy, Ace the Creator.
I didn't realize he's an L.A. guy.
Yeah, he's an L.A. guy.
All right,
big LA guy.
Hope he's not a Lakers fan.
I think he reps everything down in L.A.
Okay. All right. He wasn't wearing any Laker gear last night.
Lakers, Dodgers, no L.A. gear.
Dodgers? Tyler the Creator's a Dodger fan?
I mean, he's from L.A. I mean, what do you expect?
Well, I always like it when somebody from current culture likes baseball.
Yeah.
And speaking of baseball, so little transition here to anything that happened yesterday. Are we worried? 808 KNBR, I can't believe I'm leading with this because the Warriors are at Brooklyn tonight, and Joey Bosa did get released by the Chargers late last night, which creates the possibility of the Bosa brothers, which would be the most hilarious maybe dual interview in 49er history if you interviewed Nick and Joey Bosa side by side. You go first. No, you go first.
No, you first.
Are you going on KNBR or am I? Yeah. No, let's go on together.
Yeah. It's a joint interview. You know how much we like joints, dude.
Kyle Harrison got lit up yesterday, and I was just kind of, maybe because it's fresh in my mind, because right before I left my little prep cave where I do my prep, I was looking at, I didn't realize StatCast is doing spring training games. So you can go see every single pitch thrown in the eyes of StatCast. And Kyle, listen, it's not like he's throwing, 82, but he's throwing 91, 92 constantly. And I don't know. You tell me, Kyle, can you live at 91, 92? Is there something going on with the arm? Is there something going on with just how his body has emerged as a 23-year-old? Is it just a case of ramping up strength as the season goes on? Because the word was that he had overworked last offseason and he wanted to do a slow build this season. But the point is, the Diamondbacks put barrel on baseball, and he got knocked around a lot. So, I don't know. It's March 5th. Listen, Logan Webb had a terrible spring last year. Every year, pitchers have tough springs. So, I'm not overreacting. I'm just noticing.
No, I'm with you. I'm not overreacting too much because we know that Kyle has been sick the last couple weeks in camp, not using it as an excuse. But it was interesting to look at those StatCast numbers of him sitting 90, 91, 92, and maybe just because it's early on in spring. But this comes after the comments about how he had a tweak with his mechanics and how he thought the velo was back this offseason. So when he goes out there and repeatedly hits 90, 91, 92, when we saw him his rookie year when he made his debut hit 95, 96, it's a little disheartening.
Just something to keep an eye on. And you don't have to throw 98, although it helps.
Yeah, it does.
The Giants have a guy named Joel Peguero who's constantly hitting 100 down there. He's like a little guy, too. I don't know, but can you get outs is the other question. Great, you throw 100. Can you get out?
You got to be able to pitch, not just throw.
Exactly. So anyway, we'll keep our eye on that down there. That was the one. And then the Joey Bosa news that came out late last night. And it's really funny. Like everybody's like, "Oh, go get Joey Bosa." I'm like, "Wait a minute. Did we not spend all day yesterday talking about how these guys are tearing this thing down? They can't afford Dre Greenlaw. They can't afford Talanoa Hufanga. They might not be able to afford Jordan Mason. I mean, they might trade Brandon Ayuk. I mean, they're taking calls on everybody. So I'm just wondering, the way this is. And I got to tell you, I was talking to a guy about this yesterday. Like, my whole mind has sort of been reset on the Niners. Like are the Niners? My whole big thing, and we can spend all morning on this. I don't mean to get into it here at 6:08. We'll go to break soon. But my whole big thing was like, get through this lousy bummer summer arrow, lousy year arrow. Get out of the year, start a whole new year. And it starts with Robert Saleh, right? So we were like, hey, man, and then special teams coordinator change, right? And then Gus Bradley joins the building. You're like, hey, man, things are happening. I was like, see, already, hey, they have a last place schedule. Hey. And now all of a sudden I feel like this momentum is slowing. That all of a sudden they're like, by the way, we're going to have to make a lot of changes in trimbacks. So I'm starting to wonder, like, are these guys even ready to win a Super Bowl in this upcoming 2025 season? I'm not sure. So all that said, can you afford a Joey Bosa?
That's the question, Murph. Yeah. Because my first reaction is, sure, bring in Joey Bosa. Pair him with his brother. We talked about this pairing going back to last offseason when there was rumors about the Chargers releasing Joey back then. So, it seems like it would be a great fit. But how much space do they have after the Brock Purdy contract is the key question. Because to your point, they're letting guys walk away from the team left and right. I don't know if they can afford a Joey Bosa.
How about you take a hometown discount, bro?
Hey, man.
You can move in with me.
It's 2 for $1. You can sleep on my couch.
If you make less money, you don't have to buy a house, man. Mom said she'll come out. I don't know. I'm just doing Nick Bosa for some reason. I don't know.
By the way, Mama Bear, once again on social media last night, she's advocating for it. She wants the Bosa brothers together.
You're out there watching Tyler, the Creator, walk over a bridge. You check your phone. You got Mama Bosa posted on Instagram.
Absolutely.
Oh, man. So we got that. The Warriors are at Brooklyn tonight. They are 9.5-point favorites over the Nets. Everything's going great. Pennant race stuff to watch. Clippers did win last night. Denver beat the Kings, so the Kings lost last night. Dallas lost last night. They're heading the wrong direction. They lost to Milwaukee. And the Timberwolves won last night. They beat the woeful double mint green Charlotte Hornets. So the Warriors remain the 6th seed this morning. Good morning. It's a 6th seed Thursday. 34-28. And just to keep you up on that pennant race, so they have 28 losses, the all-important loss column.
All important.
Shout out Art Spander. We used to say, don't forget the AILC, the all-important loss column. That's the old sports writer phrase. I was like, why is that, Art? And I was so dumb. I was like, what do you mean? He said, you can't make up losses. You can make up wins, but you can't. I was like, oh, now I get it. So the loss column took me 20 years to figure it out.
I understand.
The Warriors have 28. Minnesota, the Clippers, and the Kings have 29. So you're all up to speed.
All right.
All right, let's get set. Let's get our guest list, which is fun on a Thursday. We will try to mosh pit, perhaps, maybe out in the bullpen. The mosh pit that Tyler, the Creator, never had. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. You just heard Copes tease it. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks at Levi Stadium on October 4th. Stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, if you are caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Faithful, Murph, and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Joey Bosa, one of the faces of the Chargers franchise for the last decade, been on the team 9 years, 5-time Pro Bowler, a decorated pass rusher, was informed of his release late last night. Really not much of a surprise. Bosa took a pay cut to stay with the Chargers last year, ends up saving them $25 or so million against the cap. This year, maybe there was some talk about doing some sort of reduction, was not to be, and I guess theoretically he could come back with the team under a different deal, but he is free, and I would say this, keep an eye on the fact that his brother Nick is with the San Francisco 49ers. They're in the market for an edge. Would be a nice, heartwarming story, one of the final years of Joey Bosa's career to play with his brother. Obviously, more on that over the next several days. It would be kind of amazing to have Joey Bosa and Nick Bosa and their unique speaking styles and, oh, by the way, sacking styles going together in Santa Clara this fall. It's something we'll talk about right now. Are we getting your guy here?
We're getting sticky, Murph.
Okay.
Because it's been a sticky offseason.
Did somebody spill syrup
for
or
the
something?
49ers? No, this is Tyler, the Creator, sticky right here for you.
Okay, all right. Do I need to read his lyrics like I read Brandon Ayuk's?
I'm surprised that young Tony found lyrics from Tyler, the Creator to play. I hope this is a radio edit for all of our sakes.
Did he say last night, if ye ain't worth 100? Did he say that?
He dropped a couple of yeens on us.
Right.
He ain't worth nothing.
If you just missed it, Marcus, on a whim, went. You got the shirt,
and I got the merch.
Yeah,
and I got the bargain too. I got it from a guy on the streets. I'm walking out of the stadium, walking out of the arena, and I'm like, "Yo, bud, I got $10. Let me cop that shirt." He goes, 15. I said, "I got 10 cash. Take it or leave it." I walked out of there with a new T-shirt.
You know what? Can I get some applause for that? That is just outstanding. As a guy who once sold a TV for $5, that guy made more on the T-shirt than
insane.
I made on that TV.
He sold a
what does that say
knockoff
there?
T-shirt.
It says
Chromacopia. It was the Chromacopia tour, Murph. That's the name of his latest album.
Perfect chance to bring in young Tony there. You can see him in the rectangle. He'll point at you there, the handsome kid. Young Tony, you got to help me out. And Tyler, the Creator, are you down?
I am. Yeah, dude. That's awesome, by the way. Wednesday night, why not?
Why the hell not?
By the way, great negotiation tactics from you.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Tony, have you been to Chromatopia? Have you been?
I can't say I have, Murph.
Chromacopia.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe he's been to Chromatopia, but not Chromacopia. Have you been to Chromacopia?
I have not.
No, okay. You went to Chromacopia last night.
Yeah, and there was a lot of kids the age of a young Tony. Hell, I'd even say there's a lot of kids the age of a young Declan.
Man, I wonder why my kid doesn't go to the cool concerts. Maybe because he's a nerd like his dad.
No, I'm sure sooner rather than later you'll catch young Declan at a Larry June concert.
I took him to a couple of old man concerts. He's seen McCartney and Springsteen, which I wanted to make sure he knew. So that he has that street cred when he's in his 50s, and he'll be blowing people's minds by saying, "You know that guy Bruce Springsteen, Paul McCartney? Yeah, I saw those guys live." Mm-hmm. That'll blow people's minds. But he's got to start going to his own shows. But how can he when he's freaking doing? He's in the pool every night. He can't. We're like, go work, kid, go work. Yeah. So maybe he should skip practice and go to a go visit Chromacopia.
That's it on a Wednesday night. What are you doing, Dick? Let me know. I'll bring you as my plus one last time.
Senior year, I remember senior year is when my parents started letting me do stuff on school nights. Like, you know what? Yeah, listen, it's senior year, go do something. So. But maybe junior year is when they get burdened with their homework. So maybe next year he'll start spreading his wings.
Well, it's actually pretty funny because one of the disputes that I got in with my pops when I was a freshman playing JUCO baseball was whether or not I should go to a Tyler, the Creator concert on a Friday night when we had a fall ball game the next day.
Fall ball?
It was fall ball.
Yeah.
But Pops wants you on your P's and Q's all the time.
For fall ball?
For fall ball, bro. It didn't matter. And we got into an argument back and forth about whether or not I should go. I said, Pops, don't you remember disrespecting your dad? Or not disrespecting your dad, but going out of your way to go see Skinner that day in the green when you were told not to.
Look at you, buddy.
And so I pulled that on my back card. And
Skinner card
eventually I went and still threw like 2 or 3 shutouts the next day.
Nice.
So it was all good.
Yeah, I think you got to clear your head. Life needs to be a full bloom of experiences and opportunities. And you needed to say, was it Tyler? You said it was a Tyler the Creator show?
It was Tyler the Creator at the Warfield.
Yeah, you needed to fill that part of your brain to be completely whole on the mound the next day.
That's it.
There it was. Yeah,
I got a little moshing in me before going out and striking some fools out.
I love it, man. Good stuff, man. Well, the question is, will Joey Bosa need to go to a Tyler the Creator concert? There's my bad transition there, guys, because if you missed it late last night, the Chargers released the 29-year-old, who I read a quote from him, doing my little bone up on Joey Bosa. Read a quote from him, said he told The Athletic last year, he goes, yeah, the end is coming soon. I can see it's coming fast. I'm like, bro.
Oh, man.
Time flies, man. When Joey Bosa's already seeing the back, he's on the thing, calling him the back nine.
Is he talking about his career or the fate of the United States of America?
Bro, Tony, come on, man.
What, can I riff? Can I riff?
This is my refuge,
Come
buddy.
on. I'm sorry.
I want to go to Chromacopia, bro. I don't want to go there. All right? Come on, man. I'm trying to relax here, buddy. I got my coffee. I got my friends. Come on, man. So anyway, he said that he can see the end.
The end is near.
But, here's the deal. We do have sound on stuff like this that apparently 2 years ago, Nick Bosa, not Joey, went on Richard Sherman's podcast, and they did talk about that dream one day of the two of them playing together. And so Nick has actually thought about it here. Check it out.
Man, is there any chance, you can tell your brother, hey, calm down, California, you're used to California taxes, just come up north, don't worry about finances. I mean, who's worried about
Joey is definitely looking good financially, but I think him on the other side would be I think it might break the NFL. So
it would 100% break the NFL.
Dude, it would break the NFL. Oh, man. I mean, listen. What do the Niners need? An edge pass rusher. What is Joey Bosa? An edge pass rusher. Where's Joey Bosa? He's a free agent. Yeah. Right? I mean, it's all out there.
Who is Joey Bosa related to? Nick Bosa.
Who does Joey Bosa's mom want him? Where does Joey Bosa's mom want him to go? Santa Clara, man.
Exactly.
They both wear 97. Another one from Sherman on the podcast is from March 2nd, 2023. Who gets to wear 97?
Who gets to wear 97 at that point, though? Big Bear or Little Bear?
That's a good one. I think I've established myself in the Bay, so if he comes, he's wearing, or we could just double up. I don't know.
That'd be the first in history, but we'll petition the NFL. They'll be fine with it. It's a Bosa still. It's a Bosa. You don't have to do anything.
Hey, man, shout out college football where you frequently have two guys wearing the same number.
Yes, you will see that.
You see that all the time. Mm-hmm. And you even get it like in a CYO game. They're like, wait, you have two 11s? You're like, yeah, man, they both wanted it.
Yeah, it happens, all right? It happens. But I wouldn't mind seeing two numbered 97s on the field for the 49ers because I'm sure with two Bosas on the field, they still wouldn't get any holding calls.
Right, exactly.
0 to be found.
So, I mean, listen. Financial, obviously everybody's for it. Unless you think, by the way, if you want to take the negative slant, Joey Bosa's missed 23 of his last 51 games with injuries to pretty much every body part you can imagine. Groin, toe, foot, you name it. He's had an injury, hip, you name it. And he's missed 23 out of 51. Now, people say, why did the Chargers release him? Well, he was due to make $36 million. And there's just everybody's slashing. Everybody's slashing all over the place. And so by the way, Khalil Mack is also not under contract, right?
Absolutely.
Chargers are now without Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa.
Yeah, I mean, they had a pair of two of the best bookends in football. Khalil Mack around 32, 33, a little bit older than Joey Bosa, but they've really kind of cleaned shop over the last couple of years with Jim Harbaugh. They got rid of Keenan Allen, got rid of Mike Williams, got rid of some of their top wide receivers, and now they're getting rid of their top pass rushers. But still, they were a playoff team last year, and even with a Joey Bosa at age 29, I believe last year in that game against the Texans, he had a sack on C.J. Stroud. I believe he led the team in pressures that game, so he is still productive. The question has always been health-wise and how much is he going to cost? Yeah,
he made what? He was the Rookie of the Year in 2016. He's made 4 Pro Bowls, et cetera, et cetera. But he did renegotiate last year for 2 years, $40 million. That was $20 a year. He did sign back in 2020 a 5-year, Excuse me, 135.
Hey, now.
My belt's right there. Save that.
What were you doing last night?
Yeah, I don't drinking too much coffee. 5 years, 135 million for 27 million a year. So this is a guy who's been in the 20 to 27 million dollar a year range, and this is the 49ers now trying to tell Brock Purdy to not take all the money. So I'd say financially there's a hurdle, but I'd say emotionally a strong desire.
Yeah, but I think that's the big difference when we're talking about a Joey Bosa potential contract versus a Brock Purdy contract. Brock hasn't been paid yet. Brock has not got the bag. Joey has got the bag. And if he's talking about the end being near, maybe he will take a bit of a discount, especially with his injury history, to be paired up with his brother so that the big bear and the little bear get to play together on that same D-line.
And already the first text I looked at on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, people are riffing. 415 says, good, now we can have two Bosas overcommitting to an RPO fake handoff. There you go. All right, guest list on a Thursday, March 6, 2025. 3-6-3, we're on a Thursday. Marcus coming off his Chromacopia visit. Tyler, the creator. I did not. Did I do the same thing? I had a 7th grade school basketball game. Does that count? We won.
Any mosh pits?
Okay? We were down 12-10 to a team that we should have been beating, so we decided to unleash the press and went on a 25-0 run.
Look at you.
That was good.
A 25-0 run.
Yeah, well, also maybe Coach Brian had some choice words.
I'm sure.
I started to swear a little bit in front of the kids.
Which
How do you
is
feel about
shocking.
that? I know. Well, you know what? These kids are doing it to me.
I know. Usually you're the squeaky clean coach.
But you know what I tell them? You know what? You got to get your blanket
That's
act
it.
together.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Someone's got to be a red
I
ass.
say, hey, how about you think about the blanket team for once? All right. Young Tone, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Were you a team player as a kid?
Absolutely.
All right,
Come
man.
on now.
Were you a team player, Marcus?
Without question, Murph.
All right, see?
There's no I in team,
I'll coach you guys any day.
but there is an M and an E.
All right, buddy. What do we got?
All right, so the Warriors and the Nets face off tonight in Brooklyn. They're playing at 4:30. We will talk to Ian Eagle at 6:50. He calls the Brooklyn Nets games for the Yes Network, so we will talk to him at 6:50.
Well,
Mike.
The beauty of an Iron Eagle is that he can talk NFL too.
Yeah,
NFL
Absolutely.
free agency,
College basketball as well.
Yep.
The guy does everything.
March Madness heating up, baby. We're getting their conference tournaments next week. We're getting going. Mm-hmm.
Mike Krukow at 7:30. Kyle Harrison had an outing yesterday. We will talk to Mike about that outing.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Kyle Harrison had an outing yesterday.
It's spring training, Marcus.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
The big hit at 7:50, cooler content at 8:30, and then with all the Niners news, we will talk to Matt Mayoko at 8:50.
Yeah, speaking of all the Niners news, more Brock Purdy speculation, more Joey Bosa speculation, and D. Molinor checking in on the DK Metcalf situation. All fun stuff to get to next on The Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Because the 49ers are going to have to make a number here this offseason. They're going to lose talent in free agency. Talanoa Hufanga is going to be gone. Dre Greenlaw, I think, is going to be gone. They're going to lose a lot of talent in free agency. They're going to have to make cuts here to get under the salary cap in the coming week. You mentioned the Brock Purdy contract. That's going to take a while, I believe.
Yeah, happy Thursday, everybody. My God, Adam Schefter. Yeah, they're losing everybody. Purdy's going to take a while. Other than that, have a great year, everybody. Man, so we were talking about this. First of all, it's a Thursday. We want to be in a good mood. Happy Thursday. Warriors-Nets tonight at 4:30. Get maybe a little Warrior happy hour, perhaps, with a little hoped-for win in Brooklyn as they still hold the 6th seed this morning. Then come on home. Come on home where this electric guy, Steph Curry, who scored 56 in Orlando and lit up Madison Square Garden. Come on home where we take you for granted, Steph, and say, I'm not going tonight. I can see him anytime. Whereas he's just finishing this electric road trip, people going crazy for him and treasuring these moments. So anyway, we'll try to treasure some more Steph tonight at 4:30. We'll talk to Ian Eagle, the great Ian Eagle, next in the next segment. But other than that Schefter quote, you hear a quote like that, and you're like, well, how are they going to add Joey Bosa? Yeah. You know what I mean? So again, NFL salary caps, move this shell here, move that shell there, blank them picks, all that stuff that you can talk about. And David Lombardi always telling you everything's fine. Mike Silver will tell you that the cap is mythical.
Yeah.
And you can do things to get around it. But it doesn't sound like it. The way the Niners and Adam Schefter are talking, the way Lynch spoke last week at Indianapolis, it doesn't sound mythical. It sounds real.
Like, Murph, it's March 6th. And I'm already tired of talking about the cap and finances and contract talks and all that BS. But we know this happens every single offseason in the NFL. And it's frustrating for fans to have to deal with this, especially when you think about all the pieces that the 49ers could lose this year. But to me, it's not only about slashing salaries, but it's about getting rid of bad contracts. The Hargrave contract, he's going to be gone this summer. Now, we should also mention that a year or two ago, Hargrave was signed on the first day of free agency, and it was viewed as one of the best moves and one of the biggest contracts handed out that year, in a year where the 49ers did not have any salary cap. So to Mike Silver's point, the salary cap has always felt mythical to me because the 49ers are always restructuring contracts. They're always moving money, and it seems like they're always in the conversation to add pieces. But right now we're seeing them try to get rid of some contracts and letting the guys walk away because of the impending Brock Purdy contract.
Yeah, and again, the Brock Purdy contract remains this giant thing. Eric Branch wrote a piece today in the Chronicles kind of painting out, like, would Brock Purdy hold out? Would he? I mean, because he has no... So the collective bargaining agreement, right, the big stack of paper between the owners and the players, here's the rules we're going to play the game under. And the thing that favors the owners is they have something called the franchise tag that they can use. They also have the rookie contract situation where Brock Purdy is under contract this year. He has to play for the 49ers or not play at all. Those are his only two options. So the question is Brock Purdy going to be the guy? If the Niners eventually get to a point where, like, you know what? Play on your $5.1 million deal. What would you have an unhappy Brock Purdy? Would you have a pouting Brock Purdy? Would you have a disgruntled Brock Purdy who's a bad locker room guy? I mean, these are all the things. Plus, as you always point out, what if he goes off? Yeah. And then all of a sudden now the price tag where you could have got him at, I don't know, $55 million this year becomes $65, $70 million the next year.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to get to a point. I mean, we've seen these numbers. We just talked about this. Garoppolo made $27 million a couple years ago and was the highest paid guy.
And
we're already and Dak's at 60 now.
Yeah,
I mean, that's how fast it goes.
I mean, a couple years ago, people were losing their mind about Patrick Mahomes making $40 million. Now that might be one of the best bargains in football. And so you're right. You look down the line, how much money is C.J. Stroud going to make? Bryce Young had a good year last year to finish the season off with the Carolina Panthers.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. He's going to be a $75 million quarterback. And the price point's going to continue to go up. But also, the NFL salary cap is going to continue to go up every year, just like it did this offseason also. So that should create some more room for the 49ers. It just comes down to how much guarantee money, how much is going to hit the cap, how they structure it, and whether or not they want to front load it or back load it. Again, a lot of contract talk this offseason.
And 925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line with a pretty good text. He goes, let's be real. Brock Purdy saved Shanahan and Lynch's jobs after the Trey Lance fiasco. Pay the man. Yeah. There was a point where Purdy walks in the room, looks around, says, John Lynch says, you like your office? You like your parking space? Yeah, guess what? You wouldn't have it if it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
Give me my money.
Yeah, and that's another reason I've said this take before. Like, I don't mind paying Brock Purdy $50, $55, $60 million because you're almost back paying him for the value that he gave you on his rookie contract. Because that gave you the ability to go out and pay all these other superstars on the team.
It's also, we just talked about this yesterday with Mark Cannizzaro. You don't have one. Yeah. They're scarce. Your Raiders don't have one. The New York Giants don't have one. You can go any number of teams don't have one.
Yeah.
And I mean, the Seattle Seahawks have Geno Smith. You know what I mean? And we got to get to the Seahawks in just a second, too.
Yeah, but that's the key. When you have a quarterback, you pay the quarterback. It's supply and demand.
Yeah, you got one.
You don't want to go down the road where you're spending all this draft capital and like, hey, we're going to trade up in the first round. We'll have the number 3 overall pick. Yeah, that's not a guarantee either. Shout out Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Like, how many quarterbacks do we see that turn into busts? There's no guarantees in life. There's no guarantee with quarterbacks.
415 says the 49ers screw up every contract every year. I would not surprise me if it drags into the season. One of my things going into this offseason was it's not going to be a bummer summer because Brock's a Boy Scout. Brock's going to say, whatever we need to do for the team, guys, let's get this done so we can have a great OTA in April. Well, I mean, listen, it's March 6th. He doesn't have to be anywhere. I did read he's in the area. He's at the facility. So he's working out, he's doing it, and he and John see each other. They exchange pleasantries in the weight room, you know. How's it going? I don't know, pay me. So he's not so far. Nothing has happened so far. We're just, listen, it starts on Monday. Legal tampering, why are we talking about this now? Legal tampering starts on Monday. Official free agency signings happen on Wednesday. Moves are happening all over the place. Joey Bosa got released last night. DK Metcalf has asked for a trade in Seattle. So that's why this is pieces are moving around. Like, so if you are going to sign a Joey Bosa, how does that fit into a Brock Purdy deal? That's where we're at.
Yeah, and would you have to pay Brock Purdy first to kind of figure out what your salary is before you go out and try to make an offer for a Joey Bosa or Devontae Adams or any of these free agents that are out there that a lot of 49er fans want to go out and get? But real quick, because you mentioned that Brock Purdy's down at the facility and how he has such a personality of being a Boy Scout. You know who also was a Boy Scout for around 20 years? John Cena. He was the baby face of the WWE, and he had the ultimate heel turn this past weekend with Cody Rhodes. So what if Brock Purdy this offseason has a heel turn? What if he has Paul Heyman out here saying, you better pay Brock Purdy? And next thing you know, Brock's just like kind of walking around the facilities down in Santa Clara, and John Lynch says hi, and Brock hits him with a blank you pay me.
Well, apparently, I guess I said the Rock took the finger and did the slash across the throat.
That's it.
That was the indication.
That's Brock's agent right there.
Is that the official? Is that a known move in pro wrestling to turn heel, or is that just the Rock doing that right there?
Well, it is a thing for wrestlers to turn heel, but John Cena, they're saying this is the biggest heel turn since Hulk Hogan joined the NWO, Murph. Like, that's the kind of heel turn we're talking about. We're talking about a guy that's the baby face, the ultimate baby face of the WWE. So if he can turn, so can Brock Purdy.
I don't want to go down this road too far, even though you tried to earlier today, but if anybody wants to compare geopolitical situations to this, Jon Stewart has a very funny riff on the recent John Cena heel turn and maybe things that happened in the world in the last week. All right, so just go check it out yourself, y'all. Hey, I promised this little Demo Lenore sound. I want to get to it before we get to Iron Eagle. Demo's great. Demo's turned into maybe he's the boombox guy who takes place at Debo.
That's a good call.
I mean, he's got that kind of flair.
He's the hyena, man.
Yeah. And he's good. He's a really good player.
He's a stud. And
he's got attitude, and he's got swagger, and all that good stuff that it takes to lead a boombox out. So I guess he went on IG Live. Now, are you a big IG Live guy?
No, I never go on
Young
IG
Tone,
Live.
You're a big IG Live
I'll post some
guy?
stories, but I'm not a live guy.
Nah.
So tell me the rules on the IG Live. You just see somebody you follow has gone live, and you just go on and join them?
Yeah, it would be like basically their circle. You know how we have the stories?
I've seen it happen on my phone. Then I'm like, am I supposed to join this party or what? What am I supposed to do
You
here?
can join in.
And then you just all hang out with Demo?
Pretty much.
That's it?
You can send comments.
And then he just it's just a hang.
That's it.
It's just a hang.
We'll give a shout out to the chat.
What if I went on IG Live? What if I just went from my house?
You'd have to talk like a Twitch streamer. Dubs in the chat, boys. Dubs in the chat.
Is that what I would say?
That's what they say.
Okay.
Shout out Kai
What if I came on and said, hey guys, I'm making a sandwich here on IG Live. What do you guys think?
I don't know how many people would tune in for that, Murph.
But you can see the little numbers. No hearts are coming up.
That's the sad part. When people go on IG Live and nobody joins their live.
Well, that was that guy who wound up saying low tape or fade.
That's it.
They said he was trying to vamp for 45 minutes and he was running out of stuff to say. And he was running out of things, and he's viewers were dwindling, so he just speculated. And you think, do you have it?
No, I do not have.
We gotta have
what
that.
if Ninja had a low tape or fade?
We should probably put that on our board.
Yeah, see, now that will give you some golden moments on IG Live, but young Tony just whispered in my ear, there's also the downside of IG Live. Shout out Shannon Sharp.
That was IG Live?
Yeah, he got caught, making some background noises on IG Live.
It might have, in some corners, it might have enhanced his reputation.
That's true.
He might have gotten a few DMs.
He got some street cred.
Probably got some DMs, yeah. Meanwhile, do you have that? We got to put that in there. Because the kids, yesterday when the kids were being disruptive at practice, one of them was screaming this.
No, he wasn't.
Ninja got a low table fade.
Somebody said that in the middle of the game?
Yeah, in the middle of our pregame prep.
Oh, damn.
We were trying to go over some plays.
Maybe that's why you guys were down at halftime.
We were down 12-10 to a team we should have beaten. We wound up going on to 25-0 run after they got straight. So again, we're trying to go over this zone offense, and you hear this kid in the back.
Imagine if Ninja got a low table fade.
True story. I was like, bro, come on, man.
So random.
We're just trying to teach you guys a play.
So random.
So.
Imagine if you guys ran the actual play.
Hey, that's pretty good. I like that. By the way, not chromacopia, but very cool nonetheless if you're of a certain age. Billy Joel, Stevie Nicks, Levi Stadium, October 4th. 7 a.m. hour, and we're not going to freak out frickin' Curly. We'll do it in the 7 a.m. hour. Because yesterday we did it at 6:56, and the guy was sweating buckets. We said 7. We're like, yeah, ish. He's like, no, you said 7. We're letting the listeners down.
Yeah, I didn't know John Joe Curley was working with the feds.
Seriously, he's got a... Would he be most likely to wear a wire? Now, you know what? Curly would not wear a wire.
Actually, no.
Curly would not wear a wire.
I don't think he would make it in the building with a wire.
No, I'm going to give Curly all the credit in the world. He would not wear a wire.
No wires out in the sunset.
808 KNBR, who here would be most likely to wear a wire?
Ooh, that's a good question. I could see some undercover work on the Dirty Work show.
Don't forget, they're big fans of Survivor.
Yeah, that's
Isn't
true.
Survivor basically wearing a wire?
Yeah,
Isn't that basically
it's about lying and deceiving and trying to cheat your way to the end.
Go ahead. Hit it again.
Well, I can hit it for you, Murph.
No, I meant the chuckle.
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted the chuckle or the actual drop.
The tribe has spoken.
Thank you very much.
With the chuckle in the background.
That's what I needed. Okay, guys, here's the deal. Ian Eagle, one of the best play-by-play guy for the Nets, but also does NFL and NBA and college basketball. So we'll have a great sports talk with the wonderful Ian Eagle next on the Sports Leader.
Imagine if Ninja got a low table fade.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
By the way, it was pointed out by a listener, we never played the IG live sound from Team Illinois because we got on a digression. So before we get, why don't we do that then? Why don't we, this is more Tyler sound here?
Yes.
Yeah,
this is more smooth jazz of a Tyler, the Creator.
Before we get Ian Eagle on board, Demo Lenore on IG Live reacting to DK Metcalf's trade request and says he likes him and doesn't like JSN, thinks he's a crybaby.
Y'all cannot let DK leave. Y'all can't do that. How am I have fun out there? Najigba, he be crying all day. He cry. That's all he do is cry.
Ref, he holding, ref. Oh no, don't hurt me.
Crybaby. Bro, I'm not worried about JSN. I'm not. He'd know that.
That's pretty funny, man. All right, we can return to that later in the show. Matt Mayoko joins us at 8:50. But the connection has been made with one of the greats, Ian Eagle, of course. Among his many, many talents, he is the play-by-play man for the Brooklyn Nets on the YES Network, but of course also does NFL and NBA for CBS, TNT, TBS, does college basketball. He does it all, including the Murph and Marcus show. So, Ian, we know you're a busy man. We appreciate you sharing some thoughts out here in San Francisco. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Ian.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, how's Brooklyn or how's the East Coast on this fine Thursday morning?
Yeah, no, Brooklyn's good. Good.
Doing okay. Don't worry about us.
Doing okay.
Right?
We're doing okay.
Forget about
doing
it.
Okay.
Forget about it, right? Is the best Brooklyn movie ever Donnie Brasco? Is that the best Brooklyn movie ever? Is that?
Pretty good depiction, no doubt about it. Saturday Night Fever, where was he based?
You know what? First of all, Saturday Night Fever is Brooklyn, and also Do the Right Thing is the best Brooklyn movie, right?
Yeah, Do the Right Thing.
Yeah.
Through the charts.
Yeah, there it is, man. And, all right, Ian. So I do love to pick your brain on this great sports world we have because you cover so many things. But first and foremost, this Warriors-Brooklyn Nets game. You know, what's funny about the Nets is I remember the last time we saw them was way back in 2024 when Dennis Schroeder and the crew came in and beat the Warriors. Seems like many things have changed, Ian.
Yeah, Dennis has been on 12 different teams since that point, so a lot has changed. You're right about that. Mm-hmm. They play really hard under Jordy Fernandez, first-year head coach. They're in that in-between area right now of you're probably too good to be a full-out tank team, but you're not quite good enough to be a playoff/play-in team. So how these last games play out will determine how many ping-pong balls they have in the lottery, and ultimately they're going to be judged on how they build this team and what this team looks like moving forward. But clearly what I've noticed from the coaching staff and what they're trying to do, which is plant seeds to becoming a winner and create some good habits and try to visualize what this might look like as opposed to day-to-day taking loss after loss after loss and not really having any answers for them. They're playing hard, and they will play hard tonight.
Yeah, I would say definitely the biggest change for the Warriors since our last matchup with the Nets has been the addition of Jimmy Butler. The Warriors are 9-1 when he's in the starting lineup, and it feels like there's a new vibe and a new focus for the season. So I'd love to get your breakdown of Jimmy Butler's time so far with the Warriors.
Yeah, I worked that game the other night, the Knicks-Warriors game on TNT, and you could just feel a tangible difference with this team and with their hopes and with their expectations, and the vibe around them is incredibly positive. It's been complete rejuvenation on so many levels because it's unlocked so many of the things that made the Warriors great during their heyday. and that's a high basketball IQ player in Jimmy Butler, pairing him with high basketball IQ players, Steph Curry and Draymond Green. So you're seeing the movement off the ball, the anticipation, the cutting. Butler, the decision maker, is he going to take it himself, go to the rim? Is he going to drive, draw attention, then kick out for a Curry three? Draymond Green out front, orchestrating what he sees, giving the team another weapon in Butler and a connector, someone that is not necessarily looking to score every time, but can if he has to. And it's just changed everything. It's made Podziemski and Moses Moody and Buddy Hield play the roles that they're supposed to play, as opposed to asking them to do maybe a little bit more than they're accustomed to or what they're capable of at this stage. And all three have helped the Warriors in a big way. And then when you bring in a Guy Santos or a Quentin Post, they're often the player that finds themselves wide open under the rim, or if they run hard, they'll get rewarded with a fast break bucket. So it's really clicking right now. Talking to Steve Kerr prior to the game the other night, you could tell that there's a feeling that they could play with anybody in the NBA, and I'm not sure that you could have said that with any real conviction prior to the trade deadline.
Yeah, good breakdown from Ian Eagle, who was there at the Garden seeing it all. Now, we'll see if Steph plays tonight. I don't know. He had the bum ankle. He did play Tuesday night, maybe with a day off. Yep. We'll see. But it'll be tonight at 4:30 our time. Warriors at Barclays Center taking on the Brooklyn Nets, where Ian Eagle will be courtside. While we have you just on an NBA frame of mind, Ian, I just love your take because, you cover this league so well about what's going on with the Lakers or as some are calling them, the Lukers. The trade has just been stunning. It was stunning on so many levels, but as we see it play out now, it's just gone so bad. Some are calling the curse of the Bambino, Babe Ruth type stuff for the Mavericks now with AD and Kyrie getting hurt. And now Luka and LeBron soaring up to the 2 seed. Oh my gosh, Ian, is this, I don't know, are the Lakers a runaway train here?
Yeah, a few things on it. One, when the deal was made, everybody checked their phone a second time, thought that they were getting punked, didn't believe it. And it depends on where you were, what time zone you were in. I had gone to bed. I had just come off a long road trip, so I went to bed like 11:30. I woke up to a text from my son with this deal, and I thought he got punked. I thought he got sucked into a fake account. And the reality was the deal was made. It was made with very few people having the knowledge that it would be made, which usually the big blockbusters, that's what happens. It's usually a little bit under the surface and not out there for everybody to talk about and dissect. The problem for Dallas, the obvious one, not short term, because AD joining that group, if healthy, they would have competed. And in the short term, I think they would have been a player this year in the Western Conference. The issues, of course, were long term. You're giving up a monumental star, highly popular. He goes to L.A., the second largest market in the country. The Lakers, a team that's always searching for relevance. They always want to remain in the front of mind in the NBA circles, and they got it. They got exactly what they were looking for. So now, as things have fallen apart for Dallas, it's hard to even begin to justify how this happened, why it happened, and it's placed the Lakers in a whole different classification. And I would say similar to Golden State. I think L.A. now believes that they can play with any team in the NBA and that they could win any series presented to them. And that changes things seismically in the Western Conference. If you now have the Lakers and the Warriors battling it out with a young team like OKC, Denver, a team that's won the title, but there are some holes there maybe compared to the team that won the whole enchilada. Minnesota, a team that was supposed to rise up and maybe take that next step. Now they get knocked down a rung. This has profound implications in the NBA playoffs, and I think for a lot of NBA observers, They love it.
Yeah, I got to agree with you because it really does seem like LeBron is kind of re-energized and refocused since the Luka trade, just like we talked about with Jimmy Butler joining the Warriors. But here in San Francisco, we talk so much about Steph Curry, who's about to turn 37 in about a week, and his conditioning level and the fact that he's still going out and putting up 50-point performances. But then you look at what LeBron's doing at age 40, just hit 50,000 points. Who's more impressive at this stage of their career, a 37-year-old Steph Curry or a 40-year-old LeBron James?
Yeah, I know we're in the comparison business. I'm impressed by both of them. Obviously, I think we're in a new age of athletes, not to say that the athletes of yesteryear didn't keep themselves in great shape and do everything within their power to maintain their careers and maintain their longevity. But now we're at a different level. They can test things on a day-to-day basis. They have personal trainers. They have chefs. They have methods in which they can stay young. And other than cryogenically trying to keep somebody alive or freeze them until one day we find a solution to whatever the problem might have been, this is the next best thing. And they're both doing it. It's incredible. The Steph part of it for me is just so impressive based on the physical side of it. He's not a big guy. He looks like a regular dude that just has superhuman talents. And the fact that the wear and tear of the NBA, even just shy of the age of 37, has not derailed him. He still looks like Steph Curry. And guys, I know you're aware of this already because you see it on a day-to-day basis in San Francisco, but on the road, his warm-up is still the biggest show on earth. Mm-hmm. What I saw at the Garden the other night, I just went out to my broadcast location, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes earlier than I normally would. And it just was based on timing. We were done with our interviews. We were done with our meetings. And I didn't even think about the Steph Curry warm-up. And I started walking out through the tunnel, and there's a groundswell of people in the area where I need to get to, and it hits me, oh, they're here for Steph. They're here to watch him. This is an hour before tip. And the phones are out. People are trying to take selfies with Steph behind them. This is still something that people marvel at. And when he's no longer part of the NBA, that's going to be a huge chasm to fill on a night-to-night basis.
Yeah, great stuff. Great descriptions here from Ian Eagle. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. A couple more minutes here before we let Ian prepare for tonight's Warriors-Brooklyn Nets game at 4:30 at the Barclays Center. And then the Warriors come on home, holding on to this 6th seed. We'll see how high they can climb. But as Ian said, the Nets are going to play hard and beat the Warriors out here earlier this year. So while we're doing these sports talk radio comparisons and fun stuff here, you know, Shaquille O'Neal went there Tuesday night and said, time to put him in the conversation, you know, whether that means top 10 all-time or top 5 all-time. Or is he the starting point guard on the all-time team? I don't know, Ian. For fun, when you and the broadcasters are shooting the breeze, where is Curry winding up at this point in the pantheon?
Yeah, I worked the game with Greg Anthony the other night, and Greg was talking about the same stuff, that he was ready to possibly put him in his top 5 all time. And Greg has a great appreciation for the history of the NBA, respects the previous eras, is not one of those guys that says my era was the best. He's just not wired that way. He's open-minded about all of it. I don't think there's any doubt anymore about top 10 if you just want to go through the numbers of it. But even if you go deeper, he's changed the game. Literally has changed the way the game is played. The three-point shot when he came in was, of course, a big weapon, but it's not what it is today. Today, it's a way of life for certain teams. Certain franchises are building their roster based on this, and a lot of it is because of him. And what you didn't believe was possible is now possible in the NBA because of how he approached the game, how he worked at it, how he perfected his craft. So there's no doubt in my mind that if you're going to start listing the top 10 players of all time, when it's all said and done, Steph Curry's going to be on that list.
Yeah, and with the way he's playing right now, a lot of Warriors fans still feel like he can go out and maybe win his 5th ring. And I know Draymond Green has been very vocal about calling for another championship, just celebrated his 35th birthday and blew out 5 candles for 5 rings that he's searching for. So you tell us, do you view the Warriors as a legit title contender this season?
I do. I've seen Jimmy Butler get to the finals with less around him than he has right now. I like the role players on this team. Look, you don't know how certain guys are going to respond once you get to that stage. So the guys I mentioned, Podziemski and Moody and Hield, you just don't know. Post, Santos. They're doing this without Kuminga, by the way. I'm very curious to see how all this shapes up when Kuminga becomes part of this thing. His ability as a rim runner, the energy that he brings, the explosiveness, the wingspan on defense to come away with deflections and create havoc. That's a whole other layer that could bring this team to another level, in fact. So that's the only part of it, and that's always a mystery. You just don't know how certain guys are going to handle the big games, the clutch moments, the stress that comes along with that. But most of that responsibility is going to fall on Steph and Jimmy and Draymond. And I just think the Butler acquisition ended up being the best possible fit, even amidst all the other rumors that were out there. Sometimes the deals you don't do end up being the best deals. And for Golden State, I know maybe there was an idea of revisiting Kevin Durant and trying to see if they could make another go of it. KD didn't seem to be into it, didn't want to pick up and leave, and maybe didn't want to go through the same things that he went through originally the first time with people questioning him. Who knows? The reality is Jimmy Butler wanted it, and even though he might have wanted Phoenix originally, this ended up being the right move. Financially, no doubt, he gets the 2-year extension. He's making gobs of money. And then from a basketball standpoint, to me, it's a perfect setup.
We've marveled at it, and it's just incredible, and it's going to be really, really fun down the stretch. And I know we got to let you go, but just because you are an Eastern Conference guy, what's the Iron Eagle take on Peyton Pritchard and Derek White breaking the 40-point barrier? That doesn't, I mean, if you had to, I gave you 200 guesses as to the 2 Celtics to break the 40-point barrier. You might have gone through 200 before you said Peyton Pritchard and Derek White in the same game, huh?
No, and that's the great part about the league. You don't know what you're going to get game in and game out. And, you know, I know there have been detractors that talk about the game today. It's still ridiculously exciting. And then the mystery every night of somebody emerging, something happening that you've never seen before. And that's the case tonight. That's the way I view these games when I go in to call play-by-play. There's a chance I'm going to see something that I've never seen before or called before. And that sense of wonder is what keeps you ticking as an NBA fan, in my mind.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And then last one, we throw the dart. You're back east. Where's Aaron Rodgers playing next year?
I think the Giants is a realistic possibility. Wow. I think they're in desperate times, and they need something to come back with 2025 credibility. And despite how it ended with the Jets, I could see that happening, and it would not shock me. The only other option for him would be to wait and then just stay in shape and see if a big-time quarterback goes down on a potential playoff team, and then he just fits right in. But I don't see him doing that. I think if the Giants' possibility is legit, I think he takes it, and I think they might take a leap of faith.
Yeah, we had our great buddy Mark Cannizzaro from the New York Post yesterday saying the same thing. We're starting to hear the drums beat. The drums are beating. So, well, and it's always a great conversation. Oh, by the way, I mean, congrats to your son Noah getting a run on this Court of Gold documentary, right? I mean, this.
Yeah, very cool.
I mean, just you guys are linked to the Curry legend forever, which is pretty nice little.
I do have a still shot, a picture when Curry made the dagger 3 and the night, and there's a shot of Noah and Dwayne Wade in the background going crazy, and I think it indicated what everybody was feeling back home when they were watching it live.
You had to be proud of the golden dagger. You had to, right?
Very much so. Very much so. I was pacing around my house. I was watching the game upstairs, and I was going downstairs. My wife was stationary, and I couldn't sit still on a lot of levels.
I know, right?
The U.S. team, and just for my son calling the game and whatever stress was assigned to that as a dad.
Well, Golden Dagger goes down into the archive, so he did the damn thing. So good job,
He did.
Noah. Good job.
Yeah.
All right,
appreciate
Ian.
it.
It's always fun to talk to you. Enjoy the call tonight, and we'll chase you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Ian.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, Ian Eagle. Always a great conversation talking about anything and everything under the sun. That's his son, Noah Eagle, was the one who made the call on the Steph Curry Golden Dagger. I told you, I still haven't watched the darn document. You know what? This freaking project that has been consuming my life is going to finally get shipped off today.
Oh, you finally done?
Oh my God, dude!
Oh man!
Oh my God! But I'm gonna reward myself with an ice cold beer and watch Court of Gold.
Dude, you're set. That's your Thursday night.
Well, not tonight because we have another game.
Okay,
but over the weekend.
It's over the weekend.
All right, over the weekend.
Check back in on Monday.
All right, fun stuff. Thanks to Ian Eagle for spending a lot of time with us there, talking about it and many different things. Dude, he gave us some gold for social media about Steph in the top 10, the Warriors possibly winning the championship, all that good stuff. And are you ready for Aaron Rodgers and Big Blue?
Yeah, I mean,
that's just such a weird.
The Aaron Rodgers story is just unfolding, and I don't know what to expect from Mr. Ayahuasca himself.
Did you wind up watching that documentary?
No, I never did.
The documentary, Aaron Rodgers in Douche, coming to Netflix.
I did want to watch it just because I wanted to see him trip out in the middle of like the Amazon forest on ayahuasca.
Was that you at Tyler the Creator last night?
No ayahuasca last night, Murph. I had to work this
just
morning.
Chromacopia.
Yeah, just Chromacopia.
All right, buddy. All right. Okay, so we have getting ready for Mike Krukow at 7:30. Hey, Barry Bonds did a hit with the All the Smoke crowd. That's your crowd.
Those are my guys.
Yeah, so let's hear what Barry had to say. That'll be fun to check in on that and get ready for Mike Krukow as the Giants have TV. Is it TV Saturday, right? Didn't Dwayne told us TV Saturday,
You
right?
did say TV on Saturday.
Of course, I always prefer my games on the radio.
So do I.
You know what I mean?
Turn the TV off.
But we'll do that next. Ooh, nice. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a Golden Dagger! Night!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Everybody standing here at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. An armada of nautical craft gathered in McCovey Cove beyond the right field wall. Bonds one home run away from history, and he swings, and there's a long one deep into right center field, way back there. It's gone! A home run! Into the center field bleachers to the left of the 421-foot marker. An extraordinary shot to the deepest part of the yard. And Barry Bonds with 756 home runs. He has hit more home runs than anyone who has ever played the game.
Yeah, why not? We had a chance to talk a little Barry Bonds here today and Giants baseball. We thought we'd break out the call there. There it was. Where were you, dude? August 07.
Dude, 07, I was a 7th grader, Murph.
Were you watching or no? You were watching the Yankees?
No, I'm sure I was watching, but I don't have like a time and place kind of date. Where were you?
I was at home watching with I have a picture of pregnant Candace in front of the TV. We were like, hey, let's, because, you know, your first kid. Let's commemorate Barry Bonds' home run. We were pregnant at the time, or Candace was pregnant, not me. So she's in front of the TV pregnant as we watched it. Yeah, should have been there, I guess. But it was like a weeknight. It was like going to see Tyler, the Creator on a Wednesday night.
Sometimes you got to bite the bullet, Murph.
Young Tone, do you remember Bonds breaking the record?
Were you alive in 07?
I was 9 years old.
You do not remember.
Not a chance. I was in Kentucky. Just got into school, yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Well, anyway, the point is our buddies at All the Smoke, Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes, who you visited with during the NBA All-Star Week,
Absolutely. Right? Shout out my water bottle.
Oh, you got a water bottle out of it?
All the Smoke water bottle.
That's cool.
That has like the signatures from Stack Jackson, Matty Barnes.
Dude, water bottles go a long way.
Dude, I'm telling you, best swag bag I've ever gotten from an event. I got a KG hoodie. I got All the Smoke water bottle.
What?
Bro, they even put in some goodies if you know what I'm talking about.
Honestly.
Yeah, There was an 8th in there. I'm not joking. They gave away Bud in the giveaway.
Well, it's like giving away candy bar. It's legal.
It's All the Smoke.
It's legal in California.
They had sponsors.
Bro,
I'm not joking.
You said there was an 8th. Now, how would you know it's an 8th?
Oh, I know exactly what a bag looks like, Murph.
Right.
Yeah, There's different sizes.
You have a scale in your brain?
Oh, yeah, I can identify an 1/8, a quarter, a zip, a pea. What do you want? I've seen it all.
Were they at the Tyler, the Creator show last night, too?
Yeah, I saw a lot of little 1/8 baggies going around.
That's so funny. Swag bag, KG hoodie,
swag bag, bro.
Water bottle, and an 1/8.
Yeah, dude.
That's
awesome.
That's it. Mic drop. That's it. My day is made.
I got an All the Smoke shirt, a hat, some socks, bro. Like, best goodie bag I ever got. Socks, bro. I got All the Smoke socks.
Made out of hemp?
Oh, that's a good call. I got to double check the material.
Anyway, it's a chance for us to talk Giants baseball. Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson introducing Barry Bonds on All the Smoke podcast. Check it out.
7-time MVP, 14-time All-Star, 8 Gold Gloves, all-time leader in home runs, single-season home run leader, the greatest baseball player of all time. When you hear that, what comes to your mind?
I don't really talk about it. I let my peers talk about it. I always tell people, if you're good at something, they'll talk about it. You don't need to say anything. So I don't really talk about it. I know statistically where I am. I don't need to explain it. I'd rather just help the young generation and give you the information that was given me, teach you as much as I know. And then, I always tell people, they always ask me, like, how do you do it? I'm like, just stay around long enough for someone to talk about you. That's pretty much it. Just don't be a commercial.
Right. Right.
You know, if you want to be really good at something, you don't have to be doing it a long time.
Man, Barry Bonds, the greatest hitter we've ever seen, right? The podcast drops at 9 a.m. this morning, and this leads to this opening day left fielder conversation because if all goes well, Elliot Ramos will start in left field.
Yes.
On Thursday, 3 weeks from today.
Right around the corner.
In Cincinnati. Giants at the Cincinnati Reds. And if all goes well, Elliot Ramos will start in left field. Unlike last year when Michael Conforto started in left field, which was unlike the year before when Blake Sable. Let me say that again. When Blake Sable started in left field.
Blake Sable was your opening day left fielder?
Which was unlike the year before when Jock Peterson started in left field.
What's up, young Jock?
Which was unlike the year before when Austin Slater started in left field.
Slater. Keep going.
Which was unlike the previous year, which was in COVID when Alex Dickerson. Dick started in left field, which was unlike 2019 when Bruce Bochy famously said to us on KNBR, yeah, I'm trying to figure out who these guys are myself. Connor Joe started in left field. Farhan told him, walked into his office and said, your outfielders are Connor Joe and Michael Reed. He's like, wait, what? Who? I was just talking to Waylon Jennings on the phone. I got to do this. You know, he used to talk to Waylon Jennings every opening day.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I did not know that was a Bochy tradition.
Used to call him every opening day. Wish Boch luck.
Nice.
Which was unlike the year before when Hunter Pence started in left field. I do not remember Hunter Pence in left field. Right fielder guy. Which was unlike the year before when Jarrett Parker, remember his 3-homer game in Oakland? Remember Parker. That? Late September. Hit 3 tanks in Oakland. One was a granny, I think.
I haven't heard that name in forever.
He had the Three Musketeers kind of look with the D'Artagnan hair and the mustache, which was unlike the year before when Salute Angel Pagan was playing left field.
And hell.
Now, why wasn't he in center field?
Good question.
Yeah.
Who was in center that
Which
year?
was unlike the year before when Nori Aoki started in left field for the defending World Series champs.
We talking
the day that Madison Bumgarner came out on a horse with the Marshall Tucker Band playing Fire on the Mountain in left field.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because Bumgarner came in on the horse in left field. Marshall Tucker Band was playing Fire on the Mountain in left field. And then Nori Aoki said, get out of my way. I'm playing there today.
Yeah. I'd take Steve Aoki over Nori Aoki.
Madison Bumgarner on a horse. Marshall Tucker Band playing Fire on the Mountain. And then Aoki going, get out of my left field. That's my spot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Scoot over.
Which was unlike the year before when Michael Morse started in left field. Come on, one of the most beloved. Which was unlike the year before when Andres Torres started in left field. Which was unlike the year before when Aubrey Huff and left?
Ooh.
Huff and left in 2012?
And on opening day.
Bro, we could have been here a long time before I told you that. Which was unlike the year before when Giants hitting coach, the kid out of Bellarmine, Pat Burrell, started in left field on the defending World Series champions.
This list is going on forever.
Which was unlike the year before when the World Series champs started their campaign with Mark DeRosa.
Mark DeRosa.
In left field. Dude, D-Row. He got a ring. Which was unlike the year before when Fred Lewis started in left field. Shout out the Cycle on Mother's Day in Colorado.
Yeah.
Which is unlike the year before when, wait for it, Dodger World Series manager Dave Roberts started in left field. How about that? Dude. Which was unlike the year before when Barry Bonds.
There it is. We finally made it.
Once again, Bonds, Roberts, Lewis, DeRosa, Burrell, Huff, Torres, Morse, Aoki, Pagan, Parker, Pence, Joe, Dickerson, Slater, Peterson, Sable, Conforto, and presumably Ramos.
Yes. Hopefully Ramos.
He's got an oblique, but he's back.
Yeah, he's back in the lineup now.
That's kind of amazing.
So which streak is broken first? The consecutive left fielder streak or the 30 home run streak that also
Same guy?
hasn't happened since Barry Bonds?
Same guy do it?
It could be the same guy to knock out both in one season.
Because we need him to go to 2026 and to hit 30 tanks this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. That's the goal. I mean, he also has a long way to go before catching up to Barry Bonds' 35 splash hits. Now, it's a little bit easier for a lefty than a righty, but Elliot Ramos showed off that power last year, was an all-star, and if you do want to kind of extrapolate his stats over a full season, credit to me, that was a big word. He would be in line for a 30 home run last season.
When I said extrapolate, Mike Krukow said, I like it when you talk dirty.
I know. I think I stole that word from you. Extrapolate.
Well, look at you, buddy.
No, dude.
Look at you.
I'm learning some things.
I'm learning some things, too, like the eighth in the gift bag.
That's it, dude.
And what chromacopia is.
That's it.
Anyway, here's more Bonds on the All the Smoke pod with Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes. It drops at 9 a.m. this morning.
I do. I look back and it's different. I have this, like you talk about Michael Jordan, you can talk, our IQ is like way up here, Tiger, it's just so high. And I think for myself, I look back at the gifts that God blessed me with, and then I look back at the hard work that I put into it. And then I try to find ways of how do I give this to someone else, or how do I teach this, or how do you pass this on? Yeah. And why do I see it, but you don't? You know what I mean? It's this battle that you play with yourself all the time. And then how can I articulate that to somebody else? And then they give you, well, why? Well, how does this work? Or well, how did you do this? And my brain, I'm going, it's right here in front of you. But how do you not see it? Right. And so I look back at ways of how, for myself, would I be able to, articulate this to somebody else and give this gift that I was blessed with, and then, and hopefully he'll give it to somebody else.
Well, that gets to the part about Bonds, as a hitting coach. Goes down to, of all places, the Miami Marlins to become a hitting coach.
Random.
I still haven't gotten the full story on how it went down there. Like, nobody's done like the deep dive on, was it good? Was it bad? Was it horrible? Was it awful? Was it indifferent? And now he's gone to camp, right? He's gone to Giants camp. But he's not the kind of guy who wants to like grind it out like Pat Burrell with his notebook and his iPad and all that stuff. And this has been the case forever. Like Michael Jordan's not out here, he's not doing shoot-arounds at 10 in the morning in Brooklyn because he's assistant coach for the Washington Wizards. I mean, these great Wayne Gretzky's not coaching. Magic tried to coach a little bit. But you would think that everybody says Bonds is the smartest hitter who ever lived, so you would think he could impart it, but sometimes some guys just can't articulate it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's always kind of been the question with Barry Bonds, has been his attitude and his personality. Yeah. And you would know better than I do because you covered him a lot longer than I did. But we know that he wasn't the greatest teammate. So it's interesting to see him as a hitting coach and how much of that knowledge he would actually pass on. Like, we're talking about pitchers exchanging pitch grips and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I would assume that Barry wants to help out the franchise and help these young players, but you would think he would be more involved at every level, not just the major league level, but the minor league level, especially when we're talking about this lack of power in the farm system.
You know what's wild about Bonds, though? And he is hard to relate to. You can even hear in the podcast, he's got a 925 texted in and said, I love me some Barry Bonds bravado in the morning. But if you see him at a Giants game, or if the Giants say, ladies and gentlemen, attending tonight's game, Barry, dude, standing O's.
Absolutely.
And Barry chants everywhere. Yeah. And I'll be right there with him. Like, that guy, we always talk Willie Mays, and then obviously 10, 12, and 14. Bro, this guy was the greatest hitter you'll ever see. End of story. And people, steroids. No. Yeah, they help, sure. Still the greatest hitter I ever saw.
He knew how to hit a ball long before steroids were even in the conversation. But it does kind of, at least to me, feel like he's kind of been, not hiding, but in the shadows of the steroid era, especially when he first retired from the game of baseball, even though he did proclaim that he still hasn't retired because he never officially made that move. I haven't retired. Thank you. So I'm just glad that Barry is kind of putting himself in the spotlight. Like, we've had a few podcasts where now Barry Bonds has made an appearance. I know the Giants are doing a Barry Bonds bobblehead day this year. I'm glad that he's putting himself back out in the public and speaking openly on podcasts and hopefully a radio show.
We're trying to get him on the show for sure. We'll see if it happens. Here's 408 with a negative text on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. He says, the Bonds stigma was brutal. It's way better that they won in 2010 with Timmy and Buster than with Barry in 2002. Wow. That's a hot take.
Yeah.
I would have taken 2002. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. I would have taken Russ Ortiz and Jeff Kent and Kenny Lofton and Sean Dunston and Benito Santiago and Ryan Jensen and all those guys. So I would have taken it.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Well, maybe we'll save this topic for another day because I know we have Mike Krukow right around the corner, but it's a debate that I've gotten into with Copes before about who has had a bigger impact on the franchise, on the organization, Barry Bonds or Buster Posey.
Oof. Good debate.
That's a tough one.
Talk about that going forward.
We'll get into that.
All right. Just anyway, fun. Listen, the guys from All the Smoke gave us the sound. We thought we'd play it just because it's a chill Thursday and talking about Barry and the left field streak is a fun thing to do and a good lead into Mike Krukow. who will join us on the other side. Kruko talking Giants baseball next on The Sports Leader.
I haven't retired. Thank you.
It's very important that we have world-class healthcare here in our Bay Area. That's why I'm proud to talk about Marin Health. World-class healthcare right here in our area. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. Yep. My second guy was born there. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Tuesday and Thursday with Mike Kruko. That is until baseball season, which is 3 weeks from today when we'll go Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with Mike. We love talking Giants baseball. A lot to get to. Couple big moves in camp yesterday. Mike Kruko on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. It was snowing up here last night. It was fun.
All right. A little March snow. You can get that. I was once in Tahoe when it snowed in May.
You never know. It's the High Sierra. But snow is not baseball weather.
No, it's not. You didn't have any game. Well, you know what? Maybe at Wrigley. Did you have games snowed out?
We had flurries in Wrigley. We got snow, and when the weather's changed, but we used to always go into Pittsburgh every year in September, and no matter what day it was in September, we'd get snow.
In September?
But the coldest in September, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
We're talking 2 or 3 inches on the ground, too. And Montreal, though, we had an opening day in Montreal one year. This is when they were in Olympic Stadium. And it was 29 degrees. This is opening day. And they had to delay a game for an hour because the tarp was frozen to the ground. And when we started the game, Joey Amalfitano, who was our manager, he said, okay, if you're not in the game, you don't have to be here on the bench. This is the only time I ever heard a manager say that. Because you know what? If a fight breaks out, you got to have your boys out there, right? I mean, you can't leave 9 on the field out there, against the other team who maybe not be doing it. But the other team was doing it too. But we were in the clubhouse. If you weren't in the game, it was so cold. He wanted guys to be able to stay warm should he need them. He didn't want them freezing out there on the bench. But that was bad. So yeah, snow can be a part of baseball, and it's not a good thing.
And all that said, the coldest place was still Candlestick.
Oh yeah, which was the worst place in the world to hit, but was the greatest place in the world to pitch because of it.
It was.
I used to pray that it would just be so cold and windy, and I wanted it bad.
You got a lot of it, and obviously here you are now as one of the all-time great Giants. So, Mike, let's talk Giants baseball in the desert where it's not snowing. Two big moves yesterday, Marco Luciano and Bryce Eldridge. That's also Mason Black and some others, but those two guys were talking points for us going into spring training. So, I mean, maybe take them one by one. Let's start with Bryce Eldridge being sent down to minor league camp. He only had 11 at-bats. He did have the home run. He went 2 for 11 with 8 strikeouts. Wasn't getting much playing time, and now has been sent down to Papago Park. What's your read on, I guess the question would be, how do you think the young man takes it mentally?
Well, he accomplished everything he wanted to do. I mean, he got up there around the big league players, number one, which, you know, when you are 6'7", you kind of stand out in the clubhouse. You know, you're going to meet a lot of guys. You're going to meet friends. So the next time you get called up, you know, you're going to get to the comfort zone quicker because you have relationships in that clubhouse. And you got guys rooting for you. And, you know, a lot of guys told him a lot of things. And you get overwhelmed with information, good intent. Everybody wants to help you out. And then all of a sudden you realize just how fast the speed is at the big league level. Now, granted, everybody he played against was maybe not a big leaguer, but it's a different speed. And that is a young player you have to be exposed to in order to know what's there, what to expect, and then you know how you have to change your game. He struck out 8 times, and there was a lot of swing and miss. We got all excited about the home run to center field. We should. And the way that he did it, he's a 6'7" guy with an inside-out swing. But he's got work to do. I mean, it was the plan the whole time to go back down to the minor leagues. I don't know if they're going to put him back down in AAA or AA, but, you know, they're going to handle him with kid gloves because they want him to maintain his confidence, and they want him to grow. And this is all part of the process. You have to remind yourself he's 20 years old.
For sure, Mike. He is 20 years old, and hopefully, like, mentally, he's cool, he's good. He got, like you said, he got there, he met some people, and now to Papago to do some work. I think it would have been a real long shot to expect him to make the opening day roster. So go work, young man. The other one is Marco Luciano. And I think some of us thought he could be the DH this year. He's also learning the outfield. Now he's 23 years old. Just wonder, how do you think he took it mentally when he was told to go down to minor league camp?
Well, he was down. I mean, look, remember a year ago, or was it a year ago or 2 years ago? I know it's last year. He was supposed to be the shortstop, right?
Yeah, it was last year. Yeah, it was last year. Yeah.
Well, okay, well, that didn't happen. And not only that, it went south in a hurry and in a big way, to the point where they said, man, I don't think this guy's going to make it in the infield. So they repositioned him. Go out there and learn the outfield. Well, okay, now he's got to learn the outfield, which is basically what he's got to do. You can't make him a DH right now because he's too valuable as a defensive player. I say he forecasts to be a defensive player, that he's going to be valuable. They still see him as an everyday player, but he's got to go down and play. And he's got to go down and he's got to learn the outfield. And every at-bat that he takes down there, it's going to be good for him anyway. So he's not ready yet. And I mean, when you get to the big leagues, I mean, you've got to be the whole package. And you don't have 23-year-old DHs. You just don't. So he's got to go down and play, and that's the whole point. Now, I don't know if we're going to see him at any point this year. They just may leave him alone down there, let him grow, and maybe come up in September. But, you know, even now with the way they expanded and add 2 guys only to the roster of 26 in September, there's no guarantee of that. But there is a guarantee when he goes down he's going to play every day, and that's what he needs to do.
Yeah, and it's a good reminder that Marco Luciano is still only 23 years old, and it's also a good reminder that Kyle Harrison is also still 23 years old, and Kyle had a start yesterday that did not go too well, Mike. So how much stock do you put in starts this early in spring training, and how much stock are you putting in the low velocity numbers that we saw from Kyle yesterday?
Well, I mean, there's concern because this isn't the beginning of spring. You know, it's starting to get close to the middle, and, you know, you want to start seeing a number of things if you're a pitcher. One, you want to start seeing guys get a full feel of their whole repertoire. You want to see them be able to throw every one of the pitches that they're going to go to war with in situations where they're behind. And you want to see some hop. You want to see some explosion. I don't get eaten up with his velocity, much like I didn't get eaten up with the velocity of Madison Bumgarner, because a lot of what Kyle Harrison features is deception, and he's unique because he can pitch across the letters with his fastball, but he needs some work. I mean, you know, he's not there yet, and this all could come together in one more start too, by the way. I'm not really worried about him. I think the guy is a big league pitcher. I think he now forecasts that he can not only be a starter, but you could use him in the pen. So that makes him a true commodity. But he wants to do better. I think what did him in yesterday was location. The pitches that beat him were down. I think he's more effective up. He's got some work to do.
Yeah, Kyle Harrison. I mean, listen, everybody's rooting for him. Everybody's obsessing on his velocity. We'll just kind of chill out, see what happens as the Giants get ready. By the way, TV game Saturday, Mike. Dwayne told us that you're like, he senses that you are ready to go.
I am ready to go. We talked about it yesterday, and he's ready to go. And I'm so jealous that he's down there and I'm not. But he and John are going to be doing the TV game, so he gets to do a lot of color. Which Kipe was a color guy with Joe Morgan before he took the mic as a play-by-play guy, and he's really good at it. It's a different perspective. It's one of an infielder and one of a hitter, and he and John will have fun, and so I'm really looking forward to the broadcast.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking over the box score from last night and seeing that Willy Adames had another nice day, hit a home run. He's just really settling in nicely, and so there's like no breaking news or controversy. It just seems like you sign a big-name guy, he kills all the press conferences with everyone, he charms the clubhouse and the beat writers, he's performing at the plate. It's like arrow up, right? These are the Willy Adames, Matt Chapman Giants.
Yeah, you never know how a guy is going to handle coming to a new team as a free agent. Now, when you come up in big leagues, you're a homeboy. You're coming out of their minor league system, and they treat you differently. But when you sign for a big chunk of change, it all changes because now you're expected to produce. End of story, no excuse. That's the deal. And he's come in and he is completely relaxed. Walked into the clubhouse and everybody I've talked to about the clubhouse, because that's a big deal. And right now they have a great one. They have a good spring going. And a big part of it is as to how easy the transition has been for Adames. He acts like he's been with this club for years. And because of the way that he's hit the comfort zone, I'm not really surprised as to what he's doing in the batter's box. He's completely comfortable there too. So, he's a leader on this club, and he's acting like it.
Yeah, Willy Adames, 32 home runs last season. And, of course, Mike, you know the stat that Giants fans have been waiting for a Giants player to hit 30 home runs for the first time since Barry Bonds. We were actually just playing some Barry Bonds sound the previous segment before you came on. But that would be my question. Who do you think on this team has the best opportunity to hit 30 home runs? Is it Willy Adames? Is it Elliot Ramos? Who has the most power on this team and has the possibility to hit 30 bombs this year?
Well, those two guys could do it. I mean, remember what Elliott did last year. I mean, he didn't play a whole year, and he 20-plus year. I mean, he could do 30. Chapman could do 30. Encarnacion could do 30. So you've got, and all the power's from the right side right now in regards to the most power and guys who are potential 30 home run guys. But the fact that you've got a lot of pop up and down the lineup now, I mean, that's the significant thing. So I like it. I tell you one thing I want to talk about. You always talk about, win-loss record at spring training. How important is it? And for the Giants, they're a young team, and early wins is very, very key, and they're getting them. I mean, for a veteran team like the Mets or the Phillies or the Yankees, it's more important that they put together a good last week going into the season. That's the week you look at with an older team. But with a younger team, you look at day one. You look at the first week. Because, the first week guys aren't always there with their fastball. Their breaking balls don't come in, blah, blah, blah. So you discount wins. You discount, young phenoms going off and hitting home runs and hitting 650 the first week. But for a team like the Giants, who are young, every win is critical. Because you have to have that belief that you come to the ballpark every day that you are going to win. That's so important. So I think what they've done so far in the first 10 games is really significant. And I think that a lot of it happens because of the veterans on this club are relaxed. When they're relaxed, they relax the younger players. So they've got a good thing going.
Dude, it goes 3 weeks from today. They will be in Cincinnati, but they got TV this Saturday. We'll get to see John and Dwayne doing the games, and we'll see, obviously, some more position battles. It's been a healthy calm camp for the most part. A couple of things. Harrison's velocity, whatever. Bryce Eldridge would mention. But for the most part, it's been going pretty well. Jung-Ho Lee's looking good. Everybody's looking good. So, Mike, we're just going to say steady as she goes. We're going to wish you a wonderful weekend up there. Maybe enjoy a couple snow flurries up there and enjoy some baseball. And we'll talk to you Tuesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, every Tuesday and Thursday in the High Sierras where the snow flurries are coming. You never played baseball in snow, did you?
No, I played a couple tournaments up in Reno, but during the summer with the heat, not the snow.
You know what I was thinking? I didn't want to take too much of his time on the weather, but he played at Wrigley Field, obviously. God, that story about snow in Pittsburgh in September is crazy. But there are games I've watched at Wrigley Field in late April, early May that look like the coldest games in the history of baseball. Because I think that's what gets you in Chicago, is that I think if you live in like a place like Chicago and it's like, hey, it's April, the Masters is on TV, Final Four, and then here comes another cold snap. It's that like second freaking winter that comes in late April, early May. I remember seeing Dusty Baker once in this gigantic parka, and I go, it's like May 2nd, bro. What's going on, dude?
It's the Windy City, Murph.
Well, they get these sometimes late winters there, and I think it depresses people.
Oh,
I'm
sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure it
You're
does.
like, enough with this. Come on, man. All right, just like our fog in the summer. I live in the coldest, foggy place in the summer. People lose their minds. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of nutty, isn't it?
I mean, you're lying about maybe the 49ers being the only team in the league that has better weather than their baseball team.
They're the only NFL team with better weather than their same city baseball team.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's a true story. That's been my take for a while. All right, the biggest, speaking of those Niners, down in Santa Clara where it's hot, Joey Bosa is now available. Our big hit. Do you want Joey Bosa? Would you move heaven and earth financially for Joey Bosa? Would you just want to hear two Bosa brothers speaking to each other? And what's Demo Lenore saying on IG Live? And is Brock Purdy going to hold out? 49ers fans, line up your calls. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Niner big hit next on the Sports Leader.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are giving away 2 tickets to see Billy Joel.
No, Billy Joel, piano man, Uptown Girl.
With Stevie Nicks at Levi's Stadium on October 4th. Stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win when you hear the cue to call. If you are caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, that means you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Joey Bosa, one of the faces of the Chargers franchise for the last decade, been on the team 9 years, 5-time Pro Bowler, a decorated pass rusher, was informed of his release late last night. Really not much of a surprise. Bosa took a pay cut to stay with the Chargers last year, ends up saving them $25 or so million against the cap. This year, maybe there was some talk about doing some sort of reduction, was not to be, and I guess theoretically he could come back with the team under a different deal, but he is free, and I would say this, keep an eye on the fact that his brother Nick is with the San Francisco 49ers. They're in the market for an edge. Would be a nice, heartwarming story, one of the final years of Joey Bosa's career to play with his brother. Obviously, more on that over the next several days. Oh, yeah. Wait. Ooh. Now, the very rare Joey Bosa Fleetwood Mac Sarah rejoin. Is that what we're doing here?
Damn.
Joey. I see what you're doing right now. By the way, this is a very underrated Fleetwood Mac groove. You want to talk about like a late Saturday afternoon, maybe just kind of groove out in the outside, sipping a beer, something like that, gazing out at the horizon. You know what you're hearing. You're hearing Stevie Nicks, and that means tickets to see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks at Levi's Stadium on October 4th, 2025. Thank you, Tony, for this creative rejoin. We've done Billy Joel Monday, Wednesday, Stevie Nicks Tuesday, Thursday. Of course, this is technically Fleetwood Mac, but she's the lead vocal on this. And win the darn tickets. Call John Joe Curley right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks at Levi's Stadium. Hopefully she'll sing. If she sings this, she'll create a vibe. This song builds as it goes on. 808 KNBR Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, phenomenal.
Did you see them with your parents? Or
I
no?
did not know, but my mom recently saw Stevie Nicks up in Sacramento with my pops also, so she's a big Stevie Nicks fan.
She's a vibe, for sure. She's a vibe. So thank you, Tony. I would predict then that you'll be listening for Billy Joel, William Joel tomorrow on the show. But thanks to
Billy Joel, piano man, Uptown Girl.
Thanks to Live Nation for providing these tickets, and good luck to all y'all winners out there.
Billy Joel.
All right, guys. So the big hit, you heard it from Ian Rappaport. It is Joey Bosa's availability. And listen, the national guys say the stuff that they're hearing from agents and say the stuff they're hearing from teams. And it is right out there. Oh, by the way, it's right out there in Nick and Joey Bosa's mom's social media feed.
The mama bear.
You're at Tyler, the Creator last night, and hopefully you didn't look at your phone too much.
No, not at all.
Okay. Then maybe, except when you were filming stuff.
Yeah,
for your
a
IG
couple
story.
clips I put on my story, but
when you were walking home and you were buying that T-shirt for $10 from a street vendor.
That's true. Good deal.
You looked at your phone, you saw Mama Bosa saying, somebody get Joey to the Bay.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's out there, guys. Do you want it? 808-KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
Yeah.
He's going to be expensive. He's older. He's injury prone, but the Niners need an edge pass rusher. Maybe Nick, let's just say, not having a dominant season, maybe gets juiced up, energized. And in fact, he's talked about this in 2023 in a podcast, March 2023 podcast with Richard Sherman about the possibility one day of playing with his brother.
Man, is there any chance, you can tell your brother, hey, calm down, California, you're used to California taxes, just come up north, don't worry about finances. I mean, who's worried about
Joey is definitely looking good financially, but I think him on the other side would be I think it might break the NFL. So
it would 100% break the NFL.
Damn.
Dude,
It
well,
would
that was
break the Bosa family, I'll tell
that
you
was
that.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years ago. And Nick Bosa, since then, Joey Bosa has not had the best seasons in the history of the world. He's been dinged up. I saw the list of injuries. It was like basically an anatomy chart. He's hurt pretty much every part of his body. Toe, groin, hip, knee, you name it. He's had it all. And he's missed 23 out of his last 51 games. So does that scare you off?
A little bit, to be honest. And to me, this all comes down to the price point on a Joey Bosa. No way in hell am I giving him $20, $25, $30 million.
Which is what he's been making.
Which is what he has been making previously with the Chargers. He's also not that same style of player going back to 2016 when he was Rookie of the Year and routinely putting himself in the conversation as one of the best pass rushers in the league. So the question is, what kind of contract is he looking for? Would there be a discount having Nick Bosa on the team? And then how much money do the 49ers have to spend after paying Brock Purdy? Those are the questions I have about the Joey Bosa kind of situation we're dealing with now.
I think on paper, first of all, they need an edge rusher, right? Well, they have Leonard Floyd, and I don't know, he's gone, maybe, perhaps. They need an edge rusher. Here's the scary thing, guys. 2022, he started 4 games. 2023, he started 5 games. In 2024, he started 9 games. Bro, 4, 5, and 9. I mean, that's pretty low. That's why you look at his sack totals. Last year, he only had 5 sacks and 13 quarterback hits. The year before, he only had 6.5 sacks and 8 quarterbacks hit. That's opposed to in his prime, like let's say when he was AP Defensive Rookie of the Year, 10.5 sacks, 21 quarterback hits. Like totally. Next year, 12.5 sacks, another 21 quarterback hits. So, I mean, he was a different dude in 2016 and 2017.
Yeah, and we can point out the fact that he was a Pro Bowler in 2024.
Yeah,
I believe he was a Pro Bowl replacement, actually. So I don't know how much weight you put on there, but there was some production even last year. In the Chargers playoff game that they lost against the Houston Texans, had a sack in that game and had 6 pressures, which led the team. So he can give you some production. It's just a question of how often he's on the field, because we all know the greatest ability is availability, and he has not been available for the past couple of seasons.
All right, out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text. By the way, one more cut on who would wear 97 if it happened, because they both wear 97. Here's Nick Bosa.
Who gets to wear 97 at that point, though? Big Bear or Little Bear?
That's a good one. I think I've established myself in the Bay, so if he comes... He's wearing, or we could just double up. I don't know.
That'd be the first in history, but we'll petition the NFL. They'll be fine with it. It's a Bosa still. It's a Bosa. You don't have to do anything.
It would be wild if they, because I wonder which guy would break.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Now I've got a new idea. Now that we've discussed this segment before earlier this morning, what if one wears number 9 and one wears number 7? And then they stand together. And you can even put Bo on one jersey and Sa on the other.
That's not
and then
bad.
when they're standing next to each other, it's Bosa.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like it.
Here come the Bosa brothers.
How about just putting Joey on one jersey and Nick on the other one, too?
Yeah, go first name.
So she put out, Mama Bosa put out a post. Cheryl is her name. She wrote, breaking news, can we get a petition going on bringing at JB Big Bear to the Bay? Hashtag Bosa Brothers with 2 bear emojis, at NB Smaller Bear, at Cheryl Bosa. And she has a picture of them from what appears to be high school. That's the only year they played together, when Joey was a senior and Nick was a freshman. And there's evidence there. Joey's wearing 97, Nick's wearing 91. So maybe Joey would come in and rip the jersey off of Nick's back.
I don't know if you can rip the jersey off his back.
No. Now, listen, I'm out here on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line because you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and it's not, people are not that excited about it. 775 says, well, pardon me, this is a positive text. 7 sacks in 9 games and 5 sacks in 6 games. I'll take that for even 6 games versus what we got last year, okay? But here's 209 says, let both of them take their, well, a lot of people are coming in on the political stuff.
Yeah.
I can't read these. I don't want to start that.
A lot of talk about sack dances.
I don't want to start that. Believe me, guys, I'm exhausted. I'm not going there. So all you guys sending in your texts on the politics.
We see them. We see them. But who knows, Murph?
Yeah.
Maybe Joey Bosa shows up in Santa Clara with a chainsaw. Come on, let us riff.
You can riff, but I'm just like, believe me, because
yeah,
I'm stumbling over my words because I don't want to go down that road.
I understand.
Coming in with a chainsaw.
No,
very good.
I'm not going into that.
There's another one. I tried to go to the text line. There's another one there, too. Yeah. 707 says, Harbaugh's doing the 49ers a favor by releasing Bosa. 707, another one says, I would take Joey Bosa in a heartbeat. And then here's 415. There's better use of the salary cap than a declining Joey Bosa. How do you feel about that? Do you feel he's in the decline? Yes.
Well, I think that's the decision you got to make. Do you want to bring in a 29-year-old Joey Bosa? I mean, he's not 35. We're talking about like he's on the door of retirement, even though he has had comments in the past relating to his injuries about how the end is near. So that's a little cryptic right there from Joey Bosa. But can you afford Joey Bosa when you have to pay Brock Purdy? And would you rather pay a Joey Bosa than a Dre Greenlaw or a Charvarius Ward or all these other free agents that we're talking about walking out the door? Because we spent most of our show yesterday talking about how the 49ers don't have any cash to pay anybody. So it seems unlikely that they would then shell out some cash for a Joey Bosa.
Right. And then another 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line says, well, if Nick comes for a family discount, I'd say come on down, but if he wants 15 to 20 million, no thanks. Yeah. Like, would he indeed say, hey, man, it's so important for me to play with my brother that I would do that? In fact, there was a quote. I mean, he might be at a different stage in his career now. He's 29, and he's 29, which sounds young by any stretch of the imagination, but older in the NFL days, and his body's breaking down. He had a quote in the Athletic saying, the end is coming fast. Like, I can feel it. Can you believe that he's actually talking about that right now? And that might mean that he might value the chance to play with Nick and take that discount.
Yeah, maybe. And you throw in the fact that he's already been one of the highest paid defensive players in the league. Like, he's the guy that was routinely in the conversation of resetting that market. Before Nick Bosa got paid, Joey Bosa got paid. And we're seeing now Max Crosby get paid and those kind of storylines across the league. I don't think Joey Bosa is going to be asking for Max Crosby numbers. So again, it comes down to the price point. If he wants a 1-year deal around $10 million, then I think it's a good investment. But it all depends on what Joey wants and how much money he wants.
It sure would be fun.
Oh, absolutely.
It sure would be really, really fun. And these guys are, I mean, the two of them, I mean, they're the most, how can I say this in a, they're like the Spicoli brothers. You know what I mean? Like, hey, man, do you want that locker? Do you want that locker? It's not Spicoli. That's the wrong call. Is it more like half-baked?
Yeah,
is that what it is more like?
Some of those vibes.
Dude, are you going to take that locker? Because I'll take that locker. Dude, are you driving to practice today or am I? I don't know. I forgot. Did I drive yesterday?
Dude, did you get that sack or did I get that sack of Rooney?
Seriously, dude. I'll get the sack. You get the Rooney.
Yeah, you go high, I'll go low. And then we'll both get high after the game.
I mean, joint interviews would be amazing with these two guys. They have that. Do you have some Joey Bosa sound in the system? Because Nick sounds like Joey.
Yes.
And oh, by the way, this would also solve the problem of everybody calling Nick Joey the whole time. You know, I mean, everybody calls Nick Joey and Joey Nick and all that. But yeah, they have this very amusing, slow, chill way of talking.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's one way of talking.
Little Spicoli.
You got any Joey? We have some Joey? Here it is.
We knew once we hit him a few times, he really gets shook, and you saw on CeCe's sack, he was pretty much curling into a ball before we even got back there. So, great dude, great player. He's been having a great year, but we know once you get pressure on him, he kind of shuts down, and he's not as effective with the crowded pocket. So that was the key to it.
Okay, a little more upbeat than I remember, too. Do you have any Nick handy?
A little deeper, too.
Some Nick handy. I do love my birthday. Remember that we had him on? One time we had him on his birthday, and we're like, hey, it's your birthday. That's cool. He goes, yeah, I do love my birthday. Yeah. Here it is.
I just want to sack the quarterback, dude. It's not as easy as it looks.
There it is,
Just want to sack the quarterback, dude.
510 says what the word you're looking for is they're dazed and confused. 707 said they're the dude, where's my car bros?
Nice, dude.
So, how about 415 says, how about Nick restructuring to free up some money for his brother Joey? Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about a Nick Bosa restructured contract anyways, with or without a Joey Bosa, because it's one thing that the 49ers do every single year, seemingly, as we sit here and stress out about the cap. They're talking about now restructuring a Kyle Juszczyk or restructuring other contracts around this team. So there's always a way to move money, but it's just like, how much money do they have, especially after the Brock Purdy situation?
I'm super curious as his whole thing plays out. This whole week has been a real alarm clock for me, man, in terms of, I was like, get through this bad year of Ayuk's injury and McCaffrey's injury and 6-11 and, bummer summer and just reset it. I'm like, now you got a last place schedule. Awesome. Now you got Robert Saleh as your D coordinator. Awesome. You got Gus Bradley in the building. Awesome. You got a new special teams coordinator. Awesome. Like, here we go. Arrow up, man. And then all of a sudden, here come the storm clouds. Trouble with Brock Purdy. You're not going to sign Dre Greenlaw. You're not going to sign Hufanga. You're going to lose a lot of players, says Adam Schefter. All this stuff. I need something like to kind of get this right. 408 says in the Humboldt County, speaking of the Bosas,
the northern part of Cali.
He says, by the way, why not Joey Bosa? Don't forget, we all didn't want Jimmy Butler either. I mean, it's not apples to apples, but it does prove to you that sometimes things that you say, things that you say you don't want turn out to be the best thing.
And there were some Warriors fans out there that viewed Jimmy Butler as old and washed. And again, Joey Bosa is only 29 years old. We talk about him like he's 39.
Yeah. 408 says the Bosa constrictors on the edges would be amazing.
I can hear it in Greg Papa's voice already.
And 559 says, do your bro a solid. That would be a Papa, wouldn't it? The Bosa constrictor.
Here comes the Boa constrictor.
Yeah, there you go, man. 415 says, somebody says Debo just posted on the Players Tribune. Good read, goes into a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. Thank you, 415. Good looking out. Hey, John Joe, why don't you run that in the way Medium Impact Brian used to run stories in? He used to run in short of breath.
Yeah.
The stories.
Mib was a hustler.
He was.
He would hustle.
Did I read he moved to San Diego?
Is this true?
I got a text from him and QB1 down in Diego.
QB1 and Mib hanging out?
Yeah, they were hanging out, and he said he moved down here.
Damn.
How about that?
Are QB1 and Mib doing water podcasts down in San Diego?
Possibly.
I mean, the fact that he started a water podcast reviewing water is crazy.
He's curious,
and this is coming from someone that calls himself the water boy.
That's true. He should interview you.
I know, right?
925 says, pallets or not, I have no problem signing Joey Bosa. What does he mean, pallets or not?
Pallets.
But the Niners need to fill all their needs first. After that, if you have money left over for $5 or $6 million, what do you see? Well, one of their needs is edge rusher, guys.
It is.
Yeah,
it is indeed. It is indeed.
408 says, I'll take the Spicoli brothers off the field as long as we get the Hanson brothers on the field. There it is, Young Tone. Hanson brothers, buddy. You don't know them.
Oh.
There's no way you know them.
Whoa. Bob.
Ooh, tell him, Tony.
Dude, first of all, we did this for like an 80s Friday, and I did know them before we played that song.
Respect to your answer.
Bob.
That's very funny. We're talking about the Hanson brothers from the hockey movie Slapshot.
Different Hanson.
Two different Hansons.
Yeah.
But you are, and not to be confused with Hanson Soda of the late 70s and early
sodas.
80s. Yeah. You like those?
Oh, dude, I loved them.
Off-brand?
Yeah, exactly. We used to take them camping every year. Great boat soda.
Because your mom went to Safeway and bought in bulk for saved a couple bucks.
Absolutely.
Believe me, all
we
the
were
moms
a
did.
Hanson family.
But it was a letdown. I was like, my mom can't afford a Coke?
Yeah, but I like
drink
those kiwi strawberries. Those were good.
Okay,
Yeah.
you stick with Hanson.
I ride with Hanson.
Okay, well, in your Friday film review,
Slapshot.
And I know, what are you going to say about Slapshot, bro? The Spinal Tap of sports movies. It's an American. I think it's in the freaking. It's the best. It's the all-time best. Anyway, the Hanson brothers. Once you see the movie, you'll know the reference there, buddy. There you go. 559 says the Giants had Will Clark and Kevin Mitchell as the Pacific Sock Exchange. Maybe the Bosa brothers could be the Pacific Sack Exchange. All right, there you go.
Ideas for Papa already.
650 says, excuse me, why are people such idiots? We already knew that all these players were leaving. It was going to happen at the beginning of the year. 650, I don't think we knew Dre Greenlaw was going to leave. I thought they were going to find a way to sign Dre Greenlaw.
I thought there was a possibility that Dre could leave, and I really do think it's in Dre Greenlaw's best interest to sign a one-year prove-it deal with the 49ers, prove to the league that he's healthy, play in a system that he knows, playing underneath Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley, and then go out and try to get the bag. I don't know what the market's going to look like this year with Dre Greenlaw coming off those injuries. So, yeah, I really don't know what the game plan is there.
408 says, I think Joey would come over with a chip on his shoulder, a little like Debo is going to have a chip on his shoulder in Washington. Ooh. I'm sure there are some brotherly competitiveness things. He'll be good for a year or two. I would say if the money's right, go for it. Go for it there, too. 510 says, the Bosas together. Hey, there you go. There, look at this kid. After I yell at him, he brings it in here. Look at that. You weren't short of breath, though.
Medium impact John Joe Curley.
There it is. Thank you, San Francisco. The Debo Samuel story.
By the way, you see all those highlights on Twitter now of Debo Samuel working out and looking in great shape.
Well, we've seen that in San Francisco. You remember when Kyle Shanahan told us he never received so many shirtless pictures in his life?
Yep.
Debo, guys, let me tell you what. As a guy whose weight goes up and down, you go through weight loss phase, then you gain it.
Yeah.
Then you lose it. Then you gain it.
I understand.
I understand.
Shout out the Abundant Life program.
Shout out Abundant Life.
Shout out the program.
510 says the Bosas together can bring red and golden vibes. Red, get it? Gary Payton style?
Oh.
Red and golden vibes.
I like that.
Yeah, there it is. So,
I was thinking more McDonald's when you say
so
red
anyway,
and gold.
guys, there you go. That's kind of the feeling of you guys. It seems like I would declare mixed reaction.
Definitely mixed
I would
reaction.
say mixed reaction. Age, lack of production, cost. Some people get into the politics. We're not going there.
Nope.
And so, I just can't. I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
But you got your riffs off.
Yeah, we'll see if Nick Bosa and Joey Bosa can work out the art of the deal to get him to San Francisco.
You're on fire, buddy. And 559 probably wraps a bow on this entire segment by saying maybe Tim from Manteca could use his bride as an offering to broker the deal to get the elder Bosa to the Bay.
Nick, if you're listening, anytime you want to sleep with my wife, it's okay. The door's open.
I mean, dude, he said it.
The door is open.
Tim from Manteca, does that go for Joey?
Oh, wow.
Too? All right, on the other side.
It's a Bosa menage a trois.
We talked to Ian Eagle this morning. He had some interesting stuff to say about Steph Curry and the Warriors. We'll get into that and get you ready for the Warriors and the Nets tonight. 8:30, Cooler of Content, 8:50, Matt Mayoko. And congrats to my guy Abe in Burlingame, who heard the Smooth Groove Sarah by Fleetwood Mac, called in, got John Jozier, and won 2 tickets to see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks down in Santa Clara on October 4th. So we'll do one more day tomorrow. Tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. tomorrow, livenation.com. So tomorrow's a Joel day. We'll check that out. Okay, Ian Eagle, some thoughts on Steph Curry's place in history and the Warriors' place in the NBA hierarchy this year. Next on the Sports Leader.
I hate getting older, but I do love my birthday.
It is that time of year. It's March 6th. Tax day's coming up. That's why Steve Moskowitz is on the line right now to tell us, Steve, what to do if you have unfiled or unpaid tax returns.
It's simple. You call us. We talk to you. We listen to you. We hear your story. And so many of the stories are the same. People don't file returns because they didn't have the money to pay them. And then the years go on. No problem. We cut so many deals for that. Or you don't have your records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. Or your bookkeeping is horrible. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department for you. The bottom line is we have everything you need. There's no reason not to file a return, and there's no reason to fear if you can't pay it. There's so many good solutions. We're here to take care of you. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And what we want to do is cut you a great deal and give you back your life, give you back a normal life, let you enjoy your life. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
There he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
David Lombardi joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 2:50 this afternoon. Apparently, that's the best show in America, the greatest show in America, according to Copes. You can hear that interview, and you can hear the whole show live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bridges saves it, but tosses it to Green. Butler to Curry, shooting practice, nowhere.
All right, there you go, man. Ian Eagle was that voice. He'll be at the Warriors-Brooklyn Nets game tonight as he does the Brooklyn Nets for the Yes Network. The Brooklyn Eagles, that'd be a thing. Maybe there was some team there called the Brooklyn Eagles. What are we hearing, by the way, right now?
This is more Chromacopia from last night. Tyler, the creator here.
A little different than the Stevie Nicks, Fleetwood Mac, Sarah.
Yeah,
we got last
I love Tyler, but he makes some very interesting beats and rejoins. Not the greatest rejoin music.
Yeah, it's all right. Hey, I'm all in. Waterboy went to see Tyler, the creator, last night at Chase Center. That was our big topic in the 6 a.m. hour, and bought a T-shirt for $10. Good for him. There it is. Chromacopia. Anyway, Warriors Nets tonight at 4:30. And oh, by the way, if you want to watch the pennant race, I checked in all the scores last night. Clippers beat the Pistons. Now you want to go politics? See, who was at the game was Obama.
Ooh.
And John Joe Curley had a great riff. He said, "What the hell is this guy doing, wasting time at a Clippers game when he could be doing interviews on our show?" That's a running joke there.
That's a great question.
It all started with you, right?
Come on, Barrio.
That I told you to get.
Yeah, you're just like one day you're like, "Hey, Waterboy, book me Barack Obama." I said, "Yeah, let me go into my list of contacts. Let me check my Rolodex."
I remember it was about Willie Mays.
I believe so.
Yeah, it was about Willie's 90th birthday.
Yeah,
you're
like Barrio's not doing anything.
Well, he's a big Mays guy.
Bring him on.
At least he claimed to be. But anyway, so then I transferred that Obama thing over to you when we lost the great Willie Mays last summer. Hey, wasn't that crazy of an ass? Bill Clinton showed up at the freaking funeral, spoke, and is on my Instagram.
That is true.
All right? So it's not that crazy of an ass.
Now, Barack did send in a video message, but I was surprised that he was not there for Willie.
A little disappointed by that, quite frankly. I'll be honest. Hey, lesson for all y'all. As I say this from the other side of the fence. If you ever ask yourself, should I go to the funeral? The answer is you should go to the funeral.
Yeah,
all right? That's just
advice.
my little life advice for you guys. You know who personifies that more than anybody? San Francisco Irish Catholics in the Sunset District.
Ooh.
Or Italians. Tonelli,
I was going to say Tonell, dude.
Every twice a week would show up to work in a dress shirt and slacks. We'd be like, dude, what's going on? He goes, yeah, I got a funeral. Mm-hmm. And then 2 days later, dress shirt and slacks. Funeral? Yeah, St. Cecilia. It's always at St. Cecilia's too, right? Curls does the same thing.
Yep.
He shows up but then again, he shows up in slacks every day.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, so we never know if it's going to be a funeral he's going to or the funeral of the morning show.
Do you ever seen Curls in jeans?
Yeah,
jeans?
One time on St. Patrick's Day, and it blew my mind. He was out there in blue jeans and just like a green T-shirt. I didn't recognize it.
Yeah. It's like when you saw I wore a hoodie one time and you flipped out.
Yeah, hoodie Murph.
I think I should wear another hoodie to
throw off the vibes a little
knock
bit.
you off.
Yeah,
I forget why I was wearing it.
No idea.
What was the reason?
I know, you're a quarter zip guy.
I'll do it again. I'll keep you off.
How about that one day where I wore a quarter zip? I wore my Army-Navy quarter zip, and people were losing their mind.
Yeah.
Even Maria Lopez was like, I thought you were anti-quarter zip.
Well,
I was like, we got enough of them on the show.
It's a convenient garment that keeps you warm. If I took my shirt off now, I'd be a little chilly.
Yeah, but we can't have 4 guys wearing quarter zips on one show.
So should I remove the quarter zip and wear a jacket?
Ooh.
Or you want me to go hoodie tomorrow? I'll go hoodie tomorrow.
I want hoodie Murph.
Okay. I got lots of choices. All right, guys. So back to
so many choices.
Where were we? Ian Eagle
Dubs tonight.
That's right. Ian Eagle and the Dubs. Oh yeah. So the Clippers beat the Pistons. in front of Obama.
Yeah, that's right.
He got a huge ovation. I said, yeah, it's a good thing the game wasn't played down at Mar-a-Lago. Might have been a little different reaction.
Was he sitting courtside next to Biden?
That's a big game, man.
The Denver Nuggets beat the Sacramento Kings, so Kings lost. That's good.
Oh, snuff the beam.
The Milwaukee Bucks beat the Dallas Mavericks. Oh, the poor Mavs.
Bro.
Going the wrong
Last
direction.
night, I saw a highlight of Klay Thompson going to the bench for the Dallas Mavericks, and he was like one of 3 people available on the bench. Like, they're running out of bodies in Dallas now.
I heard somebody drop a curse of the Bambino on them. Like, this is going to last like the Red Sox, 80 years.
I feel so bad for Klay.
The curse of the Luke Bino. Yeah, I mean,
the great Luke Bino.
I mean, seriously, they are boned, absolutely boned going forward.
Sultan of smokes.
Dallas has now fallen to the 10 seed with 31 losses, and then the only one that didn't help last night was Minnesota beat Charlotte, which is as expected. Charlotte's terrible.
Yeah, they're bad.
But if you need to catch up, the Warriors still own the 6th seed. 34-28 going into tonight's game at Brooklyn, 4:30. And if you're going in the all-important loss column, which we always follow, the Warriors have 28 losses. Minnesota has 29. The Clippers have 29. The Kings have 29. That's your update on the pennant race going into tonight. Now, Ian Eagle joined us. He said Brooklyn's going to play hard.
Yeah, they're going to play hard, but let's be honest with it. The Warriors should win this game.
Well, they're 9.5-point favorites.
I was going to say, I saw 10 this morning. I saw them as a double-digit favorite.
Were you checking Rory's line?
I was. Shout out Rory the Greek.
Bro, it's getting even worse. I mean, I don't even want to it's getting even worse.
You mean it's getting better?
It's getting bad.
My guy's winning out there.
I've had to say to him, like, bro, this is like kind of fun for a while, but do not turn into a degenerate on my watch in 7th grade.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, see,
That's
Curly
tough.
doesn't like it. He's
That's
shaking his
tough.
head. Yeah.
I mean, I was giving out bets to my pops when I was in middle school, but I didn't have all these apps where I can use fake coins to make fake bets.
Now to tell you the story again about me putting that $5 bet on the 1982, the Super Bowl 17 on the Redskins, and my dad finding it, and all hell broke loose, and there was no betting in the Murphy household, no gambling under my roof. And here I am watching a kid. Can I check his phone, to make sure he's not, dealing drugs on the side? And last night he sent a text to somebody. He said, I need the Nuggets so bad.
Ooh.
He sent a text, I need the Nuggets so bad.
That's when you know it's bad, when you're begging for the Nuggets, Murph.
It's Nuggets.
Yeah, Nuggets. Shout out Bill Romanowski.
Nuggets.
There it is.
Buddy.
I had to scramble a little bit.
So anyway, so Ian Eagle came on, and we were like, hey, Ian, listen, you do this for a living. You did the Warriors-Knicks game on Thursday night. And they said Shaq went there after the 56-point game. And Shaq said, it's time to really move Steph into your top 10. And I was like, wow, is it that time? And by the way, more to be written, because who knows? He might get more. He could win another title.
You going Natasha Bedingfield on me?
Unwritten. 80s Friday coming up, not 2000s.
The rest is still unwritten.
The last Decades Friday before we go back to reggae is an OO's Friday, so we'll have to use it.
Shout out the 8th inning at Oracle Park. I'm sure you'll hear that soon.
Right, hopefully something different.
There it is, Tone.
Enough of that nonsense. Here you guys go. Ian Eagle said, yeah, I've been around sports a long time. It's time to make the move.
Yeah, I worked the game with Greg Anthony the other night, and Greg was talking about the same stuff, that he was ready to possibly put him in his top 5 all time. And Greg has a great appreciation for the history of the NBA, respects the previous eras, is not one of those guys that says, my era was the best. He's just not wired that way. He's open-minded about all of it. I don't think there's any doubt anymore about top 10 if you just want to go through the numbers of it. But even if you go deeper, he's changed the game. Literally has changed the way the game is played. The three-point shot when he came in was, of course, a big weapon, but it's not what it is today. Today, it's a way of life for certain teams. Certain franchises are building their roster based on this. And a lot of it is because of him. And what you didn't believe was possible is now possible in the NBA because of how he approached the game, how he worked at it, how he perfected his craft. So there's no doubt in my mind that if you're going to start listing the top 10 players of all time, when it's all said and done, Steph Curry's going to be on that list.
Okay, there it is. He moved him into the top 10. Yesterday we broke out the list, and there's room for him. You could bump out a Larry Bird, perhaps, whose career was shortened by injury and doesn't have as many titles as as Curry does. I don't know. You can poke around. I don't know if you want to poke around with a Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
I don't know. You could. There's room for him, but I heard Kerr say yesterday, he was talking to somebody, but he was saying his skill set is second, and his handle and his ability to get shots off is better than anybody in the history of the game.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's the best argument for making Steph Curry top 10 all time, because we broke down his defensive liabilities and how he doesn't have the first team all NBA defensive team prowess of a Kobe Bryant or LeBron James or even a Michael Jordan. But the difference between those guys and Steph Curry is the skill set for the size. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Kobe or Jordan or LeBron aren't skilled, but the reason why we have him in the conversation of greatest of all time is also because of the athletic ability. Like, I don't want to take shots at my guy, Shaquille O'Neal, who's my favorite NBA player of all time. But you take away the size of a Shaquille O'Neal, how much basketball skill does he have? You can make the same arguments about a Bill Russell or a Wilt Chamberlain. Now, again, they are skilled players, but the difference is you take away the size from Steph Curry. He's only 6'3". He still has that shot. So you're talking about the skill set and his ability to now be in this conversation where most of these other guys are 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". These guys are freak athletes. Steph Curry, in my opinion, is not in that same category of being a freak athlete, but he has the skill set of these guys, if not better.
Well, we ripped off like the sort of the barroom 10: Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Magic, Russell, Wilt, Bird, Kobe, Shaq, and then either Tim Duncan, Hakeem, people like that, Oscar Robertson, people like that. Of all those guys, Steph is by far the smallest. Yeah. So to your point, he fills a spot. Somebody said it this way. We like yesterday, we said you can't compare Steph and Kareem. It's like comparing, Willie Mays and Cy Young. You can't compare those guys. Two different positions. How about this? Is Steph the starting point guard on the all-time team?
I think
that's what it is.
I think I might take him over Magic. Yeah,
it comes down to Steph, Oscar, or Magic.
Yeah, I think if I'm building my all-time lineup, I want Steph Curry in it.
It might be the case.
Yeah,
it might be the case.
So if we're going starting five, the greatest starting five of all time, I think you put Steph.
So who's your two? Kobe? No, Jordan. Obviously.
This is a
and then
tough
your
line
three
to
is
fill out.
LeBron. And then your 4 and your 5 can be Shaq and Kareem or Shaq and Wilt or Kareem and Wilt.
Pick your poison.
Yeah.
Hell, maybe throw Magic.
Or
at
if
the
you
4.
really want to go strictly positions, you go Duncan at the 4.
Yeah.
And then you choose Kareem, Wilt, or Shaq at the 5.
Yeah, I'm a Shaq guy.
Are you a Shaq guy?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going Kareem.
Oh, dude, Shaq is my favorite player of all time.
I'm going with Lewis, as the man John Wooden called Lewis. I'm a Shaq guy too, but I'm going Lewis.
Yeah.
Fun stuff. So there we go. We just benched Magic Johnson.
That's it. Take a seat,
Benched
Magic.
Oscar Robertson.
Take a seat, Big O.
Oh, man.
Steph Curry is a game changer and also the legacy
like
of changing the sport of basketball and how it's played.
And again, I'm not necessarily sure it was the best possible thing because the kids are all chucking up threes now instead of working for good passes or better shots. But hey, it is what it is. Don't forget, you're talking to a guy who played the last year of high school basketball without the three-point line.
Think about how much the game has changed from when you were in high school to now your kids playing in middle school and the influence of a Steph Curry.
Dude, and yesterday in our game, I swear to God, our kids must have shot threes in the first 6 possessions. I turned to the coach, I go, what are they doing? What's going on out here?
This was not in the game plan.
And by the way, 0 for 6.
Oh.
0 for 6.
Oh, that's great.
We got a call in from the hometown, from Mill Valley. Is it Joby? Is that the name? Joby in Mill Valley? What's up, Joby? How are you?
What's up, man?
Good. How are you?
We're great, man. What you got?
I think I live like right around the corner from you. We have a mutual friend, Teddy C.
Oh, yeah,
So,
of course. The great Teddy Chin, of course. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
I was listening to you guys talking about how Curry changed the game, and it's like, when we were younger, of a certain age, it was all crashing the key, dunking above the rim, and it just seemed like it was more brute force than skill. And Curry really changed it, where it took it back to being a real skill game, to, being a pinpoint shooter and having to figure out how to get open and then make the shot versus just using your, brute force to get to the key.
Well, I mean, yes, I wouldn't call it like brute. It wasn't just a game of brute force. It was a game of mid-range jumpers. There was a little more passing. There was a little more working for a good shot and post moves, skill shots, Hakeem's fadeaway, the dream shake, the sky hook, you name it. Shaq was brute force, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, Joby, there's no question. And it was a bad connection, Joby. Maybe because, you know why? Because you're up there in the mountain where we live. We don't get good connection. So anyway, thanks for the call. But yeah, I mean, that said, the same way he says it was brute force for Shaq is the same way I would say it's just guys chucking.
Yeah.
Remember the Seinfeld where they called George a chucker? Remember that one? You guys remember? Nobody? Seinfeld, get curls. Come on, curls.
Curly's your Seinfeld
Remember
guy.
when George was playing pickup basketball? They called me a chucker. They call George a chucker, which it must be an East Coast phrase. I would say a gunner, you know? But a chuck, because he just takes bad shots. To be honest, what Steph has done is made a lot of guys into chuckers.
Let it rain.
And so that's the worst part of it. So the answer to the anti-brute force argument is you got to get a bunch of guys just chucking it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Everybody wants to be Steph Curry, but not everybody is Steph Curry.
No.
That's the bottom line.
All right, fun segment. Thank you, Ian Eagle. But we got cooler content and Matt Mayoko coming up, so stay tuned on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby! On The Sports Leader.
All righty, happy cooler of content, everybody. Looking forward to Matt Mayoko at 8:50. The big Niner talk, Joey Bosa, Brock Purdy, and, of course, Adam Schefter saying, yeah, they're going to lose all their players. All that stuff we'll get into. But first, the cooler of content, sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the Rest Easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care closer than you think. All right, it's always the sounds of the day. What's going on out there? What are people putting out there to make you laugh, cry, laugh, think, and cry, right? Isn't that what Jimmy Valvano told us to do that every day?
All three.
You do something that makes you laugh, something that makes you think, and something that makes you cry. I said, you have a cam at my house, apparently, Jimmy V.
Yeah, you're spying on me, Jimmy.
I'll weep at a stoplight. because the tragedy of this world overwhelms me sometimes.
Wow.
You know what I mean? The meaninglessness of it all.
Damn.
But
sounds like you got your own personal things going on.
I do have my own things going on for sure. Demo Lenore, though, he doesn't have his own things going on. He went on IG Live. We digressed on IG Live so long we forgot to play the sound. Yeah. Marcus says he does not do IG Live. Tony,
not an IG Live
you don't do it either?
I've never done it, no.
I'm thinking about doing it, but Marcus said don't do it because if you do it and nobody watches, it'll be sad.
Yeah, how embarrassing is that to start an IG Live but nobody joins the party? It's a bad look.
Well, apparently that was the guy who created the low taper fade digression. He was on IG Live and he ran out of things to say, and that's why he just panicked and said,
Imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade.
Damn. I'm going to have Murph today on IG Live. Imagine if Joey Bosa had a low taper fade.
I told you we were trying to go over plays before the game yesterday, and one of the kids in the back was singing that. Just
Imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade.
Yeah. Imagine if we didn't shoot 3-pointers and you actually ran the actual plays.
Well, we have another game today. We'll see. Demo Lenore on IG Live. DK Metcalf is asked out of Seattle. I loved how he said, I want to go to a contending team. I'm like, oh, good. Seattle's not a contender.
Ooh, shots fired.
Because last I saw, Geno Smith was freaking doing the night-night in my least favorite moment of 2024. Geno Smith doing the night-night on us. But Demo Lenore reacting to the DK Metcalf trade request.
Y'all cannot let DK leave. Y'all can't do that. How am I have fun out there? Najigba, he be crying all day. He cry. That's all he do is cry.
Ref, he holding, ref. Oh no, don't hurt me.
Cry, baby. Bro, I'm not worried about JSN. I'm not. He know that.
Oh, man. Demo will talk.
Oh, he will
He's
talk
called out
that
a number
ass.
of receivers, hasn't he?
And he'll back it up.
Yeah, he will.
Uh-huh. And it was great seeing Demo go one-on-one against DK Metcalf earlier this season. Someone that the 49ers are going to be missing moving forward is those matchups between Charvarius Ward and DK Metcalf, because it sounds like Charvarius Ward is also not returning
that
to the
one
49ers.
we kind of knew. Yeah. That one we knew, yeah. Demo wasn't done on IG Live. He actually talks about the idea, perhaps, of the Niners getting DK Metcalf.
But back to DK, we can't let you leave, bro. Unless you want to be a Niner. Unless you want to be a Niner, that's the only way. But then again, I like going against you. So, because you the only receiver that's going to be out there really on that time. You really, you going to come try to hit somebody in the face. Then I got to show you, I ain't no buster. Hit you back. Then we just going at it. I ain't recruiting. It low-key had me mad when I just got that text in the morning. They talking about he about to leave Seattle. That just got me hot.
Demo, man. He's just like, DK Metcalf's trade request got Demo Lenore so upset he went to Instagram Live. Stay, because I want to compete against you.
Doesn't want that crybaby JSN.
What about I ain't no buster?
I ain't no buster.
How about that?
That's a great line.
Isn't there isn't that bust a move or one of those
going bust a rhymes?
I got a man. No, somebody who talks about not being a buster.
Oh.
Yeah. A buster is a sucker, right,
Yes,
Marcus?
you are correct.
I ain't no buster.
I ain't no buster.
That could be in the Niner win package.
Yeah, but to be honest with you,
win games first,
I do kind of think DK Metcalf is a bit of a buster because I think he's a little bit overhyped. They're saying now, Diana Rossini had a report this morning that the Seahawks are looking for a first-round draft pick and a third-round draft pick in return for DK.
No, bro, no.
I don't think you're getting that kind of value for DK Metcalf.
A fifth? Just trade Debo for a fifth? DK's going to get a first and a player? No.
And we've gone through all the trade packages. The Raiders sending Devontae out to New York for a third-rounder. The Buffalo Bills had to include a fifth and a sixth to get a second-rounder for Stephon Diggs when they traded him to Houston. I don't think DK is going to get you that type of trade package. He's also asking for another $30 million contract, and I think he's a little overrated. He thinks he's Calvin Johnson, but he's not in that category. He's not Megatron.
I can speak as a fantasy guy. I've had him a couple times, and he'll be inconsistent.
He's boomer bust.
Yeah, he is.
And a lot of it comes down to the deep ball. And it feels like a lot of the time when you send him over the middle, he'll get alligator arms, which he should not have for being such a big, tough guy wide receiver. And also, I don't like that lightning bolt that he does over his eye with the eye black.
Look at you. We tapped into an anti-DK Metcalf strain on you.
Yeah, buster. And I don't think he's come to the 49ers.
By the way, shout out to the text group helping me out. It's Scrubs, TLC. They say don't be a buster. Thank you, 408. 408 adds, great song. Hey, could be on a 90s Friday. You never know. So last year, DK only started 12 games. He was injured. Had 66 catches for 992 yards, 15 yards a catch, 5 touchdowns. His last full season, let's just say he was 26 years old, and he started 16 games, 66 catches, 1,114 yards, big numbers, 16.9 yards a catch, 8 touchdowns. So very, very good. Yes. Made the Pro Bowl. But again, that was when he was 26. He's now 28.
Yeah.
He'll be 28 going into
And
the
I think
season.
he's a good wide receiver. I just don't view him as an elite wide receiver. Like, he tries to be the big guy, the tough guy. Like I said, he kind of imagines himself in the Calvin Johnson mold, but he ain't no Calvin Johnson.
Yeah. By the way, the No Scrubs community is just pouring in on the text line. Thank you guys so much.
We don't want no scrubs.
I knew it was in my head somewhere.
We don't want no DK Metcalf.
Yeah, she says also known as a buster. That's right. Thank you very, very much. Warriors were in New York City. We talked about that, having an entire night and day off in New York. What a schedule break they got. Playing the Knicks on a Tuesday night and the Nets on a Thursday, giving them the whole Wednesday. Young Tony asked us yesterday in a hot question, what's your day? What do you do with your day in New York? It was a hell of a question. My mind was racing and spinning. There's two different answers. There's the one when you're a family man, Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building, you do all that. And then there's the one where you're a beat writer with the day off. And you're hitting every Irish pub in town. You're hitting every pizza joint in town. Going to see some live music, all that good stuff. But the Warriors had a celebration for Draymond Green's 35th birthday. So here they are at a restaurant in New York, and Steph is filming it. And, listen to Draymond's wish here.
Y'all know what my wish is?
Number five.
Number five. That's 5 candles.
They're calling it out.
I mean, Draymond is doubling down with these championship predictions. And how could you argue against them right now? They're 9-1 with Jimmy Butler. Yeah. Now, they're still in the 6th seed right now and have to go through the gauntlet that is the Western Conference and deal with the L.A. Lucas and LeBron James, who just reached 50,000 points. But Murph, man, the vibes have changed. And you can see it from Draymond Green at the All-Star game or Draymond Green at his birthday celebration. 5 candles on the cake because he wants that 5th ring.
Are you saying anything is possible is what you're saying?
Anything is possible.
Now, the 5 seed, they're 3 back of Houston. Now, here's the catch. I'm just going to kind of just spitball here. 6 seed gets you either Denver or the Lakers right now. I'd wait around for that. If you get to the 5 seed, you have a good chance you're playing Memphis or Houston. Okay?
Bring it on.
Yes. That's what I'm looking for.
Bring it on.
So keep winning. Keep kicking down doors. Just keep freaking winning.
One game at a time.
Do we want to get the Chalamet one in?
Chalamet.
Want to do that one?
Chalamet, what up?
This came from him at the Screen Actors Guild Awards. He won for A Complete Unknown. He did not win the Oscar. That went to my man Brody, Adrian Brody.
With that long speech, right?
Did he make he made a long speech. He told the pipe down on the music and all that.
I heard a couple of riffs where he stopped the Oscar music.
Yeah, let me tell you what.
I didn't know that was possible.
That whole show stunk to high heaven.
Anything is possible.
So here's the deal. He got his award, and listen to this. The reason why we're playing this is, first of all, we're Chalamet heads dating way back to COVID when Michael Rappaport accosted him at a newsstand in L.A.
Chalamet, what up?
Yeah. Is that you filming me, man?
Acting like you all that. You ain't all that, Chalamet.
Well, apparently he is all that.
He is now.
Yeah, he is.
He definitely is.
So he got this award, and after his College Game Day hit, we're like, bro, does this guy have sports chops? So here's him. He is accepting this award for A Complete Unknown at the Screen Actors Guild.
I can't downplay the significance of this award because it means the most to me. And I know we're in a subjective business, but the truth is I'm really in pursuit of greatness. I know people don't usually talk like that, but I want to be one of the greats. I'm inspired by the greats. I'm inspired by the greats here tonight. I'm as inspired by Daniel Day-Lewis, Marlon Brando, and Viola Davis as I am by Michael Jordan and Michael Phelps, and I want to be up there. So I'm deeply grateful to that. This doesn't signify that, but it's a little more fuel. It's a little more ammo to keep going. Thank you so much.
Chalamet.
Okay, Chalamet.
Going Jordan and Phelps.
I know.
Pretty
I was
interesting.
not expecting the athletes to be idolized.
Interesting. By the way, nice cross-section. Daniel Day-Lewis. Young Tone, you down with a DDL, Daniel Day-Lewis?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good man, good man.
Ooh,
a
Gangs of
Marlon
New York.
Brando? You down with a Marlon Brando kid?
Absolutely.
Right,
These are great names.
And then Viola Davis. That was a good way to go cross. You got to recognize the female actor. Didn't go Meryl Streep. Interesting. But Viola Davis has come on with some strong performances in the last few years. But then he goes Jordan and Phelps. Would you guys say, if you're saying the greatest? I think some people would have said Tom Brady. Not me. Tiger Woods is the one he left out, I think.
Yeah, Tiger's a good one.
But, I mean, Jordan and Phelps ain't bad.
No, not at all.
Not bad at all.
Throwing a Steph Curry into that
Do
conversation.
you come in here every morning chasing greatness?
Every day, Murph.
Yeah,
I'm
buddy.
always chasing greatness.
Yeah, buddy.
So is my guy, Young Tony. And that's why I was confused whether or not that was sound from Chalamet or sound from Young Tony's interview when he showed up in a suit.
He was chasing greatness.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey,
Young
man.
Tony's always chasing greatness.
Marcus said to me, I was walking through the halls with Kevin Graham getting the whole tour. Marcus is like, dress for the job you want, not for the job you're interviewing for.
That's why I wear quarter zips, buddy.
And look at
It's
the kid
job
now.
I want.
Look at the kid now.
Yes, exactly. So we used to have on our Ronnie Lott intro, because we had Ronnie every Friday for years and years and years. And one of the cuts they used was, man, don't you just want an opportunity to be great? And so there it is, man. We used to say that, sometimes say that to the kids. Don't you want an opportunity to be great? Go get it. And Chalamet's doing this kid, I tell you. This kid's doing it. Is there eventually a Chalamet backlash coming or something?
Oh, there's always a backlash.
He's probably going to do some stinker movie and everybody's going to be really bummed out.
Yeah, he'll get canceled in a couple
Dune
weeks.
Dune 2? Anybody?
I never really dove into Dune 2.
Young Tone, Dune 2? Yeah, no?
No.
All right.
Also, they were riffing about it, like, what is the movie even about?
Yeah, no good.
There's a bunch of worms in the middle of the desert, I think.
I have the Rappaport Chalamet. You guys want to hear?
Oh, please.
Well, 4 and 5 says, by the way, Chalamet should have gone Serena Williams. That would have been good.
That's a good take,
here it
too.
is. This is from Michael Rappaport turns a corner in L.A. and he sees young actor Timothy Chalamet. This is like 5 years ago.
My man Chalamet. Chalamet, what up?
What's up, bro? You filming me?
Yeah, you Chalamet, right?
Yeah, we'll see you around, bro.
Act like you all that. You ain't all that. F*** you. F*** you, Chalamet. Act like you all that. F*** out of here.
Unbelievable, man.
What a back and forth.
One of the most incredibly random and, I don't know, even if it was set up, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't care.
And going with Chalamet was the key to the whole thing.
Chalamet, what up?
All right, guys. There you go. Cooler of content in the books. Matt Mayoka with some big Niner talk, man. Brock Purdy holdout chances. Joey Bosa on a discount to the family. Mom wants it. And, of course, Schefter saying they're going to lose all these players. Let's chew the fat with Matt Mayoka, who I will be on a Giants ticket draft with tonight.
Ooh, big draft night.
7:30 tonight.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. I'll let you know how it goes. Will I draft a Dodger game? Next on the Sports Leader.
Act like you all that. You ain't all that. F*** you.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Thursday morning with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money sports action with daily fantasy winnings. Prize Picks has over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. And tonight, you got the opportunity to maybe add a few Warriors into your Prize Picks lineup as they are taking on the Brooklyn Nets today at 4:30 p.m. So make sure you get that lineup in early. And how about you throw in a couple picks that I've been picking lately with the Dubs? It's Brandon Pajemski to have more than 18 total points and rebounds combined. I've been hitting that with Draymond Green to have more than 18 points, rebounds, and assists combined. Pods and Draymond Green both putting up better offensive numbers with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. So join me on Prize Picks and add those picks to your lineup, or you can fade my picks and go the other way. Either way, all you need to do is download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER, and we will give you a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And the best part about it is you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, every week at this time, we talk 49er football. It's on YouTube and Twitch. You can see the handsome mug of a Matt Mayoko, who, I'm asking you, Marcus, does that look like a man who's going to draft a Dodger game tonight?
Oh, see, that's a great question. I know it's a big draft night. I would say the odds are that Matt Mayoko does not draft a Dodgers game.
What if I said to Matt, after our famous smackdown of the Dodgers?
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Maddie, that what if times have changed so much that the incredible rock star force of the Dodgers is so much that you almost want to go out of a morbid curiosity?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that when I got the phone call this morning, I was in the stages of finalizing my draft list for tonight. And I'm not going to tip my hand. Don't want to give anybody any advantage. Whoever's, Murph, you're listening. Like if Patty's out there listening, don't want to let her know what I'm going to be drafting. So, I'm going to keep this under wraps.
Well, that's the question, Matt. Have you put in more work?
Go ahead. Everything is on the table. We're going to consider all options.
Now, I just need to know whether or not you've put in more work for your draft board, drafting your Giants season tickets, or with your mock drafts in the 49ers draft board.
The mock drafts, oh man, back in the day, I used to agonize over those things, like to an unhealthy degree, making phone calls and just really going for it. And now my assignment has been I think I do 4 or 5 mock drafts leading into it. And so what I've done with my first 3 mock drafts is give the 49ers a different player every time so that I kind of cast a wide net, and therefore I can hopefully be able to say, see, I got it right. It might have been on February 22nd, but I got it right.
Well, you have to go with the old Gary, as Marcus and I know from doing picks every Friday, the old Gary Radness line, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Nobody remembers mock drafts anyways.
You'd be surprised. Well, maybe nobody remembers, but you'd be shocked at how many people get angry at the 49ers for me selecting who I project them taking at 11.
Well,
are they so stupid that they would make that call? Oh my God, they need to fire John Lynch. And I'm like, people, take a deep breath. It's just me projecting who I think, could be there. And so the last one, you guys are setting me up. I went with Tyler Warren, the Penn State tight end, on my previous mock draft. Now I'm going with him not being available at number 11. And then the guy I just picked earlier this week, Armand Membu, he's probably not going to be available either. So right now, those are the 2 latest guys that I have. So Armand Membu, the offensive lineman from Missouri, good size, although a little bit not as tall as you want from an offensive tackle, but he's 330 pounds. He had a 36-inch vertical and ran a sub-5-second 40. So he very well could end up being the first offensive lineman taken in this draft.
It was a loud, grunting 42. I want him to be drafted by the Niners, Marcus, so that if he plays well, we can create a fan club called Memboo's Only.
Ah, right, nice. Nicely done, Murph.
There you go. Oh. And jackets, too. We can wear jackets.
We're going to wear the jackets.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And then wrapping up these little draft drifts, because Matt and I share season tickets to the Giants. Matt, I'm just going to draft best available game. Best available game.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
There you go.
Especially early in the draft, Murph. You can never go wrong.
Never go wrong. Don't want to draft from need. I'm going to draft best available. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you need a win and you want to pick whatever, the Marlins or something, go for it. But I say best available early on.
Okay. Is Joey Bosa the best available free agent pass rusher in his price range for the 49ers?
Well, it depends what that price range is. If it's the price range of previous Joey Bosa contracts, obviously not. He's just missed so much time, and he's had the injury issues that has been, a major reason for concern. He's not old, but man, he sure seems, he's up there in age, 9 years in the NFL. I think it's a possibility. I really do. Wow. And it's going to, and part of the reason I think it is because, I mean, it is a position in need. That they would have to make some other moves. Like I wouldn't expect, for instance, if the 49ers were to show interest, and I mean, they have to show interest in him, but if they were to sign him, it would be a short-term deal, relatively speaking, not a whole lot of guaranteed money. Again, relatively speaking, it might have to be incentive laden, and then there would be some counter moves too. Like I don't think they would have Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos and Joey Bosa. So they would have to, for the talk last week, John Lynch, saying wants to get younger, and people will be like, well, if they want to get younger, why are we even having this discussion about Joey Bosa? And the answer would be, there'd be some give and take. Bosa's 29 years old or whatever he is, or he'd be 30, I guess. And Leonard Floyd is 33. So, if you replace Leonard Floyd with Joey Bosa, you theoretically get 3 years younger. But, I think it's a real thing because those guys, they're close. And I think they've gotten a lot closer through the years. The only other time they played together was at St. Thomas Aquinas in Fort Lauderdale. I think Nick was a freshman. Joey was a senior. They never overlapped at Ohio State. This is their last chance. I think this is their last chance. We don't know how much longer Joey's going to be able to play or want to play. And here it is. It's right out there for them. So we'll see. Put it this way. Would not surprise me at all if it happens. And I almost go the other way. Like, I think I'd be mildly surprised if it didn't happen.
Yeah, man. And you mentioned it. To me, it's all about the finance and how much money the 49ers are going to have available to spend this offseason, which, of course, correlates to the Brock Purdy contract situation. So how aggressive do you think the 49ers are going to be in free agency with the upcoming Brock Purdy contract? And do you think that the Brock Purdy contract can have an effect about whether or not they go after a guy like Joey Bosa early on or any of these other free agents this offseason?
Well, I think if something happens with Bosa, it's going to happen, in the next couple of days. So now he isn't part of that whole unrestricted free agent mix where teams have to wait until Monday in order to talk to him. Since the Chargers released him, and I'm assuming he'll go out on the personnel notice, the wire today as being released. The Chargers announced it at 7 p.m. last night. So they can contact him. They could sign him tomorrow. They could sign him later today if they wanted to, if they felt such inclined. And so I would think that something with him would happen sooner than later. Again, I don't necessarily see the 49ers risking, putting themselves out there. And there's a financial risk with Joey Bosa. We all know that. I mean, just look at the number of games that he's missed in the last 3 years alone, and then even the games he missed prior to that. So I don't see that having a huge impact on the salary cap. And there's other ways, if they put it this way, if they decide Joey Bosa over Leonard Floyd, they'd be saving some money with Leonard Floyd. They'd be investing some money in Bosa. So I don't see that as being a huge thing. 49ers have plenty of space on the salary cap, $30 million or so. They can do some other things to create some money for now. I just think with Brock Purdy, it's not so much this year. It's just the money down the road. And so, that's why I expect them to try to do something. They're not going to want to pay $60 million. They're not going to want to pay $55 million, for, they're going to try to get it for as inexpensive as you can. But even when you get that contract with Purdy, it's going to have a minimal impact on the cap this year. It's just for future seasons where it's going to have an impact. And that's part of the reason why they decided to bite the bullet with Deebo Samuel and just take all of that $31 million hit right now, because if you push it out further, it's credit card spending, you push it out further, you have all these other guys who you've pushed further out as well as far as the impact on the salary cap. So I think that there's plenty of opportunity for them to make a move or two. Nothing like signing the highest priced offensive lineman or highest priced defensive lineman in the NFL, but they can still get a lot accomplished in addition to the 11 draft picks.
One more question on Brock Purdy's contract. Jason La Canfora reported earlier this week that the 49ers offered a starting offer of $45 million. From what you're hearing around the building, is there any accuracy to that report?
Yeah, I don't know about that. But that, if it is, then, I would expect the first offer or counter proposal, I should say, $60 million. $61 million. That's probably what you're looking at from Purdy's side. Make him the highest paid player in the league. Maybe even more than that, because it'll kind of filter out and sift down to a number that theoretically should work for both sides. So $45 million, that might be, that's probably right or close to it, maybe a little bit north of that. And then you kind of figure out what works. And so where that number ends up, I don't know. I could definitely see Brock Purdy being the kind of guy, and maybe this is just kind of stereotype of being around. I could see him being the guy that just kind of says, let's let this play out a little bit. And then, the priority on both sides is to get the deal done, get him in camp, do nothing with him that has any impact on this coming season. From the 49ers standpoint, they're kind of walking a tightrope too, because they've already said, he's the guy. John Lynch has said it. Kyle Shanahan has said it. They have both said, as long as we're here, we want Brock Purdy to be here. So they got to be careful that they don't also disrespect Brock Purdy and lowball him and give him something that the rest of the locker room is going, what are we talking about here? What? Why are they doing that to Brock? I mean, he is a highly respected guy in that locker room. And if they try to lowball him and pay him like a middle of the pack quarterback, that's going to have a lasting impact too, as far as just how the organization is recognized.
So you're saying that whole concept of just play at 5.1 this year and then franchise tag that Schefter floated out, you're putting that at like less than 1% or higher than 1%?
I just can't see that. I have a really difficult time seeing it come to that, because I think that would be viewed in that locker room as not a good thing. And I think the 49ers have, over the past several years, been viewed in that locker room as an organization that does the right things. And yes, they've had contentious contract squabbles and negotiations with some of their players, but to just flat out disrespect their quarterback, the guy that they say, is the future, and the guy that they have been, talking glowingly about since he got to the team, boy, that would be a tough one for, I think, a lot of guys in that locker room.
Matt, we haven't had a chance to talk to you since the Deebo Samuel trade. We'd love to get your breakdown of the end of the Deebo Samuel era in San Francisco, the trade package that they got in return, and also the financial ramification and what it means for the future of that wide receiver room.
Yeah, I think that the 49ers had a difficult decision. It was going to be difficult for them to move on from Deebo Samuel because of all he's done and the relationships he has inside that building. But when he requested the trade, it kind of just absolved the 49ers of any potential for wrongdoing and mistreating Deebo. So once he said that, and John Lynch, told Deebo, sleep on it, we're going to sleep on it, and let's talk again. And they both, after sleeping on it, it's like, yeah, this is the right move. The time is right. And so, everything I understand, they part ways on very good terms. In fact, Deebo wrote something for the Players Tribune, speaking glowingly of his 6 seasons with the 49ers. So I think the time was right. It does leave a major void in that offense because for most of the time Deebo was with the 49ers, he was the guy. The offense was geared around him. He was the guy that, that after a quick change in a big important game, he would run up to Kyle Shanahan and say, "Give me the ball," and Kyle Shanahan would give him the ball, and more often than not, Deebo Samuel delivered. So it does leave a gaping hole in that offense that they're going to have to do some different things. Is there a Deebo Samuel out there available in the draft? I don't know, but I can tell you this. The last 4 or 5 years, every time I'd go to the scouting combine, there are receivers talking about them wanting to be the next Deebo Samuel, that they have that kind of versatility in the passing game, in the running game. So we'll see. The Bears have a lot of work to do with that wide receiver room because we don't know what Brandon Ayuk, we don't know his status. The team doesn't know his status. He's scheduled in about a week or so to have a follow-up consultation with Dr. Neil Elatrash, who's the person who did the surgery for him. So they'll have a better idea of when they can expect Brandon Ayuk back. But right now, you kind of take Brandon Ayuk out of the equation. You have Juwan Jennings, you have Ricky Pearsall. That is it. And they're hoping that Jacob Cowing can make that leap. But they got some work to do in that wide receiver room. And, from a financial standpoint, the 49ers do bite the bullet and take on that $31 million cap hit for a fifth-round draft pick. I think that's probably what everybody kind of thought it would be because he only had the 1 year left on his contract. So, Washington's getting him for 1 year, and they're picking up that $17.55 million pay for this year. So, that's probably about as well as it could get for the 49ers as far as the compensation back. But I think this is an opportunity or a chance for there really to be 3 winners. 49ers move on from that contract. They do well by Deebo. They send him to a place where he wants to go for his fresh start. And then also the Commanders for 1 year, and then we'll see if it turns into a long-term union there. But they're getting a guy that I think fits very well with what the Commanders do, and also pairing him with Terry McLaurin. I think it gives Deebo Samuel an opportunity to have success, a very motivated Deebo Samuel, an opportunity to have success.
Yeah, we can talk about his Players Tribune piece on the other side. But last two for you, Matt. Just 2 texts came in on you. 917 says, I would not hire Matt Maiocco to do my contract. The right way to counter 45 is $65 million. Any top 10 QB in a new salary cap year resets the market way higher than you think. This guy's here out negotiating you. All right,
yeah, well, that's why I'm not a negotiator. But no, that's absolutely true. I remember our friend, the late, great Dwight Clark, when he was the general manager, one time he told me, he goes, these contract negotiations are a bunch of BS. Like, I have to lowball, they highball, and then we meet in the middle for a number that I could have just given them right from the beginning anyway. It's a waste of time. He goes, I know where the contract's going to end up, but I have to play this song and dance. So that's part of it too. This one's a little bit more complicated just because there's such a wide range of what people think that Brock Purdy is worth. So, yeah, I mean, every year the contracts go up. There's a very right, people right-minded saying, well, at this point, I mean, you do, like Marcus said, I mean, he could play for $5 million this year. You could franchise him. Who are you negotiating against? You're negotiating against yourselves. And so the 49ers could look at, well, just because Jacksonville paid Trevor Lawrence this, Miami played Tua Tagovailoa this, the Cowboys kind of screwed up their situation and paid Dak Prescott that. Why should the 49ers pay Brock Purdy this? So there's a lot of factors in this, and I still think, he'll be highly compensated, fairly compensated, but we'll see. I don't know where that number is going to fall, but, man, I would think it's highly unlikely that they would, put his feet to the fire and have him play this season for $5 million. That's a tremendous risk for him, and it just doesn't treat him with as much respect as I think he deserves.
And finally, 458 says, is Maiocco wearing an Oregon sweater?
I am.
There it is.
I am.
There it is.
I visited my daughter up there a couple of weeks ago, and this was the sweatshirt we both landed on. It was a mutual decision and a unanimous decision that this would be the sweatshirt.
Your work is done. That's it. I'll see you tonight, buddy, for the best available game. All right, bud?
Okay.
And,
all right, sounds great.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Be good.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Matt Mayoko on your YouTube, on your Twitch, wearing Oregon sweatshirts, saying the Niners are not going to hold Purdy's feet to the fire, saying he'd be surprised if Joey Bosa goes elsewhere.
Yeah. Sounds like he seems like Joey could be a 49er maybe by the end of this weekend.
Man, oh, man. We'll talk about that on the other side. Deebo Samuel wrote his farewell to San Francisco on the other side. It's a Thursday, baby, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. And you just heard Matt Mayoko say that Joey Bosa would be a great fit with the Niners. He said he would be surprised if it didn't happen. So what do you think? Should the Niners go after Joey Bosa in free agency? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
There it is. We were talking earlier today about, here it is. There it is. I knew it. I knew it was in my brain.
Also known as a buster.
I knew it was in my brain because Demo Lenore, it is all time. New York City, when I was visiting the lovely Candy Sue in our first week together, we went to a music store, and this is the disc I bought. I was like, give me this. And I stand by it. I ride with it.
Turns out Brian Murphy is not a scrub because Candace don't want no scrubs.
Well, that's it. She's stuck with a scrub. I'll tell you that right now. And a buster at that point in time.
That's me riding passenger side, trying to holler out the window.
This all comes back because Demo Lenore went on IG Live, and he said that when he and DK hit each other, he says, DK hits me first, and he says, I ain't no buster.
I ain't no buster.
I ain't no buster.
So I said, my brain, my caffeinated, sleep-deprived brain said, Marcus, what song says I'm not a buster? I'm not a buster. And the text police came in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and said, dude, TLC no scrubs, so thank you. They closed the circle for us. Thank you. And you gave us the best rejoin of the day with apologies to Chromacopia.
Yeah, shout out Chromacopia and Tyler, the Creator last
Marcus
night.
went to see Tyler, the Creator, at Chase Stone on Wednesday night.
On a
But
Wednesday
I was thinking about
night.
that. You said it was sold out.
Yeah.
And the night before, you were at Splash watching the Warriors play the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
And you said there was a huge crowd there for the Deftones, an alt metal band out of Sacramento.
How about that, the Deftone
And
Army?
you said that they packed the house, too.
Absolutely, back-to-back nights.
And you know what I said to you? I said, you know who's collecting all those receipts? Jumpin' Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
Bro, I mean, he owns that building. He ain't paying anybody.
Yeah.
Give me where's the receipts?
Yeah.
How'd the Deftones do?
And I can report those drinks were still $20 yesterday, even at a Tyler, the Creator concert.
Are they buying drinks in Chromacopia?
I even asked a question to the bartender. I said, what's the difference between price points between a concert and a Warriors game? And she said, to be honest with you, I think it's like $1 or $2 more at the concert than it is at a Warriors game.
He said, don't you want Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, mark it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Jimmy Butler got 2 years for $112 million because the Deftones and Tyler, the Creator sold out the
Simple
joint.
as that. Thank you, Tyler, for saving the Warrior season.
Yeah, man, oh, man. By the way, you bought the tickets off a secondary site or whatever they call it, third-party site or whatever they call that.
Sniped it like 30 minutes before the show.
And we need to digress on this at some point on a slower day, too, is, the demise of the scalper. Yeah. The demise of the scalper, which was a real part of American culture, and any culture, really, any sporting culture. Yeah. You got to go with those guys. You got to deal with them. You got to negotiate. You got to see the characters who are. You got to hear their pitches. You got to push back. You got to get great seats. You got to get, I mean, I got a million scalper stories, and just because I grew up in the era of the scalper. But, I mean, for example, like Greg Silver's dad and I once bought tickets from a scalper in Detroit, Michigan to what we thought was a Luscious Jackson show. That was a all-female indie band that was playing that we thought was cool.
Luscious.
And they were fake tickets.
See, that's the issue with scalpers.
We got stymied.
Yeah. That's part of the scalping game.
So, that said, I also remember you told me what you paid for Tyler last night.
Oh.
Wait, you want to go public with that or no?
Yeah, a couple $100.
So, but I said, you think that sounds like a lot? In 2005, I went and saw U2 on my own, by myself, in Oakland, because I wanted to have a spiritual connection. And I paid $180. This is 2005. From a guy wearing a Julian Peterson home gamer in the parking lot at Oracle. I remember that. I'm like, I'm giving Julian Peterson $180.
That's it, dude. Yeah. That's a little sketchy. He's wearing that jersey selling tickets.
Shout out to Julian Peterson, a forgotten Niner. Good player.
Hell yeah.
Good player.
Hell yeah.
98, Michigan State.
Forgotten, just like the scalpers.
And then I have the Sam Farmer story on scalpers, where Sam Farmer, when we were at the LA Times together and the Lakers were at the peak of their powers, 88, 87, 88, Sammy loved the Lakers, but he couldn't pay tickets to get in. So he told me the whole plan. You wait until the second quarter, dude. Second quarter. He goes, you gotta wait, buddy. He goes, and then you wait almost until the end of the second quarter. And he told me then you can get, and then he made friends with ushers and got down to the front row. So I did it with him one night, and we were out there, and it was getting a little late. The parking lot was emptying, and these guys were a little rough. Mm-hmm. Sammy was like, dude, I'll give you $5 for those tickets. And the guy was like, the guy was like swearing at us. He wanted to punch Sammy. He goes, $5, mother, blah, 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 blah. And Sammy goes, oh, hey, dude. In his simple Sammy voice, he goes, there's a McDonald's over there. Do you want me to get some ketchup so you can eat those a little easier, bud? And the guy was like, man, blank you, and threw the tickets in his chest, and we got in for $5.
Supply and demand.
And then we walked down to the second row.
Look at that.
Yeah, saw the second half of the game.
Yeah, but it is also a dangerous game that you are playing. You got to make sure that the scalpers don't run out of tickets and sell their tickets. It's kind of like me last night. I waited 30 minutes before the show started, and I saw the ticket prices dropping from 5 to 4 to 3 to about that 250 range where I cashed in last night. So you are playing that game because, Murph, I didn't want to wait any longer because I didn't want to miss Little Yachty opening up for Tyler, the Creator.
What if you had waited past Little Yachty? Bet you would have saved $100.
Yeah, maybe, but then they also
It's a ballsy move, though.
But also, like, on these third-party apps, they'll cut you off. Like, they'll be like, you have 30 minutes still to buy this ticket.
You know what? Blank the third-party apps for so many reasons. Because you know what? Those scalpers I told you about, even the ones we bought the fake Luscious Jackson tickets to, and the $5 tickets to the Lakers games, no fees.
Yeah. Oh,
no
dude.
freaking fees.
Dude, I can't. Don't get me started,
No
bro.
fees.
I told you about the fees I had to drop on my World Series tickets.
Well, shouldn't we have? We've had two presidents the last couple of years. Just get
Figure it
political
out.
up in this piece.
Yeah.
One of those guys didn't the older guy, the guy who was really old, was asleep all the time. Didn't he say he was going to get rid of fees?
That's a big game, man.
He did. He said he was going to get rid of fees. Now this new guy's saying everything. He hasn't got rid of fees either.
And my question is, what's the service that they're providing me? It's the
called a
service
frickin'
fee.
Shakedown is what
I'm
it is.
going online. I'm picking the ticket. I'm paying with my credit card. I don't even talk to real human beings. I'm dealing with an AI bot. What kind of service are you giving me where you're going to charge me half the price of the damn ticket? That's my issue.
Man, the same way I want to get rid of instant replay. Because, again, I was caught in a game the other day. It was like a 55-minute delay over who touched the ball last, you know? So I want to get rid of third-party ticket. Bring back the scalper.
Yeah.
Bring back the scalper is the marketplace at its purest. You know what I mean? Just like, let's have a human interaction. Let's reach an agreement. Let's shake hands and give me those tickets.
Our society needs the sketchiness of some scalpers.
Exactly, dude. Usually, too, they're characters.
Yeah.
They get some riffs off.
They are interesting.
Usually some pretty funny dudes.
I will say, I can report that the street vendors are still alive and well. It was one of my favorite part about going to the Oakland Coliseum, the gear and the swag that you can get from people selling out of their back pockets. I'm talking T-shirts that were tucked into your pants, and they would sell it on the second market. Last night, leaving the concert, I pulled out $10 and said, hey, bud, I got $10 for that shirt. Take it or leave it. He said, 15. I said, take it or leave it. $10, and now I'm wearing the shirt.
You're wearing the shirt. It looks great. And by the way, that guy made more on that shirt than I made on a flat screen TV.
That's all time.
And by the way, multiple people checking in. Yes, of course, Mount Scalpermore begins and ends with Mike Damone, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Have you forgotten the magnetism of a Robin Zander? And, of course, the Earth, Wind, and Fire tickets for Curtis Jefferson's little brother, et cetera, et cetera. Young Tone, Damone, Fast Times, Scalper.
No.
Are you out on Fast Times at Ridgemont High?
I'm not I just haven't seen it. I'm not out on it.
So I know you want to watch The Replacements.
Yeah.
With all due respect, bro.
Wow.
I mean, Slapshot and Fast Times.
I'd say they have more of a cultural impact. As much as I love The Replacements, my guy Shane Falco.
Yeah, you can listen. There's many Fridays ahead. We'll see. So anyway, were we going to talk Niners there?
I don't know. Niners, Warriors, or Scalpers?
What was Demo Lenore and the Buster?
Ah, that's right. That's how we got into that conversation.
Well, we have that on the other side. Demo Lenore talking. Matt Mayoko talking about Brock Purdy and Joey Bosa. Let's get into what they had to say. And guys, we started the show talking Joey Bosa. We'll end the show talking Joey Bosa. Next on The Sports Leader.
I ain't no buster.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's been a Joey Bosa day all day. Also a Warriors Nets day. We got Warriors. We enjoyed Iron Eagle. If you missed that, you can go to our podcast. Or I've learned that you can go to the YouTube stream and just rewind, huh?
Absolutely.
Okay. That means if we say something very damaging or injurious, it's there forever and we can lose our careers.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
I mean, it's always kind of been like that with podcasting, but yeah, now there's video evidence of us saying stuff.
You can see how handsome we are. Look at us.
You see my new T-shirt.
Yeah. And your upside-down Giants hat.
That's it, upside down.
Is this another Tyler vibe?
This is another Tyler.
Tyler, the Creator.
It's a Tyler, the Creator Thursday.
Except for Sarah by Fleetwood Mac and No Scrubs by TLC.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget 80s Friday. Bangers only on Friday.
Oh, a Tyler Thursday turns into an 80s Friday.
The last 80s Friday before we get to summertime reggae Fridays.
Yeah, Tyler will sample a track from the 80s too.
TK, Tim Kawakami joining Pop. Oh, he will. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning with his thoughts on Joey Bosa and the like. All right, Joey Bosa was released late last night by the L.A. Chargers. The L.A. Chargers, and immediately his mom, Cheryl Bosa, went to social media saying, bring him to the Bay. Sent a picture up of them as high school teammates when Nick was a freshman and Joey was a senior. Obviously, it all comes down to two very simple questions, his age and the cost. You had a thought, though.
Yeah, because you mentioned the fact that he was released by the L.A. Chargers. Now, I saw this morning on Twitter. I didn't fact check it, so maybe someone can double check for me. But I saw with Joey Bosa being released by the Chargers that they no longer have any connections to the city of San Diego because he was the last San Diego Charger on the roster.
Wow.
How about that for a cool stay?
Well, that's kind of sad.
It is. And I mentioned this the other day talking about Max Crosby. And by the way, shout out to my guy Max getting the bag, $35 million per year. But him and Colton Miller are the only two actual players on the team that have a connection to the city of Oakland, playing for the Oakland Raiders and also the Las Vegas Raiders.
Man, oh man. Wow. Well, no more San Diegos. No more San Diego Superchargers.
San Diego.
Told you one of the biggest fights I ever saw was at a Chargers-Raiders game. I was covering the Raiders in 99. It was just open brawling going on at Jack Murphy Stadium. Just open brawl, or Qualcomm, whatever the hell they were calling it. I was like, damn, these guys are going after it.
Yeah, that'll happen at a Raiders game.
Raiders and Chargers fans were just going after it.
That will happen.
Anyway, Joey Bosa, listen, Matt Mayoko had some thoughts here on the possibility of Joey Bosa coming to the Niners.
No, I think it's a real thing because those guys, they're close, and I think they've gotten a lot closer through the years. The only other time they played together was at St. Thomas Aquinas in Fort Lauderdale. I think Nick was a freshman. Joey was a senior. They never overlapped at Ohio State. This is their last chance. I think this is their last chance. We don't know how much longer Joey's going to be able to play or want to play. And here it is. It's right out there for them. So we'll see. Put it this way. Would not surprise me at all if it happens. And I almost go the other way. Like, I think I'd be mildly surprised if it didn't happen.
I mean, I buy what he's saying. I mean, it sounds like Nick, and so that would involve Joey saying, listen, life is short. This is my chance to play on an NFL team that has Super Bowl aspirations with my brother. I have a couple of bucks in the bank. Yep. I mean, hopefully, that money, hope he hasn't blown it all. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Hope he stashed just a little bit in the mattress, right?
Yeah.
And so I can still make a nice wage and go. So, I mean, it comes down to him. And, well, it comes down to the Niners wanting him to and at the right price. But what Matt says makes sense on a personal level. Like, this is their one chance to do it.
Yeah, and we've talked about this scenario multiple times throughout the years. I remember last offseason there was the thought with the Chargers bringing in Jim Harbaugh, moving on from Keenan Allen and Mike Williams and their higher paid price wide receivers, even moving on from an Austin Eckler. They cut him out of the backfield and really tried to get younger. People thought about the possibility of Joey being released last offseason, and we entertained this topic, and my answer still remains the same. If you can get a good deal on Joey Bosa, yes, you make the move. I'm not paying Joey Bosa $15 to $20 million plus per year now at age 29 with his injury history.
Here's an interesting question: is what would the rest of the league pay him? Would he turn down $20 million from somebody? I mean, the rest of the league might say, dude, You're 29. You'll be 30 in July. Once again, these advanced stages, man. Tony, when's your birthday again? November?
November 10.
And how old are you right now?
I'm 26.
Yeah, but you'll be 27 in November.
Yeah.
And then you'll be 28 next November, just in case you didn't know.
They just accelerate these things all the time.
Uh-huh.
Well, Bosa's 29, but he'll be 30 in July.
Yeah, he'll be 40 in no time.
God, it's unbelievable. But anyway, so the league is looking at a guy who's his last 2 years, he's just been banged up.
Yeah.
He's played, what do I have the numbers here? He's played 23 of his last 51 games. Well, that's less than 50%. So his market around the league might not be that strong.
I don't think so. So if you're looking at a deal like the Niners cut last year with Leonard Floyd, which I believe was around 2 years, $20 million, that's a $10 million contract, I would make that move because that does make you younger. Joey Bosa, even though we're already calling him 30 years old, is younger than Leonard Floyd, and I think he's a better overall pass rusher. The problem has never been about the talent with Joey Bosa. It's just been his availability and his health on the field, and that's why I think maybe you can get him at a discount.
Okay, well, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 408 offers, I think they do it for their mom and their dad. I mean, we're getting inside the Bosa kitchen table here, but maybe. Here was Richard Sherman podcast a couple of years ago, back when Joey had just signed a 5-year, $135 million deal. So they were kind of riffing on the fact that he's doing well, but maybe one day playing together.
Man, is there any chance, you can tell your brother, hey, calm down, California, you're used to California taxes, just come up north, don't worry about finances. I mean, who's worried about
Joey is definitely looking good financially, but I think him on the other side would be I think it might break the NFL. So
it would 100% break the NFL.
Okay, I mean, at this point, it won't break the NFL. I mean, it would be really, really fun. It'd be a great story. Joey's not at the point where it would break. I mean, when they say break the NFL, just be the best story, the buzziest story in the league.
I mean, Joey Bosa would be the best bookend partner that Nick Bosa has had in his career if he ends up in a 49er uniform.
He'd be the what? Say that again?
He would be the best bookend partner.
You think?
Who's better?
D Ford?
No. Joey Bosa is better.
Len Floyd?
I'd say Joey Bosa right now is better than Leonard Floyd.
Who's the one I'm forgetting? I'm forgetting one in the 2021 season. Who was it? Come on, my brain.
You going Cleve Farrell on me?
No, he was a tackle, wasn't he?
No, he was a DN.
Did he play end?
Yeah, huh?
I think he played more inside.
He moved around.
So D Ford, Len Floyd. Am I forgetting somebody?
I mean, we've been talking about getting a guy on the opposite side of the line to get 10 sacks. I think he'd be the best, even at age 29.
It's a hot take.
Like, people think he's
Samson
washed.
Ebukam?
No, I'd take Joey Bosa.
Even in his banged up state?
Yeah, at 29, again, he's not the oldest man in the world. I mean, I watched him last year in the playoffs. I've seen a lot of Joey Bosa throughout the years, obviously Chargers and Raiders matchup. I mean, go back and watch the tape from that playoff game. When he was healthy, had a sack on C.J. Stroud and a team-high 6 pressures, he can still be productive. It's just about availability, and when he's healthy, that's a big question mark.
Man, oh man. 209 says, how about Nick Bosa redoing his contract to give a little money to his brother? And 408 says, calling back old bits on this show, can Joey and Nick save money by living together in the new Bay hit Nick and Joey by the Bay? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, people, somebody's going to politics. Politics.
Come on.
But listen, I can't worry about it.
Just get sacks.
Do what you got to do, whatever.
Yeah.
We all do. We agree, we disagree, we're Americans.
Yeah, you can vote for whoever the hell you want as long as you sack the quarterback.
209 says, well, if you're going to pay Joey 10 to 15 million, I'd just rather do that for Leonard Floyd, who's healthier. Okay, and Leonard Floyd's older.
Yeah, Leonard Floyd is 3 years older. He's going on 33 next year, Murph, since we're advancing ages on all these guys. It comes down to price and priority, and we know that it is a priority to improve the defensive line. Now, probably more focus on the interior versus the outside, but again, we talk about getting a bookend pass rusher to pair with Nick every single offseason, but also how high is Joey Bosa on that priority list? And would that priority leap over a guy like a Dre Greenlaw or Travarius Ward or Telno Hufunga, guys that we're all expecting to walk out of the building this offseason?
510 says, exactly, it's more hype and content than actual performance on the field. He's not that guy anymore.
Yeah, but think about the Bosa Bash Brothers shirts they could sell.
Sack Brothers or the Sack Exchange?
Yeah, the Sack Exchange.
The Sock Exchange, whatever. Here's a really important question. Who would wear 97, Richard Sherman asked. Yes, right there. There it is. Oh, we had it? We lost it.
Nobody knows.
It's just a riff. That's
Who
all.
will wear it?
It's a simple riff.
Who gets to wear 97 at that point, though? Big Bear or Little Bear?
That's a good one. I think I've established myself in the Bay. So if he comes, he's wearing, or we could just double up. I don't know.
That'd be the first in history, but we'll petition the NFL. They'll be fine with it. It's a Bosa still. It's a Bosa. You don't have to do anything.
We shouted out college football teams who have frequently have two players wearing the same jersey number. Like, wait, what? That guy on that punt return? Wasn't he just playing DB? No, it's two different guys.
Yeah, that will happen in college football, but not in the NFL, which is why I gave out the idea that Nick Bosa changes his jersey number to only wear number 9, and then Joey could wear number 7. Put them together, it's the Bosa Brothers 97.
It's almost like a what was that movie, the Farrelly Brothers, Stuck on You?
Yeah.
Was that with Damon and Greg Kinnear, I think?
I think I know what you're talking about.
They're joined at the hip. They're Siamese twins.
That is correct.
808 KNBR, your 3rd, 4th, 5th grade Guinness Book of World Records in the classroom, and you saw those Siamese twins, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
That stops you in your tracks.
I didn't know that was a world record.
Yeah. By the way, where does this happen to the Siamese twins of today's? And can you even say Siamese twins?
You just said it about 3 or 4 times.
I think I just lost my job.
Hopefully no one rewinds on YouTube.
Because very good. I think now that if it's born that way, do they separate them at birth? No joke.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
You down with the Siamese twin, young Tone?
Are you down?
You familiar?
I'm familiar with what it is. Yeah,
you know the concept.
Well, that would be Nick and that's to what you're saying. Nick and Joey.
That's it. You can even put Bo on one jersey and Sa on the other. Put them together. Bosa.
Here we go. There you go. Man. Here's a salty guy. He says, "I don't want to decline." Here was 650. Or what's the area code? I lost it. He says, "I don't." Oh, here it is. 707. He says, "No thanks. I don't want 2 declining Bosas on one team."
All these flavors, and you chose salt.
Ouch. Is Nick Bosa declining? Come on, man.
There's a feeling that Nick hasn't lived up to his contract, I would say. I'd still say he's a productive player.
Do you agree with that?
Say it again.
Nick Bosa has...
No, I don't think he's declining. No.
Has Nick Bosa not lived up to his contract?
His sack numbers have declined. Now, we could talk about pressures. People don't want to hear about pressures. They want sacks. Sacks get stacks. And now he had a bunch of sacks, and that's why he got paid. But he has not played at the level of a Myles Garrett, of a Max Crosby, or even a TJ Watt.
It's fair. Darn it.
Yeah.
Do we end this with 510 just saying, hey, I just hope they play a game on January 6th? That's what 510 went there. All right.
They're going to storm the pocket.
That could be the season finale. Could be the one. Could be the one that wins it. They'd play inspired football. They'd be inspired football. Take them to the playoffs.
Oh man.
Oh my God. We had to. Right?
Yeah. Come on. It's too easy. It's too easy.
We're just riffing.
Laugh a little, people.
Jerry, we're riffing.
Yeah,
we're riffing, Jerry.
We're riffing here.
All right, guys. Here we go. So it was just having fun.
925 on a text line says the Yin Yang twins were separated at birth. I don't know if that's true or not, but I just love the fact that people are checking in with Yin Yang twin knowledge.
Who are the Yin Yang twins?
Shake it like a salt shaker. They're the ones who were on the track Mr. Bojangles with Pitbull that we played yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't know.
We are all over the map on a Thursday.
A lot of digressions.
Which is a good thing, by the way.
On a baby Friday.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. That's what happens when you go to Chromacopia.
Yeah.
And somebody wrote in who went to the show. They said, Murph, you missed a great show. And they sent pictures.
Oh, it was a great show.
I saw it on Marcus's Instagram. I felt like I got a good slice. And I saw that Tyler's not afraid to use the cuss word.
No, he is very vulgar.
Not afraid to use a cuss word.
Not at all.
All right, on the other side, we'll learn what young Tony learned today. We'll hand it over to Papa and Silver, and we'll figure out by tomorrow, will Joey Bosa be a nine? No, the legal tampering thing starts Monday, right? Monday is when you can finally sign guys, or at least announce that or leak. Agents can leak to Rap Sheet and Schefter on Monday. Legal tampering, a funny phrase. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun Thursday. Lots of fun little stuff bopping around, including my cousin Tony, a.k.a. Antoinette, out in Vallejo, asking, dumb question, with most event tickets being electronic, how would a scalper work?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Holding up his phone. I got two right here.
I mean,
I can transfer these to your account.
I mean, especially post-pandemic, they don't have the hard copy ticket anymore.
Yeah, it's a great call.
I can't tell you how mad I was to not get a hard copy ticket of my World Series ticket.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to frame that, throw it on my wall.
All-time worst.
Instead, I got a QR code.
It's the all-time worst.
Sick.
Yeah, so there you go. Great question from my blood, flesh and blood. And here's just a fun tweet I ran across from this like stat site I follow on Twitter. It's the top 25 and bottom 25 hitters in spring training this year by OPS, minimum 20 plate appearances. So it's like, hey, that's kind of fun, right? So I was just looking for Giants.
Oh.
And there's one on each list. There's one in the top 25 and one in the bottom 25. Can you guess?
Can I guess?
Minimum 20 plate appearances.
Oh, I would say it's the banana boot man himself, Gerard Encarnacion.
That's a good guess, and it's not.
Wow.
In fact,
damn,
this one should be actually more exciting for you. It's freaking Jung-Hoo Lee.
Wow.
He's got an 1147 OPS. Now, again, he's surrounded by total nobodies because it's Cactus League, but hey, I like to see it.
Dude.
And unfortunately, in the bottom 25 was a guy who just got sent down. You're saying it's not Bryce.
Lucy.
It's Marco Luciano.
Yeah.
He had a 490 OPS. He's down there with the Kettle Martes and Marcus Semyons of the world. Marcus Semyon is one of the 25 lowest OPSs.
Yeah.
Again, just
Spring
a fun,
training.
just a silly, fun stat is all it is. So Giants, by the way, on the TV Saturday. And are we chasing? Do we just go ahead and say it? We're chasing Justin Verlander tomorrow?
We are chasing
We're hoping.
Justin Verlander.
So here's what you guys say. Say, what did you hear on Murph and Marcus say? I said they're hoping to get Justin Verlander tomorrow.
Hope is a bold strategy.
Yeah, for sure. But it is time to learn something with Tony.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
Well, today was a rich day full of possibilities like Damone the Scalper and Fast Times at Ridgemont High, or the difference between the Hanson brothers on ice and the Mbop Hanson brothers of a 90s Friday.
Mbop.
They are two different things, but they do share the same name. And then there's Marcus defending Hanson Soda.
I'm a kiwi strawberry Hanson soda kind of guy.
Which is when your mom said, no, we don't have all the money in the world. I'm not buying Coca-Cola. I'm buying Hanson's Cola.
Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
It was Hanson's and those Safeway Selects. Not even a real Mountain Dew. It was like, I forget the name of it. But go ahead. Sorry.
Shout out my nanny who used to have just crates of Shasta. in her
Shasta Cola
basement down there. It was Shasta Ginger Ale down in Mountain View, California. But hey, it is all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Tony, what was the one that jumped out at you today, buddy?
So I don't know how we got on this, but you guys were starting to talk about chuckers.
Oh, we were talking about
shout out Buddy Hield.
We were talking about Steph Curry's place in the all-time pantheon, and we were saying, he was getting Iron Eagle was, as the kids would say, glazing Steph Curry, and I was like, he's changed the game, and I said, yeah, but I hate to ask this question. Did he change the game for the better? I said, because now we got a bunch of chuckers. And I said, that's a phrase I borrowed from Seinfeld. You had never heard it, huh?
I had never heard this bit, no.
Yeah, so this is from George and Jerry were playing pickup basketball, I believe with Keith Hernandez, And I think they accused George of being a chucker. Here we go, yeah.
I have to dribble. If I give it to you, you just shoot. You're a chucker.
Chucker.
That's right. Every time you get the ball, you shoot.
I can't believe you called me a chucker. No way I'm a chucker. I do not chuck. Never chuck. Never have chuck. Never will chuck. No chuck.
You chuck?
Kramer, am I a chucker?
Oh, you're a chucker.
Oh, my God, I'm a chucker. All these years I've been chucking, you never told me?
Well, it's not an easy thing to bring up.
So it's true, man. I guess it must be an East Coast phrase, because I would say gunner, but yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I've never really heard the term chucker, Murph. But how many chuckers would you say you have now on your middle school basketball team because of Steph Curry?
Well, we have a game today, and I'll count the chucking. All right, I'll let you know.
A lot of chucks.
There was a play. There was a series yesterday when I turned to the coaches on the sideline. I said, did we just take like 6 straight threes? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, did we miss them all? They're like, yeah. I'm like,
dude.
Why are we doing that? You know what I mean? So
I told you about my last year playing basketball, 8th grade basketball. We went undefeated, and Mr. Reynolds would have us run drills where we go up and down the court without even dribbling, trying to get to the basket. And every time we did it during a game, he would reward us with a fast break. But it's just a polar opposite because he'd also make us run sprints after the game if we started chucking up threes.
Dude, I love
because
this
he did
guy.
not want any three balls.
This is your 8th grade guy?
Yeah, this is my 8th grade basketball coach. Shout out Coach
And
Reynolds.
I'm the bad guy.
Yeah.
Everybody's mad at me when I try to like put a little discipline on these kids.
Hey, Murph, all I'm saying is...
Didn't you guys hang a banner?
Check the stats. Undefeated 8th grade season. My name is in the rafters at Sunnyvale Middle School.
God bless it. I wish I could have been there to be on that staff. Because nowadays, I'm the bad guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Make them run? No, you can't run. That's mean.
Oh, too much running.
That's mean. By the way, 831 is just hot right now, saying, Murph, 80s Friday tomorrow. Young Tony, which Daft Punk song are you going to play?
Oh, wow.
That's great knowledge. That's great knowledge.
One more time.
And 831 follows up with another high-level text, says, just so I can plan my day, is Verlander coming on before or after Nikki T and Barack Obama? All right, so very, very good.
Right in between.
Very good. 707 says another name for a chucker is a black hole. Somebody who just guns it all the time.
I make it rain.
Yeah,
Hey, I was going to say, when I was in 8th grade, I was a chucker. I was always just hucking threes.
Well, did that upset your teammates?
I mean, maybe if I missed them, obviously.
Yeah, we're looking for good. We're trying to work for good shots.
Yeah.
That's our idea right now. But kids don't like twos; they want threes.
Yes.
Here we go. 925 says, if we get Joey Bosa, the Bosa brothers can take turns being hurt. Oh, man, that's really tough.
I don't need to hear
That's
that.
tough. Yeah,
Come
that's
on.
a negative text.
Come on.
Let's end on a positive
Don't be a
one
negative
then.
Nancy.
916 says Shasta grape.
Ooh.
Definitely delicious.
Shout out Shasta Cola.
Do you like a grape soda?
I do like a grape soda.
Yeah, me too. Okay, guys. Well, there you go. That's kind of a Joey Bosa, Chucker, Buster, Grape Soda Thursday.
Yeah.
All right. And a Chromacopia Thursday.
That's it. Shout out Tyler, the creator. Great show
I
at
was quite
Chase Center last
surprised when
night.
I saw on your Instagram story you'd been at the show because I didn't know you were going.
Yeah.
And it was a lot. That's the beauty of where you live, buddy.
Bro, I told you, one of my favorite artists was selling out Chase Center a couple blocks down the street. I had to go last night.
And don't forget, Joe Lacob collected all those receipts.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler's contract
Yeah.
is proof of it right
you
there.
can thank Tyler, the creator, for Jimmy Butler's contract extension.
All right. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll see what happens at the Warriors and the Nets tonight, 4:30. See if we wake up in the 6th seed tomorrow. But when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Ref, he holding, ref. Oh no, don't hurt me.
I ain't no buster.
I'm really in pursuit of greatness.
You, Chamalay.
Imagine if Ninja got a low table fade.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
Craig Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Chargers up 10-3. Go to a 2-by-2 formation. Eckler, the touchdown scorer, runs an angle right. Herbert going to get chased by Bosa and gets sacked from behind. Tried to leak out left, got pressure from the backside, and he does what his brother does, the Joey Bosa. That's what I do.
It wasn't me. No, yes, it was.
And that's
Nick
now
Bosa.
100 sacks for the Bosa family, 100.5 career for all the Bosas.
We'll start with the news surrounding some of the top edge rushers in the NFL. We'll start right there. Joey Bosa, one of the faces of the Chargers franchise for the last decade. Been on the team 9 years, 5-time Pro Bowler, a decorated pass rusher, was informed of his release late last night. Really not much of a surprise. Bosa took a pay cut to stay with the Chargers last year, ends up saving them $25 or so million against the cap. This year, maybe there was some talk about doing some sort of reduction, was not to be, and I guess theoretically he could come back with the team under a different deal, but he is free, and I would say this, keep an eye on the fact that his brother Nick is with the San Francisco 49ers. They're in the market for an edge. Would be a nice, heartwarming story, one of the final years of Joey Bosa's career to play with his brother. Obviously, more on that over the next several days.
Well, it's been a discussion point for a couple of years now, wondering what's going to happen with Joey Bosa and the Chargers. And after Nick Bosa re-signs 2 off seasons ago after a contentious holdout, there was always that floating possibility of maybe the brothers would reunite. Thanks for hanging out with us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, 10 to 2. We do it every day. I'm just a guy. He's your voice of 49ers football and exactly the man we want to talk to right now about all of it. So, Papa, good morning, and are we going to see a little bit of a family reunion?
You are not a jag, first of all. Just a guy. Scouting, acronym there. COD, change of direction. LOC, line of scrimmage. You are not. You're a first-round draft pick. So,
thank you very much.
But
Trey Lance.
We got news. Trey Lowe? No, he's available as a free agent, by the way, if you want to bring him back. So, the Bosa brothers, we've been talking about them forever. I remember Joey's first ever game in the NFL. He held out as a rookie. Who does that? But he had the great Tom Condon as his agent, and then he had a calf or an ankle or something with the San Diego Chargers. That's how old Joey is. He's not that old. 29, he'll be 30. But his first year in the NFL was the Chargers last year in San Diego. He held out, missed the first couple of games of the year, came into Oakland, and he looked like Mark Gastineau, coming around the edge with a long neck up and just so twitchy. And he didn't wear, as I recall, he didn't wear 97 then, his dad's number and his brother's number. He wore 99. But in any event, he looked a forceful player. He looked like what he would become, which was immediately, despite playing only 12 games that year, he became the AP Defensive Rookie of the Year like his brother did in 2019. We've watched his entire career with the Chargers, the good, the bad, the ugly, the injuries, and all of it. And we've talked about this the last couple of years because the Chargers, we thought at some point last year, we're going to have to get rid of those two expensive wide receivers. They wound up doing that in different ways, and that they would trim more fat. Harbaugh comes in, and they would maybe release Joey or Khalil Mack. They didn't. They restructured, but they are both available, which opens up a very interesting discussion. I watched Joey and Khalil today, watch the last game they played, maybe as Chargers ever. They're both out there. And you can sign Joey Bosa right now. You don't have to wait till Monday to do it. He got released. He's a street free agent. So if you want to go get him, call his dad, John. We got his number, and see if you can bring him in. I think Nick may have his brother's number or somebody on the team. Anyway, watching Joey, the bottom line with him is the injuries. And he did play 14 games. He made 9 starts this year. We are going to be joined by Matt Money Smith, the great voice of the L.A. Chargers. Money's a great nickname for him, and Money's going to be the driving force here. Joey's made a lot of money in his NFL career. He's had great agencies represent him, same as his bro. And but he's missed a lot of time, and he's now approaching his 30th birthday. Why would the Chargers just release him? Because he was scheduled to make a lot of money, and they wanted to move on, and it was time to go. He already took a $7 million pay cut to stay with him last year, but he was scheduled to make $36.5 million roughly against the cap this year. The bottom line, can Joey Bosa still play? Mm-hmm. And I watched him today closely, a number of snaps, but really the last game. Because when you're in a playoff game, there's nothing to save it for. And, you know, we always talk about, boy, I'd like to have 10 Nick Bosas on your defensive line. Can we just clone that guy? Well, you kind of have. Or they cloned Joey and made Nick. Nick's a better player. I think he always has. He plays harder. He conditions himself better. There's always rumblings about Joey and partying off the field. He came to a Niner playoff game a couple of years ago and got into a suite and got after it. And is that why he misses so much time? I don't know. It's just he's a tightly wound athlete. We practiced with them in Costa Mesa a couple of years ago. He's impressive. And that year, Brandon Staley was the coach, and he was dropping more in a 2-point stance, not down. This year, playing for Harbaugh's defense, he got down to the 4-point stance, the Kasarek GTFO, get the F off, and he explodes. And he plays with power, extreme power. He just forklifts guys in a different way that his brother plays with. He also has a nasty spin move back to the inside where he goes into the outside shoulder and comes back, and that's something Nick is still refining. So a lot of times when this came up in last year, do we want a Bosa brothers sandwich? I would say no to that because it was going to be costly. He's missed a lot of time. But now he's a street free agent. He has been humbled. Can you get him on the cheap? Can you get him to take, and this is not his hometown, but a Bosa family discount to come play with his brother, live together? If Nick really wants this, you can't just say no. When you watch the tape with him, he's still effective. He plays a lot. Nick plays a lot like him. Now they're wearing the same, Bosa family number of 97 that John played with in the NFL. It looks like Nick, just the way he strides, the way he gets off the ball, the big body, and not just the pass rush. He does play the run. He does chase down the line a lot. He slants down. So does Nick. It depends on the call. And there have been some runs. Watching the playoff game in Houston, Joe Mixon got outside on him. Is that his fault, or the linebacker supposed to spill over? Who knows what the defensive call was? But Nick does that too sometimes, and somebody's supposed to replace him, and sometimes Nick just chases it. So he does play a lot like his brother. When you look at his snap counts this year, Greg, you got to be careful with him. And I think that with the way they used him this year is the way you would bring him in. And then his salary would be commensurate with that. He is no longer a heavy snap guy. You play him in situations about half the game. He's going to miss time, and we'll get into a Matt Money Smith about all the injuries and where he's at. But Joey played this year, in the entirety of the year, under 50% of the snaps. There were some games where he played 73%. He missed 3 games. In one game, he played only 2 snaps. So essentially, he missed 4 games. But when they use him situationally, series to series, bring him in as a pass rusher. In the playoff game I watched, he played 46 snaps in that game, 63% of the snaps. So situationally, he would fit. Structurally, he fits because he would really flourish in the wide 9 with 4-point stance, getting off. He has power. I think you would use him in a sub package, maybe not always in the alpha, but maybe in your turbo, your pass rush. But if this makes Nick happy, you got to have a conversation with his agent. What would it cost to get him? Again, we'll ask Matt Money Smith how much money is out there for him, based on where he's at right now. The other side of it is Khalil Mack. And I've been thinking about Khalil. Khalil Mack was not released. He's a free agent. So you have to wait till Monday to get him. We watched Khalil when the Raiders drafted him and watched him grow into a monster. Khalil is 34 years of age. He's had some injury issues, but his production's fallen down. He's a different player than Joey. They're both ferocious. The thing about Khalil, he plays the run really well, and he likes to play out of a 2-point stance. That one year with the Raiders, his Defensive Player of the Year award year, he made All-Pro. I know it was first-team All-Pro as a defensive end and an outside linebacker, which is stupid. He's not, he's just a different guy in a different stance. When he's down, you're going to say he's an end. When he's up, he's a linebacker. Come on. Anyway, he can play up, he can play down. So I think he does fit. To me, maybe we'll open up as a big poll today. Who do you want, Khalil or Joey? I would say both. Want them both. You would bring in Khalil as a base end, and Cleveland Ferrell's out there as well. Maybe you can bring Clee Ferrell back. You need to shut the run down and shove it back. And Joey can do that as well. But Khalil's really good at that. I do remember the Niners were all in on Khalil. When he got traded from the Raiders to the Bears, they offered 2 first-round picks and more to get him. But there was no way Mark Davis was trading him to the San Francisco 49ers. Now he has no say. He goes anywhere he wants. And I do recall Khalil talking to him and also hearing quotes from him, reading them. He always wanted to be a Niner. So you want to, build back a gold rush. They're older players, still going to go and draft players, maybe a couple of them as well. Maybe let some of the veterans go and trim the fat. But maybe it is time for a Bosa brothers reunion by the Bay, and maybe it's time. It's not his home. He was on the East Bay, but Khalil Mack was drafted by the Raiders. Maybe it's time to bring him home as well. And then they situationally, could you imagine, moving Khalil inside over a guard? He can do that easily with his power. He is so strong. And have the Bosa brothers on the outside. If you want to go get quarterbacks in the NFL and get back to your identity with that gold rush, I think you'd have a conversation with both. But who do you want? Khalil, Joey, or both?
Well, I think Greg Papa set the table very nicely for a easy discussion here in the first hour. Lots to get into. We'll also get more into the Giants after Kyle Harrison had a rough outing yesterday. Giants got an opening day-like lineup against the White Sox today, so something to monitor there in a couple of hours. I'll tell you the guest list on the other side, and I will share some of my thoughts about Joey Bosa and if he would fit in the 49ers and if it is worth it for John Lynch to go after that. I'll tell you next. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Here comes Bosa!
Couldn't have said it better myself, Papa. Here comes Bosa, or so we think. Joey Bosa was released by the Chargers yesterday. Is there a reunion in the cards for Nick and Joey to play on opposite sides of the defensive line and wreak havoc on opposing quarterbacks? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. it sound right, boy.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Thanks for hanging out with us. Talking a little Joey Bosa as he got released by the LA Chargers, saving them some money in cap space. And, of course, the conversation pivots to, would Joey Bosa want to come reunite with his brother Nick in the Bay Area? Before we get back into that, let me tell you about the guests. Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard is going to join us at 10:50. Greg Amsinger, we're going to have a 3 Greg segment at 11:30. 30 clubs in 15 days featuring the New York Yankees, San Francisco Giants, not the New York Giants. Oh my gosh, I need some coffee in my system. Silver Linings playlist will be at 12:30 today. George Contos 12:50 and Matt Money Smith for the Los Angeles Chargers will join us at 1:15. So a lot to get into, and as I find my tongue back in the proper place of my mouth, I will tell you some thoughts on Joey Bosa because Papa set the table nicely. Now, my belief is, does Joey Bosa come in here, fill the hole of an edge rusher for the 49ers? Not necessarily. He played 28 games over the last 3 seasons, and even the 14 games this last year was somewhat misleading because of what Papa outlined of the snap percentage. He essentially missed 4 games because he only played a couple of snaps in one of those games. He's had not just injuries, he's had injuries all over the body. And if Joey would go below market and take a discount, I'm in. Now, I know that the Bosas are not necessarily known for taking discounts, but we got to be real here in that this is 2025. Joey is an older player, and I'm sure he's thought about how many quality years he has left. So if he wants to and decides that a priority is to go and join Nick Bosa, I think there is a real place of value for Robert Saleh and this defense. And I'm not even talking about Khalil Mack. I'm just talking Joey Bosa right now. But I also understand, and we've seen the early signs indicate, Papa, that going younger and saving some of the cash spending is a priority for the 49ers this offseason while looking to also remain competitive at the same time.
Well, this only works if Joey understands who he is right now, and he just got released. This wasn't a restructure. They kicked you out of the building. You're done. They don't want to pay you anymore. That's a humbling time. You're going to be 30 years of age. So this only works if he wants to come play with his brother. Make it a great story. I know it's football and X's and O's, but you don't think the Niners would love to market the Bosa brothers by the Bay? Come on. And if that's what Nick wants, and his mom Cheryl, we'll get you on the air and we'll talk about it. If he gets offered a lot more money to go play somewhere else, Joey, good luck to you. Is somebody going to do that? You have to be realistic who he is. Chargers cut his snap count down. So we're going to pay you 50% of what you're making. So we'll see what the number is. As far as who Joey Bosa is, he held out that rookie year, signed late, was very effective, had 10.5 sacks, and he was largely a double-digit sack guy most of his early career. He had 1 year where he played just 7 games, 6 starts, but other than that, it was after the 22 year where 5 games, 9 games, 14 games last year, his body began to break down. He's had a lot of different injuries, groin, foot, hammy, toe, back, hip. You hear rumblings about his work ethic. He does work out with his brother in the off season, and they go hard all day long. So why is his body breaking down? Does he not take care of himself enough off the field being around Nick? Would that help him? Nick's in bed by 8 o'clock at night. He's a homebody. He doesn't do anything except, figure out how many steps to get to the quarterback. But he does look up to his brother. So this is largely, Nick's call. But really, it's Dr. McAdams. It's the Dustins, Perry and Little, the performance staff. What do his medicals show? Is he worth this for us to pay him even a reduced amount based on his body? Well, how many more? We always talk about a guy aging gracefully after 30 years of age. How many more snaps does he have? What do the images show? Is this a unsound financial risk? Then we just tell Nick no. Or maybe Nick doesn't want to play with his brother. Maybe he doesn't want any part of it. You want your big bro hanging around all the time, cramping your style? Can you get out now and get out? They got to live together. You would think that they spend a lot of time together in the off season, so they would like to be together. But do they want to be teammates and be together 12 months out of the year? These are all things we're filling in for people that we really don't know. Although Nick has been quoted in past interviews talking about it and saying, yeah, we'd love to have them together. We'd break the league together, but we can't break the bank. So you have to do more research on him. Why is he breaking down? I think just as a fit from watching him, he's a Niner. The way he gets down in that 4-point stance, the way he comes off the ball, he's Bosa. They were raised by John, a lot like the Mannings were raised by Archie. These guys were raised to rush the quarterback. And we'll get John on. I'm sure he's very excited. The family had to kind of split up. The mom would go watch Nick and the dad would go watch Joey. And I did run into them a lot at Levi's this year, before and after games, Cheryl and John. And but wouldn't they love it together? And again, from a marketing standpoint, it's a business too. It would be great to just market it, play. I don't think, and Derek is the major researcher with this. I can't recall brothers ever playing together on the same defensive line in the history of the NFL. Bob and Mike Goldick, the better player. Bob was a good player. Mike, they never played together. So I'm trying to think. We've had brothers play together.
Yeah, I loved the Babineaus, but they were never even teammates, and one of them wasn't a D lineman. Jonathan Babineau for the Falcons was the D lineman, but then
I'm saying Babs, even teammates together. How many brothers?
The McCourties were teammates at one point, but not D line.
Yeah, obviously, the twins. They play together. So, and that was when they got together in New England. They helped win a Super Bowl and knock the ball away from Goff. But on the same D line, I don't think it's happened before. But anyway. You're looking at the tape, and again, this is a John and Kyle decision, a Saleh and a Kasarik. We've watched him his whole career. He is older now. You have to manage his snaps. He fits in. Not everybody fits in on this defense. He's a Bosa. And if he doesn't exactly have the same technique you want, Nick works with him, and they figure it out. But he does get down. Earlier when I saw him with Staley and Costa Mesa, he was dropping back a lot. He can do that some. They buzzed Khalil Mack out a lot in coverage, leaving him with Harbaugh's defense. But he does fit. But it will be interesting to see where, so many guys are getting released in the NFL. We talked about Tyler Lockett for days. Then he got released yesterday. DK Metcalf, we were talking about at the Combine about them wanting to trade him, and now he's formally asked for a trade. When Tim Kawakami joins us, we'll talk about Devontae Adams is a possibility, but it would be predicated any of these big money moves. And Joey Bosa would not be. I do wonder about Khalil at age 34. Khalil would probably demand more on the open market, so that may be too costly. But if you wanted to, cut somebody else and bring in Khalil, my desire would be to look at both. Definitely Khalil, without a doubt. And then if they sell out and they sign off on Joey and Nick wants it and Kasarik and Saleh and Kyle and John all want it, then you can make it work. But the number has to work. But the interesting thing is to free up money, and we talked about it at length yesterday, what do they do with Brandon Ayuk? Mm-hmm. If they do trade Brandon Ayuk and they got to make a call by April the 1st for the big money savings, that would open it up to get into a whole discussion. Now, these guys are Pro Bowlers. Some of them are going to go to the Hall of Fame. We're not playing 2018, 2019 football here. They got to be able to play in 2025. Khalil Mack was a monster then. Joey Bosa. Devontae Adams. I mean, Tyler Lockett's probably not going to fit here now. He should go into selling houses. Actually has a realtor license in Seattle. Makes a lot of money. He was preparing for his post-playing career. Good guy, but you'd have to, he wouldn't be a frontline guy. Cooper Kupp is a guy that I would want undeniably on this team, but the question would be about, trading Ayuk. Would you be open to that to make the offensive changes? But you got to fix the defense. You got to fix the D-line. We'll see about Dre and Big Play Dre and what the money will command with him on Monday morning. But I think it's worthy of a discussion. I've been thinking about Khalil for a while, and then Joey getting released yesterday. And we talked about him last year. The Chargers didn't do it. They just restructured. They did not release them. Now Joey's a street free agent. So it is interesting to think about. I mean, the open thing would be, the money if he takes less and to come play for his brother. And then Khalil, you may be able to get a little more inexpensively because he's age 34. I've heard rumblings with Khalil that he doesn't want to play anymore. He wants to retire. He does want to go back to the Bears. We've heard. Now, who knows? But I do remember in 2018, Khalil desiring to be a San Francisco 49er. So, Joey, Khalil, or both. I think it's worthy of a discussion to do both.
I also wonder what number Khalil would wear if he came to the San Francisco 49ers, because 52 belongs to Patrick Willis, and then Navarro Bowman was awesome. He could be 53. Fred Warner is 54 already. There have been some great linebackers here in just the recent era of 49ers football. So,
yeah, Brian Young wore 97, and now Nick Bosa wears 97. So they haven't retired Patrick Willis's number yet. He is in the Hall of Fame. You could give Khalil 52 for the short term. The bigger question, if you sign Joey, which Bosa brother gets dad's number 97? Do you treat it like spring training, 97A and 97B? How do you do that?
Morning Show is having some fun with that discussion, saying one's a 9, one's a 7, one says Bo, the other says Saw, or they go first names, Joey, Nick. Anyway, we'll play some sound on the other side regarding that discussion and keep talking about the LA Chargers, the San Francisco 49ers, and prepare for Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard, who just wrote a great piece on Deebo Samuel's release and what that indicates as far as the 49ers approach here in this offseason. That's all coming your way right here on the Sports Leader.
Struggle with glasses and contacts, you probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL, but if you now need readers or bifocals, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is a permanent solution to ditch them all. It is called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Popick here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It is truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, an extra bonus, which I was unaware of, you'll never have to worry about developing a cataract the rest of your life if you have CLR. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. CLR. No readers, glasses, contacts. Laser Eye Center, Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver will be joined by Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard coming up in about 15 minutes or so. Actually, I want to play a piece of sound because it did relate to what we were just getting into with the jersey numbers, and I'll give Walter a second to pull that up. But when Nick Bosa was on with Richard Sherman's podcast, they had the discussion, and you mentioned the break football quote that Nick Bosa put out there, and of course they had the who would wear number 97 quote. By the way, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is open as well as the phone lines, 415-808-5627. I see Matt in Lafayette. We'll get to him in just a moment. Here's the clip about number 97.
Who gets to wear 97 at that point, though? Big Bear or Little Bear?
That's a good one. I think I've established myself in the Bay, so if he comes, he's wearing, or we could just double up. I don't know.
That'd be the first in history, but we'll petition the NFL. They'll be fine with it. It's a Bosa still. It's a Bosa. You don't have to do anything.
I mean, hey, if this was college football, it'd be no problem. Cal, growing up being a Cal fan, they had, of course, the most dysfunctional operation going where their best player on offense, Marshawn Lynch, and best player on defense, Desmond Bishop, the linebacker, both wore number 10. It was like, hey, I know it's different sides of the ball, but like, what are we doing here?
I did their games then with the great Mike Pawlowski on TV. That was very confusing. Here's a pitch to Desmond Bishop around the corner. No, it's Marshawn. They played a lot alike. Desmond Bishop, very underrated player. By the way, the great Alex Mack was voted into the Senior Bowl Hall of Fame just moments ago. So give it up for KNBR. As far as the number, Joey did not wear 97 right away in the NFL. He wore 99. So with all due respect to Malik Collins, maybe we ask Malik to change numbers and Joey goes to 99 and Nick's going to clearly stay 97. 98 is open, so you could do 97 and 98. In any event, that's not the number I'm worried about. The number is how much do you pay him. This only works if Joey Bosa realizes that he's Joey Bosa right now and he just got released. And that is a bit of a humbling situation. The medicals will tell you a lot. So Dr. McAdams and the doctors, the Dustins, will look at his medicals and see if you want to do that. But really, it's Parag, Brian Hampton, the financial guys. He's not going to come in here making $20 million anymore. So he's going to make a lot less. So if the league is going to tell him, you're not Joey Bosa anymore, you're going to have to back off that number. And then you get, a very similar offer, from one team in the Niners, maybe, to play for Nick. And it's not a hometown discount, but it's a family discount. So, would he take less? So we'll see where it all goes.
Yeah, we certainly will. And the Los Angeles Chargers, by the way, are an interesting team to me to look out for as well because they are also trying to save money, and they have been. They're about a year ahead on this process. And you mentioned the two wide receivers in this last year. Right now, they got over $90 million in cap space to work with here. So we will see what the future of Khalil Mack ends up being. We will also see if Devontae Adams could possibly end up out west over there. And you know that it's probably one of the more enticing roles when you consider a Justin Herbert is there, Jim Harbaugh. They made the playoffs in their first year. So lots to get to there. I do want to get to the phones and not leave Matt and Lafayette hanging for a little bit too long. Wants to share some thoughts on the 49ers as we get into free agency. Matt, what's going on? You're with the Gregs. Happy Thursday.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Question, change gears from Bosa to offense. Is there any talk about essentially with McCaffrey to do two things? He's a better route runner, has better hands. It would lengthen his career. You have great first, second down back with Mason. It's a good draft for running backs this year. It seems like the most efficient solution. Any talk about that?
What are you saying? Make him a full-time wide receiver?
Can you repeat the first part of it? Your connection went out. Were you saying make him a full-time wide receiver?
Yeah, move him into the Debo role. He'd still be a third down back, but save him from running between the tackles, just beating the crap out of him.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I remember when he came out of Stanford, and I was so enamored with Christian McCaffrey in every regard. I thought he was the next Brandon Stokely, Wes Welker, Julian Edelman, and I remember having his dad, Ed, on, and he got mad at me about 2 minutes into the conversation because all I ever talked about was his route running and slot. He goes, my son's a pretty good running back too, right? And yeah, he's fine, but he's a way better running back than I thought he was. He's really good. He does not have a weakness. I understand, the hits. I would like to see them do that more and deploy him. The great thing with Debo, and I think what happened with Debo as far as his ineffectiveness as a runner, it wasn't that Debo slowed down that much. He did gain weight, and we'll talk to Kawakami about it. I don't know if he gained 20 pounds, but he went from like 215 to about 230 is what I thought and was told. But anyway, just the surprising people in the early days when they ran 11 Tyson, which was 3 wide receivers, but Tyson is a running back. We're really not in 3 wide receivers. We're in 2 backs, so we're going to get a nickel. We're going to run on them, and it worked. After a while, they're not fools. They're like, Debo Samuel, if he's wearing 19 or he's wearing 1, we have to code him differently. He's not just a wide receiver. He's very often going to go in the backfield, take the ball, or run the orbit motion, or take jet sweeps. So they keyed on him. So that was the positionless football with him. With McCaffrey, you can, and they line up McCaffrey a lot in the slot. They put him outside. You put him outside the numbers now, and when you put him inside, they can put a nickel over him or a linebacker. You put him outside, he may get a corner on him, and you're going to find out. Or if they walk out a linebacker and show they're playing man, and he's playing outside the numbers as the outside receiver, now we're cooking. So, but your point about just not making him a running back, he's not going to do that. You don't want to do that. He's still your best running back. But the other thing is you can do more, whether you want to call it rocket personnel or pony personnel. Different teams have different terminology, where you have 2 halfbacks on the field together and have J.P. Mason work with Christian McCaffrey. You could do that. I'd like to see them do that more. I don't think they did that at all when Christian came back this year and J.P. was running the ball well. So, now you're not going to make McCaffrey a full-time wide receiver. You can do more snaps where he lines up as a slot receiver, an outside wide receiver, and then do more where J.P. Mason is on the field with him. All the rumblings about trading J.P. Mason, who's doing that? I would not do that. First of all, he is a restricted free agent. You can't trade him yet.
Yeah.
You can sign him and then trade him. What I think they're going to do, and John kind of said this, was do what they did with Juwan last year. Juwan was an RFA, restricted free agent. They didn't just put a tender on him. They worked out a deal to sign him to a multi-year, 2-year contract. That would be my desire with J.P. Mason.
Well, and you also got 10 draft picks where you can go ahead and draft a running back outside of that first round when you're not going to use pick number 11 on someone like an Ashton Genty, who probably is going to be gone before then anyway. I digress there. Appreciate the call from Matt, and my thoughts are very aligned with what you laid out, Papa. I would like to see more Jordan Mason carries in the next year, but the bottom line is the Kyle Shanahan offense has always been built on establishing the run and everything revolving around the run game. So you won't abandon Christian McCaffrey in the backfield altogether. Now, any important play, a high leverage third down, a fourth down, you want to have Christian McCaffrey on the field. And if you can have both of them on the field, that's great too. I would like to see, now that we've had a larger sample size of Jordan Mason and what he can do as a back getting real 1A heavy load carries, I want to see more Jordan Mason on the team next year, assuming he's wearing red and gold. But Christian McCaffrey is going to be your running back. You can use him around as a weapon. Kyle Shanahan has never strayed away from that. But I want to see both. McCaffrey, not going to be a full-time receiver.
Right. We were talking about the Bosa brothers by the Bay reunion and wondered if 2 brothers ever played on the D-line. And my guy Chris Babcock, who listens to everything we do love Babs. There have been several. How could we forget Merlin and Phil Olsen on the L.A. Rams front together? Bubba, remember the great Bubba Smith, the Baltimore Colt? Al Davis got him as a Raider later in his career. His brother Toady Smith. Charlie Kruger, one of the underrated 49ers of all time, he had a brother as well. And then the first one that we were able to dig up, and this one was a little more obscure, but I do remember Chris Clemens. Remember Chris Clemens was a Raider in 08-09. Before that, he was a Washington Redskin, when you could call him as such. His brother Nick played on that D-line together. Or actually, they missed it there. Where were they teammates? In Denver? Well, I'm not sure. In Washington. Chris was a Redskin in 05, and Nick was there in 05. So as we do more research here, it wasn't the Goldex, but we do have, and how do we forget, Phil Olsen was a really good player. I mean, Merlin was great, one of the fearsome foursome and one of the great broadcasters in football, working with the great Dick Enberg on NBC for years, and also liked his flowers. He owned a flower shop. But anyway, so we've had brothers before, but it would be fun to do it again. And Charlie Kruger, who was Charlie Kruger's brother? I got to look that one up.
I'll look that one up, too. Shout out to Chris Babcock, and also shout out to Tom in the YouTube chat for putting that one as well about 10 minutes ago. Danny in Chula Vista in the YouTube chat also jokingly putting Alden and Justin Smith for the 49ers.
They were brothers. They were brothers.
Let's keep this conversation.
Alden Smith. Alden Smith was a Raider ever so briefly that one year.
Yeah.
He made Khalil Mack the defensive player of the year that year. Alden was, what a great talent that guy was, if he just could have stayed on the field and stayed straight. But he called the stab and swipe move. He taught Khalil, and that's what opened it up for Khalil to be the defensive player of the year. I remember him going into Denver one day, that poor tackle, what was his name, Michael Schofield? He had 5 sacks in that game. I think 4 were over Schofield. And all of them were on the stab, where he just put one hand right into your chest, and he would just lift him off the ground with one hand and then come in with the other hand and swipe down on the quarterback. Thing about Khalil, when he was a Raider, he liked to rush at left end over the right tackle. And a lot of defensive ends in football, with Von Miller being probably the most well-known and renowned Super Bowl MVP doing it, Khalil does go to both sides. When you're watching, Nick goes both sides, Nick Bosa. He picks where he goes. He stands right in the middle of the defense when they break the huddle, and then Nick decides which side he wants to go. The other end obviously flips. The thing with was watching Khalil and watching Joey, they flip sides a lot. I'm not sure who did it, but Khalil, when he's a Raider, mainly wanted to rush at left end over the right tackle, but he's switched now, and he's moved to the other side. So the point is, they would both fit here. We'll bring the Mack truck back to the Bay Area. I know the Bosa brother by the Bay reunion is certainly appetizing, but who do you want? Khalil Mack can still play.
Well, we can ask that to Tim Kawakami coming up next. We'll have our third brother of the show, Greg Amsinger of MLB Network, joining us at 11:30. But first, let's hear from the SF Standard's finest and Tim Kawakami. We'll do that next. Talk Warriors, maybe a little bit, and mostly 49ers and what he wrote about Debo. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Oh, hey there. Greg Papa here with one piece of advice. Don't go through another year with all that high-interest debt. Let Loan Pronto wipe it all out now. Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan makes it easy to pay off all your credit cards or tackle that 2025 home improvement project. Get cash in your pocket fast. You get no appraisals, required, no paperwork, no waiting. And Loan Pronto's AI-driven technology gets you approved and funded in as little as one day. One client got $150,000 approved in under 24 hours, paid off all their credit cards, 2 cars, and a personal loan, and saved over $1,500 per month. With low fixed rates and lightning fast transfers, you can do it. yourself as well. Consolidate debt, improve your home, take control of your finances. Imagine being credit card free by this time next week. Don't wait. Call Loan Pronto. Pronto! Do it now, 415-808-5721, or visit loanpronto.com. Get your free quote now with no hard credit pull, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. We've been talking a lot about Joey Bosa. Could he come to San Francisco, reunite with his brother Nick? So much to get into, and that's why our first guest of the day is somebody that really does it all for the SF Standard. We could talk a whole lot of 49ers. Just wrote a big piece on Debo. Knows everything about the Golden State Warriors. Oh, and just had John Shea on the TK show as we get ready for Giants season. So, of course, I'm talking about Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Tim, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, guys?
We're doing pretty well today, and a lot of busyness going on right now as we get ready for the official NFL pre-agency period. Papa and I were just out at the Combine in Indianapolis last weekend as we get ready for the 49ers to draft at number 11 and beyond as well. So I guess we'll just start with the big news of last night, Tim. I know the Joey Bosa release was to be expected. It's sort of a conversation we floated out here in the Bay Area for last year and a half or so. But what was your initial reaction to that and just the possibility of the 49ers paying either him or maybe even Khalil Mack to come play for San Francisco?
Well, they're not paying both, but I think Bosa is interesting in them. I mean, I heard that they were considering him a couple of weeks ago, knowing that he was going to get released, or at least suspecting he was going to get released. This is not a new thing to them. Obviously, the brother connection, that doesn't mean they'll pay him more than anyone else. I think they're very curious to see what the market price is going to be. It comes out to a number.
Tommy, you're garbled again. You're getting back at me for all my canyon trips.
It's the only time I ever am garbled on the phone.
Well,
is when I'm
stand on the
talking to
roof,
Papa.
would you? Give me a better sight line.
I'm in a good spot. I don't know what's going on.
You're good right
It's only when I'm talking to you, Papa. I think it's your hearing that might
Stand on one leg and flap your arms. Don't move. Right there. You're good. Go ahead.
I'll just say that they've been ready for this. Doesn't mean that they're going to outbid everybody. Let's see what the market price is. But I think there is interest. Obviously, he's had a lot of injuries. Obviously, you're not giving him a long-term deal, $25 million a year. But I think they're interested. They're not going to be spending a ton of money on anybody this year. I just don't see it other than Brock Purdy, and again, we'll see on that. They want to upgrade on defensive line. I've heard that.
Hey, Tim, I think we're going to try reconnecting with you real quick. We're going to have Walter try to reconnect the line, and we'll call you in a sec. It's just been a little bit up and down, but no problem at all. So, hey, you know what? This is live radio, Papa. It happens.
Whenever I do, I shouldn't say whatever. There's been many times when I've been stationary, but a lot of times when I do the TK podcast, I'm moving and I schedule it. Usually it's right after a 49er practice, and I'm driving through some canyon road. And Tanika, we love Tanika. She would, it would all get garbled, and he'd have to call me back. We go like 40 minutes, and it would take like 4 hours to get 40 minutes because it would sound like Tim just sounds. So every time he comes on with us, and we're so grateful. Tim didn't do local radio for years, but I used to always have to trade a TK appearance, but now he's coming on. He's much more amenable since he's become a San Francisco Standard than the Athletic. In any event, Tim always comes on with us, but we have the same issue when I'm on his podcast or he's on our show. Are you back, Kawakami?
Hey, my phone's good. I don't know. I think this is you guys. My phone's good.
Hey, for what it's worth, I blame Greg Papa entirely because he was filling me in about the TK show and how his connection's always bad. So it's just the gods coming back to us.
Sorry.
Papa and I, we connect on a whole other levels, but not necessarily on the phone, apparently. So it's all good. It's all good.
No, we're good. You sound good. So we talked about the Bosa brothers reunion. Let's talk Yak brothers, and they already traded one. Deebo Samuel is gone. So your thoughts on that? And I heard, 215 to 230. I didn't hear 20 pounds, but he clearly gained weight this year. But they moved at, the bloated player and the bloated contract. And now the other one, and he's not bloated, but we are hearing a lot of rumblings. And David Lombardi wrote about it in the Standard in great detail about them maybe trading Brandon Ayuk. So your thoughts about them officially trading Deebo, and might they trade the other Yak bro?
Yeah, there was no big surprise with Deebo. I thought they could try to cut his salary and see what happens, but he was not going to be into that, and I think it's better for both sides to move on. I kept saying 20, I'm hearing 20 pounds, whatever the number was. He was overweight. He was injured, so there was some understanding for it. He's not a player who always stays in shape, has never been that player throughout his career, and has been incredibly productive at times, but both sides are ready to move on there. There just was too much built-up tension, I think, from the previous negotiation, and that plays into the Ayuk thing. There's tension. There's absolutely tension that still lingers over that negotiation last summer, into the fall, and they did not like the price that they paid for him. I think it was, let's go for it. We're going for the Super Bowl from the football side, and I think the negotiators never felt good about that number ever, $30 million a year. And there's some, I think they were ready to trade him multiple times last year, maybe even the year before. I think he's a good player. Obviously, he's coming off an ACL, so you don't know where he is. That's why I have not taken too seriously that they could trade him. I just don't know what you can get for a player who's not going to be ready for training camp. Is probably not going to be ready for the first month of the regular season, maybe into the second month of the second regular season. That's a tough one, and you're going to trade both Deebo and Ayuk. I'll just say the general theme here is 49ers top not being happy with those deals, not being happy with a lot of deals, not being happy with the money that they've paid, as John Lynch talked about in Indianapolis, top 3-4 in the league for the last few years. It's fine in, I think, Jed York's mind if you're winning Super Bowls, or if you're at least getting there. And they went 6-11 last year. This is a recalibration. This is a reassessment. I don't think they're cheap. I don't think they're saying we're not going to pay any money to anybody. I just think that they're thinking it's going to have to be for value, and they don't feel it right now. I don't think they're trading Ayuk. They still might. Who knows? But it's going to have to be for something of value, and they're going to have to figure out how they're going to get another wide receiver in there or another two. And we'll see how that goes. You don't get receivers cheap these days. They're expensive. That's why they had to pay so much to get Ayuk in. It's just a general frustration with the money they've spent to end up with no Super Bowl. In fact, no playoffs last year. And we're just seeing and everyone's feeling kind of the retrenchment of the 49ers in dollars spent, in money out of Jed York's pocket, guaranteed money. And we'll see how that ripples through other positions, other players. I don't know. It could affect a lot of things.
Talking to Tim Kawakami here of the SF Standard, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Papa and Silver, hour number 2 coming your way. And Tim just wrote a big piece about observations that what we learned from Deebo Samuel being traded to the Commanders. And one of those was where the frustration started with Deebo. Now, if I shift it over to Ayuk, we know where the frustrations began. It's where a lot of frustrations begin with players in this 49er era, contentious contract negotiations. But you look at somebody like Kittle or Bosa who had that process, and that's a big money deal that, for the most part, not a lot of regrets there. So I don't want to ask where do the frustrations begin with Brandon Ayuk, but where did they sustain to the point where just a year or less than a year removed from signing that big contract, they're now considering trading him for a player like Devontae Adams to get, or maybe like they bring in somebody even a little bit older?
Well, they're not trading him for Devontae Adams, right?
Well, yeah. I just mean replacement of the money.
Yeah. I mean, again, well, it's what the price tag is. It's there's a lot of different things you have to look at here. I just think the front office was, remember, I think it's an apocryphal story that Kyle, once Ayuk agreed, he had to run upstairs to make sure that Prague didn't trade him. I don't think that was actually true, but I mean, it's kind of like the mythology of it. The 49ers were ready to trade Ayuk throughout that period, and they did not like giving him that deal, and he did not start off the season very well. He was getting better, obviously. Missing camp or not practicing obviously played a part in that. They didn't like that, all those things accumulated. Then he gets hurt. Now, that's not his fault, but I think it plays into a front office's opinion of a player sometimes. He's still young. ACL injuries you tend to come back from, but I think it's just this piling up of, the social media stuff really pissed them off. The, coming out and practice in a different, whatever that thing with Shanahan was, I don't know. I wasn't there for it. I don't think that was great. There's just been this lingering thing. Now, if you produce, if you put up the numbers, it goes away. If the team does really well, it kind of goes away. None of that happened last year. So I just think it's all these things together, all this context has led to a 49er front office saying, okay, when we retrench and when we recalibrate this, we're going to start with you two guys, or you three, or you four, or you five, whatever the number is going to be. And the receivers tend to be the biggest ones because they were the ones who had trade requests. They were. Fred Warner didn't ask for a trade. George Kittle didn't ask for a trade. I mean, maybe there was some contention there, but they didn't do that. Trent Williams didn't ask for a trade. There are other deals that they've made that I don't think they love, but they didn't get public. They didn't get nasty. And the Ayuk thing got nasty. It got really out of control. And you can blame the 49ers on some of it. They didn't put their best offer out there for a while. I have criticized them for that. But the Ayuk social media stuff kind of pushed it beyond. And I just think there is a lingering sense like, okay, you don't like it here, or you're going to get paid this, we're going to look to move you. Or at least we're going to make it very public that we could move you. I think that's part of it too. They want it very public. They want it known. I think they wanted Deebo to know you're only worth a 5th-round pick. These are things that I think again, I keep saying, they regretted these deals almost from the moment they happened. They did them for a reason. They wanted to win the Super Bowl. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said, we need these guys to win a Super Bowl. I understand that. It's true. They didn't win a Super Bowl, though, and they fell far from it, and they're looking at their books now and going, we got all these players we paid big money to. to try to load up for the Super Bowl. And where are we now? And that's where they are. I would be surprised if they trade Ayuk. It would be some kind of statement to trade both your receivers in the same cycle and say, okay, we still want to win a Super Bowl. Really? Are you really? Or are you just trying to save money? Are you just doing things out of a little bit of spite? I would be surprised if they did it. Again, if they get the right offer, they're going to do it. But I don't think they're going to get the right offer.
And we're going to know in the coming weeks because Parag likes that April 1st deadline date. He had it for years, going back to Kaepernick and others. And Ayuk is due almost $48 million, $47.779 in option bonuses for this year and 26 vests by that day. And the way David Lombardi detailed it in the San Francisco Standard, as he always does so expertly, the way they crafted that contract, they could get out of it. Essentially a one-year deal.
Yeah, that was news to me. That was I was unaware of the whole structure. Again, Parag's really smart at this stuff. Yeah. But again, you don't have the player too. That's one thing I would like to emphasize here. You get out of money, but you don't have the player, and I think the player's still good. That's that's what they have to wrestle with.
Yeah, and the league will tell you about his health with the ACL and the MCL, and he did that October 20th. It was so severe, and there were other problems in the knee. They had to wait almost a month for surgery in mid-November. So there are a lot of free agents that are available and more coming. So, but we'll get into it. Certainly March is going to be very telling. It was 1 month ago today, Timmy, that we had the NBA trading deadline. And the Warriors made the big trade the day before. And, he rolled into crypto that night. And Jimmy Butler has magically just turned this whole year around. I can't recall. Maybe Pau Gasol when he went to the Lakers from Memphis or Clyde Drexler from Portland to Houston. A mid-season acquisition so profoundly flipping the fortunes of a team in season and also their outlook. So when this went down and, Durant thing was out there a couple of days before, it just struck me a lot of a Joe Lacob mandated transaction, and people around the league kind of thought Joe was driving it. You just had Joe on your TK podcast not too long ago. Am I not giving Mike Dunleavy Jr. enough credit here in all these transactions? No. I mean, he does know Jimmy from when Jimmy was younger before he got into trouble as a Chicago Bull. He has made some shrewd moves, some moves that have been questionable, but was Dunleavy more of the driving force behind that trade that I think? I think it was the owner.
No, I think it was Dunleavy. I mean, I think obviously Lacob makes his general feelings known, and he has said he's going to want to do something. If things aren't going right, he's going to want to do something. You don't want to do something self-destructive. They did the Schroeder thing, just did not work out. But the general, the green light is sent out by the owner. Like, you can't do this. You can spend more money. Do something. But the person who figured this deal out was Mike Dunleavy Jr. There's no question about it. That's what the players say, what everybody behind the scenes say. He's the one who's putting this together. He's the one who had the relationship with Jimmy Butler. And he's he is a little ruthless, which I say in a positive way. Like, he trades for Schroeder and then trades him away. He makes quick decisions on guys. He made Poole trade like 3 days into his, after getting the GM job from, after Bob Myers left. Like, this guy makes real sharp, quick calculations and is ready to pull them off. And I respect that. Now, you got to make good decisions. You've got to, you don't want to just rush into things, but I think he's been very, very thoughtful about these things. I will say, when you're just saying, I don't remember another deal in midseason that changed like this. I remember one in 2007. It was Mike Dunleavy being traded and Troy Murphy being traded in Indianapolis for Steven Jackson and Al Harrington. Yeah. And we believe it's interesting that guy was the one part of being that traded, and he makes this one. Lacob is the one who provided the money for this. As he told me, it's all was just money. And very few owners can say that. Oh, it was just $112 million. But that is what the Warriors have. They have money. They are an incredibly valuable franchise. They make money. They continue to make more revenue than any team in the league. They can just say, okay, if it's not an extra pick, let's just put money into it to make sure Butler's happy. Other teams couldn't say that. They weren't going to pay Butler that, so they didn't know if he was going to be happy. The Warriors feel like Jimmy Butler is going to be happy for 2 more years because they paid him. That part is like, no question, that initiative, that push. But the person who figured this deal out, the person who had all the pieces lined up, the person who was layering it. Now, I'd say, Lacob might be more Durant. And my feelings about you and Lacob and Durant. Like, they're always going to want Durant.
It's a triangle. It's a love triangle.
You're always going to want Durant. But I think, obviously Dunleavy was in on that. They did a lot of work on that. They couldn't get that over the finish line because Durant did not want to come to the Warriors. I think he had the Butler thing going the whole time. The whole time he had this other thing going. And if they could get him at the right trade price, which was not that much if you really look at it, that he was going to be able to pull that deal off if Joe could come up with that extra $112 million. It's really an extra $55 million because he player option plus another year. But again, only 2 or 3 teams in the league probably would have done that. Maybe one team would have done that. And if you're all in, be all in on money. Don't be all in on future draft picks and all great young players. And they basically kept the draft picks out of it, except for this year's protected 1 through 12. They didn't put Kuminga in there. Kuminga would have gone in the Durant deal. So I think it's generally Lacob. You're right on that. You can't do it without Lacob saying, "Go, do it, go, go, go. I'm ready for this. If whatever it takes, let's do it on the cash basis." But it's Dunleavy who plotted it out. There's no question that the underpinnings of this whole thing, the architecture of it, was Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Few more minutes here with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. And while we got a little Warriors discussion going, this feels like a strange question I'm about to ask because I'm wondering what the biggest hurdle for Steve Kerr will be when Kuminga returns. Now, Kuminga returning is going to provide a lot of pluses, but on the flip side of that, Tim, I mean, how many times in the last couple of years has Steve Kerr had a combination of 5 that is consistently healthy and productive like he's had with this starting lineup right now? Kuminga coming back obviously poses some questions for maybe not the starting lineup, but definitely the closing lineup. And just kind of want to see how you envision Kuminga fitting in with Butler and Draymond, and if all 3 can coexist on the court, and just all the questions that are going to arise when he makes his return soon.
Well, Kerr's already kind of preparing for that by saying, and I'm sure he's telling us to Kuminga, like, hey, it's not going to all happen at once for you. It's not going to be all you, and it shouldn't be. And I think Kuminga understands that. He's not going to be a starter as long as the starting lineup works, and it's been working with Moody out there. If the starting lineup starts to falter, then I think Kuminga's a very live option to be put in there. I think he would be part of their best 5, but you just don't know where he's going to be. He's missed a ton of time, guys, and he's not coming back even tonight. Like maybe when they get back home, maybe early in that homestand. But this has been a long time he's not played basketball. So I think Kerr is going to use that and very smartly say, listen, just work your way in. You'll be the 6th man. You'll play 20 minutes. Probably going to play those minutes with Steph when Butler and Draymond are resting. We've seen some kind of funky lineups, but they just don't have other guys. And then see where it is at the end of halves. Maybe he closes. Maybe he doesn't. I sure would be interested in seeing Butler, Kuminga, and Draymond together. That would be a very interesting group. Now, maybe the spacing is lacking. We'll see. But that would be a very talented group of players to put together with Steph and probably Pajemski. But I think Kerr's, the way he's framing it is not going to happen right away. It doesn't have to happen. They're winning. You don't want to just start throwing different things out there when you're winning. They start to lose a little bit, which very well could happen. Schedule toughens up a little bit. Then maybe you start to look at some changes. But while you're winning, while Kuminga is coming back from more than a month off, there's not a big need. There's not a big push to say, okay, let's just change it. I think it's going to be gradual. I think you're going to have to see how it goes. But, you talk about a wild card going to the playoffs. Like if you say, okay, Kuminga, you and Jimmy just go attack the rim. If 2 guys just attacking the rim, let's see if that could change a series. It could turn a game. Could turn a game 4. I think they're very curious about that, but they're not going to rush it. They're not going to be overly, urgent about it because they're winning. And you don't need, right now they're playing well enough. They're going to need more, but right now they're playing well enough, so they're going to slow play the Kuminga thing a little bit.
Yeah, one more to go on this roadie in Brooklyn, USA. They get out of it with a 4-1 road trip. That would be impressive after the Philly game. So he's not going to play tonight, Tim, but we are hearing rumblings that Kuminga may play as early as Saturday night in Game 1 of the 7-game homestand against Cade Cunningham and the Pistons. What does your intel tell you on his return?
Well, they were hoping it was going to be during the road trip, and I think it got slowed a little bit. So I think now they are hoping for Saturday, but we'll see. I think hoping is a lot different than knowing to see how that ankle responds. There's been some swelling, according to what Slater's been reporting. And I'd go with that. But somewhere in there, Saturday or the next home game, right in there somewhere. He's going to need a ramp up to get to full speed by the playoffs. That feels about right. I sure am curious about how this is going to. They could use another defensive player. Now, their defense has been really good. They haven't really played the top of the line guys, teams and opponents. They could use another guy. They could use another athlete out there. They are not that athletic the way they are. I'm a Kuminga guy. I just think that he does really interesting stuff on the court. He's still young. There's such a momentum for what his career could be. He's going to want to play, clearly. He's a restricted free agent. There's a lot of things going on here. But, again, that's the Kerr thing. Let's not all decide all this stuff right away. Let's just let it mix. We'll let things develop. And it's going to be, I would say it's going to happen in a limited way early. I would not think fans should say, oh, my God, Kuminga, here it is. He's in the starting lineup. He's going to play 35 minutes right now. That's not going to happen. It's going to be more like 18 to 24, which we're familiar with Kuminga, right? You're always familiar with that. 18 to 24 with Jonathan Kuminga. Looks good. Maybe he finishes some games. Maybe he doesn't. But, again, I think, man, Jimmy Butler is such a perfect model for what you would want Kuminga's game to look like in a year or two. Just get to the rim. Make simple plays. Be athletic. Get to the free throw line. Be a complementary but finishing piece in a Steph Curry lineup. If he could do that and they get two of those guys, then there could be some really interesting things happening in the postseason.
Tim, really appreciate you coming on with us today, and continue reading your stuff in the SF Standard. And if there's one thing I've learned from following your active social media, when fans get dissatisfied with what their teams are doing, it is always Tim Kawakami's fault.
It is my fault. Blame me. That's always my fault. You got this.
So,
you're reading well. You're reading well, Greg.
Yeah. So, Tim, whenever you're on the podcast with Kawakami, your favorite book recently, without question, The Why is everything.
Oh,
best movie, The Brutal. How did The Brutalist not win the Oscar? But Becoming Led Zeppelin, Kawakami.
Oh, you like that one, huh?
It's so good. So good.
I haven't
and
watched
then
that.
Best
I love
Restaurant.
those.
Now, you didn't go to the Combine with us, but I took young Silver to St. Elmo's. He had to have the dirty martini with a 3 olive blue cheese. But the St. Elmo shrimp cocktail sauce, which is St. Elmo's fire.
Yep.
You've had that in your...
Yes, I have. It has blown my mind.
What do you think?
I think it's too hot. I think it's too much. My God, it's so hot. But it tastes good, but then you can't taste anything else for the rest of the night. That's what I've experienced.
Exactly.
He's a foodie.
He's a foodie.
Hey, that makes 3 of us.
Too much.
All right. All
Thank
good.
you, brother.
All good. All right, guys.
Thank
you so much.
Thanks, Tim. He is Tim Kawakami. You can listen to him with the TK Show. You can get that wherever you get your podcasts, and also, of course, read him in the SF Standard along with David Lombardi, covering all things Niners, Giants, and Warriors. So
John
great.
Shea Hay is now there.
Yeah. Shea Hay has joined him and was just on the most recent TK episode. So
I heard the Standard is the standard now, Mike Tomlin.
Absolutely. So on the other side, we'll do a little reaction to this and also get ready to talk a little Giants baseball because Greg Amsinger is going to join us at 11:30. Now, he has a busy schedule doing 30 clubs in 15 days, so we may have to just let him go at any point. We'll see how that goes, but can't wait to have...
He's not doing all 30. He's not doing all. He's just doing the ones in the land of the cacti.
Of course.
Cacti, the Arizona. But they used to do 30 clubs in 30 days. Now they're doing it in 15 days. He has been to the Dodgers camp, the Padres camp, the D-backs camp, and the Rockies camp. He is today, they are rolling into Scottsdale to talk about the Giants. So we want to get a full NL West briefing from the best Greg. Amsinger is fun. He loves ball.
Little reaction coming up, as well as getting ready for Greg Amsinger. The 3 Greg segment coming your way in about 15 minutes. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, here in the Bay Area, we've already had the Splash Bros. We've had the Bash Bros. Why not include the Sack Bros? Joey Bosa was released by the Chargers yesterday, and now the question is, do we have a family reunion at Levi's Stadium with Nick and Joey Bosa joining forces? What do you think, Faithful? Are you in favor of bringing in Joey Bosa to play side by side with Nick? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat, or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to join the conversation.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thomas swings. It's a high fly ball, deep right center. This is hit well. Thomas back at the track. He leaps. It is gone. First home run of the spring for the new Giants shortstop, Willie Adames.
Yeah, nice little moment from yesterday. And the Giants were down 5-1 early, but they came back and won 11-5. Willie Adames with his first homer in a Giants jersey. And if you were with us yesterday for our friend Kate Rooney, that's what we called the non-alcoholic homer, with it being in spring training. But a great sight nonetheless, as the Giants' largest contract in club history, big free agent signing shortstop, puts one over the fence, and Casey Schmidt did one as well. The bats were going yesterday, and we're going to talk to Greg Amsinger coming up. Lots to kind of get into, Papa. There was some not so great yesterday. There was a lot of fun as well, and Willie Adames certainly a part of that.
And Adames is back in the lineup today, playing at shortstop. So Lamont Wade Jr. leading off. Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Matt Chapman, Elliot Ramos, Patrick Bailey, Wilmer Flores DHing, Mike Yastrzemski, Tyler Fitzgerald, Justin Verlander on the mound. That sounds like your opening day lineup for the home opener with Verlander in your opening day lineup, which is 3 weeks from today. They begin the season in Cincinnati with Logan Webb on the mound. So that's why a lot of people are being sent back down to minor league camp, and Eldridge and Marco Luciano and Mason Black. So we'll monitor that. We are going to be joined by George Contos a little bit later on. And the one thing, Kyle Harrison got roughed up yesterday. Only one spring start, but not good. The velo's down. Landon Roop looks so polished. He looks like a starting pitcher. He's got 4 ways to get you out. Does Kyle have enough pitches? So I remember talking to George throughout the years about he thinks that Kyle Harrison should be in the bullpen anyway. He doesn't have enough pitches. He's working on a cutter. So, and George knows bullpens. You know, he wasn't a core 4. He was part of the Fab 5. And just talk about, you know, if they do put Roop in the rotation to start the year, if they go 5, they don't have to with a couple of off days. But, you know, what do they do with Kyle Harrison? So George will be there. But for Greg Amsinger, and he's just so fun. He is the face of MLB Network and MLB Tonight and during games with Dan Plesac and others. He just loves ball. He's been going around in the Cactus League. So it's 30 clubs in 15 days. They used to do hour shows. Now they do half-hour shows. Used to be 30 clubs in 30 days in any event, because, you know, Dodgers and Cubs are beginning the season in a couple of weeks' time in Tokyo, so we kind of have to do this. They're going to do the Yankees today, and the Yankees are on ESPN today and losing to the Twins 7-0 in Florida, and the Giants. So he'll do a lot of, and they'll just about interview every guy on the team, Yonder Alonso and Greg, and they go boom, 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 and they get Bob Melvin in there, maybe even Eldridge before he was set down. But this is the last one that they've done of the National League West. They've gone through them all. So we'll get his thoughts on Dodgers, D-backs, Padres, Rockies, Bud Black in a 1-year deal at age 67. And at the end, Amsinger will make his prediction. So I don't know what he's got for the Giants. I have already seen the other 30 clubs in 15 days. He has the Padres winning 93 games. He has the Arizona Diamondbacks winning 93 games. I think they're both in the playoffs. Wild card. He has the Los Angeles Dodgers winning, are you ready? 117 games. That would be the all-time record, besting Seattle. And remember that team well. They won 116, got bounced early with the great Ichiro. But his prediction is the Dodgers win 117, but the evil empire does not win the World Series. They don't even go back to the World Series. He has the Fightin' Phils beating them in the National League Championship Series. So Amsinger is fun. He makes wild predictions. 117? Really? But no World Series. And what's the number for the Giants? Pacoda predictions for the Giants are not nearly as favorable as we think. They think the Dodgers get 103, Arizona 87, San Diego a little under 87, And the Giants only 78 wins this year. Ouch.
Well, we hurt a little bit from the 73-9 team that ultimately did not win the NBA championship. I wouldn't mind that, actually. Amsinger's prediction. Go 117. They can have their own version of it. Phillies, take them down. Do whatever you got to do. And here's the deal. Greg Amsinger, he was so cool. He agreed to come on with us, even though we might have to let him go at any time. So let's not waste our time. Talk to him coming up next. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. And if 2 wasn't enough for you, well, guess what? Let's add one more to the mix. We're going to talk to Greg Amsinger, MLB Tonight host, who's out there doing 30 clubs in 15 days. Out for the San Francisco Giants camp at the Cactus League right now. We are 3 weeks away from opening day in Cincinnati, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here in San Francisco. What's going on, Greg?
The Greg trifecta. I got to be honest with you guys.
Excellent.
I was mad at my parents. I was mad at my parents for naming me Greg. I look more like an Anthony. I always wanted to be
Totally.
called Greg, but yeah, I just don't. Greg doesn't fit my face. It just doesn't. So they kind of blew it.
I can actually kind of see Anthony. That's not a bad call at all. That's a really good call.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, Greg.
St. Gregory. We're no saint. Gregorian calendar. So you're here, there, and everywhere, my friend. I'm watching you on these 30 clubs in 15 days. You've been all over the National League West. Just what are you doing today? You guys talk to like everybody, put it in a nice package for a 30-minute show. Verlander's on the mound today. Did you get the future Hall of Famer so far, Greg?
So because he's pitching today, he doesn't want to talk to anybody in the media. But I am currently sitting in a suite right next door. I'm going to rejoin. I'm sitting with my co-host, Mark DeRosa. FP Santangelo is in there with me. We're going to be sitting and watching the game with Buster Posey because we want to watch Verlander pitch. So we're at Scottsdale Stadium right now, and normally we go play golf afterwards. But once we found out that Verlander was on the bump, I'm like, hey, D-Ro, do you want to watch this? He's like, absolutely. So we're going to be hanging with Buster watching the game today.
Okay, well, two great names to get into, and I guess I'll start with Buster Posey because that was the big news of the offseason. The team, as far as the roster, pretty similar to what we saw last year. Change in leadership, very different. What was your reaction just knowing the game so well and witnessing Buster Posey as a player winning 3 championships to him becoming the president of baseball operations?
You know, for some reason, people think that there's a roadmap that every player must, honor, and they need to play a certain number of seasons and make Hall of Fame candidacy their number one priority. And then you have Buster Posey's like, I'm going to live my life. You guys can put me in the Hall of Fame if you want to. I think I've accomplished a lot. I know I'm nowhere near 40 years old yet, but yeah, I'm around the only club that I ever played for, and I may want to be a president of baseball operations. I know I'm a little young, but I'm going to hit the ground running and give a historic contract to a shortstop that wants to play every day. He's doing it his way. And we have to remind ourselves in the national media that while analytics still reign supreme, kind of drives me crazy, that this is a 3-time champion who did nothing but tear the cover off the ball as a catcher. And he wants to win games more than anything. He doesn't care about OPS. He played on a team in 2014 that had the fewest home runs in the sport, yet they were celebrating and popping bottles and won a world championship. He's got Pat Burrell as a hitting coach. Pat Burrell's a rock star human. Oh, my goodness, do I love Pat Burrell. I've had a couple wild nights with Pat Burrell already in my broadcasting career.
He's the machine.
He's amazing. But I love what he said just today. He's like, I don't care how hard these guys hit the ball. I care how often they hit the ball hard. And it's a completely different approach. It's more situational. And Bob Melvin is fully supporting it. They're trying to win games. They don't care about run differential. Bob Melvin had 2 banner seasons in his managerial career where he had a negative win differential. Do you think he cared about that? No. I don't think the Giants care about the stuff they were caring about in the previous couple seasons. They're going to get back to old school winning any way we see how.
Great stuff here from.
So envious of you watching ball with Buster, and so D-Ro's going to be on 30 clubs in 15 days with you. Give us the rundown because when Buster was a rookie that year and they won the World Series in 10, he was raised by Mark DeRosa. Mark got hurt that year, and then Pat the Bat came in off the scrap heap. But give us a lowdown. You're going to have Buster on the show. We're going to see it tonight at 6 o'clock. 30 clubs in 15 days. Greg, what are we looking for?
All right, so I kind of play quasi-producer when I'm on the road for these things. Our producer, Sandy Charles, allows me to step out of my lane, and I get very creative. We've got a terrific open of the show with Willie Adames. It's kind of like an SNL open, cold open, they call it. It's about 20 seconds. Very funny. You'll enjoy it. Come on camera. We give our big picture thoughts of the team. We walk through some of the roster changes, money spent in the division, and you trust me, you tee me up perfectly. I think all of America wants to see Mark DeRosa one-on-one with Buster Posey. That interview, which I watched him do it, is outstanding. and you have to watch it. It's going to be in the first segment of our show. D-Row, who is like one of the mentors to Buster. Now, watching Buster, who's much younger than him, as the president of baseball operations, it's a great interview. You have to watch it. And then in the second segment, I get to talk to my favorite pitcher in baseball. So I think he's going to win the Cy Young this year. I got someone else picked to win that. But there's no pitcher that I think is more valuable and more important to the game than Logan Webb. He's a throwback. He could have pitched in any era. My two favorite pitchers right now in baseball is Logan Webb and Zach Gallen. Do you know why that is? Because I know they'll be getting people out when they're 40 years old. They're pitchers. They're baseball players that happen to be the best pitcher on their team. They're the modern-day Jake Peavies of baseball. And when I say that name, you guys on KNBR know exactly what I'm talking about. Jake Peavy was the best baseball player. They just needed a pitcher. So he's like, all right, you know what? I was strumming my guitar, boys, but I'll put the guitar down. I'll go win you 15 games. Like, that's Jake Peavy. And Logan Webb is the modern-day Jake Peavy, and I love him. That's the interview in the second segment, along with D-Row with Willie Adames. A great demo at third base. Matt Chapman looks yoked this year, by the way. No one has transformed their body more than Jordan Hicks. To see Jordan Hicks walk by, 15 pounds of pure muscle, you guys got to see this. He might throw 109 miles an hour this year. So there's a lot to be excited about. Great interview with Bob Melvin coming up as well. We covered all the bases with this team, and now we're going to be watching the only guy we couldn't talk to today, Justin Verlander, pitch from right behind home plate. It's a good day. Good day at the yard.
Well, this energy is just fantastic for a Thursday here from Greg Amsinger. So I know we got a limited amount of time, but Justin Verlander is exactly where I wanted to go to next. Did you see him, or did you expect to see him, rather, wearing orange and black? And what's it like watching him surrounded by all these young arms now?
You know, it's weird because he sort of transformed himself as a teammate, and it started in Houston. When he won the World Championship, his first ring, he came out and was very emotional. I was on the postgame show of the World Series on MLB Network, and he got on the set and talked about how he wasn't the most popular guy in every clubhouse that he played on and didn't have a ton of friends in the game. And this group of the Astros at the time really they got through to him that he needs to soften up a little bit. And look, I think you needed a Buster Posey to see the value in a 42-year-old who's one of the three pitchers of this generation. It's him, Kershaw, and Max Scherzer. He's a future first-ballot Hall of Famer. There were a lot of people that saw the stuff coming out of his hand last year with the Houston Astros, ERA over 5, that were backing away. I believe in Hall of Fame eyes. Buster Posey has Hall of Fame eyes. Justin Verlander wouldn't come back if he thought he was going to throw a 5.5 Ernie up there. He doesn't want to end his Hall of Fame career poorly. I think he believes he can get to 300 wins. One of my predictions, I should be saying this, my producer Sandy Charles is going to get mad, but one of my many predictions for the Giants in the show is that I think Justin Verlander is going to win 17 games this year. That's going to put him really close to 280 wins. It's going to ensure that Justin Verlander is going to come back from age 43 season. Justin Verlander wants to get to 300 wins. I think Justin Verlander will. I believe in Hall of Famers. Don't give me a spreadsheet. I don't care what his vertical depth is on a slider. I could care less about that. This guy knows how to get people out, and I believe that he's going to get it done this year for the Giants. 17-game winner, Justin Verlander, and I can't wait to watch him pitch this afternoon.
On top of the 262 he has, base 10 mathematics, that'd give him 279 on the year. I love your prediction. Speaking of 17, I saw your 30 clubs in 15 days on the Dodgers. You're saying, Amsinger, the Dodgers are going to win 117 games this year?
Yeah. They're going to break the Mariners record. I truly believe it. Yeah. And you know, the weird thing is they aren't going to, I know this sounds really odd, like I'm contradicting myself. They're not going to try to win 117 games. Okay, let me explain that. They're not going to be playing all their regulars to get to 117 wins to break the record. It's just going to happen because of the immense depth they have at all positions. Blake Snell told us off camera that they're already packaging his year to give them 30 to 40 innings in October. Like, they're already planning ahead for workload of all their players because they're expecting a full month of baseball when the regular season is over. So this is a team with different goals and expectations than everyone else. That said, as you watch the show, I didn't pick the Dodgers to go to the World Series. No, I think human incentive matters. What just came out the other day of Bryce Harper saying that he's willing to go to right field again if they get a first baseman. They want to win Bryce a ring. And the Philadelphia Phillies are my pick to go to the World Series because of that human incentive. He is a face of a franchise. He's also a future Hall of Famer, in my opinion. And I think the Philadelphia Phillies can hear the window closing. The incentive game, it's a game of inches, right, guys? You win at the margins. The Dodgers just won the World Series. I know they spent over $500 million, but that human incentive to get Bryce a ring is going to put them over the top. I don't have the Dodgers going to the World Series. I have the Philadelphia Phillies.
A few more minutes here with Greg Amsinger down in Scottsdale for the Giants camp, and the energy's been fantastic. But before we had you on, we were talking about the win total predictions. 117 for the Dodgers. 93 for the Padres, 93 for the D-backs, 78 for the Giants. This is widely thought of, Greg, as a fourth-place team. But you've had a lot of juice and optimism here in this segment. So tell us why, and tell Giants fans what they have to be excited for what's ahead here.
I love the players on this team. I really do. I think Bailey gets better. I think Fitzgerald's going to find his footing at second base. I think Lee in center field, from all accounts, of putting him in the 3 spot in the lineup, they think he can be the first guy to hit the bat 300 in a Giants uniform since Buster Posey. I don't know if Willie Adames will become the first Giant to hit 30 and 100 since Barry Bonds in 2004, but I think he's going to come close. I like the situational hitting. I still think they're a bit light offensively to compete with the other 3 teams. I'm just being honest with you. I see a 2-win improvement. I think they win 82 games in what I'm calling the best division in baseball, not just the National League in baseball. Yes, the NL East has Juan Soto in it. I think the Atlanta Braves take a step back. I just do. They're putting a lot on the return of Spencer Strider at some point. Is Ronaldo Lopez really a solidified number 2 starter in any rotation? Chris Sale's getting older, and I don't know what we're going to get from Ronald Acuna Jr. Is he going to steal bases at the same level he was before? Because he's had 2 knee injuries now. I just don't see it. So I think the best division in baseball is the NL West. It is not a knock on the Giants to win 82 in this division, but they're in the right direction. And to me, that's the most important aspect of this whole thing. You're going to see them make major strides. Who knows? Maybe they'll be buyers at the deadline. That'll be fun for Giant fans.
And how fun are you going to have? Tell me more. So when we get done with you, they're going to start playing with Verlander on the mound at Scottsdale Stadium. You're going to watch in a suite with Mark DeRosa and Buster Posey. How cool is that?
Well, Buster and I go way back. You guys can go ahead and Google it. I was thinking about doing a cold open today to start our show with Buster Posey, and this is how it was going to go. D-Rose like, man, it's like yesterday when he was basically still in a pull-up helping me win a ring. We show image of Buster Posey celebrating the final out of that 2010 World Series. I'm like, you're telling me, D-Rose, the dude made me famous. And then I go back to a home run prediction I made that all you have to do is Google Amsinger Posey. It was a moment frozen in time. One of the great it's the greatest live look-in I've ever had in my career of a game. And since then, Buster and I have always been boys. Huge fan of his. Can't wait to celebrate his time in Cooperstown at some point, and I want to see him thrive. And I've told that to him. Having former players as roster engineers is where we need to go back to baseball. If we want baseball to be more athletic, we need to have former players who actually know what it's like to step, over those white lines. I don't understand that. I don't want to be a GM. I don't want to be a president of baseball operations. I grew up just in awe of players. That's why I love the game, because of players. And I need to see more players like Buster Posey in these roles. So I'm supposed to be, I work for MLB Network. I got to love all 30 teams equally. That's a lie. I don't. I'm going to be rooting especially for the Giants to succeed because Buster Posey is the president of baseball ops.
Greg, this was so awesome to have you on. So much so that we will definitely be spamming your phone a lot more come baseball season. But I know that you got a lot to get to, and I don't want to take away from your time
August
watching
29,
Justin Verlander.
2014. I hear it right now, Amsinger. Here it is.
And my bad knee never lets me down.
Fouled one off. You called a Buster bomb here?
Listen to you. I love it.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Greg.
Have a great day, Greg. Thank you, man.
See you guys.
Or should I say thank you, Anthony? That's actually, again, looking at a picture on the stream, I was like, kind of has a little Anthony to him. By the way, so Justin Verlander is going to be pitching for the San Francisco Giants against the White Sox. Ben Verlander just got engaged, posted about it 20 minutes ago.
Who is Ben Verlander?
Ben Verlander is Justin's brother and also a Fox Sports MLB analyst. He was on the morning show, actually, right after the signing.
Congratulations.
So congratulations there. So coming up, we'll do a little bit of reaction to Greg Amsinger. Lots of great stuff to chew on. And the vibes were immaculate. Austin Scott would be proud. Talk about that next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's why I might think about walking around, pitching around a little bit. He's 4 for 7 in his career against Juan Nicasio. All I'm saying is we might get a "it is out of here." So let's listen to live on MLB Tonight.
High drive, left field, it is out of here. And this one is over.
Oh, yeah. Nice work there by Walter. On Wednesdays, he whips it out. On Thursdays, he is working hard behind the glass. Greg Amsinger teasing the Kipe call. Buster Posey, the new president of baseball operations, knocks it out of the park, and tons to react to. Great interview. 3 Gregs, might have to do that more just because vibe was fantastic. And got to give some love to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We're talking about the 117 wins projection for the Dodgers. 925 saying 117 wins. I'd rather go that and not win the title than go 78 and be a farm team for clubs at the trade deadline. All right, hey, you know what? You know what? I'm trying to keep my expectations realistic here. You know what I'm focused on is how about the Dodgers don't win 117 and the title, okay? I'm just trying to have them not go back-to-back and have to do that whole discussion
let's
again.
not concede the National League West just yet. 3 weeks from the day the season's going to start. So we do love Amsinger, although if he was Anthony Amsinger, it'd be AA. I'm not sure you want to go there. But I also wanted to be named Anthony. I didn't like Greg, St. Gregory. All the great popes have been Gregory.
Am I the only one that was fine with the name Greg? I didn't grow up saying I love my name, but it was just it was cool.
Actually, Derek, I wanted Derek to be Anthony. I wanted Nick to be Anthony. I wanted my daughters to be Dominic and Rocco, but I got outvoted in all of them. But I do love Anthony. Anyway, 3 weeks from today, they're going to start the year in Cincinnati, and then 4 weeks from tomorrow is the home opener. It's starting to feel like baseball, and the Giant lineup today with Verlander on the mound will feel like opening day. And you know what? It really is time to feel like baseball when we get our first look at the Giants media guide for the year. And they sent it out this morning. I don't like the digital version. I need a hard copy. I'll get one from Maria. But this is the 25th anniversary season, obviously, of Oracle Park, and they're going to celebrate 25 years of Giants baseball at 3rd and King. Nothing like it. And some of the biggest moments are the Tim Lincecum no-hitter there, June the 25th of 2014. Opening day, remember April the 11th of 2000? And it was against the L.A. Dodgers, just like they opened Seal Stadium in 58 against the Dodgers. And Kevin Elster hit 3 home runs that day, and we thought the ballpark was going to be a bandbox. Didn't turn out that way. It was more of a pitching park, and we saw Lincecum no-hitters. Tim had a couple and one at Oracle Park against the Padres. Matt Cain did something that's no one's been done in Giant history except for Matt Cain. June the 13th of 2012, the Matt Cain Perfecto is on the cover of the media guide. Of course, Barry Lamar Bonds, August the 7th of 2007, home run number 756. The All-Star Game, which they hosted in July of 2007 on the cover of the Giants media guide this year. October the 3rd of 21. We want to forget that year. They won 107 games that year. The Dodgers did not win the West that year. They won 106, but they were beaten 107 and 106, and it was a buzzer shot by Matt Cain. He pitched game number 162, had a big hit in that game, and then obviously the 3 World Series championships throughout. World Series wins, Game 5, Baumgartner shuts out the Royals October the 26th of 2014. And then a few days later, that was a Sunday night, he goes to Kansas City and pulls that magic trick out in Game 7 out of the bullpen. How about Travis Ishikawa's walk-off home run, October the 16th of 2014, his Bobby Thompson moment. The Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant. So cool. We love numbers on opening day, and we don't know where it's all going to go. But one thing we are going to celebrate, and it's fitting that it's Bond's number, 25 years, 25th anniversary of baseball in the China Basin this year.
I actually, about 20 minutes before the show, was over in the old 1050 studio downloading that very document. I've made it through about 300 of the 482 pages so far. No, I'm joking, but it is great to have it, and love the cover. And yeah, we are starting to get there because we are 3 weeks to the day. And then about a week later, I don't know if it's exactly a week, but it was April 4th, we're going to be out there for the home opener against Seattle. And we may very well see Justin Verlander take the mound for his first time as a San Francisco Giant in the official baseball season. So
he's going to pitch Game 2 of the year in Cincinnati. That'll be his first time at Oracle Park that'll pitch as a Giant.
Yes. Sorry. First home game. I'm getting ahead of myself
It'll
here.
be 4 weeks from tomorrow. So they open on a Thursday, weather permitting, and then the home opener will be on April the 4th, which is a Friday.
Yeah, and by the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Great to hear from Greg Amsinger in addition to the energy and the Anthony and all the fun stuff there. And the cold open of live from Scottsdale. It's 30 clubs in 15 days or Saturday Night Live. However they want to riff on that. Loved hearing his thoughts on Verlander and how he had to soften up a little bit later in his career, because when he came to the San Francisco Giants, and I was talking about this with Walter during one of the breaks, I wasn't sure what the culture fit was necessarily going to be. We know that players who came here, Willy Adames, Justin Verlander, and a lot of the staff like JT Snow, who have been down there helping out, tons of respect for Buster Posey in that organization. But you also got a guy who just turned 42, now trying to gel with people who are 20 and 21 and can barely legally drink. And Verlander, to this point, you wouldn't be pitching on the San Francisco Giants and already a first ballot Hall of Famer if you weren't psycho enough to keep wanting to compete. But he also has had a really good sense of humor. He seemed like he's had a good time with the media. Even going back to the introductory press conference on Zoom, he made a good joke about his name, saying Kate on it, and he's like, all right, fine, I'll change it. They did the whole laser tag for his birthday. He went along with the wheelchair bit. So I'm glad that Justin Verlander has kind of embraced somewhat of a new rule, still wanting to pitch and be great and locked in when he's on the mound. But he wouldn't get brought in if there wasn't some real value to how he could help somebody like a Hayden Birdsong in that video that has sailed around, or a Kyle Harrison who had a rough start yesterday to spring training after missing. This is a lot of youth that is going to need to come up, and I'm not just talking about pitching. There are a lot of different players, and Greg Amsinger mentioned them, Jung-Hoo Lee, Tyler Fitzgerald, Patrick Bailey, that really got the potential to be the building blocks of this next era of Giants baseball.
And Verlander's on the mound today, and they're going to watch, Verlander pitch next to Buster Posey and Mark DeRosa. How great is that going to be? And for Justin Verlander, Amsinger predicted he's going to win 17 games this year. On top of the 262, that'd put him at 279. He's going to need a third year to get to 300, you would think. But the last guy to get to 300 wins was Randy Johnson in the reign in Washington as a Giant back in 2009. 17 would be ambitious. He's making $15 million. If he wins 17 games, he's going to want to redo his deal in the middle of the season. I think he's capable of winning a lot of games, but people would wonder, can he even make 17 starts this year based on the neck and the back and the injury last year? But he's healthy, and he's going into a year where he's had a full year to throw in the offseason. And look at his history. He's had years where he's blown out the UCL. He had Tommy John surgery, missed a whole year, came back and won another Cy Young, had one of the best pitching seasons in the history of baseball. So he is motivated. And what did he say when he came here? I want to prove I can still do it again. And what he is doing that is really interesting is he is breaking out a new pitch. Justin Verlander, you think of Verlander with the four-seam high fastball, Obviously, he's got breaking pitches as well and a changeup. He has dabbled with a curveball throughout his years, but he is breaking out kind of a Barry Zito over-the-top left-handed for Zito, the Rainbow Coalition for Verlander. It's a sweeping curveball. It's not a quick kind of slider curveball. He's incorporated in his game for the first time and actually throwing it in games. I mean, it's amazing that you're seeing guys experiment with new pitches here and there. Up and down the staff, they're doing it. Landon Roop going to a straight changeup on top of his obviously over-the-top curveball. And you wonder, not just, a veteran like Verlander talking to young guys, like Hayden Birdsong about move over to the other side of the rubber. You're over on the first base side. You want to get more bite on your breaking ball and more finish on your fastball. Try the third base side of the rubber. It's amazing. It's like, we got a couple of veteran guys we're watching on their way to the Hall of Fame, Verlander, and Jimmy Butler's got some more work to do to get to Springfield. But Ron Adams was on the other morning with Murph and Marcus talking about how Jimmy Butler is pulling Guy Santos aside after practices and talking about his post defense, how to do it. I mean, that's what you want, but you also want Verlander not just to be a part-time instructor. You want him to be Justin Verlander, first ballot Hall of Famer, and for him to be breaking out a sweeping curveball and be able to change velo on that and the eye level on top. And I think his four-seam fastball will be back this year. We saw it late last year that it was, up to 95, 96 later in the year. It wasn't all the way through. So I love Amsinger, and he's got some wild predictions out there. Yeah. He thinks Justin Verlander is going to win 17 games this year. Does he truly believe that, Anthony? Or is that just a TV bet? 17 wins? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if he reaches 17, I'll be very, very, very pleasantly surprised. And to your point, Papa, let's get to 17 starts before we worry about the rest of that. I want him to be healthy. I want him to go a good 140, maybe 150 innings, see whatever happens from there. As far as another item on the list of Greg Amsinger notes, said he liked the situational hitting of the Giants. That's something that continues to worry me because I do think defensively, this is a team that has a little bit more depth. I like the young arms. I like the fact that Jung Hoo Lee's coming back. We'll see how Tyler Fitzgerald does for the first time at second base, but on paper, second base is an easier position to play than outfield or center field rather, and shortstop, the two he was really dealing with last year. I don't know about the situational hitting yet to this point. I think the defense is going to be able to keep them in games. Situational hitting was something that absolutely haunted them last year. And if this is a team that might not have the offensive power to hang in there with your division opponents of the Diamondbacks, the Padres, and the Dodgers, that's a little bit more of a start proving it to me in 3 weeks kind of item rather than I'm feeling good about the situational hitting in the offense.
Well, start proving it in 3 months. I mean, you got to do it throughout. This is spring training. But the fact that they've made it a mindset, and we had Pat Burrell on before they went to spring training, and we asked him. It was woeful last year. Not just getting a base hit with runners in scoring position, and it wasn't RISP, it was RIP. They were killing runners. They were dead. They didn't get home. But it's not even that. Make a proper out. The biggest problem they had was not moving a runner from second to third by shooting the ball the other way if you're a right-handed hitter, or not, lifting and separating with a runner at third in less than two. Drive in or run. How often do they do that? I think their problem is they strike out too much in those situations. Tyler Fitzgerald, as hot as he got, he struck out way too much. Grant McCray at the end of the year, you can't strike out that much. And even the veteran guys, Yaz cannot catch up to a high fastball. Neither can Matt Chapman. So those guys are pitchable. So change your approach. But the first spring training round of BP, Adames got in, Willie Adames, the big free agent signing. And right away, he said, give me situational here. Let's just not go in the cage and buggy whip and try to drive it. Tell me what I'm doing. Runner at second, nobody out. Watch me go the other way. Runner at third, one out. Watch me like Wilmer Flores does all the time. Wilmer Flores played crippled last year, but that guy knows how to hit a fly ball in the right shot situation to drive in a run. So you have to make it up and down a mindset. And I didn't know it. I watch him take BP on TV before the game, and when I'm there, I know Matt Williams talks about this. Pat the Bat talks about this. But for Bob Melvin's teams, they were not good in San Diego doing that. They were not good in extra innings. They were not good with runners in scoring position. They were not good in one-run games. Not just as last year there. The year before, they didn't win an extra inning game forever until the very end of the year, and they were up against the expansion 1969 Montreal Expos. That's how bad they were, and you wonder. I thought it was more Machado and Tats. You got to tell those right-handed hitters with a runner at and you begin an extra inning game with the placed runner at second base. A lot of situations they come up. You got to tell those guys shorten up and go to right field. I'm Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado. We're not looking for one run. We're looking for two when I hit it over the left field wall. So a little bit of that, but Mike Schultz gets there, and look at how much better they were last year in runners in scoring position stats. They did. They had a different approach. They didn't strike out as much. They changed up with 2 strikes. So it's a mindset, but a lot of times you can tell them to do it as coaches. Watch Willie Adames take his at-bats. See what he does. That guy not only had 32 homers, look at the RBIs he had last year with the Brewers. Giants haven't had a 100 RBI guy since Buster. Way back when. We know about Bonds and the 30 homers guy, from 2004. Adames may hit 30. Ramos may hit 30. They have guys that are capable of hitting 30. But how many of you can drive in 100? That's the goal. Yeah. Don't tell me RBIs are an outdated stat. That moves the scoreboard. It's a run that you've produced. Watch Adames do it. Watch Wilmer do it. They haven't had a guy hit 300 since Buster. Who can hit 300 on this team? Lamont Wade can do it. Lamont's leading off today. He's changed his stance also. He just walks a lot. There's no doubt. Does he want to drive the ball a little bit more? But look at the lineup, and they're underway right now with Verlander on the mound. Wade, Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, Ramos, Bailey, Flores, Yaz, Fitzgerald. That's your lineup today with Justin Verlander on the mound. That's going to be your lineup opening day 4 weeks from tomorrow. And with the exception of Logan Webb on the mound, and Verlander will pitch Saturday, game 2 of the year, that's your opening day lineup. So let's see how they take their at-bats and how they do it. But I think the runners in scoring position, they got to prove that over a long haul. Yeah. But the mentality from the first day was, we're going to drive in runs here.
And they're going to have to do it if they want to compete with the offense of an Arizona, a Los Angeles Dodgers, a San Diego. And yes, to your point, Papa, they're underway with Justin Verlander on the mound, and they got the lineup of Wade, Adames, Lee, Chapman, Ramos, Bailey, Flores, Yastrzemski, Fitzgerald. So a very, very starting lineup look-alike, and opening day we'll probably see the same thing with Logan Webb inserted on the mound. Verlander, of course, his first time at Oracle Park as a San Francisco Giant, will be out there on April the 4th. On the other side, let's get a little bit back into San Francisco 49ers free agency. We'll be monitoring the Giants as they play the Chicago White Sox, and we are going to have George Contos join us at 12:50, and then Matt Money Smith at 1:15. Talk a little bit about Niners, react to some of Tim Kawakami's comments. How much smoke is there to the Joey Bosa situation? We'll get into that coming your way. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Here comes Bosa!
Couldn't have said it better myself, Papa. Here comes Bosa, or so we think. Joey Bosa was released by the Chargers yesterday. Is there a reunion in the cards for Nick and Joey to play on opposite sides of the defensive line and wreak havoc on opposing quarterbacks. Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Let's get up with our good friend Steve Moskowitz here on a Thursday. Steve, today going to talk about unfiled and unpaid tax returns.
It's a very common situation. Affects a lot of people. Here we are in March. We're getting into the heart of traditional tax time. And this is when the IRS likes to make examples out of people. Obviously, you don't want to be an example. And you don't have to be. A lot of people don't file returns because they don't have the money to pay it. No problem. We want to make a deal for you, no matter how much you owe. We'll file all the old back returns you need. Well, you don't have your records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. Well, your bookkeeping's a mess. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department. The bottom line is, whatever reason you're not filing the returns or not paying the taxes, we have a good solution for you. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you give us the go-ahead, we'll go and talk to the IRS for you. You don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
If you want help from Steve Moskowitz, you can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, first and foremost, I think the 49ers have either 11 or 12 draft picks, and they're going to have to hit on some of these picks and have these guys come in on rookie contracts for the financial relief, not to mention the talent boost that they provide. Because the 49ers are going to have to make a number here this offseason. They're going to lose talent in free agency. Talanoa Hufanga is going to be gone. Dre Greenlaw, I think, is going to be gone. They're going to lose a lot of talent in free agency. They're going to have to make cuts here to get under the salary cap in the coming week. You mentioned the Brock Purdy contract. That's going to take a while, I believe.
Yeah, that's Adam Schefter right there talking about the 49ers as we get ready for free agency. Now, the first part of that bite, we got to wait and see what happens with the youth through the draft, the development, and all of that. The free agency is coming up a little bit sooner, and we assume that Charvarius Ward is going to be gone. We have to monitor Dre Greenlaw's situation, Talanoa Hufanga, another one, and then also looking at what else could be out there, because if anyone was to walk out the door, who could they bring in as a veteran presence while they also try to get younger all at once? So this is the offseason. This is life when you just went to a Super Bowl and then go 6-11 the following year, and you're trying to make it work in the short term with the financial constrictions that you have been given. By the way, speaking of defensive ends, not Joey Bosa, but per Adam Schefter, the Bengals have given permission for All-Pro defensive end Trey Hendrickson to seek a trade.
Well, he's under contract for one more year, so that is surprising. I thought they were going to try to bring him back. But in a team that would trade for him and give him a new contract. So the business of the NFL is getting ready for Monday and next week, and you're restructuring, releasing, re-signing certain players. And the Niners did make Javon Hargrave's release official earlier today. We knew about it months ago. Matt Mayoko came on and said they're going to let him go with a post-June 1 designation, and John pretty much said that last week at the Combine, so it's official. Can they re-sign the Gravedigger? Let's see what his market is. It's interesting. The NFL Network is replaying the Week 13 game from last year in Philadelphia when Javon Hargrave went back to the link.
We just saw Big Dom get ejected in the bullpen like 5 minutes ago.
Dom DeSandro got elected. Big Dom is a good guy. He's a family friend. And Dre Greenlaw got kicked out of that game as well. So just watching this game back, it was December the 3rd of 2023, and that's when two franchises were going different directions. Philadelphia was 10-1 coming into the game, had the overtime win against Buffalo the week before that wore them down. Niners went into that tough part of the schedule, Seattle, Philly, Seattle, we all talked about, and going back to the link and just bludgeoning them. They fell behind. It was 6-0 after one quarter. The Niners had minus 6 yards offense after one quarter. Philly had 124. Brandon Ayuk made an incredible, if you recall, back of the end zone touchdown catch where he dove across the end line to give the Niners the lead with the extra point by Jake, 7-6. Debo had 3 touchdowns in the game. I've not watched the next 2. They're coming still. But the first one was an end around. They call it a Z reverse. He's the Z wide receiver. He comes in reverse motion. It's not really, it's a reverse where there's a handoff and another handoff. Anyway, it's a Z end around, whatever it is. He came in. The way he turned that corner and the speed that he showed, how many times did Debo just not have an angle where he would just outrun and get to the edge and go downhill? They blocked it well. Philly was not ready for it, and he went in from 12 yards out to give him a 21-6 lead. That's the thing with Debo this year. He just could not turn the corner on all those jet sweeps, even runs from Deadpool. He could not get to the edge. They strung him out. You could see the whole defense just stringing him out. And was it because you were too predictable and the league was no longer surprised when you lined up in 3 wide and Debo went in the backfield? We know he's going to do that. He's done it a lot, so we got to trigger and be ready when he does it. Did he lack a little speed getting to the edge? He was returning kicks in this game, and we saw him return kicks this year. When he was downhill, he was going fast, but going horizontally, trying to stretch the width of the field, he couldn't do it. So Debo's no longer a Niner. The question then, you watch Ayuk in that catch he made in the back of the end zone. What is his situation? We laid out the possibility of trading him before April 1. Tim Kawakami was on with us at 10:50 and said he doesn't think they're going to do it. But I'm also watching Charvarius Ward. Man, he followed A.J. Brown around in this game. He did not stay on his usual left corner, offensive right. He went wherever A.J. went. And there was a back shoulder in the end zone, and Mooney Man knocked the ball away. That's the best football he's played. He was an all-pro that year in 23. 5 interceptions, the pick 6 against Kyler Murray, the big pick at the end in Washington to win the game. He wasn't the same guy this year. Now, he went through hell, losing his baby girl, Amani Joy. So I think we're all bracing that he's going to leave next week. We'll see where he gets paid. So it's just a lot of change, Javier. Philadelphia's, they're all different, too. They made a lot of changes. They continue to make changes. You know, they got rid of big play Darius Slay. They also got rid of Bradbury, who the Niners picked on in this game. What exactly is Philadelphia preparing for? They're clearing all this salary cap space. Are they going to try to make a run at Myles Garrett here?
That's
or
been the rumor.
What are they thinking about?
That's been the rumor.
We were in the combine last week.
Yeah, speaking of Diana Rossini, who originally put that report out there, she's also put out there this morning that DK Metcalf, the desired price for the Seahawks is a first-rounder and a third-rounder. Pretty steep price when you consider some of the other wide receiver compensations, but if we go back to what the Packers' original trade package was, it was this year's number 23 overall pick, and then one of Romeo Doubs or Dontavian Wicks. So seems like as there are some possible destinations, maybe the Packers would want to go and be willing to pay him that money. They do have a lot of young people and who will have to get paid eventually. Jordan Love obviously already got his money. Jair Alexander probably going to be off the team coming this next year. Then you look at teams like the Chargers, who now have a bunch of cap space to deal with. They need to bring in some receivers. So could it be Devontae? Could it be DK Metcalf? There's going to be a lot of different moving pieces to monitor for sure. And Tim also put out there with us, he doesn't think that it's going to happen where it could be both Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. Definitely one, if not none.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting that on. I mean, last year they brought in bulk. They brought in Leonard Floyd, Yatur Gross-Matos, Malik Collins, Jordan Elliott. They could easily bring them both in. The question is, how much are they going to cost? Can you get Joey Bosa inexpensively? He just got released. His body's breaking him down. Who else is going to make him an offer? Anybody going to make him an offer to pay him $10 million for 1 year? Unlikely. So what's the number going to be? And then on top of that, can you get a Bosa Brothers by the Bay reunion discount with him? And then Khalil, how much is he going to, demand on the open market? He's 34 years of age. His numbers are down. He's still a good player. He plays 61% of the snaps last year. I think you want him in the Alpha and the Turbo, where Joey would be just the Turbo, the Gold Rush, the Pass Rush. You have to manage his snaps the way you do with Leonard Floyd. So I don't know why he thinks that. I think that, we'll see. If it's one or the other, I'd rather have Khalil, but, the Bosas may want to reunite. It'll depend on money and what they do. And then, we'll talk to Matt Money Smith about, who's the better player. He's the voice of the L.A. Chargers, one of the premier voices in the L.A. market, does a talk show down there as well, and he's on all this stuff. He's Matt Money. So how much money will it cost to sign Joey Bosa? How much money will it cost to sign Khalil Mack? What is the appropriate dollar figure to pay them? And then you mentioned the Chargers, the cap space. What are they preparing for? They have over $90 million in cap space. New England's got $125 million. The problem they've got is, picking someone to go there. I just saw that Debo play I was talking about with his speed. Wow. Breaks a tackle over the middle and then runs right through their entire secondary. That was Debo. That's when he was dastardly, and you couldn't deal with him. Wow.
Yeah, life comes at you fast in the NFL, man.
That was one of the best plays he's made as a 49er. Where's that guy last year? And he just runs a in-cut, a shallow cross, breaks a tackle right in the middle of the linebacker, and then runs right by everybody. And three guys, Slay and Bradbury, who just got cut this week, both had angles on him, and he ran right by him. So I don't know what he weighed there, but he was running about 20 miles per hour. Anyway, what are the Chargers going to do? Over $90 million. New England's got the most. They got the young quarterback. And Drake May, people are going to want to go play with him. but they're not good right now, but they will get good. And the Raiders got $95 million in with the Max Crosby extension. They can spread that out. Chargers have 90. So what are they? We're talking about wide receivers and maybe a trade Ayuk. You just traded Debo. You want to do all that? Well, if you're Adam Peters watching this game today, that's the Devo I saw. That's the Devo we got. Where was he last year? Wow, he looked powerful and fast on that play. Anyway, and Sanjay Lal is the wide receiver coach with the L.A. Chargers and Harbaugh. He was in Seattle. He's been around the league with everybody, but he was in Seattle for a long time. Do the Chargers want to get in play in the DK Metcalf business? I mean, giving up all that seems like a lot. But you're talking about older receivers who are on the downslide. You know, go back to when Devontae got traded originally from the Packers. What was the package there? You know, there is a history of paying a little bit for a wide receiver. Is Devontae still that guy? DK, Devontae's a street free agent, but with Sanjay, would he want to go get DK Metcalf? And he's the one that raised him in Seattle. He's the one that got him off the campus at Ole Miss and taught him not just to be an ex-boundary wide receiver on the left, to move around. And he's not a great route runner. He doesn't sink his hips well, but he's learned to be better. Would the Chargers want to do that? What are they up to? And then Tyler Lockett's a street free agent. You don't have to trade for him. You could get him cheap. Sanjay knows him well. But there are a lot of good wide receivers that are available this offseason, Greg. You got guys coming off injuries, Devontae. You know, what's going to happen with Cooper Kupp? I keep wondering, is he going to get traded? Or are the Rams going to have to just release him?
So Ian Rappaport put out there, and I was looking for the exact clip, but it was a handful of teams, and he didn't mention the Packers in this one, of who could be potential landing spots for DK Metcalf. He did throw the Chargers in that mix. Also, the New England Patriots were as well, and I think the Texans may have been in that, although I got to go back and fact-check that one. I know it was Chargers and Patriots, and of course, the Packers were the first team when we were discussing this back in Indy that was all brought up. So, Cooper Kupp, another big name to watch. We'll see what happens with Devontae Adams. And the 49ers, how do they work around their cap space? Who's going to be gone coming up in the next year? Well, on the other side, we had to do a little flip-flop on the schedule. Matt Money Smith is going to be at 1:15 now, which means Silver Linings Playlist will be coming up your way. And then we'll get to George Kontos, a little bit back into Giants baseball. Matt Money Smith, maybe talk a little bit of Warriors on the 1 o'clock hour as they get ready to finish out their road trip and try to cap it off with a 4-1 in Brooklyn tonight. It is Papa and Silver Linings Playlist next on the Sports Leader.
Struggle with glasses and contacts, you probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL, but if you now need readers or bifocals, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is a permanent solution to ditch them all. It is called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It is truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts, plus an extra bonus, which I was unaware of. You'll never have to worry about developing a cataract the rest of your life if you have CLR. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. That's tomorrow at noon. CLR. No readers, glasses, contacts. Laser Eye Center, Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Well, this is a good time to keep it brief because we got George Contos coming up at the bottom of the hour. Had to figure out what I wanted to do today. Not a super news-heavy sports day last night, but we did get the news officially that Joey Bosa was released from the LA Chargers. And so, of course, that got me thinking, today's the day, if we're going to do it, talking on 50,000 watts, to do all the speculation. Does he want to come back and unite with his brother? And I don't want to say reunite because, if I'm not mistaken, they have not played together since high school. I think the year Nick got to Ohio State, Joey was drafted by the LA Chargers. And, of course, they have both been with one franchise their entire NFL careers. So the long-awaited reunion since high school, if that were to happen, didn't know what to do song-wise, and I can't say that the song I'm about to tell you is my favorite, but this one goes out to all the parents that have young children and may have had to take their children to see Mufasa, the Lion King remake. Now, the Lion King, the original, iconic songs, right? The Circle of Life, Hakuna Matata. I mean, those are just bangers, like not even in the context of movies.
This is on your playlist, I know.
Yeah.
You are Brody Brazil. You are Brody.
I am a little bit of Brody Brazil. I want to do a show with Brody at some point. It seems like we'd just kind of go off the rails on the music.
All right, where are you going here now?
This one is called I Always Wanted a Brother. And I mean, how could I not? Nick Bosa, bring in Joey Bosa on the defensive line. It wouldn't be the first time, as we learned, and we're reminded by some of our great listeners, that two brothers will play together on the defensive line, but it would be the first time that we would ever see it. And it's got a nice little groove to it. And Nick Bosa, maybe all he really wanted was a brother, and if Joey is in accordance with him, well, he can make it happen. Might have to take a little bit less money, but he can make it happen.
All right, so who's the artist of this song? What am I listening? I thought you would go Jonas Brothers today for the Bosa brothers. Or the Brothers Gibb. I didn't know where you were going to go. Who's doing this song I'm listening to?
You know, I got to even look at the artist. It's just one of those. Yeah, it's I don't know.
All
I know is I always wanted a brother. Yeah, could have done Brothers Gibb. Shout out to the Bee Gees. You know, Bee Gees, before they went disco, really good. I'm not a disco guy.
What do you mean? You don't like the disco time?
Not
the
a
Bee
disco
Gees
guy.
After. They're some of the greatest songwriters of all time. There's a doc on the Brothers Gibb.
I watched it.
The Bee Gees. So good. Anyway, one thing about Joey. We've seen him, when the Niners went to Costa Mesa in training camp a couple of years ago. But he has shown up to watch his brother play in Super Bowl 54 in Miami. Joey Bosa was there. He was there in Vegas a couple of years ago, last year, whatever it was, Super Bowl 58. We have seen him come to championship games to watch Joey wreak havoc against the Packers, obviously against the Lions. How many playoff games has Joey Bosa played in his career? He just was in one last year, and they were actually doing pretty well. He had a sack in that game as C.J. Stroud. Khalil Mack had 2 in that game. I just watched it back this morning. Joey almost had a second sack in the game, and that game turned. There was a snap that went right through C.J. Stroud's hands. It rolled out to the right. I thought Joey was going to sack him again. Stroud got out, hit Nico over the middle, first down, and then they just started to roll, and Justin Herbert threw more picks in that game than he has all year. And then obviously the Chargers had a 27-0 lead in Jacksonville in a playoff game. Remember when Joey, at the end of that game, when they lost the lead, slammed his helmet on the ground?
Sure do.
I do ask you, and I don't even know the answer. How many playoff games has Joey Bosa won in his entire career?
1.
1?
He is 1-3. So 2018, the year that I think they went 11-5, went wild card because the Chiefs won the division, but that was a great year by Anthony Lynn's Chargers. Phillip Rivers. And I remember Mike Williams had a big 2-point conversion to beat the Chiefs, get them hot at the end of the season.
Oh,
they
I remember on a
beat
Thursday
Lamar
night.
Jackson in his
Remember
first
that game.
playoff game. Yeah, Thursday night game, exactly. And they
Right.
beat Lamar Jackson in his first playoff game in Baltimore.
That was 2018.
Correct. And then they
I
got
remember that,
picked
yeah.
apart by Tom Brady in the divisional round.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's lost 3. He's lost last year in Houston, the year before in Jacksonville. What's the other one he lost? He's played in 4 playoff games. He's won 1.
Yes, correct.
So part of it is, do you want to go to Super Bowls again, Joey? I mean, without, being in the family and friends section, do you actually want to play in a Super Bowl? Do you want to play in a championship game? Do you know that it goes beyond wild card weekend and divisional? Do you want it? So part of it is, I know we're picking 11th. We lost 11 games, but that's not what they're thinking here. Who said 3 to 5 years rebuild? Are you kidding me? They're not going to be around 3 to 5 years. You cannot do that. And I know they got to pare back some salary, but they got a galaxy of stars on this team. So if we are going to have a brothers Bosa reunion, he's coming here to win. And he's coming here to play with his brother. Is he coming here to get rich? You're already rich, Joey. You're already rich. And the older brother picks up the tab. That's the rule, even though Nick is richer than you. But anyway, I think there's motivating factors for Joey to come here. Do the Niners want him? Do the medical people say? Dr. McAdams, the Dustins, when they look at him, they're going to say, that's an unwise choice. His body's breaking down. He's had all sorts of injury. How well does he take care of himself off the field? All right, we can roll that. Or now Parag, Brian Hampton, we're not going to pay him that kind of money. Will you take a little bit less to play with your brother? I mean, if the only way this happens is all those boxes get checked, and then ultimately Joey's going to want to have to come here. They've talked about it over the years, but Joey was making too much money. The Chargers were not going to let him out. They talked about doing this last year, but they restructured. He took a $7 million pay cut. They did not get rid of him. They kept him. Now he's gone. Now he's a street free agent. And then we'll talk to Matt Money Smith, the great voice of the Chargers. How much does Joey have? Would he do it? What about Khalil Mack? Would you rather have Khalil Mack on your team? I've been thinking about Khalil since I knew he was a free agent at the end of last year, and obviously we'll find out on Monday, but Khalil Mack was a great player for a long time in this league, and like Nick, won a Defensive Player of the Year for the Oakland Raiders. By the way, have you heard who the I shouldn't even say Oakland, the Athletics have hired as their new team president?
I have not.
Mark Bedane, the former president of the Oakland, and he's the one that was there to build Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. He was in the front office for a long time with Amy, and Amy Trask was the president of the team. And Mark did ascend to the number 1 spot after Amy left, after Al's death. Mark Bedane has been in Vegas for a number of years, not only getting the Raiders there and building that stadium, but also working with the NBA and the current owner of the Houston Rockets, I believe, to get a building built there for Tata. And they're going to move the Rockets. The word is that they're not going to move the Rockets, but he's going to be the new owner of the expansion Las Vegas NBA team. And Mark Bedane was the one who was pushing that through, getting an arena built, but just out of nowhere, Dave Cavill, thank you for your work, but you just got us out of Oakland. Bad club, move on. The Athletics have hired Mark Bedane as their new team president, and if they do that, he's living in Vegas now. So they're not doing it to be the Athletics of Sacramento or just the Athletics. They got to think they're going to Vegas. So I did not see this one coming. Mark Bedane, the new president of the Athletics baseball team.
So if we're talking sports conspiracy theories right now, does that mean that Mark Bedane's expansion team is in a race with the Dallas Mavericks ownership group after all the conspiracies that they traded away Luka and raised season ticket prices to get money to go and build a casino or move the team to Vegas? I digress in all that. Klay Thompson's Mavericks having a tough go out there. We'll talk a little hoops in the 1 o'clock hour, but it is time to get back into the San Francisco Giants. Matt Chapman went deep already. Good start today in the opening day lineup with Justin Verlander on the mound. And George Contos will be here to talk about it with us next. And then Matt Money Smith at 1:15, all coming your way right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Here comes Bosa!
Couldn't have said it better myself, Papa. Here comes Bosa, or so we think. Joey Bosa was released by the Chargers yesterday. Is there a reunion in the cards for Nick and Joey to play on opposite sides of the defensive line and wreak havoc on opposing quarterbacks? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, sometimes our wonderful life in the Bay Area can lull us into a sense that everything is under control, kind of like the Niners and Debo. And then Golden State Lumber and Showroom, they want you to know that when the unexpected challenges occur, they've got your back. With one of the largest inventories and truck fleets to fulfill your needs, they can quickly supply you with siding, fencing, hardware, decking, maybe a Z-wide receiver, or any other kind of lumber you may need. Golden State can get materials to you anywhere in Northern California that allows your contractor or builder to start the repair process as soon as the next day. Golden State Lumber Yards stretch from Stockton to Newark to San Rafael and Santa Rosa, with more locations in between. At GoldenStateLumber.com, you'll see Start and Order and tab on each page. It also allows you to request a quote. Golden State strives to help their clients save time and save money. Family owned since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you. About an hour 10 left on a Thursday. Then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work tomorrow. We'll be back to round out the week, do some reaction to the Golden State Warriors finishing up their road trip. What is going on with the San Francisco Giants? Matt Chapman, I mentioned, went deep. So did Jung-Hoo Lee, and he is playing some good ball. And we're going to make the connection with George Kontos in just a moment. Get into everything. But, Papa, it is refreshing to see a healthier Jung-Hoo Lee, who didn't get a lot of Major League at-bats, have a pretty nice spring training.
Matt Chapman has homered twice today already. They're leading 4-0. Justin Verlander's throwing the ball well, and Jung-Hoo, as you said, hit a line drive to right center to score Willy Adames' second homer of the spring. So he's 2 for 2 today. He is 9 for 19 this spring already, and he's got a couple of home runs. So that's going to be a key, whether he's leading them off against lefty pitching or against righty. Lamont Wade Jr. is leading off, and Jung-Hoo hits third, whatever it is. But you got pretty much your opening day lineup in there today, and they're up 4-0. Lamont's leading off, and Adames was able to score ahead of the home run by Jung-Hoo Lee, who's 2 for 2. Matt Chapman is 2 for 2 with a pair of solo home runs. And we'll get George's thoughts on Justin Verlander. And Buster's there watching today. Mark DeRosa with Greg Amsinger, as he said, as they get ready for 30 teams in 15 days. Justin Verlander's gone 3 strong today. He's given up just 3 hits, no runs, no walks. He's punched out 3, and we do want to get Kontos' intel on him and the sweeping curve. I believe he knows one Justin Verlander going back to Game 1 of the 2012 World Series.
Yes, he does, and we'll go right there right now. George Kontos, 8-year MLB vet. Of course, you know him from his time in San Francisco from 2012 all the way to 2017. Now does work for NBC Sports Bay Area, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. George, I believe this is our first time having you on Papa and Silver, so great to connect with you here on KNBR, and how's it going today?
Hey, fellas, how you doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting exciting. You know, we're about 3 weeks to the day, rather, from being at opening day and getting ready to see the San Francisco Giants. And today they got their real lineup out there with Justin Verlander on the mound and see what they can make of this team. I guess I'll start with you on the pitching front because that is what you know well. Landon Roop has had a spectacular spring to this point, and he's voiced out there that he wants to be a starter. So if he does not get that 5th rotation spot, say they give it to Kyle Harrison, they give it to Hayden Birdsong, somebody else, would it be more beneficial to have him start the year in AAA, or would you have him on the opening day roster and make him a member of the bullpen anyway?
It's a really good question. You know, obviously the way that he's thrown the ball has been fantastic. He's, given up 1 hit, I believe, in his 3 outings, no runs, and he's got, I think, when I was looking at it, a .26 whip, which is pretty incredible. So I think he has to be winning the competition if there is one for that 5th spot. But if the organization decides to go a different way for that 5th spot, he'd be a really hard guy for me to send back to minor league camp with what he's done so far at the major league level and major league camp. He's proven that he can handle it, and whether it's in an extended role in the bullpen, throwing long innings, he's definitely somebody who can help your pitching staff.
When he started out last year in the bullpen, and he came out of nowhere with that devastating curveball, George, and he's adding a changeup. So I'm with you. I think right now, and they still got 3 weeks to go, but if they do need a 5th starter, they got a couple of off days before they come back home on that first roadie, so they don't have to do it. But if they do need a 5th starter, I think it's Landon Roop, which would lead to Kyle Harrison, and he has not pitched as well. Yesterday, he really struggled. Got 1 out and gave up a bunch of extra base hits, a 3-run homer. He came back in and pitched a little better. The reports are his velocity is again hovering in the 91, 92 and not in the mid-90s. So we all saw him, come up last year, and first full year in the bigs, came up the year before. There's been some people that theorize, I know you've thought about it, maybe moving him into the bullpen. Does he have enough ways to get you out at the major league level? Let's take that question and flip it. What if Landon Roop is the 5th starter? would you be comfortable pitching Kyle Harrison out of the bullpen to begin the year, or should he start at AAA?
You know, that is a difficult question. Obviously, what we have to remember is Kyle Harrison is still so young, and this guy was the top left-handed pitching prospect in all of minor league in baseball just a couple of years ago. So to kind of turn the page and say that he's not a starter, that's a little preliminary and too soon for me to decide. And we've all focused, all of us from the media and the internal discussions that we've heard. Everyone is focusing on his velocity, and I'm sure that's something that is in his head, and he's trying to make the things that he can do to his delivery to get that velocity back. So I think it's just one of those things where you got to be a little patient with him. I would not put him in the bullpen now. If he needs a little bit more seasoning, whether it's the development of a third pitch or a fourth pitch that he can command consistently, I think that, and I know that we've kind of been reading in the media that the development of a cutter would be something that I think would really benefit him to protect that fastball that he has that is so effective. But the bottom line is you got to kind of clear the 5 inches in between the ears and go out there and just play baseball again. And I think once he does that, he'll be a little bit more himself.
George, what's your evaluation of the bullpen as a whole? Because we know that Buster Posey, now the PBO, understands the value of a good bullpen. I mean, helped him get to 3 World Series rings, and of course you being part of that. So, I mean, the bullpen just a heavily used unit the last couple of years in particular, and right now Eric Miller, currently the only lefty arm. I see a lot of potential, but, I want to get it from someone who has done this and lived this and knows the importance of understanding roles in the bullpen.
I think, Buster, obviously you made a very good point. He's seen it firsthand what a good bullpen can do, especially down the stretch. And what I will see, I think, what we will see this year, I think, is out of the gate, as long as the starters are kind of being efficient and having success, you'll see, Bomel and Buster and Zach kind of having the same game plan of hopefully allowing those starters to go a little bit deeper into games as long as the efficiency is there. Because any outings that you can save from your bullpen early in the season will pay extreme dividends later when you're in hopefully a hunt and those bullpen games or those innings from the bullpen start creeping up in the dog days at the end of September. So I think as long as you are seeing the guys being able to get guys out, having one lefty in the bullpen is not something I'm worried about with the other guys that you have on the right-hand side that can get both righties and lefties out. The bullpen and pitching in general has always been a strength of this ball club, and I envision this year being no different and them being a strength as well.
Now, you got your rings, and Buster got his because of pitching and defense and timely hitting. We all know that. So, on the front line starting pitching, we know Logan Webb 3 weeks from today will take the ball on opening day, and the next game it'll be Justin Verlander will pitch the opener at home 4 weeks from tomorrow. Verlander just did give up a run against the White Sox in the top of the 4th, but he's thrown the ball well, 4 innings and 4 hits. He's got 4 strikeouts and just the 1 run, no walks. You know Verlander, obviously, when he was a Tiger against you in the World Series, Georgie. Just give me your thoughts on the signing of Justin Verlander. Now he's breaking out this sweeping curveball. He's had a curveball before, but not this version of it. So what are you thinking about his JV being a Giant this year?
Well, look, I think most people probably had their hopes significantly on the Giants signing Corbin Burns, and obviously that didn't go the way that people wanted. So you had to find a backup, and for a 1-year contract for a guy like Justin Verlander, who's a future Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer, and somebody who has just continued to prove that he is a winner and a workhorse and a grinder his entire career. He's somebody that is not only going to be itching to come out and have a good year and prove that the signing was worth it to the organization and to himself and to all the baseball, but he's going to have just a ripple trickle-down effect to the other starters and just the other pitchers in general in that clubhouse because of what his resume looks like. And I like the signing. I think that he's a guy who last year was still up to 97, 98 when he was feeling like himself. And with the type of year that he had last year, he's coming in here with a lot to prove. So I like it. I think that he's still Justin Verlander. Maybe he's not the guy who's going to throttle at 93, 94 and sit at 100 again in the 7th and 8th inning, but he's still got 97, 98 under the hood. And if he can stay healthy, which it looks like he's put the work in this offseason to do and to continue evolving as a starting pitcher in his 20th year in the league, I think he's definitely going to bring dividends to this ball club.
So we're talking about a former ace in Justin Verlander. And by the way, we're talking to George Contos, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's pivot over to the ace of this current staff, and that is Logan Webb. George, are you concerned with the volume of innings Logan Webb has pitched in the past couple of seasons and the fact that he still doesn't really have another ace or a 1B on paper on the staff with him?
I'm not concerned. I think Logan has really proven that he can handle it. And the one thing that we have continuously talked about the way that Logan pitches is he's not out there as a max effort kind of guy. He can throttle between 92 and 95, but it all looks pretty effortless. And he repeats his delivery well. Everything comes out of the same slot with his sinker, his changeup, and his slider. And, he's proven that his body can handle that. And, we saw Bum do it for a very long time in a Giants uniform, and we saw Matt Cain do it for a very long time. And I think Logan Webb really fits that mold and that build where, obviously, first and foremost, he wants to go out there and he wants to help his team win. But some of those individual accolades, he really prides himself on going out there and pitching at least 6-7 innings. Quality starts mean a lot to him. And that 200-inning mark is something that he strives for every year. And he's proven to me, at least, that he can handle that. He puts the work in. He's a big, strong guy. He's got the big, strong, broad shoulders. And there's nothing, at least from my perception, that lets me believe that he can't handle the workload moving forward.
And he's going to take the ball again 3 weeks from today. He'll be the opening day starter. Quite an honor. It's a short list of Giants in history that have started 4 straight opening days, and Logan Webb is on that list. And then Verlander will pitch the second game and the home openers we talked about. And Verlander probably is done today. Faced 15 batters. He went 4 innings. Have to think he's done. And then after him, Tyler Rogers will come in out of the bullpen, and Camilo Doval, George. And I want to get your thoughts about Camilo, because he was a fascinating story. I mean, the guy was an all-star in 2023, was the winning pitcher in the all-star game, put up a huge total of saves, and then lost not only his job as a closer to Ryan Walker, later on that year. He got sent down to AAA after giving up that home run in Washington. Just couldn't get in the strike zone. Buster does love him. Back to 21, he caught him in the 107-win team when he was the closer. But in a different role, whether it be a 7th or 8th inning setup role, what do you want to see from Camilo Doval this year, Georgie?
Well, I'll tell you what, I from the beginning, we've seen what kind of stuff that he has, right? You see the triple digits, you see the swings on the slider that he throws, and when he throws them well and consistently, he's about as unhittable as relievers or pitchers come at the major league level. I think when you think of Camilo's story and how he came onto the scene and then being an all-star and then kind of the struggles that he went through, I think it's safe to say that he's been humbled a little bit, and he's had to go to AAA, and he's had to earn his way back, and he's had to go do the things that, most people at the major league level, not everyone gets to the big leagues the first time and they never go back. That is a very, few and far between type of story. But he's definitely been humbled, and I think he understands what it takes now to pitch consistently at the major league level. But what I want to see from him and what I've wanted to see from day one out of Camilo Doval is just his ability to locate his fastball. And ideally, it would be to all 4 quadrants. If you want to hit the down and away to a righty, down and away to a lefty, and then both those corners on the high side of the strike zone as well. But you have to at least be able to locate it on the if you split the plate in half, you have to be able to locate a far side fastball, and you have to be able to locate an arm side fastball, because that opens up tremendous possibilities for his breaking ball. And what we saw in the year past, maybe a little bit more so than that, is guys were trying to eliminate fastball. They were sitting on that breaking ball because he had given them the inclination that he was not going to throw his fastball, or he didn't have some confidence in his fastball at that time. And I think that for Camilo Doval, fastball location is just going to be the level indicator of what his success can be. If he can throw the ball over the plate with his fastball, he's going to be devastating, and we've seen what that looks like. And regardless of where he pitches, I don't know that if I was the one writing when he would come in, I would make him that Andrew Miller type reliever, your best weapon that you come in one of the most crucial points in the game, whether it's the 6th inning with the bases loaded and 1 out in a 1-run game, or whether it's the 7th inning with 1 out in a similar situation. I would deploy him whenever those big outs are needed, and give him maybe just that flux role where you come in a high leverage situation. Ryan Walker has done a tremendous job as the closer. He looks very comfortable in that role. And when he took over that role, his stuff actually ticked up. And he's a type of personality that really thrived well when he got into that pressure situation. And then you kind of can build your bullpen backwards from there, wherever Taylor Rogers fits in, wherever Eric Miller fits in. But I really think that Camilo has the type of stuff that he could be just such a devastating Andrew Miller-type flex reliever where you pitch him in the most important parts of the game outside of the ninth inning.
So great to get the pitching insight here from George Contos on the UMA guest line, talking about Camilo Doval, Logan Webb, Justin Verlander. And I think just looking at the big picture of it all, it's going to lead me to ask you this, George. And I understand that the answer to this question goes well beyond just one or two different faces. But is there a most important player on this pitching staff for the Giants' success in the 2025 season aside from Logan Webb?
Oh man, well you just took the name right out of my mouth there. But you know what? No, there is. Well, maybe Ryan Walker. You want to have a guy who, if you have a 1-run lead, which I envision this ball club playing a lot of 1-run tight games. This is going to be a ball club that focuses on pitching and defense and timely hitting, very similar to the teams that I was on. And the success is going to come with late in the game, putting the opposition teams away. And Ryan Walker in the ninth inning, if he goes out there and continues to have the kind of ninth inning success that he's had, I think that the ability to slam the door and win those 1-run games can be a huge separator on whether you're going to be a team that makes the playoffs and can contend or falls a little bit short. But obviously, again, solid starting pitching, handing the ball off to these relievers who have done a great job, playing good defense. And look, this team's not going to go out slug even some of the other teams in this division. So you have to play good defense and you have to play crisp baseball in order to win these ball games. And I think that this 2025 version of the Giants is very capable of doing so.
The Giants way. Bill Newcomb, when he was briefly the managing partner, the owner of the Giants and the leader after Peter McGowan, wrote a manuscript about it, and then Buster Posey and you guys took it to the next level. A word about Buster, Georgie. We had you on when he was introduced October the 1st, and now here we are. It's March the 6th. The season starts in 3 weeks' time. He was bold right away with Willie Adames, 7 years, $182 million. Didn't get Corbin Burns. I don't think they wanted to go the length in the contract. They did get Verlander 1 year, $15 million. They're looking for the young guys to kind of grow. Just your thoughts. And I think one thing you love is bringing a lot of your former teammates and Giants greats back to spring training to be on the field as instructors this spring training.
I think that Buster obviously holds a very unique version and view of what the Giants way is, because he's been involved in all of it, right? He was there for 10, and he caught all those pitches at the end of every single World Series, and perfect game, no hitters, MVPs. He's done all of it, and he has a very kind of specific view of what kind of baseball the San Francisco Giants organization should play. And it's one that I'm obviously very much in agreement with, because I was there with him under those teams for a lot of the time. So I think he's done a great job of just trying to bring back the past back into, being integrated in the current teams, because you can never outrun the history of your organization and the history of this organization specifically, from players like Willie Mays and Gaylord and Barry and my teammates and our former Giants. But that's some very deep and rich history, and I think that the guys that are currently in that clubhouse would benefit and will benefit tremendously from having guys like that around. There is a Giants way of baseball, and I think Buster is absolutely going to try and bring that back as best as he can. And just when Buster even walks around, he commands a certain respect because of who he was as a player, who he is as a person, and what he represents to the city of San Francisco and the organization. So I think what has he done in the off season? First thing he did, he struck fire early by signing the largest contract in organization history. And obviously, I think we would have given it an A+ off season if Corbin Burns had landed here, but obviously that wasn't in the cards. But now with the team that we have moving forward, you have to try and make the most of it. And, winning cures everything. So it's going to be a very good, if not great offseason. If this ball club can go and win ball games, get to the postseason, make a run at it, I think everyone's very happy with how things have gone in Buster's first year.
Hey, George, thanks so much for coming on, doing this for the first time. We'll hit you up a lot throughout the baseball season because it's really good to get a little bit of a pitching preview, and we're going to start doing the real evaluation 3 weeks from today. So this was great, and come on with the Gregs anytime.
All right, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, brother.
He is George Contos, and from a little bit of baseball talk, right back to the Yuma guest line on the other side. Get back into football with Matt Money Smith, the voice of the Los Angeles Chargers. Then we'll round out the show, hand it off to Dirty Work. About 50 minutes left here with Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Here comes Bosa!
Couldn't have said it better myself, Papa. Here comes Bosa, or so we think. Joey Bosa was released by the Chargers yesterday. Is there a reunion in the cards for Nick and Joey to play on opposite sides of the defensive line and wreak havoc on opposing quarterbacks? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on? Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. We're going to catch up with Matt Money Smith, voice of the LA Chargers, coming up in just a moment. We actually got news during the break that a trade has taken place across the NFL landscape. The man who wrecked the wide receiver market in free agency a couple of years ago, Christian Kirk, is being traded to the Houston Texans. Diana Rossini reporting that, and we'll get the full details of the compensation coming up a little bit later.
Well, I like Christian Kirk a lot. You know, going back to his Arizona Cardinal days, he tormented the 49ers. I remember opening the game with a deep post shot to him and then going to Glendale the 2018 year and him having the game-winning touchdown. When Jacksonville signed him, it seemed like a lot of money at the time, but actually where the wide receiver market was going, well worth it. He can line up anywhere. He's a good receiver. He just hasn't been productive in Jacksonville, been able to stay on the field, Greg. So we kind of thought that they would have to cut him and not trade him. Do we know what Nick Caserio and Houston gave up to get him?
I have not seen the compensation details to this point, so if I get an update, I'll let you know. But the good news is, don't have to worry about it because we got something even better right now. That is Matt Money Smith, play-by-play voice of the Los Angeles Chargers. We know a Bosa well. He knows a Bosa well. His is gone. Ours is here. Matt, thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, KNBR San Francisco. How's it going today?
I'm great. What am I better than? I'm usually not better than anything. So I'd love to know, what am I trumping here? What's the conversation that's happening? I'm driving the mean streets of Los Angeles right now.
You are trumping the Christian Kirk trade compensation talk. He has been sent to the Houston Texans, or that will be official on March 12th, I should say, but we don't know the official full trade details.
Yeah, I'm better than that. You're right.
So just talking about Joey Bosa here to this moment, I don't think that his release comes as a big surprise, but we look at the Chargers right now, and they have Justin Herbert, they got Jim Harbaugh, they go to the playoffs in the first year with those two pairing up together, and now they have over $90 million in cap space to work with. So as we look ahead past the weekend, and when the legal tampering period starts on Monday, Matt, what's in the cards for the LA Chargers?
Yeah, the Bosa thing to me is pretty easy to connect just one dot to another. It's a straight line. We're going to take that $25.5 million that we saved from Joey, and we're going to turn it into $28.25 million per year to make Rashawn Slater the highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL. I think it's got to be priority one. You know, there is no player more important to the Chargers franchise than Justin Herbert, not just on the field, but off the field as a superstar that can drive people to become Charger fans. And he and Slater are best friends. Slater is one of the best left tackles in football. He's in the conversation as the best left tackle in football, and he's going to have to get paid. And, you know, you find your chunk of cash right there. So I think that's what went into it. I think they would have loved to have kept Joey. Everybody loves Joey. He's one of my absolute favorite players I've ever been around in any sport. And he's going to be missed. But at the same time, you know, it's a business, and you don't get unlimited funds, and this one just seemed too easy to kind of connect those two dots.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh likes his offensive linemen, so that makes sense, and signing Slater, and you got Joe Alt at the other side. So you mentioned Joey, and you guys go back when you became the voice of the LA Chargers in 2017 was his second year, and you watched him in San Diego come in as the Defensive Rookie of the Year. You've seen the good and the bad, the unavailable. So just give me your thoughts on where he is. I mean, the last 3 years he's not played as much. The sack totals are down. They used him about half of the snaps this past year, money. What kind of player, if somebody goes out and signs Joey Bosa, Niners or anybody else, who are they going to get going into his age 30 season, do you think?
Yeah, you said it all there, Greg. It's like it's health, man. Just go back and watch the week 1 game against the Raiders. Like, he was an absolute tour de force. I mean, it was so fun to see. It's like, oh, this is so great. Khalil's playing well. Joey looks like the best all-around defensive end in football. And then he pops the groin, and he was never the same the rest of the year. And unfortunately for Joey, it's just kind of been on, you know, and even though he was out there this year, you know, past years he hasn't even been out there. But at least this year he was kind of on the field. But you could just tell that he wasn't right. Like you said, he came here. He was the last player connected to San Diego. Keenan Allen moving on last year. So Joey was the last one with that connection. And there's the guy took a $7 million pay cut to stay with the Chargers last year because of how much he loved playing with Khalil Mack and how special he thought that year could be. And, you know, I know it sounds kind of cheesy, but like your heart kind of just breaks for the guy because he shows up to camp in shape. You can see how much he loves it. Like, I can't tell you how many flights I've been on flying back from games, and he's the first guy that's got the iPad in his hand, and all he's doing is looking at pass rush, and he's already on to the next game when that iPad's out of film, and he's on to pass rush for the next opponent. Like, he's a real guy, man. There's no BS with him. He wants to rush the passer. He wants to sack the passer. He puts the work in, and unfortunately, you know, the guy's body has betrayed him, and football does that. And if you get a healthy Joey Bosa, man, I'd sign up for it right now. But, boy, that is hard to envision from what we've seen the last 4 years.
Talking to Matt Money Smith here. You can catch him during the season play-by-play for the Los Angeles Chargers on Alt 98.7, which, by the way, a station I love driving through Southern California regardless. So football season or not, I'm an Alt 98.7 guy. So the compensation details have been floated out there now by Diana Rossini. Christian Kirk's getting traded, and in return, the Jaguars will get back a 2026 7th-round pick from Houston. Now, that is not a hefty compensation package, but one player out there that is demanding a big compensation package, or I should say John Schneider, rather, for DK Metcalf. They want a first-rounder and a third-rounder. What do you think about the prospect of DK Metcalf coming to L.A., Matt? Because on one hand, that is wildly different than the Christian Kirk package. On another, a guy like that being paired with Justin Herbert, who threw 3 interceptions in the regular season and made the playoffs with a first-year head coach, adding that to the mix could make a big difference in what is a conference that is really, really loaded.
Yeah, Greg. I don't think they're going to get a 1. I think they'll get a 2. If you told me the Chargers got to give up their 2 and then hand them that contract that's going to pay them over $30 million a year, I'd do it yesterday. I'd run to get that deal done. It's just, the wide receiver room is a basketball team, right? You want to have a little bit of everything. You want to have a power forward. You want to have that swing, that wing player, and you want to have that point guard. Ladd is. I think Ladd's a 1. I think he's legitimately a 1 from what I saw last year. He's already in his rookie season one of the best route runners I've seen calling football games, and I called Keenan Allen games. He's just so good. He's always in the right spot. He makes himself available. And those whip routes, man, when he is just putting defensive backs in the blender and the popcorn machine, man, he's so good at that. And I just envision DK as that big body outside Mike Williams type that Justin Herbert loved throwing up those 50-50 balls, has the arm to throw the 50-50 balls, has the precision to put them exactly where they need to be if you're a guy that's willing and physical and comfortable with contact to go get it. And it just lines up. And he's 27. He's not Devontae Adams at 31, 32. It's not T. Higgins that's going to cost you, obviously. Well, and look, that's not even worth bringing up because that's not going to happen. So to me, it just lines up. It completes that room, and I think you can trade back out of 22. There's so many good players in this draft and that window where you can recoup that second rounder and maybe go from 22 to, let's say, wherever the Jags are, the Browns are, the Patriots are, if they want to jump up and get a Matthew Golden or something, or Colston Loveland or something like that, where you can recoup that pick. I think it lines up. I think he's going to be in demand. I really do. I know it was a bit of a down second half for him last year, but I believe in the player. I believe in what he presents, the stress he puts on a defense, and specifically for this team, Greg, just putting him on the field with Justin Herbert, with Ladd McConkey, and I think they're going to draft one of these backs. Let's say it's Quinshon Judkins. Man, that looks a heck of a lot different in week 1 in Brazil than it did against the Raiders this year. That's for sure.
Yeah, and the rumors started in Indianapolis when we were at the Combine last week, and we saw Sanjay Lal, our friend from years ago, now your wide receiver coach, and he's the one that raised young DK off the campus of Ole Miss as a rookie and gave him the whole route tree. So if you do sign him, I think it'd be on the intel of Sanjay Lal, who we've known for years and years, going back to his Raiders days. Speaking of the Raiders, you talked about Joey and can he stay healthy and all that, and I think maybe you can get him on a little bit of a less expensive deal now that he's a street free agent, and the connection with Nick. The other name that I've been thinking about before Joey got released is Khalil Mack, knowing what a force he can be. Good run with the Raiders, obviously, where he was most dominant. Chicago, you've seen him the last 3 years. The numbers are down. He had a 17-sack year a couple of years ago. This past year, 6. He plays more snaps than Joey, and he's better against the run. He's age 34 now next year. Could you get him a little less expensive than what he had earlier in his career? So if you had to make a call to sign one guy as a free agent, money, would you give the money to Joey or Khalil?
Oh, man, that's a good one. Look, I'd give it to Khalil. He's incredible. Greg, been around him. I mean, he is just a walking, brick, what. Like, man, he is just built different. And the idea of having him opposite Nick, like, that's the thing, is when he and Joey were healthy, when Joey was healthy and they were out there together and you couldn't double Khalil, well, that's how he got 6 sacks in that Raider game, because they were just like, well, we got to double, and this is what we're presented with. And he still got it, man. He is so good setting the edge. I think that's gotten away from Joey a little bit these last couple of years. I feel like he's been chasing sacks a little bit and sort of, he was as good as anybody in the league setting the edge. And even if you got around him, he was going to chase you down from the back and make you pay. And we just kind of saw that disappear a little bit with Joey. Well, it has not with Khalil. And so to me, it's just at the same time, man, there's a part of me that wants this happy ending for Joey because I like him so much. And the idea that he could play with his brother, and maybe he could figure something out, man, and stay healthy. I know it sounds stupid. I got nothing invested in the 49ers, but, man, the idea of having the Bosa brothers on the same team and thinking about those two wreaking havoc from each end, man, it would be beautiful if it could happen. I just got too much scar tissue of feeling so good about how Joey just kept seeing him I mean, man, he was in tears, like literal tears, when he popped that groin and he came off and he was sitting on the bench because he knew. And it was just like, I put all this work in and this is where I'm sitting now. And I've still got a full season ahead of me. And like I said, man, it stinks. It just stinks. So if I'm the guy that's got to spend the money and it's going to be $20 million.
Looks like we lost Matt Money Smith here for a moment. We got you back.
So you go back. You left us with a cliffhanger. If I'm the guy, we're not going to give him $20 million.
Oh no!
But money. That's your money. More money. We're not doing that. But between the two, who would you pay? Who would you pay?
Yeah, I would pay Khalil, but I think that's what he's going to get.
Really, 20?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing Green Bay's in, Atlanta's in. That the Raiders might be in if they can't get Coots. I know it's crazy, right? But remember, everybody has an extra $30 million this year because the cap popped. Yeah. So that's what's going to mess this whole market up, man. I'm looking at like Nick Westbrook at Keenan. I'm like, oh, he'd be perfect. Drop him in for $4 million. They're like, that guy's going to get $10 million. I'm like, $10 million.
I'm not giving the Mack truck a Brinks truck. So how much could you get? How much could you get Joey for? Could you get him a little less? All the injuries you're talking about and the lure of playing with baby bro.
I do. I think you can. Joey is. Look, Joey was the highest paid non-quarterback when he signed that deal when the Chargers made him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. So he made his money, and he's about football. And I think if you had a deal that's at least close to what some other teams are willing to pay him, the idea that he could play with Nick, I don't think there's any question that the guy, like I said, the guy took a $7 million pay cut last year because he wanted to play with Khalil Mack. And had they cut him last year, and, if he said no and they release him, then he would have found that money out there, and he knows it, but he wanted to do it because he had that much respect for Khalil and wanted to give it a go and see if he could get Khalil his first ever playoff win. So I totally think you can do it for less. I think Joey will cost you less than Khalil will cost you, as crazy as that sounds.
Well, it's going to be curious to see if Joey Bosa's willing to take that discount because it's different. But we know the Bosas don't budge from our own personal experience here in the Nick Bosa contract negotiation. Matt, really appreciate you coming by with us and being flexible on the time and all that. And the LA Chargers, third most cap space in the NFL here in this offseason. So going to be monitoring it all, my friend.
There we go. Appreciate it, Greg. Thank you, Greg. Always great to catch up with you guys.
Thank you, Money.
He is Matt Money Smith, play-by-play voice for the LA Chargers. You can catch him during the season on Alt 98.7. Of course, when you're not listening to KNBR, the sports leader, where you can hear Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. Coming up on the other side, we'll do a little bit of reaction to that and also do some preview for the Warriors who are in Brooklyn tonight. Can they finish the road trip at 4-1? That was the marker we set when we were back in Indianapolis. Big win against the Knicks. Lost one in Philly. Can it all even out if they get revenge on Brooklyn? Yeah, that's right. Dennis Schroeder was responsible when the Warriors were losing their 12-3 split. That seemed forever ago. And we'll get to that next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Absolutely. It was very strange to be seeing it from a different perspective. I did get to get in on a Steph's post-game conference, so that felt very familiar and comfortable. And, of course, yeah, seeing him, I mean, obviously that's what I've come to expect from him. And he vintage Steph at the Garden, right? He wasn't one of his moments that's going to go down in history, but it was a perfect Steph night.
Yeah, that was our interview with Kate Rooney yesterday, formerly from Cron out here, now doing big things at Pix 11 in New York, talking about Steph Curry and the experience at the Garden. How the fans, even from the get-go, they didn't really have to warm up into it. Steph would miss, there were audible groans. Steph would score, there were audible cheers. And that was a gritty win by the Warriors. Then they got Draymond's birthday party the day off in New York, and they try to complete the New York double duty tonight in Brooklyn. Like I said before the break, they lost to the Nets at Chase Center when Dennis Schroeder, they could not stop him in the fourth quarter. They end up trading for Schroeder. Now Schroeder is on the Detroit Pistons, and the Warriors have Jimmy Butler. Feels like a couple of lifetimes ago.
And we'll see Mr. Schroeder on Saturday when they come home to start the 7-game homestand. So, you know who we're going to see tonight at Barclays? Me, Angelo. D'Angelo Russell is now a Brooklyn Net. How interesting. This guy has been around, up and back, Laker, Net. He's been everywhere. He is cagey. He's a lefty. You just saw Jalen Brunson inside the world's most famous arena in the borough of Manhattan, and now you go to Brooklyn, USA, another one of the 5 boroughs, and have to deal with D'Angelo. And he's similar. Left-handed shooter, not going to beat you with extreme quickness, but he is crafty. Starts and stops and stutters, and he is me, Angelo. He's going to try to get shots up. So I'm with you. You know, Moses Moody did a nice job on Jalen Brunson the other night. I think D'Angelo Russell's a similar player to Jalen Brunson, so let's start that way. Big game here. This is a winnable game. There'll be a lot of Warrior fans there. There were inside Madison Square Garden. You go to Brooklyn and Barclays, and what a beautiful building that is. I mean, just think about it. It's just the Steph Curry week in New York. They get to watch him on Tuesday night. Now they get to watch him on Thursday night. He had a day off in between. Hopefully they're all sobered up after whatever hangover they had yesterday after Draymond's 35th, and then go out and deal with the Nets. They got, Cam Thomas, and they got him back, and they got Cam Johnson. There's some Cams you're going to have to deal with in this game. But the big thing is D'Angelo. He's going to get his shots up. We'll see how long he plays tonight. He's not playing as many minutes there, but think about how his world has changed with all the trades going on. I mean, he was on the L.A. Lakers. He got benched. He got into it with J.J. Redick earlier this year. We're not a big fan of Angelo, but he gets shots up, and he's capable of going off on you. So he's the head of the snake. So in order to get this last game of the road trip, you're going to have to deal with our favorite, Angelo Russell.
Yeah, and it'll be fascinating to watch the starting lineup go again because Jonathan Kuminga is not going to play tonight. We'll see if he ends up going in the Dennis Schroeder return to Chase Center game against the Detroit Pistons coming up. And then last night, no Warriors. Didn't have to worry too much about it. So as Murph has been saying on the morning show, we've been doing the old pennant race watch of all the Western Conference standings now. Minnesota beat Charlotte. Other than that, otherwise a pretty favorable night across the NBA. Minnesota, I believe, same number of games back, one more in the loss column. And mind you, that is one of the rare teams that the Warriors do have a tiebreaker over. So if they finish equal in the standings, Warriors will get the advantage. Right now, they're holding the 6th seed and looking to catch Houston right in front of them as well. So lots to monitor here. Memphis is another team to keep an eye on because they got a tough schedule remaining. We discussed it with Marcus Thompson. They got the chance to maybe do some reeling here now. Taylor Jenkins is a really good coach. They've always seemed to find ways to overcome injuries. They got one of the best defenders in the league and possibly the eventual Depoy and Jaren Jackson Jr. now that Victor Wembanyama will not be eligible for the award. But all of a sudden, we're looking at a team that is looking up in the standings rather than worrying quite as much about what's happening below them. Does that mean that they're not going to slip back? No, of course not. It's not that much of a lead that they've gained, but it is remarkable how we were discussing going into the All-Star break when they were 3-1 with Jimmy Butler. Oh, are they going to be able to touch the 6th seed at all? Well, it's all happened so quickly, and the standings have worked pretty well in their favor. Now it's up to health and for the Warriors to execute on the court to make sure that they can hold firm in this top 6 or maybe more.
I mean, and Steve said Super 6, but Steve is talking about 5. And, the reality is the Houston Rockets are sliding. They are not playing as well. They have 25 losses. The Warriors have 28. The Warriors don't have the tiebreaker against a lot of teams. They have it against Houston, though. The only time they ever lose to them was in the play-in with all the money on the line. I think they're going to play Houston one more time. So they could easily catch Houston. Now, they could catch Memphis. That's the key. If you want it be in that 4-5 and not the 6-3. The 6-3 means you may play Denver, you may play the Lakers in the first round. You'd much rather be in the 4-5 and 4. You want home court advantage. So those are teams that are young. It's all going to be on, how many games Ja is able to play. But it's all changed with Jimmy Butler. 9-2 since trading for him 3 weeks or a month ago. The trade deadline was a month ago today. I mean, it's just unbelievable how much they flipped their fortunes in 1 year. And we've mentioned Clyde Drexler and Powell. Kawakami brought up, the trade of Mike Dunleavy and getting Stack Jack. And but you know what? They didn't win that year. They won one playoff series, the We Believe, and the way Steven Jackson guarded Dirk on the 1-up. And then, the set down over AK-47 by Barron. But they lost that series 4-1. I'm talking about making a trade midseason and winning. Either getting to the finals, changing the whole fortunes. And that was...
At the time, that was some big winning, okay?
Okay, that was one and done. We believe you missed the playoffs during Cohan's run 16-17. That's now, we're talking about Jimmy Butler. If they win one playoff series, then giving Jimmy Butler, he'll be fine. He'll be on their roster, and they extended his deal. But that's not what we're looking at here. The Warriors believe they can go into any building and win. So tonight will be a big one. The Clippers, you see what James Harden did last night? He dropped 50. What a game he had. They're kind of lurking there. We're looking ahead, but be cognizant of what's behind. And Minnesota only has 29 losses. The Clippers 29, Sac 29. Always worried about Phoenix. They have 33, and Dallas with the injury to Kyrie, probably not likely. So they're winning all these games. 9-1 with Jimmy, 9-2 since the trade a month ago. But you're looking ahead to Houston and Memphis, but keep aware, you're not definitely in the playoffs out of the play-in. Those other teams are right behind you.
Here's another interesting nugget as I've been scrolling through a lot of headlines today. So Tim Kawakami spoke about Mike Dunleavy's role in bringing Jimmy Butler, and he said, yes, of course, the money came from Joe, but he thought Joe was pretty foot on the gas when it came to Kevin Durant. And let's be honest, we were too. We spent 2 whole days on the show going through it, but they end up with Jimmy Butler. Mike Dunleavy Jr. was working on that deal behind the scenes and ends up bringing him in. An article came out on NBC Sports Bay Area where Mike Dunleavy also talked about that the rise of Quentin Post really impacted the franchise's approach to the February 6th trade deadline. Because he says Post adds an element we don't have. And frankly, we were kind of looking for it in the trade market. Hey, wait a second. Maybe we have this right now in-house, and it's nice to see that progression this year. Now, I was on the record as saying I would have included Quentin Post in a trade to go and get Nick Vucevic. I'm happy to admit that I am glad they didn't do that. I will definitely own that was probably a poor take for the short term. And Post still has a long way to go. We saw the physicality of New York. He doesn't really play like a true 7-footer, but the shooting is something that the Warriors really need. And how many times have we said it on the show, Papa? Shot blocker, stretch 5, 2 of the biggest needs. And Quentin Post has been able to provide in really effective minutes as the 52nd pick in the draft. The stretch 5, they didn't need to overdo the trade deadline in large part because of that.
So we saw Quentin Post play meaningful minutes January the 23rd. And that was the game after the Sacramento game. And that Sacramento loss on the road. Draymond didn't play. They death-trapped Steph. Dennis Schroeder was poor in that game. I don't want to say that was rock bottom, but that was not good. I think at that point you're thinking, well, who are we here? And we came on and said, Schroeder's got to go. He's not starting games. He's not finishing. And then they had the ride home after from Sack with Pajemski and Schroeder. But the next night, back-to-back against Chicago, Quentin Post played. And he played a lot, and he played against Nick Vucevic. And we thought, whoa, Vucevic is not a shot blocker. He's a rebounder. He's a pick-and-pop 5. He's a lot as a veteran player, what Quentin Post is developing into. So we thought maybe you don't need Vucevic. Now, there were games where Post started to show, his G League-ishness coming out a little bit. And maybe he should play for Nick Kerr and not Steve Kerr and go back down to Santa Cruz. You know what? He played through a lot of that. He's getting better. He's not afraid. That one thing about that guy, you throw him the ball, he will shoot the ball. He will pass the ball. He will make smart plays. The other night, he's clearing a defensive rebound, and he just tips the ball away to get it to Draymond Green so Draymond could get it. Draymond does that all the time, the Tyson Chandler back tip. He did it ever so subtly where you thought, whoa, this young guy, he is smart. He played 5 years in college. He's an older rookie, and he has a way. So we wondered, right up against that deadline, it was a month ago today when 1 o'clock rolled around. We were checking the minutes, and we already knew they got Butler the night before. It was, are they going to get Vucevic? And should they give up? They already traded the 1 to get Butler, so you're not going to could you get Vucevic for a 2? Chicago didn't do it. But we wondered about it. I honestly think Vucevic is a more veteran, poised player with experience, but he's proven, Quentin Post, QP3, that he can do this. So I think what we saw was kind of a leap of faith. They were nosing in on Vucevic, but they decided not to do that. And I think Quentin Post has proven that that's a worthy decision. But he's not a shot blocker. I mean, the other one was Miles Turner, but you couldn't get your hands on Miles Turner. Indiana wasn't going to do that. That would have cost you a lot more. So, but I think looking back on it, would Quentin Post still be on the roster if you made the Vucevic trade? Maybe, but you already can't play Trace Jackson Davis. You got Kavan. You're going to play Draymond. I think the thing with Vucevic, do you really want to trade for a pure 5 when your best 5 is Draymond? Coming down at the end of the game, is Vucevic going to play on this team? Probably not. They're going to downsize and go small. That's their best lineup. And they already solved the stretch. I remember there was a time early in the year before January I was screaming, they got to get a stretch 5 on this team. You mean to tell me Kuminga can't play 3? It's because they don't have a 5 that can stretch the floor. I never even heard of Quentin Post. I remember they got the 52nd pick and drafted him, and you drop, Quentin Post down to the G League. I'm like, who's that? And then you look into it, and he's a pick-and-pop stretch 5, not only from up above the break. The guy goes in the baseline and makes it 3. He's just sitting there in the corner, like P.J. Tucker in Houston. Get him the ball. And he can block shots and rebound. Vucevic can't block shots. So I think exactly what Dunleavy said is what we were all thinking. Do you need to trade for Nick Vucevic when you already got a younger version of Vucevic? And he's not there yet, but he's still showing some moments. Quentin Post does essentially the same things on a basketball court as Vucevic.
As the parents like to say, we got Nick Vucevic at home, guys. His name is Quentin Post. We'll wrap up the show coming up on the other side, but before we get there, Papa, it is that time. You know what time it is. It's time to make you some money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Yep, you know what time it is. It is that time to go and make you some money. So we welcome in JR of Taking Vegas. You can call now at 888-9-WIN-NOW or text WIN to 545454. JR, I got to imagine we're starting, because you've been going basketball with me a lot, Warriors-Nets. That's where they're playing tonight. They got to finish this road trip strong, and what is happening?
They do. In fact, the line on that matchup is now at 11 to 11.5. They're on the road, obviously, but look, I've got this one locked up. I've been getting it done for you every week with and against the Warriors, and I'm going to do it again this week. Absolutely love the game. We've tagged this one and deemed it our NBA game of the week, so it's yours absolutely free right now. All you got to do is text the word WIN, W-I-N, to the number 545454. I'll hit you right back with the point spread winner of tonight's matchup between Brooklyn and Golden State. Again, it is absolutely free. There's no strings attached. We're just going to win the game. That's simple. All you got to do is text the word WIN to the number 545454, and you get that winner on the house. And look, guys, this is really the rev up to the big dance. I mean, we've got conference tournaments already starting. I'm going to be giving you a winner in one of the smaller ones happening tonight in the Horizon League. And I can tell you, midweek, we're going to have the SEC. You're going to have the Big 10, the Big 12. You got a lot of conference tournaments that are going to be going right into the weekend. It is a time to really start building up your bankroll, getting the reserves really beefed up, and getting ready for what's going to be the big dance on the 18th, or actually on the 19th. And I can tell you right now, my ticket's already booked. My room is booked. I will be in Vegas for the first and second round of the NCAA tournament, as I am every year. Guys, I told you I went 12-0 last year. I'm not saying I'm going to duplicate it, okay? It's nearly impossible to duplicate it. But the year before was 8-3, 9-2 before that. We excel during the dance. So let me get your bankroll beefed up. Let me get you ready for the tournament, and let's make a score. All you got to do right now, text the word WIN to the number 545454, and I'll give you my NBA Game of the Week for free, which will be the winner of this Warriors-Nets game absolutely free.
All right, so while I got you on the air, JR, we are getting to March Madness time, and there's always got to be a darling to go and pick. And last year, if you picked Oakland and Jack Golke upsetting Kentucky, well, you were living and riding high in your bracket challenge, or maybe making some money on the side. Tonight, Oakland plays against Milwaukee in the Horizon League. What you got for us on that one?
Yeah, I mean, this is one that I really don't think is going to be much of a game for Milwaukee. They're the far superior team. They're coming into this matchup right now minus 7.5 on a line that started as low as 4.5. I can tell you that the Sharps came into it, and there was an injury there that caused that line to bump, and it couldn't go. I mean, even if it went to 9.5, I'd still be on Milwaukee. I think they absolutely steamroll Oakland. Oakland's not the same team, 2 games under 500 overall. Milwaukee's 11 games over 500. Far superior in the Horizon League, and by far, in my opinion, probably going to be at the top, or at least the team to beat within the tournament. So look for them to get the lower stock out of the way, if you will. Get in Milwaukee tonight. Don't be afraid to lay the lumber. Laying 7 to 7.5 points. Get it done, guys. Get on Milwaukee. But look, like I said, right now my focus is really going to be big time in college basketball for the tournament. And we're still, by the way, we're ripping it up in the NBA. I gave you another winner 2 weeks in a row right here on air. I told you to call up to get my NBA winner, and we are tearing it up. But look, big money. Big money is to be made right now in college basketball. I don't think I need to tell you that. The conference tournament's liquidity is going to be through the roof. My resources have always been phenomenal this time of year. So if you're looking to hit a heater meaning a bunch in a row, you're going to get it with us. So let me start you off with this blowout winner tonight in the NBA. Huge blowout winner between, again, going to give you the game I know you're going to watch anyway. Warriors taking on the Nets. You get it free when you text the word WIN to 545454. Again, text WIN to 545454. And, of course, I do want you to get in the game I gave you here on air. You guys know, been on fire, been taking care of business for you. We are now over 10 games over 500. I think it's 11 games over 500 on the season. I only give you one a week, so take advantage of Milwaukee tonight in the Horizon League Conference Tournament. They're taking on Oakland minus the 7.5. Get in Milwaukee. And let me give you the big one. Again, the NBA Game of the Week. The Nets taking on the Warriors. This one's free via text. Text WIN to 545454. As always, it is a pleasure to be on with you guys. Guys, I want you to be safe. You got to have fun. And let's go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. The faithful knows all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right. A quick in and out for you. We're going to hand it off to Dirty Work. Thank you to our guest today.
Where's Greg? You leave early?
Oh, yeah. Hey, we're off the clock right now.
Was he writing more nicknames for the Bosa twins? Good Lord.
I have to always have one Papa by my side at all times.
I got you.
There we go. But you can get rid of me, and you can bring in Tim Webb and Copes. Thank you to Walter.
Do we have to?
Yeah, you do have to. I want to thank Tim Kawakami. I want to thank Greg Amsinger. Great energy from him. I want to thank George Contos. And I want to thank Matt Money Smith. We'll talk to you tomorrow to close out the week. It is time for Dirty Work, and you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, as Cope finds his headphones. Got a good show for you today. Going to be talking to David Lombardi, John Dickinson, and Susan Slusser. I should give you the times for those guests. David Lombardi at 2:50, John Dickinson at 3:50, and Susan Slusser at 4:50 for this amazing day of radio on Dirty Work, the best show in America.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. David Lombardi going to join us at 2:50. Oh, you already did all that part.
Yeah, while you were finding your headphones.
You didn't ever say the John Dickinson part, though. How did we get him?
I did say John Dickinson.
You didn't say, how did we get him?
I texted him.
Yeah, that's what I say every time we book
I'm going to
JD.
make the joke at my own expense.
Yeah. How about yesterday I asked you who was coming on? You're like, I think JD. And then you're like, he hasn't hit me back, though. I was like, this is getting tough.
How'd you get him?
We're not getting texts back from JD now. This is rough.
He was smack dab in the middle of a big old Bonneville meeting over in Daly City.
I don't know what that means at all. I don't know anything about that. Anyway, John Dickinson today at 3:50. As the Warriors get ready to wrap up their 5-game roadie. What's up, Tim? What's that look? Sugar with the crowd, Tim. Anyway, John Dickinson talking some Dubs. Sue Slew talking some Giants baseball. And we'll debut a new segment for you today, your 10-second Giants update. What's up, Tim?
Hi.
Hi.
He's freaky.
Tim's being weird. What's going on? What's going on back there?
Sorry, Walt was taking a long time to get out of the way, and the chair was swampy. You know, it's always weird for the first 2 minutes for me.
Did you wipe it down?
No, I swapped it out.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the terminology we've used here for many years at the leader.
Swampy?
Well, when somebody, because board ops have to swap over shows, you know what I mean? And I would frequently be the first one in when I was on Murph and Mac and doing the morning show. Then Mike Holler would have to come in after me. And then whoever was in the afternoon, B. Smith in the afternoons and evenings. But whenever you sit in the chair that somebody else has been sitting in for 4.5, 5 hours, Tim likes to use the term swampy when it's all warm.
I say damp.
Yeah, it's not necessarily damp. Swampy can be like...
Well, swampy's just short for something else.
So, yeah, of course. But it's always weird when you sit in a warm chair that somebody else has been sitting in.
With a little bit of liquid.
Like, you always get a cold chair.
And that's cool with me.
Because Greg Papa, whether it's his absence or his cold blood.
He knew about chairs before anybody.
Cold blood.
His cold heart. He sits there and, he's never there, so your seat's always nice and cool.
Which is fine with me.
I sit in the swamp of a Greg Silver every day when I get on it.
I got the cool side of the chair.
Yeah. By the way, I should remind everybody, I was talking about this with some people last night in North Beach. KNBR Giants Fan Fest final stop. Goes down on Saturday, this Saturday, March 8th, 10 to 3 at Oracle Park. I'll be there. Marcus Boucher will be there. We'll be talking to a whole bunch of former Giants, Rich Aurelia, Dave Dravecki, Jeff Leonard, Noah Lowry, who I'm really excited about, Sergio Romo, JT Snow, plus photo ops with the World Series trophies. They'll have the spring training game up on the scoreboard. First 10,000 fans in attendance are going to get a Brian Wilson bobblehead at the gate, presented by Scottsdale, your home base for spring training, and presented by the United States Air Force. For tickets and Fan Fest details, it is free, even to get your tickets. It's just sort of for a head count thing. They want to know how many people are showing up. KNBR.com/FanFest Tour. Derek, will you be there on Saturday to support?
Probably not.
Why not? What do you got going on?
My own things.
I knew that you would say no, and I want to know what you're doing instead.
Got a long weekend ahead of me.
First season as a KNBR host, and you're not showing up to the Fan Fest?
I am not.
To support me?
If I was doing something...
I could use some support.
Could you really?
I'd like you there.
I think you'll be fine.
I'd like you there to get it's like the kickoff of the season, man. I'd like you there.
Kickoff of the season?
I can't get... Damn, don't you think Derek should be there?
I mean, it's really low of you not to support your partner.
That's what I was thinking.
Tim, are you going to be there on Saturday?
Tim's got stuff he's got to do.
I got important things.
Yeah, Tim has things to take care of on Saturday.
My stuff is not as important.
In my defense, I've been to probably more than both of you combined.
Yeah, well, as a fan, I think I probably went to almost everyone I could go to before I ever worked at KNBR. And then when I was an intern, I worked it. And I've been in all phases that have been the Giants Fan Fest.
Yeah. That's all good.
Yeah,
I was too busy at the A's Fans Fest last weekend.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you guys did that. They call it the Fans Fest, right? Out at Raimondi Park.
Yep. Yeah, I saw our guy Brody Brazil.
Yeah, Brody Brazil was out there. Casey Pratt, our guy Ricky Tittle. had to stop myself.
I was like, whoa, are you going with this? Yeah. I ran into Rick Tittle last week. We got to get him on again. We should get him on just to BS.
Sure.
He'll talk ball with us.
He'll talk ball. Yeah, Miguel Tejada spoke. And
dude, they had former players there?
Yeah.
Oh, that is sick. Miggy showed up, huh?
Miguel Tejada spoke.
You waited until Thursday to tell me you had a run-in with Miguel Tejada last week?
There was another player that was there that didn't read the room.
Jose Canseco spoke.
What? Hold on. We're Thursday. You haven't told me that this. I knew it was happening last weekend. I didn't know that there were this many A's luminaries that showed up.
Well, it was, pretty much. It was Casey Pratt and Rick Tittle emceeing, and it was a great event run by the Last Dive Bar, the Oakland 68s. But yeah, Miguel Tejada spoke, and Jose Canseco, for the most part, won over the crowd until they asked him about...
Was it him or was it Ozzy?
What's up?
Was it really Jose or did he send Ozzy in his place?
It was Jose. But he showed up, and they asked him, so what do you feel about the team, leaving Oakland? And he was like, yeah, it's sad, but... I'm looking forward to them going to Sacramento and then Las Vegas and then a lot of booze. So he didn't read the room for what basically the whole event was for.
You're saying he came out and was like, yeah, I'm looking forward to them going elsewhere.
He was supportive of the organization going forward. But for the most part, he knew why he was there. He was talking about the old times with the Oakland A's.
Oh, man.
Ruben Sierra was there as well.
Really?
Yes.
Dude, how about that?
Yeah.
How long did Ruben Sierra play for the A's?
Not that long.
I was thinking of him as a Yankee.
Like mid-90s, from 93 to 95, I want to say.
Is he a Blue Jay too, Tim? I know he's a Yankee.
I just immediately thought Ruben Rivera, a different player.
Totally different player. Worst base running in the history of the game.
And Warren G showed up. On a mission to find Mr. Warren G.
Did
he regulate?
He did not regulate.
Didn't regulate.
He was announcing that he is a owner in the Pioneer League of a team called the Regulators.
Wait, that's the league that the Ballers play in, right?
Yes.
So he showed up at A's Fans Fest.
It was kind of a mix. It was like A's Fans Fest along with Ballers
Fans Fest.
Yeah.
And we're also going to promote this other team because Warren G owns it in the Pioneer League.
Yeah, why not? And by the way, shout out to our guys at Almanac. I saw their new location in West Oakland. Great location. It's got like a whole thing around them with like other shops and food. It was an awesome time out there.
So, by the way, Ruben Sierra, 4 years with the A's.
Ooh.
Nice. Sounds good.
Did we play this yesterday, too?
Yeah, but yesterday I believe I played the Michael McDonald instrumental. This is the Warren, which is essentially the same.
Either one could work for either song.
If I have to hear Yamo be there one more time.
I'm going to Yamo burn this place to the ground.
Ruben,
forget.
Ruben's here 10 years in Texas. I forgot he was a Ranger, Tim. 10 years in Texas, 5 with the Yankees, 4 with the A's, and then a bevy of teams, dude. Seattle, Detroit, Chicago, Cincinnati, Minnesota, Toronto. Played 20 years in the bigs, Ruben Sierra.
He was on one of those quests to play for every single team, the Octavio Dotel thing.
Well, he was also he was a DH, really. I mean, he played mostly in the American League, a little bit with Cincinnati, but it's funny
Things will never be the same
when you Google
again.
him, he comes up in an A's hat. His first photo is in an A's hat.
Really? Well, then that's his team.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that's not his team.
It's not his team. 4 years. He played 10 years with the Rangers in the same division. He was like a rival, but that's
did
like the
he
first
show
thing.
up to the Toronto Fan Fest? I don't think so.
Well, no, they haven't moved.
Well, I don't.
When they move to Sac, Ruben will show up, dude. By the way, I read there's an article on ESPN today. You forget this happened because of the hurricanes in Florida. There are 2 teams in the American League opening their seasons and playing their seasons in minor league ballparks.
Yeah, I saw that today. Just Jeff Pasher wrote about that.
I read that piece. I don't know if I didn't finish the piece. I don't know if the Rays plan to have their stadium
done in time,
fixed or repaired in time to play throughout the season.
I would assume so, but yeah, that sucks for. I mean, the A's. It's their own self-inflicted thing, but for Tampa Bay, that blows.
Yeah, I mean their ballpark wasn't great anyway, right? But it's you're not playing in a big league facility. You're displaced. You're not playing in the place you're used to having been played. It's a whole weird scenario. And they're playing outdoors now, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Because that's the thing is the Rays have been indoors. You ever been to that stadium, the Trop?
I have not been to that stadium.
It's a weird accolade that I was like, I want to hit. For a guy who's obsessed with baseball in the way I am, I've hit very few criminally few stadiums across the board.
Yeah, I was about to ask, which ones have you been to?
Dude, this will surprise you. Not very many stadiums.
On one hand?
No, more than that. But also, like, I went to Shea and Yankee Stadium, then they tore them down. I haven't been to the new ones.
Okay.
Right, so I went to Old Shea, I went to Old Yankee. I went to Shea and Yankee.
I've been to Old Yankee Stadium.
I've been to the Trop in St. Pete, which is a bizarre place to watch a baseball game.
I'm assuming you went to every, like, West Coast. Like, you've been to Dodger Stadium?
I've been to Dodger Stadium many times. I'm 1-5 at Dodger Stadium. I don't think I'm going to go there anymore. Actually, might not even have a win. I think I might be 0-5 at Dodger Stadium. Never seen a game in Anaheim.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been to Dodger Stadium, been to Anaheim.
I've been to San Diego many times.
Been to San Diego. Been to Seattle?
Never been to Seattle.
Been to Seattle.
That's it. That's pretty much it. I've been to Kansas City.
Arizona?
Yes, I've been to Arizona.
Alrighty.
I've been to Kansas City. I've been to St. Louis, the new one.
Cincinnati?
Nope. That's it. I just named them all. I've been to it's San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, San Diego, Arizona, St. Louis. Oh, I've been to Chicago. I've been to Wrigley. What was the other one I just said? St. Louis and the Trop and then the Old Yankees. So I guess I've been to like a third of them, maybe.
Yeah.
Getting close to a third of them. I got to redo the New Yorks.
I said Cincinnati.
Kansas City, that was the other one I've been to.
I've been to Kansas City.
Kansas City's a great old stadium and a really cool place to watch a ball game. Beautiful sight lines. Really, really pretty ballpark considering how old it is.
Yeah. Been to Pittsburgh, White Sox. God. I did a lot of traveling.
I'm gonna
did a lot of traveling with my pops back in the day.
Yeah, you've been to a whole bunch of them. Anyway, the Rays, I've seen a game there. It's so funny, too. I remember I got into a cab or an Uber to go to the game there.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, oh, you visitor? And I was like, I'm from the Bay Area. And he goes, oh, you're local. I was like, no, man. The real Bay Area. I was like, you kidding me? I was like, what?
They call it the Bay Area in Tampa Bay?
Evidently. I didn't know that. I was like, I'm from the...
It's the Battle of Pigs over here.
Normally, I say Bay Area like anywhere in the country, like San Francisco Bay Area is what people think. And that was the first time I didn't really think about it in St. Pete. I was like, I'm from the Bay Area. He's like, oh, nice, local guy. I was like, no, not even.
That's insane that they refer to it as the Bay Area.
I spent $19 and I sat 5 rows behind home plate in that game. Saw King Felix pitch against Jake Odorizzi, Mariners in Tampa Bay, and went out and touched the Stingrays out in center field.
Nice.
Got a little Stingray pit out there. And I hope they did displace the Stingrays. So they're going to play now at Charlotte Sports Park is where they're going to play. Is that right?
I didn't read the article by Jeff Passan today, but I saw that both teams are going to start their
season.
Anyway,
odd that they're going to play. I mean, two American League teams will be playing in minor league ballparks, at least at the start of this season. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, as Derek mentioned at the top of the show, good show for you in terms of guests today, especially. We will get into some baseball with Susan Slusser, 450, 350, John Dickinson, talking some Warriors as they wrap up their 5-game roadie, and then David Lombardi of The Athletic to tell us what the 49ers can even do. I mean, that's what's been so hard about this speculation is what can they do financially? Who is the most likely to be restructured? Who do you anticipate and what kinds of players do you anticipate they'll go after at their vacant positions? Joey Bosa has been released, and that's one that people are intrigued by.
That's spicy.
I don't know if that's somebody that, we'll get into that. Should the Niners go after Joey Bosa? I mean, they should probably pick up the phone and call and see what it's going to take.
Oh, they will. I mean, with Nick there, they got to at least inquire about it.
Yeah. I'd imagine they will.
It's all going to be about the money.
Would he want to come here? Would it be a short deal? Would he want a long-term deal? Do you need to get younger at that position? I mean, these are all factors that'll come into play that we'll talk about with David Lombardi in about 35 minutes. But before we do that, you got 2 more chances on our show today and tomorrow, and the morning show is doing it as well. You got a chance to win 2 tickets to go see Bill Joel and Steve Nicks down at Levi Stadium October 4th of this year. Tune in between 3 and 6. We will give you a cue to call. All you got to do is be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win the tickets. Of course, it's furnished by Live Nation. You can find the rules at KNBR.com. Tickets go on sale tomorrow. So this is your last chance to win them before they're actually on sale. They go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. through LiveNation.com. Tim, what's our cue to call?
Hey, guys, it's Stevie Nicks. Oh, wow.
Nah.
Can I get a picture? Miss, over here, Miss Nicks.
Nah.
Oh, Miss Nicks, I don't want to bother you, but could you sing a quick Fleetwood Mac for us? Could you?
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Great. Nah. Nah.
I told my sister about this. She is going to flip.
Little South Park for you.
Dude, the show is like, it's so funny. It's not evolved. It has evolved, but it's not changed with those kinds of bits in
oh, no, still the same bits. I mean, the animation has definitely evolved, but yeah. No, that's some people think that's how Stevie Nicks sounds. But not for the real passionate fans that will call in when we play that cue to call.
Well, maybe you're on the Venn diagram where you cover both. You like South Park and you like Stevie Nicks. Maybe this is an opportunity for you.
You're willing to laugh at the joke.
To win some tickets. 415-896-KNBR. Caller 10 wins those tickets. Billy Joel, Stevie Nicks, October 4th at Levi Stadium. means the Niners will be out of town, I believe. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. When we come on back, Joey Bosa is a free agent. Last night, the Chargers released him after 9 seasons. Diana Rossini told us last year the Niners might be all over him if he's available. How much has changed? How much will it cost? We'll get into that next. And are there other options out there that might be just as good, maybe cheaper or easier to acquire? Should the Niners get Joey Bosa? We'll get into that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Ian Eagle joined Murph and Marcus to talk.
It's Tebow time!
No, not that.
69!
No, not that either. To discuss Steph Curry's dominant performance in New York and preview tonight's action as the Dubs take on Brooklyn. Check out that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. What'd you make of this news last night? Joey Bosa released by the Chargers. Was it a surprise?
Not a surprise at all, but as soon as I saw the news, I was like, well, this is what we're going to talk about tomorrow, because we've always talked about the Bosa, not twins, but the Bosa brothers teaming up together. Here comes Bosa. Here comes Bosa again.
How far apart in age are they? I mean, I was a little bit surprised. Time flies. I mean, I was a little bit surprised to see that it was 9 seasons for him in
yeah, dude.
We're with the Chargers.
He
was there the last year.
Joey's a little bit older than Nick. I want to say by 3 seasons. He was a rookie in 2016, and Nick Bosa was a rookie in 2019. So I'm assuming 3 years apart. Yeah. No, my initial reaction
Joey's 29. He came into the league when he was 20.
Yeah, my initial reaction is that the Niners will be interested in this, because last year around this time we heard Diana Rossini. She came on with us with you and Mike Silver, saying we were all anticipating that maybe Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack were going to get cut by the Chargers. They kept both. But prior to that, she came on with our show and said if the Chargers were to cut Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa, especially Joey Bosa, the Niners would be all in on that.
But is this just, I mean, I assume because of that's just speculative. I don't know that again, Diana Rossini is dialed in. I don't know if she's speaking on that based on what she believes to be true because of what the Niners would need and the relationship between the Bosa brothers and how tight they are, or if that's just, of course, it's a great player, it's an obvious move, you could grab him, or was she told, I mean, do teams talk like that? If he becomes available, we're in. Like, I don't know that they say that kind of stuff.
They might. I mean,
the speculation is warranted, is my point.
She's pretty tapped in with some GMs, but I will say this will go against everything we've heard this offseason so far, because John Lynch is talking about how we need to get younger. And most free agents available are not young. Like, Jonathan Allen was a part of the trade conversations with Deebo Samuel. He's not a young player. He's 30 years old. Joey Bosa is going to turn 30 this offseason, I think around June. But, I mean, you look at the past 9 seasons with Joey Bosa, he's a great player. He was a great player, I should say. He's diminished. It's injuries that have killed him. He played in 14 games last season, got 5 sacks, had a great performance in that wild card playoff game, which they lost against the Texans. But, I mean, since he got paid in 2020, where he was the highest paid defensive player in football, making...
He got 5 years, 135 in 2020.
Yeah, so he's making $27 a year.
He was the richest DN in the league at that point.
Yeah, I mean, his numbers have gone down, and he gets injured all the time now. So that's the risk you run. I mean, like, how much pull does Nick Bosa have with the organization where they would make a move like this? I think it's appealing and marketing-wise, yeah, but you don't make moves for a team that's on a Super Bowl chase just for marketing.
Especially with the financial structure and situation that they're dealing with now in terms of how they fill out the rest of this roster while also trying to take care of the financial, I don't know, just the Brock Purdy situation.
The salary cap and everything.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, there's so much that goes into this, and I assume, and we'll talk about this with David Lombardi in about 25 minutes.
Yeah, by the way, I didn't know this until the other day. Niners have the largest dead cap of any team this offseason. We thought it was 33 the other day with Deebo Samuel. It has risen to $66 million. And now we thought, I mean, this is why I want to know.
Why did it rise?
Well, that's the thing I want to ask David Lombardi is why it fluctuates. Like, maybe we're just looking at Spot Rack a little bit too much, but The other day they were at $51 million. Now they're down to $32. So when does the dead? I know that Matt Mayoko told us the other day it's dead cap is money that's already been accounted for. But when does it actually take an account? Is it right before the new league year starts? That's the stuff that I want to know. But as far as Joey Bosa, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You want a veteran opposite Nick Bosa. I mean, that's the thing, too. Like, are they going to make moves just to make Nick happy? Or
No. I don't think any of this is about that. I don't think any of this is about keeping anybody happy or signing a player to make somebody else happy.
Well, they did. I know, but they did trade for Chase Young, and they were teammates at Ohio State.
Right, but that wasn't because of Nick Bosa. They traded for Chase Young because he was the best pass rusher available in a championship caliber roster.
I get that, but
I don't think they.
But Joey Bosa could be possibly that same guy.
Agreed, but if they do it, it has nothing to do with appeasing Nick Bosa.
No,
it has to do with.
I get that. I'm just throwing that out there. Yes,
I'm saying the player fits. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, Chase Young had nothing to do with Nick. It was he's the best. If he went to Texas and he was available, they would have gone and got him the same way. So with the Joey situation, that's where I'm at too. Is yes, same type of situation where you need a player like that. And it seems more tantalizing because you have Nick, his brother, on the roster. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the price point's going to be for him. I don't know if they can afford him. There's other guys out there. You said you'd rather have Khalil Mack than Joey Bosa.
I would, yeah.
Joey Bosa has had a tough time staying on the field. His numbers aren't as gaudy as they were early in his career, kind of like his brother. And then, I mean, Bosa hasn't had as many injuries keeping him off the field. Joey's been far more. Nick hasn't had as many. Joey's had far more that restricted his ability to play. Khalil Mack, though, he's 2 years older. He's played 2 more years in the league, 11 seasons. This will be season 12. I mean, how much does he have left in the tank?
I can't say a bad thing about Khalil Mack. I love the guy.
But how much does he have left in the tank?
Well, I mean, he's not the same.
Is it a realistic, viable option? And what's the price point?
I think that he would be a little bit cheaper than Joey Bosa, although maybe not because Joey Bosa is so injury prone. First and foremost, if you're going to sign Joey Bosa, it has to be at a reasonable number. Like, it has to be something similar to that of like a Justin Verlander contract. I think like 1 year, $15 million for Joey Bosa. If he's expecting to get 20, 25, then I'd say, sorry, this is just out of our price range. But if he's willing to come down and realize that he's kind of in the twilight of his career, then yeah, and he's willing to accept like a 1 year prove-it deal, then absolutely I would make this move. But, you gotta look what else is out there. Like, Trey Hendrickson has been granted permission to go search around the league to go get a trade.
From the Bengals, NFL sack leader this year.
Yeah, and he right now is one of the best pass rushers in all of football. He got 17.5 sacks the last 2 seasons. However, you're going to have to trade for him and give him a new contract. I think that's I think, honestly, well, it wouldn't be pricier than Myles Garrett, but it's kind of in the same vein. Like, you're giving up draft assets and you have to pay somebody. And I think Trey Hendrickson, like, with what Max Crosby got the other day, he might rival that of a Nick Bosa in a contract. So
I don't know if they're in on a guy like that. I don't think that's as viable.
That's out of their price range.
I think free agency is where they want to go because they need their draft capital right now.
Yeah, exactly. So if you had to ask me between Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, I would take Khalil Mack. I love Khalil Mack. I still don't understand why the Raiders traded him away. I understand like all the the salary cap and they didn't have the money. They were cash poor, but whatever. In my time of watching football, he's been next to Aaron Donald and Von Miller. He's the most dominant player I've seen and just a physical specimen of like, I remember him on the Chicago Bears just forklifting a Buccaneers offensive lineman with one bicep. Like the guy is, yes, he doesn't get to the quarterback enough to be like a sack artist, but as far as like a pure pass rusher or just all-around great defensive player, he was great against the run. He caused strip sacks. Khalil Mack was just a freak and still is a freak. And I know that's like towards the end of his career, I think that he would be maybe a little bit cheaper, but maybe not. I think it's kind of the same vein of a Joey Bosa. It would still probably be a 1 year deal. And if it's that, like he thought about retiring and he wants to go back to the Chargers, we'll see if that happens. But if he doesn't want to like move his family that much, it's not that big of a deal of going from LA to Santa Clara. So if I were the Niners, I would go for Khalil Mack. But if Khalil Mack is too pricey and he wants to go to like maybe team up with Vic Fangio again in Philadelphia, then yeah, I think Joey Bosa is not a bad idea. I would, if you had to pick one defensive lineman to go after, as far as like the big names, I think that I like Jonathan Allen. DJ Jones will be cheaper, but I probably would go with Jonathan Allen over I'd go Joey Bosa. Now, what do you want to prioritize in the draft? Do you want to go pass rush? Do you want to go defensive tackle? Then, you can pick your poison there. But I don't think Joey Bosa is a bad option. I just think that there's better options out there if Khalil Mack or Jonathan Allen don't come to you.
Is Jonathan Allen a free agent?
He will be. It sounds like
are they going to cut him because there was thought that the Niners were trying to trade for him, or he was involved.
Well, he was in, yeah.
They talked about him when they negotiated the Debo deal.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you call teams bluffs, and you're like, okay, well, if you're going to trade him, then eventually you're going to cut him. And the Commanders just didn't want to wait that long with Debo Samuel. So, yeah, I think that in the coming days here, you'll see that Jonathan Allen becomes a free agent.
These are also different positions, right? I mean, Jonathan Allen's a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Joey Bosa's an outside player. So is Khalil Mack.
Yeah, but I think that they can't just spend a bunch of money on the defensive line this
They don't
offseason.
have a bunch.
Exactly. So you're gonna like
makes it easier.
You could get okay if you had to pick one, DJ Jones or like DJ Jones plus one guy, Joey Bosa, Jonathan Allen, or Khalil Mack. Who would you choose?
If you got DJ Jones, you said the second one would have to be Jonathan Allen,
Joey Bosa, or Khalil Mack.
I think I'd take Jonathan Allen.
Yep.
I think I would. I think I'd just stack the middle.
And there you fight, and then you solidify.
I'd put two.
Yeah.
I'd fill both defensive tackle spots.
Yep.
And then you've got Bosa on the other side, and you go from there.
But we're going to hear during draft time that the defensive tackle, all the guys available in the draft
class,
yes, defensive tackle wise, is pretty deep this year. So you could, find young talent there. But yeah,
saw a mock draft the other day that they're this morning. They said Niners are going to draft a DB. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, no. Daniel Jeremiah had that. I don't
I don't need that. I was like, come on, Dan.
Yeah.
Give me somebody in the middle. I need a big boy. I need a big dude. I need like a Hassan Ridgeway. You know what I mean?
Oh, big boy.
Big fella, big man. By the way, they did ask Joey Bosa about this earlier in the offseason, about navigating free agency if and when that becomes a possibility, and about whether or not he'd ever want to pair with his brother, Nick Bosa. This is what he said this offseason a couple weeks ago. Quote, "It'd be cool at some point. I always thought of myself being somebody that will play here and retire here." He's talking about the Chargers, which I think not many people do on one team, and I think would be a cool thing to accomplish. But you never know. There you go. So he didn't even really answer the question about playing with his brother. He said,
he
I just thought I'd maybe play here and retire here. Maybe the richest player in football at the time, second all-time in sacks in Charger history.
Yeah. I mean, but Nick's been asked about this for years now. Like, we saw the clip, I saw it last night where Richard Sherman talked to him about it, so like years ago. So I think they want to do it. Did they play together in Ohio State, or their time frame didn't match up?
They might have crossed over by a year. They are only like 2.5 years apart in age, like 95 and 97.
I'm sure their family would love it, but does it make sense for the 49ers? It all depends probably on the price point.
Yeah, and the taxes for
Yep.
for Joey. All right, let's get to your
Florida
thoughts on
guys
this.
paying those California taxes.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. You can also check us out on YouTube in the chat there. Should the 49ers go after Joey Bosa? Is that a game-changing move, you think, for the defense if they were to acquire him? Or is he past his prime and the injuries concern you? I don't know that I love it, even the idea of it, because of how little he's been on the field. And now, when he's been out there, he has been good. He was a Pro Bowler again this year, but he had a big gap in time there before he had another from his past elite season. Even that rookie year where he was Defensive Rookie of the Year, I think he only played 12 games.
Yeah, because he was holding out and he had a late start.
That's it. I mean, the Bosa's, man, these guys are a trip. Do you think it would be a good move? Is it a wise investment? Or does it just really all depend on the price? I just like, if you put your eggs in that basket and it doesn't work out and he gets hurt, did you just sort of shoot yourself in the foot?
Yeah.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Would you give Joey Bosa a shot? We'll do that next. Your calls on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Anyway, KNBR is a number to call or to text. We'll catch up with our guy David Lombardi in about 10 minutes of the Standard. That's where he is. The SF Standard is where David Lombardi is. We'll get his thoughts on the 49ers' finances this offseason and who they could go after. Let's go out to Jay in Gilroy. Jay in Gilroy, the question for the listeners, do you think they should give Joey Bosa a call? I mean, giving him a call different than giving him a contract, but is that where you want the Niners to put their eggs in the defensive free agent basket this offseason? Jay and Gilroy, you're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Jay?
Hey, guys. As an Ohio State alumnus, and I watched those guys all their career at Ohio State, and actually followed them at St. Thomas Aquinas, their high school, through bucknuts.com. Little plug to, which is actually Sports 247. But anyways, I've been studying these guys for years. I love Joey. I think he gets a little bit hurt. Not a little bit. I mean, lately he's just been getting nicked up, and he's just that's the big risk. That's the risk right there. When he's on the field, you can't deny his talent. His talent's up there with anybody. But he just has to stay healthy, and I think that little brother can take a discount and give back some money to get big brother on the field.
But, Jay, how long are you willing to give him a contract for? Jay, there?
I mean, wow. To be real with you. Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, I'm sorry. To be real with you, he might only play eight of the 16 games. To be real with you.
Yeah, and that's the hard part.
That's why I'm kind of looking at a 1-year deal if he were a guy. Jay, I appreciate the call, man. I'm just looking at his career, and he's done this sort of hybrid thing too in switching defensive schemes where he's been outside linebacker or a defensive end on the left side. So really, he'd have to move over to the other side then, right?
Yeah, he would. But, on the text line, people are asking, has Joey Bosa ever played a full season? Yes, he has.
He's played 3 of his 9 seasons were full seasons. He hasn't played 16 games since 2021.
And that's not consistent enough. Like, that's the thing. Like, if you're anticipating, well, he's only going to play 8 games, then is it really worth it? Like, it's going to sound good, like the Bosa brothers, but, like, in the grand scheme of things, are you really getting that much better on the defensive line? Like, let's think about this. If they keep the guys that they currently have, Yatir Gross-Matos and Leonard Floyd as backups. Okay, those are good rotational guys as pass rushers. And then you got Joey Bosa, who then may get hurt. And then we're in the same position that we were at the start of last season, where Leonard Floyd is your starting defensive end, where I never thought he should have been a starting defensive end. I think he should be a third down specialist. And maybe that's what Joey Bosa is at this point in his career. So if you bring him in and you draft a younger player with the 11th overall pick as a pass rusher, then maybe I feel better about that. But if you're planning on Joey Bosa to be your bookend opposite Nick Bosa for a full 17-game season, I think that's a little dicey.
Yeah, I'm with you. I especially based on the injuries you had this year, on what feels like, I don't want to say flimsy championship hopes or anything like that, but you've got to prove you can get back to form, and it's going to be a lot of different faces on this roster. There's so much work that has to be done on that line, and we all know that drafting is going to have to be a part of it, and free agency will have to be a part of it if you want to be competitive this year. But if, that's where you decide, if it's a little too pricey, or that's where you spend all your money, and that's, your big hope for an acquisition, I don't have tons of confidence in it because I fear him being off the field. He only played 14 last year, 9 the year before, 5 the year before that. 2021, he played 16, 12 in 20, 16 in 19. So he had one stretch where he went 16, 12, 16, not bad. But 7 the year before, he just hasn't been on the field enough.
Yeah, and I would...
11 and a half sacks, 13 sacks in the last 3 years.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did this because we've been, Matt Mayoko brought that up today when he was on with the morning guys, that he said that he would pretty much anticipate this happening because we've heard about it for so long now. But if I'm being real, wouldn't you want to save that money for getting like Devontae Adams? I would prefer that. You're not going to be able to get a bunch of veterans in free agency this offseason. So why don't you save...
Do they have enough to get one big guy in some spot?
They do. Can you get DJ Jones and then Devontae Adams? To me, that, I would do that. That's not a whole lot. But
it depends on what DJ's going for.
But wouldn't you want to save all your draft capital to go younger on the defensive side of the football, especially if you lose Drake Greenlaw too?
You would think so.
I would save the money to improve the receiving core, get yourself a veteran, and we'll talk about it later. Maybe get a replacement for Brandon Ayuk down the line.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Jake is in Rockland. What's up, Jake? Do you think they should make the call to Joey Bosa?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up,
you guys pretty much touched on everything I was going to bring up. I definitely don't think so. The guy, he can't stay healthy, which sucks. I mean, he's a great player, but I think they should save the money, go for receiver. They have much more need at receiver, especially with this draft class. It's so stacked with defensive line and outside edge pressure. So I definitely, I'd stay away from Joey Bosa if I was the Niners.
Yeah, dude, he's missed 37 games in 9 years. That's a lot of games, bro. Appreciate the call, Jake. Thanks so much. Let's go to Thomas, who's out in Gilroy. What's up, Thomas? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Morning, bro. Where are you calling from? Gilroy still AM?
Yes, sir.
All right, brother. What you got, dude?
I kind of echo what the last few comments, actually. I'm 100% go with the draft. As cool as it would be to see a Hendrickson or a Mack or a Bosa.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. They need to get younger. They need deep. They need depth. And with a draft full of, deep and defensive line this year, you got 11 picks. Keep that draft capital, go younger, bulk up on the depth, maybe some unrestricted free agents, undrafted free agents. They're out there. You could get two for the same price you're going to pay for a Bosa or a Mack.
Yeah.
They need to that's where they used to win Super Bowls on just rotating studs on the D-line.
Well, 2019, they were real good at that, too. 2019 and 21, I mean, they had so much depth that it was like guys were playing 70 to 75% of the snaps, and you could just rotate your starters in and out, keep guys fresh. It's kind of what it felt like the Philadelphia Eagles did this year. And, Thomas, to your point about getting younger, we keep saying that they got to get younger. The thing I always think that's tied to that is getting younger in the draft means getting cheaper at the position. And because the Niners have drafted well at so many spots, they've gotten so expensive at so many spots, but they've proven – except when it comes to D-line, that they can draft efficiently.
Yeah, 100%. I think this draft is all about D-line and O-line. There's free agent receivers out there. I would love to see Devontae Adams in the 49er uniform. And I would love to see Greenlaw back somehow, some way, if he's healthy. I'd rather have Greenlaw than go spend money on Bosa or one of those guys, personally. And I think the D-line you can get in the draft, you can get unrestricted free agents, where you're not losing any capital, even undrafted free agents. Those guys are out there. You need pieces. You don't need a superstar. You need a bunch of guys that fit the system, and you can rotate in and out. Fresh legs. That'd be the way I'd go. Now, if we can get Devontae Adams, that'd be crazy.
Money in the bank. That'd be sweet to have him out there alongside Juwan and Ricky Pearsall to start the year, and then see what happens with Ayuk. We got to run, Thomas. I appreciate the call, man. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text on what people are saying about Joey Bosa. 949 says it's worth it if we trade Nick Bosa away first. What's that guy done for us since his contract? It's kind of my frustration with Bosa is he's not delivered in the same capacity. You could say the same about Joey Bosa. And Thomas made an interesting point there. Like, if you're willing to pay Joey Bosa, shouldn't you just be willing to pay Drake Greenlaw?
That's the thing. Like, what do you?
I know he's coming off an injury as well, but you're not 2 years removed from. You're like a full year removed from that injury. You saw him on the field a little bit. The thing with Greenlaw is it may be more about years. With Bosa, I have no idea what it's about. We haven't been following this. And it may be about years with him. He may be down to do a 1 year and recoup some value. It's different for Greenlaw, who's hitting free agent at a different position where he could be highly sought out.
Yeah, I think at this point, Joey Bosa would be lucky to get a multi-year contract.
That's where I'm at, where I think Greenlaw, he could be leveraging that to get a 2 year somewhere, whereas I don't know if the Niners feel comfortable.
I would prioritize Drake Greenlaw over Joey Bosa.
I would give them both a 1 year, but I would give Greenlaw the contract before I'd give it to Bosa.
Absolutely.
I'm absolutely with you on that. 408 checks in, says, all the calls say to go with drafting the D-line. Most all drafted players by Lynch and Kyle selected are busts. They can't draft for crap. That's absolutely false. I mean, how many guys do we have to run through?
That's a little hyperbolic.
I would say that they have not proven they are capable of drafting on the defensive line successfully. I would say that's where I would side with you, 408. But to say their drafts have been terrible, they've been to more NFC Championship games than any team maybe now the Rams have caught them or something.
But Trey Lance, Copes.
But Brock Purdy, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing. Is for every bust you're going to hand me, I'm going to hand, you can tell me Dante Pettis was terrible. And I can tell you, and they got Ayuk, and they got Jawan Jennings in the 7th, and they got Deebo Samuel. We'll see what happens with Pearsall. Like, there's so many other guys they've drafted. George Kittle. You want to go Talanoa Hufanga. You want to go Fred Warner. You want to go Dre Greenlaw, Azeez Al-Shaair, who was an undrafted free agent. I mean, in spades, they have drafted some of the best talent at their position in the league.
Right.
And Diamondor Lenore just got a big contract. I mean, they're paying guys because they've drafted well. I don't know what the hell 408's talking about, unless you're specifying, and maybe interior is the way to go, defensive line, because they've not done well with that at all.
Can't say that. Besides Bosa, which, of course, was the second overall pick.
I don't even give them credit for Bosa. Everybody was going there, except for Arizona. Went with Kyler. All right, let's go out to our guy, David Lombardi. He's going to join us from the SF Standard. We'll pick his brain about how realistic this is. Where do they stand on guys like Dre Greenlaw? And what are some legitimate options for guys financially and fits for the roster that could end up here? Adam Copeland, Depop. It's Tim Webb, the greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work. It rolls on with David Lombardi next on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors' road trip comes to a close in Brooklyn as the team looks to finish on a high note. The Nets have lost 5 in a row, and the Warriors need a win to maintain the 6th spot in the West over Minnesota Timberwolves. Walk into John Dickinson immediately following the game to either toast the team or break down how it all went tragically bad. Right here on KNBR, the knee-jerk leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you, and a pleasure to be joined by our guy David Lombardi, at Lombardi himself on social media. Of course, for the SF Standard. It's a big Standard day here on KNBR, as Tim Kawakami was on earlier today. David joins us on the UMA guest line. David, what's going on, man? How are you?
What's up, David?
I'm doing well. Just stepped out of the gym and ready for free agency to start. It feels like it's already started with some of these big names having been released. 49ers can talk to Joey Bosa right now if they want to. And they have to wait for the guys under contract for Monday when the legal tampering window opens. So it's about to get really busy. I think this week has actually been much busier than we're used to. Normally it's kind of a quiet before the storm, and the storm just hit early this year.
Well, yeah, it's been eventful, you're right. And as Derek just said to me during the break, he goes, dude, all of a sudden this free agent class is looking a little bit better. Like, we got some exciting stuff to talk about, and even some of the movement stuff. Like, of course, Deebo Samuel being traded. We thought Christian Kirk was going to get released, and he's ultimately traded in division earlier today. So let's start with the Joey Bosa thing that you just mentioned. He gets released after 9 years by the Chargers. Is he a fit for the Niners? What would the price point be?
That's the big question. I think that he's a fit. He's a good pass rusher. He might not be the same pass rusher that he was a few years ago, but I think that maybe even more significantly, and this is not as sexy, so people won't talk about it, but he sets a good edge against the run. And they were one of the worst run defenses in football, the 49ers were last year. So any defensive lineman that you can get who's a proven force against the run, but can also deliver some pass rushing juice, can make you better. This is a former Pro Bowler, obviously the Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2016, back when he was a San Diego Charger. Did you know that Joey Bosa was the last San Diego Charger? I just
found that out last night.
Wow.
Yeah, and I still call them the San Diego Chargers. I'm in protest for the rest of my life.
As they should be, David.
Chargers. Yeah. So anyway, the final San Diego Charger is a really good football player who's missed 23 games over the past 3 years. And you can either look at that and say, stay away from him with a 10-foot pole, or you could look at that and you could see some value and some opportunity. And everything in this league, everything in life always seems to come down to price. And obviously the Chargers said that $25 million was not worth it for Joey Bosa. I don't think anybody's going to say that. The question is, how low does it go? And at some point, it makes cost-efficient sense for the 49ers, and cost efficiency is all that they've been talking about this offseason. So I don't know exactly where that point is, and Joey can wait until he hears from all the teams who might be interested in him to gauge that market. But the family discount, if there is one, would come from the 49ers, because that's where Nick is playing.
Yeah, so David, we hear all about these names that are linked to the 49ers, Joey Bosa, Jonathan Allen, Devontae Adams, but given their salary cap situation this offseason, is it safe to say that they're only going to have room for maybe one free agent that big?
Well, they have room for whoever they want to add salary cap-wise. I think that the distinction has been made by John Lynch, and then you even heard Adam Schefter talking about it on the McAfee show the other day. He said cap issues, and then he corrected himself, and he said cash issues. And those are two different things, and I think that you just look at what transpired over the course of the past few seasons, especially last offseason, is they're in a rush to try to win a Super Bowl. And they spent a whole heck of a lot of money on Christian McCaffrey, on Trent Williams, and Brandon Ayuk. A lot of cash spent in one offseason. And then it was a total dud. So the ROI wasn't there, right? They went 6-11. Anytime that happens, there's going to be a push from the top down to become more efficient with how you're spending your money. So they just have to be absolutely sure when they go out and spend money this offseason that of course you're not going to have a guarantee that it's going to be cost efficient, but that you're maximizing your chances at that efficiency. And they probably had a little bit more leeway in previous seasons just because they were so close to the Super Bowl. This year they're coming off of 6-11, and they've got to find a way to tighten the belt. And there, is a world in which Devontae Adams, who still had 1,000 yards last season, playing in non-ideal situations, there's a world in which even he at 32 years old would make sense for the 49ers, but it's not a world where they're paying him $25 million a year. But if it comes in at 15 because he's from East Palo Alto, I was just reading an old feature story on Devontae last night where his big gripe with Green Bay was that he had to fly back and forth during the offseason, during OTAs, and his family had to fly all the way to Green Bay from California to these games. Like the West Coast, for a family man, is a huge pull for him. And at this age, if he, decides, okay, maybe I could really win a title with the 49ers, family's really big. East Palo Alto's, 15 minutes away from Levi's Stadium? Maybe that is something that intrigues the player with 140, $150 million in career earnings. I don't know the answer to that, though, because I think he can easily command $25 million per year the way that he's playing. I just know the 49ers probably won't pay that much.
So where would you like to see them prioritize the offseason? Obviously there's Devontae Adams, there is Joey Bosa, and there's also free agents that were on the team last year. Like, would you prioritize big names like Devontae Adams or Joey Bosa, or should they go, it's not going to be as costly, but maybe, sign back a Dre Greenlaw?
Well, you're going to look to see what the value is. The same thing pertains to Dre Greenlaw. I'm sure that they have some kind of prove-it offer on the table for Dre Greenlaw. Robert Saleh has supposedly been adamant about getting him back, but Greenlaw doesn't have to sign that. Greenlaw can wait until other teams can contact him on Monday, and he could see what his value around the rest of the league will be. And then the 49ers have to decide, do we want to match that, or do we, just want to let this be? So I think a lot is going to be determined here over the next few days. Wherever you are able to fill in at that efficient price, you'll take it over the course of free agency, and then you've got the 11 draft picks to work with in April. So there's a lot of need for the 49ers right now, just based on the roster contract situations. For example, they only have 3 linebackers under contract right now. They're going to need a whole lot more. They only have 3 corners under contract right now, between Deommodore Lenoir, Renardo Green, and Darrell Luter Jr. So they're going to need to fill in, regardless of how they do it, a whole lot more at that position. They need to sign another quarterback, probably add 2 more QBs. So you've got at least 3 in the room. So a lot of spending is going to have to happen. I don't know if they're going to do it primarily through the pocketbook or through the draft capital, because they have a lot of that, but they just have to make sure that they're getting their bang for their buck, whichever avenue they're going to take.
Talking to David Lombardi on the UMA guest line. Nice enough to join us from the SF Standard. So, I mean, everything you're saying makes sense. And coming off the 6-11 season with an inflating price tag on the roster itself, you said they've got to tighten the belt. They also have to be a bit aggressive in landing some guys that they want specifically to fill some of those voids. So how aggressive do you think they'll be when it comes to free agency? Matt Mayoko said to us a couple weeks ago, he said he thinks they'll be aggressive in the second wave. Like that first big hit will come, and then they'll see kind of what's left over, and when the water settles, when things settle down, maybe they'll grab a couple of guys. I guess we're not anticipating a Javon Hargrave-like signing, is what I mean.
Yeah, well, the one point that I made, I wrote the piece up on the Standard today. I went back and I looked into the past to see when John Lynch has spoken in a similar fashion as he's spoken this offseason, cash spend and needing to rein it back. And in 2022, he talked in that manner. And in 2022, they didn't do a whole lot in the free agency period, but then they turned around and had 2 of their most aggressive seasons ever right after that. So obviously, they didn't stay hard and true to that philosophy. And then in 2023, I specifically was in a small media gathering that we had with John Lynch at the Combine. It wasn't up at the podium. It was just sitting at the table, and there was like 3 or 4 of us. And the big weakness the 49ers had that offseason was defensive tackle. Like they were really thin at that position, and there were a lot of big name defensive tackles on the market, including Javon Hargrave. So I straight up asked Lynch if this is a position where he felt comfortable potentially making a splash. And he went off on this answer that talked about they've been spending a lot of cash, and you got to pay out the years for these defensive tackles. The only way you usually get them is if you pick number 3 in the draft, and how they're not going to do it, how they're going to have to find a more creative way to fill that gap. And 2.5 weeks later, what do? They signed Javon Hargrave. Yeah. So that was like the big twist in 2023, and I get it. That was back when they were still in that rush to kick the door down and win the Super Bowl. I think there still is urgency to do that, but I also think that they have to operate within the larger reality that they're paying Brock Purdy this offseason, that they're, turning the page as a franchise to that paying the quarterback era. So they really do have to make sure they trim the fat. I don't think that the mentality precludes them from a big signing, but it's going to have to be a truly A-list signing where they feel very confident they're going to get their bang for the buck. Javon Hargrave was on the wrong side of 30, and they were just hoping to get another A-list year or another 2 A-list years out of him, and there's no guarantee. But they were willing to take that risk when they were so close to winning the Super Bowl. Now there's got to be a whole lot more certainty, and I don't know if there is that type of A-list name in the free agent market. Maybe somebody like Justin Reed at safety, but I don't think so. I think that they like Malik Mustafa, and they like their safety drafting record, and John Lynch can speak for that.
Let me ask you this, as things are inflating price tag-wise, and this has become a topic of discussion in the last few days, do you think they want to trade Brandon Ayuk?
Ooh, that's a loaded question, man. I think there was a lot of frustration with how that all went down, and that frustration did not completely dissipate once the regular season started. I think that the main point of frustration was that he sat on the deal that he ended up signing for 3 weeks. And when you look back at things, that directly led to his poor performance at the start of the season because he missed training camp, and then he obviously got hurt in week 7 against the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's where a little bit of this buyer's remorse comes from. But I will say that they also, I think, anticipated that it might only be a 1-year partnership when they signed the contract, because it's unusual in that all of his money for year 2, which is also guaranteed, doesn't drop until April 1st. So I think the 49ers entered this thinking, okay, well, we need to figure this situation out so that way we can play with Brandon Ayuk in this desperate Super Bowl or bust season in 2024. But we also want to leave ourselves a little bit of an out. How do we do that? Well, we guarantee the first 2 years, but that second option bonus that's prorated doesn't drop until April 1st. And the thinking was, well, if the Browns wanted him for a 2 and a 5 and Amari Cooper, and if the Patriots were willing to trade for him, somebody's going to be willing to trade for him after a season if this doesn't go well. And he won't be able to veto it this time. But he tore his ACL and he tore his MCL, and that completely changes the calculus. So I don't know if another team would be willing to jump on this. So I think that the 49ers' best option moving forward might be to be practical about this, pragmatic, hope that he comes back at full strength and plays out the rest of his deal at closer to the efficiency of 2023 than 2024.
Talking to David Lombardi on the Uma Guest line. According to Jason Lockenfora, David, the Niners' first offer to Brock Purdy was $45 million AAV. What do you make of that? And how much do you think their league-leading dead cap of $66 million will impact Brock Purdy's contract initially?
So I saw Jason's tweet, and I wasn't even sure if he was making a report or if he was just, because people have been tossing around that $45 million number. To me, it just seemed like he was tweeting and having fun and tossing out his opinion on $45 million being too low. But it wasn't like he was saying, based source, the 49ers have offered Purdy that. So I wouldn't be so quick to jump on that. And even if it was, the 49ers typically do come in low early on. We can anticipate that Purdy's camp will come in on the high end, and that's going to be above that cluster of quarterbacks in the mid-50s that signed, some of whom signed a couple years ago, and the salary cap has actually grown 24% over the past 2 years. So negotiations are negotiations. There's going to be a lot of noise. That particular tweet, I think, has gotten way more traction than it should have. As far as the dead cap hit, the dead cap hits are cap hits that were the 49ers were going to have to deal with anyway, right? What a lot of people seem to misunderstand what dead money means. Every single dollar that the 49ers pay out to a player has to eventually hit the salary cap. So the 49ers have monkeyed with the salary cap in a way that has pushed some of their cap hits, even though they've spent the money, into the future, and that ends up becoming dead money whenever a player leaves the team. But the 49ers have anticipated having to pay out this money in the long range when they first gave out these contracts. So I don't think that the dead money changes anything. That what they're doing right now is they're making sure that the cap hits in future years are lessened by cutting ties with Javon Hargrave, by cutting ties with Deebo Samuel. Those are moves. Those two moves save $57 million guaranteed over the next couple of years.
David Lombardi, the voice you hear, the SF Standard. Make sure you're reading him, following him at Lombardi himself on social media. Always appreciate the time, David. Great to catch up, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, David.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good deal there. A lot of good explanation there from David. It is interesting because we keep hearing about the Ayuk stuff, and basically what you and I keep coming back to is who would do that? Which tells me, like, the Niners might have some interest in doing that because if it's out there that they're fielding offers or that they're listening on him,
yeah,
then are they trying to create? I mean, who knows? Maybe they're trying to create some interest in that. But he brings up a good point in that maybe they thought we can get away with this. The money hasn't kicked in yet. We can do it for a year, and then if teams wanted to trade for him now and pay him, why wouldn't they trade for him next year when he can't nix the trade or he can't void wherever he goes based on the contract since he's already signed it? It sort of makes me think of the situation the San Francisco Giants were in when they signed Johnny Cueto. I want to say that was before the 2015 season.
It was, yeah, I remember that well.
So
2016 season, I think.
2016 season, yeah, maybe it was before 2016 was when they signed him. I think you're right. Before 15 into 16.
Yeah.
16 he pitches great, starts the All-Star game, pitched that great game in Chicago against the Cubs in the playoffs. Anyway, he's there year two. After year two of the 6-year deal, he has an opt-out.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to Bobby Evans. I've talked to Bobby off the air about it, and he said to me personally, yeah, we thought this is the best case scenario. We'll have him for 2, he'll opt out, and then we can go figure out the rest of the roster. We can bring somebody up, or we'll have been able to have 2 years to develop and maybe keep this championship window alive. Instead, he gets Tommy John that second year, and he opts in, and he's there for $20+ million.
Did you ask him this while you were beating him in softball?
I asked him after that.
Yeah.
After that.
Like 30-0?
We did once.
It was bad.
We did once, like, start going station to station on that. We put up 22 in the first inning against them, I remember.
Ooh, Bobby.
Like, yeah. And then they came up and they went down like 1-2-3, and I was like, that's the most brutal. It's the most brutal thing to be on the field for like 35 minutes while we're just rounding the bases. Had a good performance by the Knights of Sonoma a couple nights ago.
There you
Gino
go.
and Carlos' team. How about that?
Ooh.
On opening night, 23-9 was the final.
Hey, now.
Yeah. Your boy was 5 for 5. Had a good night.
Nice. Did you go deep?
No, 5 singles.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Walt asked me, he's like, what was your total bases? I was like, 5.
So you're Luis Ariz. That's fine.
Yeah, I was Gwynn. I was going oppo.
All good.
Yeah, it was all good.
Yeah, to your point with Brandon Ayuk.
It just sort of feels like that. Like if they were banking on the option to maybe move him, now they're kind of stuck with it.
I mean, I think that this story is getting a lot of legs because it sounds like the 49ers are willing to move off of him. But the reality is that nobody wants to take on that salary and no one wants to take on an injured player. If he was healthy, then maybe they would have traded him already. From everything that we've read and what Tim Kawakami told the Gregs today, they have buyer's remorse, big time, which makes me wonder, like, why did Kyle, in a romantic comedy kind of way, run down to the office of John Lynch and say, don't trade him away?
You're big on this rom-com thing.
That's just what I envision. Like, it's Ayuk just telling Kyle Shanahan, I don't want to leave. He's like, all right, well, we're about to trade you away. Hold on one second. It's like a movie where like some guy's like running down the street, wants to get to that girl.
I feel like it's Kyle like talking to Nick Sorensen in the office, or he's talking to somebody else in the office, and then they go, dude, John's going to trade him right now. And he's like, what? And he goes, go.
Go to him.
Go to him. So I think Kyle's got to run.
Friends.
I think that's
and then like Everlong plays by the Foo Fighters. You're just running down the next office, and John like, don't do that.
Ayuk goes.
Yeah.
There he goes again. Let's go to a Watchdog is in San Francisco. Let's just get to him. He's been waiting for a while.
Yep.
What's up, Watchdog? You're on the Sports Leader. You called earlier. We were talking about Joey Bosa. How you feeling, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, Watchdog.
I like Hassan Reddick, man.
Really?
See, and if we get Hassan Reddick, then we don't have to worry about him hurting Purdy.
That's a good point. But you know all the trouble that Hassan Reddick caused last season with wanting to get that contract and everything?
Man, you know we can't pay attention to that stuff. You guys were saying the same thing about Jimmy Butler.
Nah, that's fair.
A lot of that stuff is none of our business.
I don't know who you're talking to. I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that stuff about Jimmy Butler. I said, get his ass here. I want him. I said, I want him.
I know, but some people were, and trust me, you guys know I listen every day, so I know who says what.
I know you do, Watchdog.
Attaboy.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is sometimes that petty stuff, man, we gotta keep our nose out of that kind of business and don't judge these players on that kind of business side of it, because sometimes the owners and management are wrong too, including the 49er front office.
That's fair.
I'm actually going to side with Watchdog.
One thing you guys don't bring up with the Brandon Ayuk trade is how the Niners negotiate late every year, and then they had to pay more money for Ayuk because they let all those other receivers get signed first. That's the front office's fault. And if they do the same thing this offseason, the same thing will happen. You can't let the other teams go and sign these players to these contracts, and the price starts to go up, especially if they're signing a quote unquote lower player. The same thing with Purdy. Now say if some of we can't anticipate if some of these lesser quarterbacks are going to get paid a lot of money, like Sam Darnold, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And then the price goes up, and then what happens? Then people start to turn on our players, where our players come in negotiating with good faith, and the front office sits on it, and then these other teams, they sign their players. They're valuing their players, and they're getting them signed up,
now watch,
and then the price starts to go up.
Watch, I hear you. There's one thing I do want to make note of is in the Hassan Reddick situation, Joe Douglas, the GM at the time of the Jets, was making it sound like they'd had a deal worked out and he was going to sign as soon as he got there. They never had that deal worked out. So I'm with you that while Hassan Reddick's being blamed for a lot of this, he wanted to trade out and he wanted to land somewhere where he was going to get a deal. They didn't have the deal ready for him. So I don't totally blame him for being like, well, why would I play for you when I'm still waiting for that contract, which never came, by the way, and then he got back on the field eventually. The Ayuk thing, though, if we're using that as the linchpin for negotiating in good faith, I think that may be the least negotiated good faith deal on the player's part in this era. The fact that he let the same offer sit on the table for weeks, specified which teams he wanted to be traded to, wouldn't commit as to what he wanted to do after the end of the Super Bowl 2 years ago, they did probably have to overpay. And I think they probably do, to Derek's point, have buyer's remorse. We got to run, Watch. Like, I appreciate the call, but he is right to some extent that based on reporting and based on the attitude of some of these guys, it's not necessarily as advertised. And there's a lot that went into the Reddick thing. But just like he was siding entirely with Ayuk there, I'm like, I can't totally side with Reddick, but I'm definitely not going to totally side with Ayuk.
I was having some fun because no way in hell is Hassan Reddick getting the same money that was on the table a year ago with the New York Jets, because he pretty much held out for what, like 6-7 weeks. But the whole thing, like to me, like the Hassan Reddick thing was all he had to do was go back to the facility to talk with the Jets, and he refused to do that.
He showed up to like hold his jersey up and get traded, and then he didn't show up to the facility again for like 2 months.
He went to like Japan, and then like his own
Mr. KNBR in Japan.
His own his own representation dropped him because he was getting crazy. As far as Ayuk, I mean, yes, that played out a little too long. When you saw Justin Jefferson get his contract and CeeDee Lamb get his contract, we were like, there's no way in hell that Brandon Ayuk's getting that money, and then he settled for $30 million. So, yeah, whatever was offered on the table, he waited way too long. That whole thing was just ridiculous.
Great stuff from David Lombardi, all available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. One thing we didn't get into specifically with him was which wide receiver is the best fit by ability and price tag for the 49ers. Let's play a little dating game with potential 49er wide receivers. It's the 49ers wide receiver match game. Derek and I and Tim will do it next. The greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work. It rolls on the Sports Leader.
Tim Kawakami, man, do I love Tim Kawakami. He talked about the tensions that lingered after the long negotiations last season with Brandon Ayuk with Greg and Greg this morning. Check out Tim and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the sports leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thursday edition of the show. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Dirty Work. We did talk to David Lombardi of the SF Standard.
The man knows the salary cap.
Dude does, and thank God he does, because I don't want to have to try to understand it.
Well, I'm fairly confused about the whole dead cap thing. I know that it's already accounted for and whatnot, but
Nothing glosses me over faster than thinking
don't
dead
your
cap.
eyes just like...
Now, like David's good because he can break stuff down and write about it in a way that is digestible. He also talks about it in a way that is digestible, and he's dialed in. But this is sort of his specialty and what he's into. But most intriguing thing to me is the Brandon Ayuk thing and where the 49ers stand themselves mentally with it. Like, he brought up a really good point that maybe the thought was, since that money doesn't even kick in yet, we can get through this year with it. And if people were willing to trade for him this right now with that price tag, maybe they'll be willing to do it next year.
I know one team that probably would want to trade for him when he's healthy. I would guess that the New England Patriots, because they offered him the most money, and that's a lesser deal now. Like
it's pre-injury too. That's why it's so weird. That's why like this report is weird, because if teams were calling on Ayuk and the Niners were fielding it, we'd just be like, oh wow, that's out there. But because he's hurt, it just seems like who would be calling on that unless they're really trying to buy low. But you're still paying him, so that's why I'm like, how low's the buy even on the draft pick compensation? Well, when he's hurt and you're buying that would be like, I don't know what fan base would be okay with that. It would be like if the Niners did that and acquired a guy who had torn his ACL, MCL, has these knee injuries, you don't know what the status is for this year, and you're paying him what the Niners are paying him. Niner fans, we'd be sitting here talking all day about how questionable of and irresponsible of a decision this would be.
I mean, it's not like the Brooklyn Nets signing Kevin Durant off an Achilles tear. Like, this is totally different. Like, eventually KD would come back, and so would Brandon Ayuk, but I don't know, like, why right now? Like, they signed Kevin Durant. Trading a player that has a torn ACL, I'd offer you like a 6th-round pick, 7th-round pick. Because you got to take on the salary,
That's
too.
What I mean, and the money. So it's like, why would, what am I giving?
I think what this is telling us is right now this is not happening. And the Niners are trying to find the replacement for Brandon Ayuk right now in free agency. But down the line, maybe next offseason, that's when they deal Brandon Ayuk.
You're gonna need a long-term fix for the Brandon Ayuk, or a long time. I mean, just like you thought they were sniping out at draft day last year that the Ricky Pearsall draft you thought in the first round might have meant the end of Deebo Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough. I mean, even if he'd had a big year, they might have just gotten better compensation for him entering this offseason. All right, we do want to get into the match game. There's 4 guys out there: Devontae Adams, Keenan Allen, Robert Woods, Amari Cooper. Why don't we take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll do the match game after this. So we'll run through what are we doing, Tim? The measurables, the likes and dislikes. Who Derek and I would like to spend our season with is the way we'll go.
I'll give you guys little bios and you guys can pick and choose. Okay.
All right, let's do that.
Whining and dining and. Well, yeah.
It's the 49ers wide receiver match game, the dating game. We'll do it with some potential receivers for the Niners. Should we give them who they are? Devontae Adams, Keenan Allen, Robert Woods, Amari Cooper.
Who's the best match?
Are your contestants. Who's the best match? We'll decide next. It's the dating game. It's the dirty dating game on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday. We will be joined by our guy, John Dickinson, super reporter, boots on the ground, though I don't believe he's in Brooklyn, is he?
He's not in Brooklyn.
I'd be sick if he was.
No. He's still in the Bay Area.
So we'll talk to him about the Warriors wrapping up their 5-game roadie tonight. And then Susan Slusser. How about Sue Slew joining us at 4:50? We'll have talking to Susan about some Giants baseball stuff. We'll have to ask her thoughts on the Corbin Burns conversation she had as well.
I'm very interested in that.
Yeah, let's rage with Susan Slusser coming up at 4:50, and we'll get you your 10-second Giants spring training update coming up in about an hour. But we were talking about this before the show. Who do you most like as a potential free agent wide receiver ad for the 49ers? You were throwing me like Brandon Cooks, and I was like, I'm not touching him with a 10-foot pole.
It's just an option.
Like 31 years old and hasn't had a good year in 3 years.
Yeah, and he's definitely bounced around from team to team. I think he's been on 6 different teams in a very short career. It's been long now, but he's been around. The guy gets around. With teams.
Yeah, he's been on a bunch of teams, been traded a bunch. And early in his career, he was explosive, awesome downfield guy. Rams had him, Pats had him. He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's not the guy who I think this will be the dude at 30 or 31 years old to help the Niners offense until Ayuk comes back.
Well, that's the thing. Like, before I was thinking about, okay, like, are we finding a guy that's just a placeholder for Brandon Ayuk for one season? And if that's the case, then guys like Brandon Cooks, Robert Woods, those guys make sense. But now that we're hearing all these rumors about maybe the Niners wanting to get off of Brandon Ayuk, that maybe this replacement's more of a, permanent guy that's going to be part of their receiving core going forward.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the guys available, like the Robert Woods one, I'm not attracted to that. Why don't we just get into this? We'll get into the match dating game. We'll go through a few of the receivers. Among the names, these names, Devontae, Keenan Allen, Robert Woods, Amari Cooper, who would we most like to spend our season with? What you got, Tim?
Welcome to Love Connection, where old-fashioned romance meets modern-day technology, where you hear all the intimate details of a first date. And now, here's the host of Love Connection, Chuck Woolery.
Not really Chuck Woolery.
Yeah, it's not.
Me.
It doesn't really have anything to do with it.
It's T-Dub, baby.
We're back in 2-2. All right, well, let me give you a few of your options on this beautiful Love
Nicely
Connection.
done, Tim. Nicely done.
Let's start out with Davante Adams. Well, what do we know about Davante Adams? Well, he's 32 years old. He's 215 pounds. He's a 6-time Pro Bowler. He's a 3-time first All-Pro team. He's been on 3 different teams. He has 103 career touchdowns. He likes long walks on the beach and is a fan of Taco Bell in his house.
He lives in Taco Bell.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. You've seen those commercials?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's like, okay, yeah.
It's a bit, Adam. Keep going.
Cheaters don't get chicken.
It's like the Dr. Pepper house. Yeah, I got you. Okay, I'm with you. Sorry, I was like, whoa. He's got a Taco Bell in his
has
home?
one?
Wouldn't put it past him.
Well, he did in Las Vegas, and then he started checking up with Aaron Rodgers in New York.
Did he?
Yeah.
Rumor is he took the Taco Bell with him.
By the way, we should point out this past year, I mean, everybody, I don't know how everybody feels like about 1,000 yards now. I mentioned that the other day about a rusher, the running back. I said, Najee, I said, has had 1,000-yard season every year of his career. I was even a little bit surprised he had it this year, just got over that hump. And most people go, yeah, well, 1,000-yard rusher in the run in today's game with 17 games now is not as big of a deal.
I think I said that, yeah.
But I'm with you on that. I think 1,000 yards receiving, because it's not, they're handing you the football. It's not, it's dependent. You don't get a point in PPR for being handed the ball. You get a point in PPR for catching the ball. You still got to get open. You've got to get downfield. Sometimes it's yards after catch. I mean, I still think 1,000 yards receiving carries weight, especially when you only play like 14 games, which I think is what he played this year.
Oh, dude, he missed games with that big-time hamstring injury. Remember that?
Yeah, and then it healed up when he got to New York.
Super fast. I mean, this guy's the leader in the clubhouse to me, as far as like wide receivers available. And we keep hearing he's either going to go follow Aaron Rodgers or he's going to play on the West Coast. And the 2 teams that come to mind, obviously, well, the only 2 teams on the West Coast right now are the San Francisco 49ers and the LA Chargers. And I think the Chargers probably would need him more than the 49ers, but I don't think Harbaugh values wide receivers like Kyle Shanahan does. So I think that maybe out of all the big-time free agents that are available this offseason for the 49ers, they would probably be most interested in Davante Adams because I still think he plays at a high level more than a Joey Bosa or Jonathan Allen. So right now, yeah, I would say Davante Adams is the leader in the clubhouse as far as wide receivers you want to look at this offseason.
But you also think they should spend if they get one big money guy, you think it should be Davante?
I do think so, yes. I think he fits perfectly for the 49ers and their offense. I mean, and I want to say,
I don't think it's a high risk move either.
Like they were on the short list last year. Like it was the Jets, the Saints to team up with Derek Carr again, which God, I'm glad he avoided that, or the 49ers. And he ended up going to the Jets. But yeah, I think that Davante's probably serious about going to the 49ers. I don't know how much he really wants to go back to Aaron Rodgers. And at this point,
where's back to Aaron Rodgers? That's not a thing right now.
I know, he was on a team.
There is no going back to Aaron Rodgers. Where's he going next?
Like all the insiders throw that out there, like Davante's going to follow Aaron Rodgers wherever he goes. I don't think that. We'll see what happens with the Giants.
It's not Randall Cobb. They can't just pick him up for nothing.
I know.
Like Randall Cobb just followed him was there whenever Rodgers wanted because they didn't have to pay him all that much.
I mean, Randall Cobb was like another coach on the receiving staff.
He's like his best friend. He's like, I just want him here. Davante is gonna command some equity. So
yeah, like Rodgers, like I want a Davante and Alan Lazard wherever I go.
Anybody else think that Derek just wants one of these 3 guys who was a former Raider to show up with the Niners? Earlier, he was like, I don't know.
You think I want that?
Everybody was like, no Bosa, but I would get Khalil Mack. Remember, that's all he does is throw out former Raiders to us.
Max Crosby would have looked great on the 49ers, right?
Dude, you don't want Khalil Mack?
Yeah, I'd take Khalil Mack.
Like, damn right.
Yeah, I'd take him.
I'm doing you guys a favor.
You're doing me a favor.
You know how much that would crush me? I love Khalil Mack. I don't want to see him in a Niner uniform. Good Lord.
I asked him earlier, I said, do you think he's still got juice or anything left in the tank? He goes, I won't say anything bad about Khalil Mack. I was like, I didn't ask you to. Just asked if you...
I would never say anything bad about Khalil Mack.
Derek's Raiders is like Walter's
Blue Jays.
Vietnam in Big Lebowski. What does anything have to do with Vietnam?
No, nothing. We just keep bringing it on back. We just keep bringing it back.
Vietnam?
All right, so that's our first option is Devontae Adams. Keenan Allen is next on the list. What you got, Tim?
Maybe I can interest you in a Keenan Allen. He's 32 years old. He's 6'2". He's 211 pounds. He's a 6-time Pro Bowler. He's been with 2 different teams. He has 66 career touchdowns. He enjoys romantic dinners, sunsets, and watercoloring.
Same things as Devontae Adams, I guess. Was it long walks along the beach the same thing too?
No, he liked Taco Bell in his house.
That's true. My mistake, Tim. My mistake.
Keenan likes romantic dinners. These are very different things, Derek.
Very different things. I think Keenan Allen is a very good wide receiver. There was some talk about maybe last year that he gained some weight initially with Chicago Bears and wasn't looking as spry.
Can you imagine if they did that to us? Yeah, Tim joins the show. He was great last year, but he put on some weight this year.
Oh, dude.
Just read
news for you
Just
guys.
read the text line in the YouTube chat sometimes. Everybody call me fat.
Well, I do. Are they calling you that?
Sometimes. Early on. I'm shedding the baby fat.
You should probably not bring it up and then just like
well, here we go now.
Now they're all going to come with it.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Keenan Allen had an okay season. I mean, the Chicago Bears, it's hard to say what they did offensively because Caleb Williams could never complete a pass because he was getting sacked all the time. I think that Keenan Allen would have fit fairly well in this offense. I still would take a Devontae Adams over him. He's 32 and Devontae's how old, Tim? 31?
We would take Devontae over everybody on this list. Devontae's the Hall of Famer on this list. He's the only guy who's a Hall of Famer probably in the receiving.
They're both 32 years old.
Okay, both 32. Okay.
In free agency right now. And Devontae is not fallen off really by any stretch.
Yeah.
Put up numbers in Vegas with whoever the hell was throwing him the ball the last couple of years.
Yeah, another Bay Area guy went to Cal. If you don't get Devontae Adams, I think that Keenan Allen's probably your second best option as far as another backup wide receiver. But the guy that's not on this list, like Chris Godwin, he will probably command the biggest wide receiver market next to Devontae Adams.
Even coming off of an injury.
Yes.
I like Keenan Allen. It's funny, in my mind, I think of Keenan Allen and I go, always injured, misses games. He's had a really good stretch of health going back to 2017. And in that span, he made 6 different Pro Bowl teams. Played in every game in 17, 18, 19, and then in 20 missed 2 games. 21 played every game. 22 played 10, then 13 and 23, 15 last year. And to your point, he had a little bit of a down year. The fall off, though, to me, is what you're talking about. It's not even Caleb Williams. Couldn't complete a pass because he was getting sacked. He held the ball way too damn long.
Way too long.
2 years ago, Keenan Allen had 1,200 receiving yards and 108 grabs. He's had 5 receiving seasons in his last 8 where he's had 5 seasons of his last 8 where he's caught 100 balls or more, and one where he had 97 catches.
And a guy that gets open to man-to-man coverage.
Yeah, Keenan Allen might be price point-wise a really, really good fit.
I think so.
I'd be excited about it. I would like it. Again, he'd be an age 33 season. You're not looking for a long-term deal. He just signed a 1 year with Chicago that he's coming off of, so maybe you can get a little discount on him. 121 targets, 70 grabs last year for him. Who's next on the list, Tim?
Well, why don't we go to our youngest bachelor on the list, Amari Cooper. He's 30 years old. He's 6'1". He's 210 pounds. He's a 5-time Pro Bowler. He's been with 4 different teams. He has 64 career touchdowns. He is a big fan of competitive weaving, but not the Applebee's in Buffalo.
Do I need to talk glowingly about this guy, former Raider? Am I going to upset you with that?
No, go ahead. Whatever you got. Just all comes back to the Raiders, to which Derek claims he's not a fan of anymore.
Not a fan.
Yeah, right.
Moving on.
Go ahead.
Amari Cooper is an electric player at times, but I will say early on in his career, he had a hard time getting off of the line of scrimmage. I mean, look at his first game in the NFL where Pac-Man Jones just beat the crap out of him and took his own helmet and just, banged it against his own head. But there's times where he breaks out. He did not do a lot in Buffalo last year.
Didn't do anything.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of a similar scheme that he would see with the 49ers. Not a great blocker either. I would say so far we've ranked this appropriately. I would go number 1, Devontae, 2, Keenan Allen, 3rd option, Amari Cooper.
Yeah, that's probably where I am too. I was intrigued in the Amari trade last year when it was out there potentially for Ayuk because I thought it would be a good replacement for a team that was looking to recapture some of the magic in their Super Bowl run from the year before. With where they need to go now, I don't know that he's the guy I'd want, especially after seeing one more season of him. He had a bunch of 1,000-yard receiving seasons, and last year just didn't have a great year. Maybe it was being unhappy. Maybe it was having no quarterback for a lot of last year in Cleveland. But to that end, when he got to Buffalo, he wasn't all that much more explosive. So maybe he has lost a step. We got one more on the list, Tim.
Yeah, why don't we go to the dark horse, Robert Woods. Well, he's 32 years old. He's 6 feet tall. He's 193 pounds. He is a Super Bowl champ. He has 43 career touchdowns, including 5 rushing touchdowns, the only receiver on this list with a rushing touchdown. And ironically, he does not like vacationing in the woods.
I'm out on Robert Woods. If this were that show Next on MTV, do you guys remember that dating show Next?
Of course I do.
Back in like the early 2000s when MTV had all these stupid like scripted dating shows. There was Next. There was Room Raiders.
Oh, dude, Room Raiders.
Where, by the way, you're getting like kidnapped from your house in the morning. Right. And then they go through they do a Date My Mom. Remember that one? Dude, that was insane, dude. That show was wild.
Silent Library was my favorite one.
Silent Library is good, yeah. But they did all these dating shows that were ridiculous. They had one called Next, where it was like,
I remember.
There's like 5. Let's say it's 5 dudes on a bus, on like a party bus, and they all get to go on a date with one girl, but it's the same girl, and so they get off.
And it's the same date.
It's the same day and the same date. So they get off the bus, and she's like, "Oh hey," and they're hanging. And then the second he gives her like the ick, or sees something, or she hears something she doesn't like, she goes next. And he's like, what? And he has to get back on the bus, and the next guy gets to come on out. There are times where it's so shallow. It's funny when it's like 5 women and the guys out there, too. Somebody will step off the bus, and they'll just go, next. Like, they one look at him, and they're like, I'm moving on.
It's like Showtime at the Apollo. Yeah, you're out of here.
Exactly. Next. I don't even want to start this date with you. Yeah. That's how I feel about Robert Woods. Somebody on the text line said, Devontae's going to cost too much. I'm going with Krug's guy, Robert Woods. I don't want Robert Woods.
Yeah, Robert.
He has had 60 catches in 2 years. He had 203 receiving yards last year. He's trending down badly in his career. Nobody's like adding Robert Woods as a weapon at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he tore his ACL during the Rams Super Bowl season, so he wasn't a part of that.
That was 4 years ago.
Yeah, they traded him to Tennessee. Then he landed with the Houston Texans and hasn't really done anything with them. I forgot he was there last year. He was an option for me
15 games, dude. 20 catches. That ain't
I know. I mean, he was an option for me last year when they were talking about trading Brandon Ayuk. But like if there was a younger Robert Woods, yeah, he fit perfectly in this offense. But to Copes' point, he only caught 30 passes this year, and a team that was decimated with injuries, wide receiver wise. You had Nico Collins that had a hamstring injury. You lost Tank Dell for the season late in the season. They lost Stephon Diggs with a torn ACL, and this guy did not step up. They used him as a kick returner for most of the year. So I can't rely on a soon-to-be 33-year-old Robert Woods. I think that he's probably going to end his career pretty soon here. So I would not go with Robert Woods, no.
I'd be pissed. Next. I'm not going on this one. I'm not going on this date. You know what's funny? After going through this, I thought for sure Devontae, I would love Devontae. He'd be the best one. It's kind of like when I wanted Jimmy Butler, but then Kevin Durant might have been available. I was like, well, give me KD, of course.
Yeah.
But once KD went on another date with somebody else, I was like, I'll stick with Jimmy. I think I'm kind of falling for Keenan Allen.
You're falling?
I think I'm kind of falling.
Head over heels?
I think I'm kind of falling for Keenan Allen.
Damn, put it out on the first date?
California kid. I didn't say all that.
Okay.
Didn't say all that, but who knows? You know?
Yeah. Love works in mysterious ways.
Nice 80-yard grab for a touchdown. Maybe we find something special.
Speaking of old dating shows, you guys remember Blind Date, right?
Of course.
Hosted by?
Which one was Blind Date? Is that the one on MTV also?
No,
was that a more raunchy one?
Yeah, I think it was raunchy.
Was that on VH1?
Yeah, I forget what channel it was on. Maybe like reruns were on like Spike TV back in the day. But Roger Lodge hosted Blind Date, who would also frequently host Angels pregame shows for whatever reason. Dude, I remember that. Tim, you might remember this. Often a guest on Michael Urban's show, the late, great Michael Urban.
That is correct.
Roger Lodge would show up talking Angels baseball.
Dude, that's wild. Roger Lodge, dude. I think Seacrest had some appearances in there, too, at some point. Anyway, dude, Roger Lodge. What's he doing now?
I do not, probably still hosting Blind Date.
His last tweet from a day ago says, here's my Lodge's lock on Prize Picks tonight. What you got?
So damn.
He's putting out like...
I'm a Marcus Boucher guy. Run your game.
Yeah, I'm a Marcus Boucher guy too. But hey, if Raj Lodge is putting out info for you,
Raj Lodge.
Raj Lodge, dude. Raj Lodge yesterday, he went with under on Jason Tatum points.
Okay.
He went with what did Jason Tatum do last night?
Let me find out.
We'll get you the Raj Lodge sports update picks of the day. Tatum, he had under on 29.5 points. Then for Nikola Jokic, he had over on 12.5. But just to run down the receivers, we had Devontae, Keenan Allen, Robert Woods, Amari Cooper. I don't want Robert Woods at all.
Yeah.
And I'm fading on Coop. I don't really want Amari Cooper either, though. If you only needed like 5 or 6 from him. We got an update here from Tim Webb. What's up, dude?
Yeah, Tatum didn't play last night.
I'm looking at it right
so he's
now.
right. He's right.
No Tatum.
He took the under. He was right. Under on 29.5. How about Nikola Jokic? 12.5 rebounds last night.
All right, let me see that one real quick.
See what Raj Lodge did if he cleaned up.
Hang on.
What you got?
I'm looking. I'm still scrolling.
15 rebounds.
Okay.
Raj Lodge, dude, he's your guy to follow.
Raj Lodge, no sports, man.
Former host and producer of Blind Date, president of 3 Point Media, and he's host of the Sports Lodge, and still sounds like he does Angels pregame.
There you go.
2-time All-Star 3-point celebrity shootout champion. It says on his Twitter. We should get Lodge on.
He's a good dude.
We should get Raj Lodge on the show.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's get him on. We can talk.
Are the Giants playing Angels this year?
They play every year. You play everybody every year.
Oh, that's true now, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get Roger Lodge on later this year, talk some Blind Date and some Angels. I'm now officially following him on Twitter also. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll talk to our guy John Dickinson. Warriors wrapping up a 5-game roadie. They can go 4-1, which still, I'm irked about it, dude. I'm irked because the one loss was a game they never should have lost.
The Maverick game?
No, on the road trip.
The
sorry. Philly game.
76ers.
The Philly game.
Right.
Yeah, I'm pissed about it. See if they can wrap up and avoid
it's a tough one.
Avoid the New York flu after a Draymond Green birthday celebration, I would assume, in New York over the last couple of days. Then they come on home to take on their old buddy Dennis Schroeder. Hopefully we get a tribute video for Dennis Schroeder. All right, let's get to John Dickinson.
It's
Dirty
5
Work.
seconds long.
The greatest show in America rolls on. JD next on the Sports Leader.
George Contos talked to Papa Sr. and Silver Jr. with his thoughts on Justin Verlander's strong spring, Kyle Harrison's struggles, and how the Giants' rotation is shaping up. Go to KNBR.com or the KNBR app for everything Giants. If it's Giants baseball, it's dirty work or something like that.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We catch up with our guy, John Dickinson, super reporter, boots on the ground each and every week here on Dirty Work, and he joins us right now, courtesy of the Yuma guest line, as well as up on the YouTube chat, where Bay Area sports fans can sound off instantly, and you can check in KNBR.com and the app. What's up, JD? How are you, bro?
What's going on, fellas? Good to be with you, my man. And just, what a trip for the Warriors. We were talking about 3-2 versus 4-1. Yep. How would they get there? And they've got a shot at 4-1, which I think everybody will take, but not maybe the way that we would have all envisioned with the bad loss in Philly in the game Jimmy Butler missed due to the back spasms. But they, as we talked about last week, were able to rally and come up with a big-time performance in Madison Square Garden, which is a building that Stephen Curry continues to own.
4-1, you said this is what we were kind of hoping for. I was hoping for 5-0. I'm actually pretty miffed that there's a chance they go 4-1 and the loss was to Philly.
Squandered opportunities.
I'm pretty pissed about it, quite frankly. I'm like, this is not the Warrior basketball I've become accustomed to in the last 3 weeks. Losses to Philadelphia on the road. So they're coming home for a 7-game homestand and a lot of winnable games and some ability to climb even further. What is their ceiling in your mind? I think 5 is absolutely attainable, and if you can get to 5 right now, you might be able to get to 4. Where do you see this thing as a ceiling right now, JD?
Yeah, I think it's changed again. A week ago we were talking about 6th, and they were basically 5 games back of 5th, and I think maybe another game and a half back of 4th. But the way that you make it attainable is you win basically every game, and that's what the Warriors have done. And you look at the 2 teams in front of them, Memphis and Houston, and they've lost 4 in a row for the Grizzlies and 3 in a row for the Rockets. So they're going in the wrong direction. The Warriors do have head-to-head matchups remaining with both, and they already have the tiebreaker against the Rockets. They play the rare 5th matchup against the Rockets because they had the extra one in December because they were 2 teams that squared off in the in-season tournament with the right to go to Vegas. Remember, the Warriors kicked away that game in December that would have sent them to Vegas, blowing a 5-point lead there in the final minute or so. But they also can win the tiebreaker against Memphis if they win the final head-to-head matchup, which is April 1st in Memphis toward the end of another long road trip. They come home for 7 and then go back on the road for 6. I think that's the 5th game of the 6-game road trip in Memphis. But if the Warriors win that, they pick up a game and they would have the tiebreaker. So, more and more attainable. I think there's a significant difference. I know I talked on Dubs OT the other night. We had the debate over if you're the 6th seed, would you rather face the Lakers or the Nuggets? And I've even shifted my opinion on that. I thought the Lakers going back immediately following the Doncic trade, but I just look at what the Lakers are doing, and to me, Denver's more vulnerable, more exploitable between those two teams compared to the Warriors matchups and everything. But if you're telling me the Warriors could get potentially Memphis in the first round, and then the other thing that does is you're on the Oklahoma City side of the bracket, and you're thinking, wait a minute, Oklahoma City's 10 games better than everybody else in the West, but they are still inexperienced in terms of trying to get over that hump. They got beat in the second round last year. The Thunder would not want to see a Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green trio. And the Warriors, by the way, won the season series against OKC. 2 of the 11 losses for the Thunder are against the Warriors. So I think the Thunder wouldn't want to see them, but it also opens up a much more realistic pathway for the Warriors to get to a conference finals or a finals if it's Memphis or Houston first round, then maybe you knock out OKC in an upset in the second round, while Denver and the Lakers are playing each other in that other Western semifinal. You only would have to beat one of those teams as opposed to two, and I think that's the kind of path that the Warriors would need to have if they're going to really, truly become a championship contender this season.
So to that point, JD, how many legit contenders do you think there are currently right now in the Western Conference, and are the Warriors one of them?
I think it's OKC. I think the Lakers have put themselves in that conversation. I think Denver, just based on the fact that their core, their 4 best players have won a title within the last 2 years, I think they're really vulnerable. I don't think they're deep enough. I think they're vulnerable defensively. I just think they have exploitable players, too. Like Westbrook's a guy that, he played really well for them last night. They played a pretty bad game at home against Sacramento, but had a big fourth quarter, came back and won. And Westbrook played really well for them last night in the fourth quarter. But there are games where he can just play out of a game. And they're, I think, probably a little bit too Westbrook dependent because he's basically their 5th or 6th best player and one of the guys that's definitely going to be playing a lot. So I just think there's more exploitable areas of their team than there are the Lakers with Luka and obviously LeBron. And I think they have some capable defenders. So I'll give Denver the benefit of the doubt, and I think the Warriors would be the next team. I think they still have to prove that they can be healthy enough down the stretch here to wind up with a good enough seed to be in that conversation. But, I mean, they're certainly the team nobody wants to play. And then I think the 2 teams in the East are Cleveland and Boston. So yeah, I mean, it's a nice position to be in when a couple of weeks ago, the trade deadline, we're talking about the Warriors as maybe not even making the play-in tournament. And I think you look at what's happened with Dallas and Phoenix, and maybe the Warriors would have still eked out a 9 or a 10 and gotten into the play-in tournament. But now, I mean, you just think about how quickly this whole thing has changed. I mean, now we're talking about them at worst with Jimmy Butler now in the fold as, the 5th or 6th best team in the NBA, regardless of whether they wind up 4th, 5th, or 6th in the West. I think that would be the appropriate place to put them in the entire NBA pecking order.
Talking to John Dickinson, you can hear him on Dubs OT tonight following the Warriors and the Brooklyn Nets. They come home for a 7-game homestand, which will be their longest remaining homestand of the season. What are your thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga right now, man? I mean, it's tantalizing to think what could happen when he comes back. He hasn't played since January 4th. He's only played 32 games this year. He's not going to play tonight. I think Shams said he thought he could be back on Saturday, so maybe that's when we sort of start the clock just in terms of it not being on time, because that was sort of the speculative date against Detroit this Saturday. I mean, to say they don't need him would be sort of ridiculous, but they need him to do things specifically when he comes back, and if he doesn't do them, I could see them working with other pieces to make this thing continue to hum.
Yeah, I think they really are trying to make sure that he's not going to have any kind of setback in terms of the injury. I know there had been different points during the rehab where he's been a little bit more sore coming off of some of the workouts and the scrimmaging than maybe they would have hoped. Icing is, Anthony Slater, I think of The Athletic, had he was icing down after the game, and that's been something, even though he didn't play in the game, obviously he got his workouts in before the game, but he was seen icing there, which is, I just think there's more concern about making sure he's physically right. Like, I know it's been frustrating because it has been now over 2 months since he went out, as you mentioned, on January the 4th against Memphis, but I don't think the Warriors are being cute about this. I think at times they don't want him to mess anything up, and they're trying to basically wait till they get home. I just think they're really making extra sure that he doesn't come back, play 2 games, and then wind up right back on the shelf for a week or two, because at that point, then you're talking about having to reacclimate him again with 10 games left in a season. And I think at that point, you really do start to question how much of an impact he could truly have in the playoffs. So now I think with 19 games left, they're still in a position or 20 games left, they're in a position where there's enough of a ramp up period for him to get acclimated. But yeah, it's taking advantage of cutting and doing all the little things and defending and just not trying to do too much. If he does that, I think he can really help them. As a luxury item and not a necessary one. And then there will be opportunities, as we always discuss, for his game to expand and grow. He's one of those guys that if he comes back and gets comfortable, can help them if they aren't fully healthy in other ways down the stretch. If Draymond had to miss 4 or 5 games, but you could plug a Kuminga that's being productive into that starting 4 spot, then you're in a good, and you start maybe Quentin Post, or you do something like you can. He allows you a little bit more margin for error, I think, especially against some of the lesser opponents. If you sustain an injury to Draymond, or if Jimmy Butler has to miss a game here or a game there. And I do think there's a value in that. But being careful with the health component of it, I think, is first and foremost, because if he comes back and has to sit out again, I think we immediately go down the road that the Warriors don't want to be in with him, which is how much can you really get from him in the playoffs? Because the one thing about Kuminga that people kind of forget, he's really not playoff tested. He played bit parts in the championship run here and there. He got benched in the 2023 playoff series against Sacramento, and then basically didn't play in the Lakers series after that. And he was injured at the end of the regular season last year, came back late, and really was ineffective and kind of threw things off a little bit because they had been winning with a different group when he had been injured there at the end of the year, despite the fact that before that, kind of like right before his injury in January, he was maybe his most productive that he's been in his time with the Warriors. So health, I think, first and foremost, is the most important thing.
JD, Steve Kerr, after the Knick win the other night, said that the Warriors found their identity as a true two-way team. Which side of the ball has impressed you the most right now? To me, the offense has been playing great, but I think it's the defense that's been so aggressive right now.
I think it's been championship-level defense at times. I mean, really. Having Draymond and Jimmy Butler with the ability to make sure everybody else is in the right spots, I think has been the most impressive part. And look, Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody deserve credit. They've really upped their capabilities, I think, defensively. The job Moody did the other night against Brunson, somebody that in his short career he's been matched up with a couple of times and held his own against, I think was impressive. But they really have gotten back to being the kind of team that I think they could have been if DeAnthony Melton went down or hadn't gone down early in the season, which is a team that can force some turnovers. Like, I think that's been the area where it's really been felt. It is, fourth quarters, they've stymied teams, which I think helps your margin for error, certainly in close games. But throughout the course of the game, they've been using the defense to get out in transition a little more and beat teams back and throw the ball ahead. And I think that's also ignited some of these Steph Curry runs. When the game, when the opposition is demoralized a little bit, he kind of senses it, and especially on the road, so many of his big runs come off of, and big shots come off of other teams' mistakes. So I think we talk about complementary football all the time, but I think the Warriors are playing much more complementary basketball, where the defense is setting the tone and making the offense a little bit easier, because the Warriors are getting good shots for the most part, and when Jimmy Butler's getting to the free throw line, he brings an element that they just haven't had, and I think that's in turn helped them defensively as well. But they still have these stretches where they just can't hit a shot, and it really is, in a lot of ways, other than injury, maybe the way that they're the most vulnerable as you look at potentially this stretch run here and playoff series. Like, are they going to be able to hit enough open shots when they get them at the playoff level with really some unproven guys, right? Nobody's worried about Steph or Jimmy Butler being able to score in the playoffs, but the rest of this group really is unproven at that level.
Talking to John Dickinson here. You hear him on Dubs OT tonight following Dubs and the Brooklyn Nets right here on the Sports Leader. JD, if you were going to rank the talent in the West now, after the Jimmy trade, what we've seen from this team, what we started to see from the Lakers, by the way, who are just they're insane right now. How would you, if you were going to like reseed based on talent right now, how would you do it?
I'd go OKC 1, Lakers 2, Denver 3, and the Warriors 4.
Yeah.
And probably, honestly, it might even, Minnesota's got a pretty easy schedule. They've been underwhelming. I might even go Minnesota 5, but I'd above Houston and Memphis. That battle's going to be interesting. But no, I think the Warriors would be 4, and I wonder, and I've thought about this, what would the Warriors record be if they had a full season of Jimmy Butler? And it's a little unfair because you would be thinking that he's going to play the whole year, and the reality is he probably wouldn't. What's an appropriate amount of games for Jimmy Butler? Is it 60? Is it 55? What would it have been? Is it 65 or 70? But no, this team, I think we're at the point now where I think you could, as long as Jimmy and Steph are healthy, I feel like they would beat anybody else in a playoff series. Like, I would pick them for sure to win against anybody in a playoff series other than maybe Denver, Lakers, or the Thunder. I'm not saying they wouldn't beat those teams, but I would pick them to beat everybody else.
I think I'm with you. Those are the only ones that give me pause. And we talked to Mark Spears last Friday, almost a week ago, and he said, maybe it was Marcus Thompson we talked to last week, and he said, we just don't know who they are yet. We're just not sure who the Lakers are yet. I think the same can be said about when Kuminga comes back. There could be another level that the Warriors reach, and maybe we'd feel a little different about those matchups. JD, before we let you go, just a thought on some 49er stuff is the free agent market is much better now than it was, a week ago, and there's been some noise this week. We've just been talking Joey Bosa. Do you have any interest in Joey Bosa as a 49er? If so, is it a one-year deal? Is he a fit? Do you trust him staying on the field? Would you put your eggs in that basket? What do you think?
I think if you can get Joey Bosa on a favorable deal, you do it. I think he would be motivated to stay healthy. I think Nick Bosa would be even more motivated. Maybe you get a better Nick Bosa for having Joey Bosa on the opposite side. I would really consider it if I'm the 49ers. The issue is, though, if Joey Bosa the Bosas are not ever in the business of taking even $1 less than the highest offer. So I think it has been speculated. Hey, they he would want to play with his brother and come to the Niners and it'd be awesome, and that's all well and good.
Yeah.
But I mean, the next time a Bosa takes a hometown discount or a brotherly discount will be the first. So it just I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see it on that front. But no, I would have interest. I would.
Sorry, I got some weird audio coming out of places. Got to help me out, Derek. I was like, I'm clearly scrambling here. You know what I mean?
No.
That's going to do it.
There's another question.
I was like, dude, you're looking at me. I was like, no, I turned my mic off. I was like, dude, there's some audio coming somewhere weird. Just trying to get back on track here. Anyway, John Dickinson, you hear him on Dubs OT tonight, following the Warriors and Brooklyn. Any fear about a New York flu after a Draymond birthday off day in New York?
Well, they should have had the ability to get it out of their system. I mean, to me, you go out and do your thing on Draymond's birthday on Tuesday night after the game, and then you have a recovery day tomorrow, or yesterday rather, and then you get a good night's sleep last night potentially, or you just sleep late today and show up and play. But no, I think this team's motivated to finish 4-1. I think 3-2. I know you were hoping for the 5-0 Copes. I think 3-2 at this point, given the fact that they won the Knicks game,
I'll throw up would be tonight. Yeah,
would be a major disappointment. Like, I think they're going to be motivated to finish strong. I don't think it necessarily means they're going to end the game early or blow them out, but I do think they're going to be motivated to finish it off and come home 4-1 and then see what they can do in the 7-game homestand.
Yeah, I don't need them gagging this one. That's the last thing I need is for them to gag this. Then a 7-game homestand. It's tough, man.
No Dennis Schroeder to cook him for tonight, but Dennis Schroeder will be in the house on Saturday at Chase Center. So they avoid the Brooklyn Dennis Schroeder, but then they get him Saturday at Chase with the Pistons.
Are we expecting a tribute video, JD?
No tribute video.
Okay.
What would you even put in the Dennis Schroeder?
Like 5 seconds, maybe the press conference.
Did he have a signature? Did Dennis Schroeder even have a signature moment?
I don't think
the
so.
Warriors?
I don't think so.
No, he did not.
Yeah.
Him celebrating a Steph 3 says Tim, dude. He fist pumps after Steph makes one.
You guys may have heard this, but I was told Dennis Schroeder, I guess, has a tattoo of like the logo of every team he's played on. Like he gets a tattoo. So he's played on 10 teams.
So he's
or whatever.
blasted. So, yeah, dude.
So does he get the Warrior tattoo? Does he get the Warrior tattoo or not get the Warrior tattoo?
It's sort of like Mike Piazza playing with the Marlins. Like, yeah, that happened for 2 games, before they were like, we got to get him out of here. He doesn't want to be here.
I think you got to do it, right? If you're playing
for him. The ink wouldn't dry by the time he's already on the team. Like it's a little ridiculous.
Well, when you have 3 teams this year. You've had 3 logos this season, dude. Add a little.
You need your own wing of your body, right? You need your own certain spot of your body to.
Well, does that include? Does that include all the teams he was traded to? Like after he got to the Pistons,
there's a buyout. Yeah,
yeah.
Is there a Utah? Well, yeah, because didn't he? Well, no, he didn't. Well, I guess he never officially went to Utah. Or no, he went to Utah and then he got.
Yeah, he went down the hallway that night. For like a split
he went
second.
to Utah, and then Utah shipped him to Detroit.
Yeah.
So technically, he was with the Jazz, but he didn't play for the Jazz. But I think he was a member of the Jazz.
You got to do it. Every single team.
So
yeah, he never played a game with the Jazz, but he has been under contract by 4 teams this year. He has played games for 3 of them.
Jeez.
Played more games with the Warriors than he did with Brooklyn this year, by the way. Just a heads up. 23 with Brooklyn, 24 with the Dubs. He's now played 10
That was a quick 24.
10 with Detroit, and the minutes are diminishing, by the way, by organization. All right, JD, have a good show tonight, man. Enjoy the game. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, JD.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff from John Dickinson, all available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We are still going to catch up with Susan Slesser coming up at 4:50. In about 15 minutes, we will get you your 10-second Giants update. We do it every day. Tell you what's going on with the Giants as Justin Verlander took the hill in spring training for the G-Men today. When we come on back, the changing perceptions of Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy's got his take on what went on in Miami. Now Miami's kind of got their take. Dan Lebitard today on his show was talking about how thrilled everyone in Miami's organization is with the Heat that Jimmy is no longer in the building. Said they hated coming to work. Jimmy showed up here and he's like, well, it's nice to be wanted. So goes both ways. We'll
different
get
strokes for different folks.
We'll get into the changing perception of the man that is Jimmy Butler. Warriors are 9-1 when he takes the floor with them. They can move to 10-1 tonight. They're 9-2 overall since the trade. We'll get into that next, and then your 10-second Giants update, plus Susan Slesser, a sound soiree, and a Pat H. crap section. It's dirty work. It's Thursday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Ian Eagle joined Murph and Marcus to talk.
It's Tebow time!
No, not that.
69!
No, not that either. To discuss Steph Curry's dominant performance in New York and preview tonight's action as the Dubs take on Brooklyn. Check out that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, tax season can be stressful, especially if you've got to file some unfiled tax returns or you got to pay some unpaid tax returns. If somebody runs into that problem, what should they do?
They should call us. It's very stressful.
I feel for these people that feel like they're drowning under 1,000 feet of water with a 1,000-pound stone on their head. It's horrible. They're always looking over their shoulder, worrying, is today the day the IRS agent is going to come to my house? Is today the day the IRS agent is going to come to my business? Is today the day the IRS agent is going to order my clients or my employer not to pay me, but to pay the IRS? I've seen it cause untold misery. Lots of divorces, businesses closing. I saw 2 suicides. I saw a child given up for adoption. Horror stories. None of that has to be. There's a lot of good solutions. If you haven't filed for years because you don't have the money, that's okay. We want to cut a deal. If you filed every year but just can't pay, that's okay. We want to cut a deal. The bottom line is, whatever your situation, we want to explain the best situation for you, and then with your permission, we'll go ahead and do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the IRS. Just give us a call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, make this nightmare go away.
Steve can help you. He's the guy to call, 1-88-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online. More information, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday, or as Cope says, a baby Friday. I really don't know what the hell that means. Susan Sluts are coming up in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I took that from Murph.
Yeah,
I feel like it's something Murph says or has said many times. Am I
Baby
right?
Friday?
I think I used to always say
Dropped it in the promo the other day.
Did he? When I was on the morning show with Murph and Mac, he used to say it a lot. Yeah.
So what does it really
Baby
mean,
Friday.
though? Like, it's a Friday Eve, I guess.
You get those Friday vibe. You know Friday's coming, so you start to get a little amped up for it. Also, like I told you, when you get to college, frequently no classes on Fridays, and if you do, like, what are you doing? You messed up scheduling a Friday class.
I often did.
You blew it. You scheduled Friday classes?
Yeah, just the way it turned out.
Yeah, sometimes like whatever your department is, you might have to dial into one of those.
I get a few and everything. The one for me was get the classes that were like 8 in the morning. I think in the entire 4 years I was at UC Davis, I had 2, and one of them was like a mandatory like group discussion. It's like never before like 10 o'clock
on a Friday morning.
Ugh. No, just 8 a.m. classes in 4 years. Period. Not on a Friday, like any day.
8 a.m.
It's weird how early 8 a.m. was in college relative to high school. You know what I mean? Like did it every day for 13 years or whatever, going to school, and then 1 year flips, and you're like, I can't do that anymore.
I would jam. I'm sure you guys would too. Jam everything you could between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's like, all right.
Oh yeah.
Those are going to be tough days. We'll get through it. Friday, not so much.
No, I would always try to get Monday off.
Well, at SF State, my major, the Becca major, only offered your broadcasting classes. Like, and I'm sure this is the way they do it. It always made sense for me for production classes. It didn't make sense for, like, I don't know, media aesthetics or whatever the hell we had to take, where every class in the major was once a week for 3 hours. It was brutal.
Oh, God.
Taking 2 classes in a day was a nightmare. It was like, dude, it's and then they just pound you with whatever you have to do in your spare time. You're like, well, you got a week to do it.
Pounding.
Yeah, like with homework or whatever, they just pile you up with crap to do. Group projects and stuff. Like, it makes sense if you're in a production class, because then you can spend the time doing the production you've got to do or working in a group project. Didn't make any sense for, like, lecture classes. Like,
3 hours.
Dude, what it was the one I did was, I'm talking every class for 2 years I had to take. It was like that. And they were all, like, Monday through Thursday, so it's tough to pile those
I did not mind being in class until like, let's say it was like a film class or something like that, being in class till like 9 on a Wednesday or a Thursday. Didn't bother me at all. If the trade was to not have to do anything on Monday or Friday, every day of the week.
I never had Mondays free. I was always like Monday through Thursday.
No, but by the time you get to like the upper years when you're junior and senior, you could pretty much stack it if you were,
Well, kind of, unless every class you have is 3 hours long, in which case I'm not stacking 3 days of
I would rather do that.
Class.
I would rather suffer for 3 days and have a 4-day weekend.
Did you work when you were in college?
I did.
Yeah, I had nearly a full-time job as a barista. Wasn't supposed to be nearly full-time, but they worked me to the bone at Nordstrom. But yeah, so I was like, there was times where I'm like, well, I got to work. I have to work enough to pay my rent, and I've got to go to school enough
tuition
to go to school.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anyway, that's the way it shook out. We didn't have the luxury of being off on Mondays and riding our bike to school like Tim.
Sorry about that.
Davis.
The Davis biking thing. I did. How many bikes did I have there? 3, 2 of them got stolen. That's kind of just the way it goes when you're there. You're just expected. By the time I got to my 3rd bike, it was such a piece of crap.
Yeah.
I think that literally at one point the handlebars broke off the bike and was like, okay, well, this one's done too.
You still ride a bike, Tim?
I think the last bike I had was in UC Davis.
When's the last time you rode a bike?
Like a bicycle?
Yeah.
You were a scooter man for a bit, and then tragedy.
I just mean like I would take a scooter like those little ones that showed up in the city. I wouldn't say I would say Walton would never classify me as a scooter man.
Yeah, Walt and FP are scooter guys.
Yeah, like
to quote the chat today, they were calling him Scooty Babbitt.
It's pretty good on Walt.
It's not bad.
It's pretty good on Walt. I love getting the scooter riffs off on Walt, dude. No, I last time I rode a bicycle, I don't know, man.
It's been a while for me. I can't remember.
I'm sure I like sat on one at like a Thanksgiving or something where the cousins are like something like that. But in terms of like actually getting on a bike, it's been years.
Probably maybe 10 years for me. Just like being back home and like didn't have a car and I was like, well, Derek, I got this bike you could ride around Danville.
That's what Greg said?
Yeah, maybe. Oh no, you can't drive Tessie. That's for me.
You don't drive Tessie. You just let an auto drive you around.
You can have the Schwinn.
We are going to catch up with Susan Slusser at 4:50 in about 25 minutes. There is I don't know. I would like to believe we have a changed perception of Jimmy Butler.
I do.
You certainly do.
I definitely do.
From where we were with him earlier this year, where the media was with him. What I said when they were looking to acquire him. And you were like, well, they don't want him. I don't want the cancer in the clubhouse or the locker room.
Yeah.
And my dispute was always, have we heard that he's been that? Because even with the Andrew Wiggins stuff, he was a young player. Jimmy was the head of that team in Minnesota. Karl Anthony Towns, all that stuff. Like none of those guys have spoken out publicly hating, I don't believe, on Jimmy. So from my purview, most of the altercations or disputes Jimmy's had with organizations, and again, I'm not don't quote me. This is just what I can remember, seem to be with front office or maybe coaching.
That seems to be the
Which
case.
Doesn't mean that's great to acquire a guy who has that as a track record.
Well, Minnesota, he was trying to get a contract, but he did go after Karl Anthony Towns and Andrew Wiggins, who he went on to say was one of the more talented people he ever played with.
It's funny to me, too, that, like, Jimmy's attitude about this is, it's nice to be somewhere I'm wanted. I just want to be somewhere I'm wanted.
Yeah.
What you meant by that was you want to be somewhere that will give you $100 million plus over the next 2 years
100%.
beyond this season. And that's okay if that's what that means. But to say Miami didn't want you, when Pat Riley did that weird crying thing, talking about their dads or whatever at the end of the stint there, I was a little
unhinged, as Jimmy Butler described it.
I just felt like that was something I didn't need to know. You know, I just felt like Pat. They should.
Well, why do we have?
I can't imagine Pat loves that came out.
Well, like the whole thing is weird, but like it's also kind of weird for Jimmy Butler to be like, "Geez," and he like goes to like some reporter and be like, "This guy cried over me."
Well, I feel like maybe somebody asked.
Leaked,
I think
right?
somebody maybe asked him. I think that got leaked, and then he was asked about it. I don't think Jimmy went and told the story. I think he was asked about it.
But to your point, though, like to be wanted, Jimmy Butler was the man in Miami. Like there was a time where he was the third wheel to a Minnesota or to a 76er team. And then he became the man. He was the superstar in Miami. He wanted to be Dwayne Wade. And they gave him that luxury. They paid him. It's just after a while, he got older. And I think that Pat Riley got tired of his crap. I think he really got tired of him mouthing off.
Last year was when it kind of started up in the playoffs when he wasn't healthy. And then he was talking, if I was there, we'd have won. And Pat's like, if you're not there, shut up.
Yeah, but Jimmy Butler also, I mean, we've been talking about it over and over again. Like he carried 5 seeds, 8th seed teams to the finals. Jimmy Butler was the man in Miami. So, like, to say, like, he wasn't wanted, he was wanted. He just wasn't appreciated at the end.
Well, it's not even just appreciated. It's you had demands that they didn't want to meet.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they don't want you. It's the same as, talked about this so much with Ayuk last year. Do the Niners want Ayuk? Do you want Ayuk back? Absolutely. At the right price.
Yes.
You know, and I don't think they got the right price out of the Ayuk contract. No. Anyway, here's what Dan Lebitard had to say on his show. He's, of course, down in Miami, does a lot of covering of these teams. He's talking about how the Miami Heat have always viewed Jimmy Butler as an unstable ingredient to their roster.
Ingredient?
I don't know if I agree with that. Here's Dan Lebitard.
The relief in that building that Jimmy Butler is gone, not just because of what's happened over the last couple of months, but because of how things were bent to him. And if you talk to enough Heat people, you will know that they felt like they were dealing with something, and they were not saying this publicly in any way, an unstable ingredient that they used as a furnace and fuel to get to the championship. And then when it became about money problems, nobody wanted to be at work. Like nobody wanted to be at work around this person who was an unstable element.
As I understand it, even when they were cooking, that was the case.
This is long before even the recent mess of stuff.
Cooking with ingredients.
Yeah. So they're saying it was tense anyway, and then once money stuff happened, nobody wanted to be there.
Well, you know, yeah, I totally get that.
Which is why they then suspended him and kept him away from the team, I think.
Yeah, when Jimmy Butler has a problem with the organization, he wants it to be hell for everybody else around him, which is not the best move. That's a little selfish, obviously. But now the grass is greener on the other side. And what was their trash, per se, is our treasure. And he's happy with things in Golden State. It kind of sounds like to me, like, I'm not saying this is going to happen with Jimmy Butler, but it kind of sounds like Terrell Owens when he goes from place to place. When he's in San Francisco, he was demonstrative and didn't like it. Then he got traded to Philadelphia. Things were good that first season. Going to the Super Bowl, he wanted a contract extension. Then him and Donovan McNabb were not good friends anymore. He called out Andy Reid, all that stuff. I can't see the same thing happening with Jimmy Butler. Who's to say? I mean, I don't know. Like, then if things don't go well the next 2 years, they don't win a championship, and he wants to get paid more, maybe it turns ugly.
He'll be like 37, 38 by then. I don't like this was kind of his last opportunity to get this, which is why I think he was so adamant and demonstrative about it. Yes. Because he's like, this is my last mega contract.
And he got a good deal. He got paid, and he's playing with the likes of Steph Curry and Draymond Green. That's my biggest thing. Like, my hesitation about the move initially was, I don't know how it's going to work basketball-wise. I don't know how Jimmy Butler's going to be just passing it off to Steph Curry. But he came in and he was sold. And it's been incredible how unselfish he's been as a player and how he's willing to just, Jimmy Butler could take over a game if he wants to, but he knows the best chance to win is to dish it out to Steph Curry. And he knows that these guys are pros. And he's This is the first time in his career he's trying to get to where his teammates have already been. He said, like, what would he say? Like, he's won, but he hasn't won it. And those guys have won it multiple times.
So he doesn't, to that end, he's not the guy who needs it all on him or is going to have to be the spearhead of this thing. He knows that there are other guys who can help get him there, and he can help them get over the hump.
So why screw that up?
Well, in your mind, do guys like this, do loose cannons or mercenaries or renegades like this ever find happiness in different organizations? Like, it's such a short period of time here. We're talking 2.5 seasons. I wouldn't be shocked if this thing ends fine, but nothing. It wouldn't shock me if it ended poorly. I just don't know how it could end poorly unless in 2 years things are going real bad and you decide we're just going to ship him out. Like,
the thing in the past, has there already been like any demonstrative guys that have joined the Warriors and things ended perfectly because they won a championship?
I mean, the one that comes to mind to me is Rasheed Wallace.
With the Pistons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd been a guy who was viewed as a villain. Now, he wasn't like a bounce around to a bunch of different teams guy, but he was viewed as like a villain and somebody who was unstable. They were worried that he could blow up that locker room. He showed up, and it was like what they needed. He was the ingredient to help them win a title.
What about DeMarcus Cousins when he joined the Warriors?
He was never good enough when he was here for me to really care. And he didn't bounce around. Like, he got hurt again, and that was just kind of it.
Yeah, I know. That kind of takes away from him because he wasn't demonstrative anywhere else. But coming into it, there was talk, obviously, the way things ended with Sacramento, and obviously he felt jaded by the Pelicans with not giving him a deal when he tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
It really wasn't a reason for him to feel angry with the Warriors. They took a chance on him, a big chance. I'm trying to think of other ones.
He played 30 games for the
I don't know, Swaggy P, Nick Young joining the Warriors. Like that he doesn't
That's not
qualify
the same thing.
as
That's not a mercenary. And I'm just thinking across other sports. The Warriors, I don't think, are a fit for this. There's no apples to apples comp because Jimmy's the magnitude of the player that he is so much different.
Right.
Like, he's bigger than what any of the guys that you just mentioned. His impact will be felt more. They weren't acquiring those guys to do what this guy's doing.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to be talented enough to where teams will keep you around when you're an attitude issue or you have had attitude issues or are viewed in the way that they're being viewed.
Was Jeff Kent viewed that way before he joined the Giants?
No, he's a young player. They traded for him in 1996. Jeff Kent wasn't even that on the Giants. He was just kind of a chapped, sort of just a chapped dude. Like, it was just kind of who he was. But he wasn't viewed as I don't believe he was viewed as a problem.
Okay.
Like, I don't believe he and Barry didn't like each other, which is a whole different issue. But baseball's so different.
Danny Fortson, if he was a better player, you know what I mean?
There's so many other players on a baseball team. There's 26 guys there. Basketball, there's like 12 of you. So the dynamics are a little bit more intense, I think. But no, I don't think. I mean, baseball doesn't really have mercenaries like that. You know what I mean? There are guys with attitude problems, but show me the guy who's bounced team to team to team as a mercenary. In basketball, it works differently.
Can I give you one example?
Sure.
And it's not good today with what he's been accused of, but Trevor Bauer prior to everything.
Well, I wouldn't call him a mercenary.
Well, he bounced around from team to team.
He was traded. Like, he had attitude problems as a young dude on the field. Like, remember when he cut his hand on that drone in the playoffs? Then he got pulled from that game, and Francona came to get him, and he threw the ball over the center field.
Oh, yeah.
From the
I remember seeing it, yeah.
But his he went to Cincinnati, right? Did he get traded to Cincinnati from Cleveland?
I believe, yeah.
And he signs with the Dodgers, and then he had the off-field allegations. So,
to your point, baseball's weird because it's so long, and so if you don't, let's say you're a guy who goes from a team to a different team and you don't excel, you're just gone. They'll cut you, or they'll trade you or release you or whatever. With basketball, it's because you can have such an impact right away, and the season, especially because the trade deadline is sort of kind of late and whatnot, you can have an immediate impact and then redo contracts in the offseason. Baseball just feels so the 162 is sort of like the exclamation on that, right?
The mercenary guy in baseball would have to be like a closer, right? A guy who jumps around. But even then, you're like, that guy just sits out in the outfield by himself, waiting for an opportunity to come in the game. It's not really bothering anybody. You know what I mean? There's nobody. If you're too big of an impact like that and you're not playing every day, they'll move on from
the
you.
old school DH, but when it was only in one league, you could see guys that would go from team to team that were just, again, big strikeout guys and whatnot. But again, that's not really you're not, putting that position at a premium so much as the respect where it's just we just need a guy who can't play in the field and he's fat and maybe he swings a big stick. Matt Stairs, right?
Matt Stairs, there you go. That's a good one. He did that at the end. Shot out that big homer he hit for the Phillies against the Dodgers down in L.A.
He played for a lot of teams, Matt Stairs.
A's.
Royals. Phillies. You like Matt Stairs? Matt Stairs?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how many stints did he have with the A's? It feels like 3 times.
That's my era, man. Him and John Jaha. 1999 A's?
Jim Messier with the screwball out there. Matt Stairs with the A's. Let me do a quick check here.
I wish he was at Fans Fest.
Matt Stairs with the A's. 5 total years that he played with them more than anybody. Dude, he played on a lot of teams. 19 years in the bigs.
Damn.
For Matt Stairs. Oakland, Kansas City, Montreal, Toronto, Philadelphia, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, San Diego, Boston, Texas, Detroit.
Ooh.
Over 1,800 career games played, nearly 1,900 career games played by Matt Stairs. Good deal.
You could make this thing, what you were saying, closers, but it could also just be, it used to be old school lefty relief where you would just go from team to team and you're like, well, I'm Randy Choate, so I'm just going to be on every team.
Now I'm Jesse Orozco, more games pitched than anybody. Yeah, especially when before the rules change where guys have to finish the inning or go 3 batters or whatever.
Well, and the evolution of baseball now is you just bring up a guy from the minor leagues. You just feed from your own system.
You just find somebody who can plug you for a week or whatever it is. But
I was thinking about this guy. Sorry, I was thinking about this guy on the text line. They brought him up. AJ Przinsky.
Not really. Giants, again, if you're traded for, he didn't force his way out of Minnesota. He was in Minnesota. The Giants traded for him, which was just a bad move because they had to give up so much to get him. He was coming off a big year, and then he hits arbitration, so they had to pay him extra. Then he exited. Chicago. I mean, you know what? It's funny. Maybe they're a little bit right. Near the end of his career, I think of him and John Lackey. They were kind of waiting around. Roger Clemens did that at the end of his career. Was I'm not going to pitch for the first half of the season. I'm 42. But I'm going to wait around and I still have it. That was a little bit of that, but that was less attitude-y. That was just, I'm not going to pitch a full season and go through spring. I'm just going to stay ready for when a team
Can we make this parallel to football then, where guys are like, I'm just going to sit out the first half of the season, and then if you need me, I'm ready to get... I mean, we've been seeing that a lot more in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen to Rodgers this year, by the way, is I think that he's going to say, oh, I'm done with football because no team's going to sign him. And then... perhaps there's a big injury, and all of a sudden there's Aaron Rodgers sitting there on the sideline.
Quarterback's the only one that can work with.
I think so. I think you're right.
It's the only one that
pass rusher.
Yeah, maybe offensive line even.
No, I'm going with him. I'm going pass rusher, third down.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Von Miller.
If Watt comes back, you tell.
Oh, dude, if Aaron Donald told the Rams, I'm gonna chill until the playoffs, you're like, yeah, that's fine.
And I'm only playing third downs. They'd be like, fine.
Your ass here on the team.
They'd be like, how much do you want?
We'll see you in January.
You see that, by the way? J.J. Watt so he owns a soccer team.
Yes, he does.
Who is it that he owns? I can't remember what the club is.
Can't recall.
Anyway, he told the goalkeeper for the team, because the goalie texted him and asked him, you going to take somebody asked, I think Joe Burrow said, hey, you should come back and play to J.J. Watt. You should come join us or whatever.
Yeah, I saw this on McAfee. He was saying he was going to come back to play for the Bengals.
He said he would come back. He told his goalkeeper, if you don't give up a goal for the rest of the season, I'll come back and play for the Bengals. I'll take Joe Burrow up on his offer.
Well, the Bengals will have to pay him, and they're having issues right now paying all their guys.
Now he's like, dude, I thought I'd be
Can you
alongside.
imagine that?
I thought I'd be with Trey Hendrickson. I'm not coming down.
Yeah, I know. Can you imagine them? It's like, sorry, T. Higgins, we're not going to pay you, but we're going to pay J.J. Watt.
I don't think J.J. would command as much as maybe you'd think.
No, he wouldn't.
Same thing. He can just call his own shots. All right, let's get off of this and get into, before we talk to Susan Slusser, we got to tell you what's going on with the San Francisco Giants. And every day we give you the 10-second Giants spring training update. We'll give you everything you need to know about the Giants in 10 seconds, and we'll do it next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy this basketball season. And it's getting near the end of it. When your favorite stars score buckets, Underdog is giving you a chance and an opportunity to win money from watching sports with Underdog. Underdog is one of the leading sports apps, and you can play right now, right here in California. To play their Pick'em game, all you have to do is choose higher or lower on one of their stats, like our guy Raj Lodge. You go points, you can go rebounds, assists, even more. You can pair them together. You can go cross-sport. Maybe you'll be better than Derek when it comes to the Sharks pool. You're the number 4 pick today, by the way, in the Sharks pool. They've got all your... Who'd you go with, Zetterlund? That's who you're rolling with?
Zetterlund.
All right, so maybe go lower on Zetterlund goals scored today if you want to make sure you win money.
What the hell?
They've also got all your favorite leagues and teams and stars to choose from. Create entries with basketball picks, or as I said, mix and match across sports. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Their app has over 100,000 5-star reviews and millions of players. Download the Underdog app and sign up right now using promo code KNBR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KNBR. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon your first deposit. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hey guys, it's Stevie Nicks. Oh wow!
Nah.
Oh, can I get a picture? Miss, over here, Miss Nicks.
Nah.
Oh, Miss Nicks, I don't want to bother you, but could you sing a quick Fleetwood Mac for us? Could you?
Oh, yeah,
come on, great.
Nah. Nah.
Oh, listen, I told my sister about this. She is gonna flip.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, we're going to catch up with Susan Slusser in just a few minutes, but before we do that, we do this every day, every single day. We got to get you caught up on what's going on with the San Francisco Giants. And when we do that, we call it, well, we'll do it inside of 10 seconds. We call it our 10-second Giants update.
Now, it's time for your 10-second Giant spring training recap of the day.
All right, I'm going to time you.
All right, everything you need to know about the Giants coming up here in 10 seconds. How about this? Justin Verlander today made his second start as a member of the San Francisco Giants.
How'd he do?
He had a pretty damn good game. And also, by the way, he basically had the opening day lineup, what you would perceive most of it to be behind him. Justin Verlander today, 4 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, 4 strikeouts.
Not bad.
I'm feeling pretty good about that as he's ramping up. And in the bullpen, our guy Jack Loader goes, What, you happy that he's striking out single A Tigers or White Sox or whatever it was?
That's a great Jack Loader impression.
And I said, well, yeah. Better than the single A White Sox teeing off on Justin Verlander.
Yeah, that would be bad.
I'd rather him do what he needs to do or what he's supposed to do. By the way, Matt Chapman, who is on freaking fire this spring, hit two more home runs today.
Dongs.
Jung-Hoo Lee hit a homer today, and Mike Yastrzemski homer today as well. Tim, you were kind of griping Yastrzemski earlier, weren't you?
No, I just said, you said that people were sick of Mike Yastrzemski, and all I chimed in was, people are sick of him because he hits 232 every year. And we went back and looked at the numbers, and it's pretty close to 232.
About that. I mean, will you take the 720 or 750 OPSs?
I wasn't down on it. I'm just saying I understand why people say that. Now, the whole thing is also, he consistently also hits about 17 home runs, and he plays excellent defense. If that's the guy that you're circling on the team is the problem, I don't think you're looking at this roster the right way.
So highlights for the Giants right now this spring. Matt Chapman absolutely on fire.
Didn't we say 10 seconds?
Yeah, we did. Jung-Hoo Lee is finding, by the way, Jung-Hoo Lee is a guy who I really wanted to see perform in spring because he missed almost all of last season. He's having a great spring. Jung-Hoo Lee has played in 8 games, 20 at-bats. He's hitting 400 in the 20 at-bats. Matt Chapman, again, the numbers are the numbers, not all that big of a deal. Matt Chapman's OPS is 1765. He's played in 6 games. He's got 3 homers. He's hitting 462. You like seeing guys get off to a hot start. Mike Yastrzemski, to Tim's point, 897 OPS, just a 222 average this spring. Willie Adames is also having a great start to his Giants tenure this spring, 368, and he's gone yard. Pat Bailey hitting 250, the mid-700s OPS. Gerard Encarnacion. The guy who we're anticipating is going to be the primary DH. Timmy's hitting 360. How you feel about Encarnacion's? Beautifully done. And
I thought mine was better.
The other guy I'm kind of paying attention to here. Get my music? What's going on?
Still there. And
Better be.
We're at 2 minutes now.
Luis Matos is hitting 308 with an 808 OPS. Tim, could Matos end up your opening day and everyday right fielder? Would you like that to be the case?
It wouldn't bother me so much because that's what you're saying is you're going to kind of swap him and Yastrzemski in and out. And it's, again, if you can stay healthy, awesome. If he gets off to a really hot start, even better. The thing that we're looking to avoid is the idea where he goes into a 3-week slump. You know, one of those 2 for 24 with 18 strikeout. Like, that's...
Would you want to see a true platoon, though, with he and Yaz, or would you like to see more of him and then some Yaz? Like, I'm okay with him going right. I don't want to necessarily go Yaz against every righty is kind of where I'm at.
And I would like to be able to use Yaz in center field as well, you know, if Ramos or somebody struggles, you know.
In left, you mean?
Even in left. I mean, but again, you'd have a true late-inning defensive replacement, whereas, you know, the last couple of years, it kind of just felt like they were carrying guys. I don't need to see Gerard Encarnacion in the field.
I don't think that
ain't happening.
And I believe Matos, here's the thing about Matos. I believe he won a minor league gold glove a couple of years ago, didn't he? I think he's a plus glove himself. So you got a guy who can hit, and he was player of the week at one point last year.
Yeah, I remember.
A couple of huge days, and that was it. It was a flash in the pan, but he also tore the cover off the ball in Winter League this year. So
how many RBIs do you have in that one weekend? It's like ridiculous.
What do you have, like 12 or something?
Yeah.
It was more than that. It was like 15 or something.
It was like 9 in a game.
It was insane, dude. The guy was just driving in runs left and right. So all positive stuff. Is Matos potentially a starting right fielder for the Giants? Matt Chapman playing well. Jung-Hoo Lee playing well. Adames off to a good start. All things you would love to see from a team that's a couple weeks out, 3 weeks out from opening day. Right? Some guys you're relying on. Other guys I'm stoked on. Pitching-wise, Landon Roop maybe solidifying himself in the rotation. Dude hasn't given up a run in an outing yet.
We're at 4 minutes now.
I'm going to get you the some of his pitching numbers here in just a minute. Landon Roop's off to a great start. Logan Webb's been pretty good. Verlander, as I mentioned, great today. Landon Roop, 3 games. He started all 3, 8 in the third, 11 strikeouts. He's got 1 walk. A .24 whip, has not allowed a run to score. Robbie Ray, a .4 whip in 5 innings pitched this spring. Jelly's throwing well. Birdsong looks good. 4 innings pitched. 6 strikeouts, and the biggest thing for me is the walks are down for the young guys, with the exception, and this is maybe my biggest worry, and he hasn't walked anybody. He's walked 1, but Kyle Harrison. You asked me yesterday about the Gregs talking about whether or not Kyle Harrison may end up in the bullpen to start the year, and I was like, well, no way. That can't be the case. They view him as a starter, and they're going to work things out and blah, blah, blah.
was talking about that today.
Well, and then Kerry Crowley came in last night, who was just down in Scottsdale. And he said, dude, I saw him throw last week. Even in the game he threw well, he said he was right down the middle, very little movement, and he was throwing like 91, 92. So the velocity being down is certainly a concern for a guy like Kyle Harrison. And if you got other guys like Hicks, Ray, Verlander, Birdsong, Roop, and Webb, I mean, you get 6 other guys there you might feel pretty good about opening the season with.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that we were saying is the velocity. If you're 97 and you're cruising, you know, you can deal with a little bit of walks. If you're 92, that means you're getting hit hard. And to Kerry's point, it was right down the middle. Not the greatest thing you want to see. But again, for every Harrison, you got a Roop.
For every Harrison, you got a Roop. 7 hits yesterday allowed for him. 5 runs in that first inning against Kyle Harrison.
So there's no concern for you that he may not be in that 5th spot?
No, I'm saying now there is. I'm saying after Kerry came in, because at first these were just things that the Gregs were talking about. Then Kerry comes in and is like, oh no.
Oh, Kerry changes it.
Well, Kerry said, the Gregs weren't saying anything that Kerry said.
I know.
The Gregs based it on 1 bad spring out, and Kerry came in and said, no, dude, I saw him throw last week, and it didn't look good. Yeah. And the velocity's down. There is some concern. That was context. Other than, wow, 1 inning and he got hit. Is he going to make the team? Like, that's not what I need to hear.
The Gregs were at the combine.
The Gregs were at the combine talking. Like, come on. Sleeping on couches in hotels. in the hotel lobbies, I should say. So, yeah, that's one thing to keep an eye on, maybe a bit of a concern. Frustrations, Marco Luciano already optioned out. I don't know what the future holds for that guy. And then Elliot Ramos, I'm not frustrated. He had an oblique strain, JT told us. He just got on the field, only played 2 games, but he's 0 for 5 in just 5 at-bats as he's trying to work his way in. But it's a guy I'm relying on heavily this year, Elliot Ramos, to repeat or build on what he did last season. That is your 10-second Giants update. We do it every day. How'd I do?
6 minutes, 35 seconds.
All right. Tighten that up for tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll tighten it up a little.
We do it every day, so we'll tighten it up for tomorrow.
We'll figure that out.
All right. Well, tomorrow I'll keep
it. A little over.
I'll keep it under 10. All right. We will not keep Susan Slusser under 10. She's going to join us next down in Scottsdale, talking some Giants baseball. Sue Slew on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors' road trip comes to a close in Brooklyn as the team looks to finish on a high note. The Nets have lost 5 in a row, and the Warriors need a win to maintain the 6th spot in the West over Minnesota Timberwolves. Walk into John Dickinson immediately following the game to either toast the team or break down how it all went tragically bad. Right here on KNBR, the knee-jerk leader.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, Giants baseball, about 3 weeks away. How about that? Plus, we got the Giants and KNBR Fan Fest event going down at Oracle Park at 10 a.m. this Saturday. And here to talk some Giants baseball is Susan Slusser of the Chronicle. She joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Susan? How are you?
Hey, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
I'm good. I'm good. We just did a little rundown of what's going on with the Giants. And look, putting weight into things in spring training is, your prerogative, I guess, if you decide to do it. But you'd still like to see guys who you're anticipating are going to be key parts of a team contribute and start to find some rhythm. Waiting for Ramos. I know he was banged up and he's only had like 5 at-bats in a couple of games. But I'm loving what I'm seeing from Chapman, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Jung Hoo Lee.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, most of the regulars look good, and it's more, we wanted to see what Jung Hoo Lee looked like when he comes back healthy, right? He looks healthy. He's hitting the ball well. Obviously, got a couple home runs now, too. But, Wilmer Flores was playing hurt, is very ineffective most of last year, and then finally, it was finished the season on the IL. He looks great. He looks like the Wilmer Flores of old. He also looks a lot thinner, and he keeps saying, I only lost 1 pound. Wow, that was maybe sort of a different measuring system, I think, because he really looks thin and somehow younger. But that's kind of like everybody really, this is the time for optimism, and you try not to fall into the trap of going everyone looks great. But so far, everyone really, for the most part, looks pretty good. Kyle Harrison's not having the best spring. He's the one guy you might go Tom Murphy's obviously hurt again, so there's a big question mark in the backup catcher spot. But a lot of guys trying to make the team who look really good. So I think they've got a lot of options, even in the places where some guys are either underperforming or hurt.
Harrison is where I was going to go next. I guess George Contos was talking about him today with the Gregs, and yesterday Kerry Crowley was in here, and he said he was down there watching him throw last week, and I guess there's some thought that his velocity is down. I mean, I don't put too much weight into one spring training start like yesterday anyway, but what's the concern about him? And with so many other guys throwing the ball well, what goes on with the rotation, you think, from this point?
Well, I can tell you the organization doesn't seem concerned about the lack of velocity. I don't think that necessarily means, he is the front runner for the 5th starter spot, even though, he is certainly the guy, sort of the incumbent in that spot. But JP Martinez said to me, Logan Webb's had a lot of springs where his velo's sort of around the same 90, 91, and then season comes and he gets locked in. Kyle also was, had a really major illness before spring training, lost some weight, wasn't, there's been some nasty stuff going on in this clubhouse. No excuses, and he knows that. And really the bigger thing is, he and everyone else that are up for that job are right now just being flat out outperformed by Landon Roop. You can fall in love with guys in spring. It's generally not a good idea, but this kid just looks great. And he does, he was up for a while last year. Maybe a little bit miscast as sort of a swingman. I for me, you always want to keep a young starter stretched out and starting. We might see him in that spot if he keeps it up, throwing strikes and just relentless. This is a guy, JP Martinez told me he calls him ornery. He would just walk up and take the food right off your plate. He's ruthless. So I think he is, very nice guy off the field.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
He wants it, yeah.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. Justin Verlander on the mound today, 4 innings, 4 Ks. What has your impressions been so far, Susan, of Justin Verlander in spring training?
I didn't really see much of him at all last year, so I couldn't tell you. The numbers were down, and obviously he says that was all physical. I've seen so much of him over the years. He looks like Justin Verlander. You asked me to guess his age. I certainly wouldn't say 42. He was throwing 95, 96 today. The stuff looks good. His mechanics, always, just look flawless. He's striving to get better every start. Constant tinker, talks to everybody. The thing I really love is, and he said he didn't always embrace this in the past, he's not just helping the younger pitchers, he's being proactive about it. He's seeking guys out. I've seen him walk over to some younger pitchers and kind of almost pull them away and start talking to them about various different things. I think he is taking that leadership role and sort of savvy veteran who can be a mentor. I think he's really taking it seriously, and it seems like he's kind of enjoying it too. I swear, it seems like he's talking to Carson Ragsdale almost every day. That kid is following him around everywhere, which how great for a kid, right? Yeah. But it's everybody. It's everybody. So he's a plus so far in many ways. I think if he's healthy and he avoids this kind of the neck problem that kind of was really throwing him off last year. I mean, yes, they're sliding him at number 2. That's largely a ceremonial. He's Justin Verlander thing, and I've never believed that putting like who cares 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're starting every 5 days, great. I know the number doesn't really matter to me, but he's really more like what we talk about, like maybe kind of like a 3 or a 4, somewhere in there, as the way you would project him. But if he's at least that, the Giants have a decent season with him. And I think they might get more than that. I think he might be more than like a number 4 starter.
Susan, how surprising, or maybe not at all, would it be if Luis Matos were the opening day right fielder?
Oh, I'd be very surprised. I mean, unless it's a platoon situation and they're facing a lefty. Yeah, he is. I think he's on the roster. I think he is the Austin Slater of this year. I think he is the other half of the.
It's Yaz and it's Matos, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they really do. I wrote a story the other day saying, like, people that watch Yaz every day, you guys do too. Yep. And a team that has him, you see, and the numbers show it. He's always in positive WAR. He contributes a ton. He just doesn't. He's a corner outfielder who doesn't necessarily hit 30 homers. He's a corner outfielder that doesn't necessarily hit 270, but he kind of does everything else really, really well. Plus, he's the longest tenured player. He, Buster Posey values him. He knows he's been his teammate. I think he is. He's not certainly in any chance of losing his being the primary starter kind of position. But he told me, he is prepared that this is his final year in San Francisco, and he knows he could even get traded at the deadline, depending on where the team is at that point.
Susan, you wrote about Gerard Encarnacion recently. What improvements have you seen from the expected DH?
I'm not even sure it's improvements. The guy had to kind of go to Mexican League to kind of reestablish himself as a prospect after being a really kind of highly regarded slugger in the Marlins system. He's cut down on strikeouts, but he did that a while back. I just, he kind of got blocked in different ways and didn't necessarily have all the opportunity. Since he came in last year, what we did see of him in San Francisco looked really promising. He's out of options. He's got a big bat, and man, he has a nose for driving in runs. I think this is the year that RBIs are suddenly sort of coming back a little bit into vogue. I hear guys going like, "Oh, he's a big RBI guy. He's like a real run producer." We didn't hear that for a long time.
Like a decade since I heard that.
That just depends on a guy's teammate. Well, okay, yeah, it depends. Yeah, you need guys to get on base. Sure, I think we've all kind of understood that all along. You don't drive in runs unless there's runners. But some guys have a knack for it. Some guys want to be in that position. They tend to have big RBI totals. There are good players over the years who have not necessarily been good RBI guys. So I like that. And he definitely seems like a guy who, he's going to find a way to get a guy in. He even talked about shortening up. And this is this is a big guy. This is a slugger. And he talked about shortening up a little to make sure he can get runners in when he's got the opportunity.
The money lies in the RBIs, said Jeff Kent. Susan Slusser joins us courtesy of the Omega Sun. Yeah, it can't all be just opportunistic when a guy like Jeff Kent does it 7 years in a row. There's some guys who are good at doing it, at getting runs in. So it's an important thing to have in your lineup, especially if you're not hitting for all that much power. Let me ask you about, you mentioned options there as it related to Gerard Encarnacion. Can you explain to everybody what the situation is with Marco Luciano having been reassigned or optioned to minor league camp? I know he's on the 40-man roster, but he's got one option left, I believe. Explain how that option can work this year.
This is his final option year. Yeah, you get 3. Sometimes guys get 4 a year's once you use it, you can go up and down essentially as much as you want. Although now I think you're limited to
3 or 5 or something
bringing
like
guys
that.
up, five times, I think, something like that. Because some guys were just like perpetual yo-yos, and it was actually hurting some guys' developments, I think, with some teams. So they did put in a little bit of a limit to it, but it only counts as an option one time each year. You keep using the same option. He's been sent out. Next year, he would be among the group that's out of options. This year, it's Elliot Ramos, who we know is on the team, Sam Huff, who looks like he has a very strong shot at being on the roster, certainly coming, going into the regular season. I think we'll see probably some, that's kind of potentially a fluid situation, backup catcher, but he looks like he swings a real good bat. He's out of options, but I think we will see him. And David Villar, who is obviously blocked at his positions. And, I think if and when the Giants will have to make a decision on it, but when he gets DFA'd, I think there will be some interest from other teams. Somebody's going to take a flyer on a guy with a bat like that.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. Susan, what were your takeaways from catching up with Corbin Burns about the Giants' interest in him this offseason?
The Giants just didn't make a good enough offer, flat out. I don't think they were even in the ballpark for what he was looking for. I think he would have, all things being equal, he's talked about really wanting to be in Arizona. I think the Giants might have had a little bit of an upper hand with a similar offer, but we won't know. They weren't close. And that's what I had heard before talking to him. He only reinforced it on the record. So, I think if the Giants didn't want to go more than, and I'm just throwing this out there, I'm not saying this is the number, but if they were saying like, hey, we're comfortable with like a 3-year deal, but not necessarily a 5-year deal, that might be all it takes to really reduce an overall package too much when a guy's looking at the kind of deal, $210 million deal like you got from Arizona. And he does have a place here and he does like it. Man, that's going to be a pretty good team too. I mean, those three that are expected to be at the top are all very good teams. But if Arizona somehow comes away and wins the division, we'll be stunned because, they're such a great team. Yeah. But they could do it. They have the talent to do it.
They have the pitching to do it too. Question for you on the bullpen, which is always kind of a question in spring, but they have one lefty, I believe it's Eric Miller, is kind of the only in-house lefty who was already on the roster last year. What have you seen from guys who could potentially make the bullpen? How will they go about it? Will they find another lefty or use another one? And is there anybody you got your eye on to make the team that we haven't talked about?
Yeah, what the last couple of bullpen spots, and I think that will be a couple, are really interesting. I think they would be okay going out without a second lefty, but I think they would like a second lefty. They're not going to force it. If they have a bunch of guys who aren't having good springs, I don't think they're suddenly just going to go like, well, you got to have somebody. The idea of maybe moving Kyle Harrison into the bullpen has been, thrown around by members of the media, not by the Giants. I can't imagine that's going to happen. I understand why people are asking the question. I just can't, for many reasons, I can't see that happening. I really like what I've seen of Antonio Jimenez, kind of a little guy, but he throws pretty hard and he throws strikes and he's got nasty stuff. He's got tons of pitches. He got hit pretty hard, but early. This is one where maybe throw out the results a little bit. Joey Lucchese.
That's the one I'm intrigued by. Yeah.
Yeah, Joey
Newark Memorial.
He's got a shot, and he's looked good. Yeah, he's looked pretty good. And I will tell you, the guy that everybody is talking about the most is Helcris Olivares, who throws really hard. And, I think maybe the command might be a little bit what the concern is, but I suspect we are going to see him. I think we'll see probably, more than one of these guys at the big league level throughout the year. And he's not left-handed, but I think Lou Trevino's got a very good shot of making the opening day roster. He's experienced. He knows what he's doing. He's played for Bob Melvin before. We're like pretty unflappable guy. So I think he's got a shot at one of the openings. And I think, one of the fifth starter candidates who doesn't make the fifth starter spot potentially could be in line, like we saw Root with Root last year. But yeah. I could see a Root or a Birdsong in the rotation, if in the bullpen, if not in the rotation.
Good deal.
But not Kyle.
No, I'm kind of with you there. I think they project him as a starter. I don't think they want to pull the ripcord on that quite yet, especially since he hasn't been used in that role out of the bullpen. Yeah, that's funny you brought up Lou Trevino. That's the one I was looking at going, that'd be a nice veteran arm, a non-roster guy, bring in with experience, has thrown well in 3 innings to this point. And then Joey Lucchesi with experience at the big league level, local guy, left-handed. So these might be of value to the Giants. I appreciate the time, Susan. Always great catching up, and we'll be doing it throughout the season. Thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys. Nice talking to you.
Great stuff from Susan Slusser there. If you missed any of it, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Yeah, so she says it's Mike Yastrzemski in right. I was like, could Matos make the opening day and be your starting right fielder?
That's what I thought initially it would be, yes, but...
I mean, yeah, that's what I thought, and I just, not that Matos is playing out of his mind or anything, but I just sort of thought maybe they'd want him up here to not platoon, but not just going to send him to the minors if he's your 4th best outfielder or a guy who can help you with the bat. I hate when we have to comp guys to players that everybody's frustrated by. She's like, he's this year's Austin Slater. I was like, sure hope not. I love my guy Slater. Great dude, fun Giant, good guy off the field for sure.
Team rep, the whole deal.
No reason to not like him except that the
118
platoon and the batting. It was just really frustrating.
118
at the end of his tenure here. He had flashes, but they just kept going back to that well, and it never seemed to be working out.
And you just see him striking out. I can see it right now. I'm visualizing it in my head. I was like, oh, it's going to be a strikeout.
I just imagine him hitting it the other way. I just imagine him hitting inside out off a lefty going the other way. That's pretty much what Austin Slater did.
I don't want to crap on Austin Slater. Can I crap on him for a little bit, too?
By all means, I'm not going to. You can.
Crap away.
I like my guy.
Because I'm going to crap on Derek, too.
Oh, good. I'm in for
Oh, what the hell?
Austin Slater's, home run celebrations, he was always on the guy on the field cheering a little bit more than everybody else.
Yeah.
It's kind of akin to Derek's note to self. He's doing it, but it ain't it, whatever.
Yeah, he's cheering, but he's sort of faking it. Is that what you mean?
Well, I think that Austin Slater was one of those guys who was, really into, celebrating. But by the time, the walk-off came along, most of the guys weren't into it. They're like, hey, all right.
What do you mean the walk-off came along? When the walk-off happens?
Are you saying nobody's into my note to selves at the end?
That's just what I'm saying.
Well, I'm in for that. I agree with that.
Wow. I mean, Tim monopolizes it and has 5 ready to go.
I have 7 right now.
Well, I got a good one today.
I would say you already have one.
Oh, I
got a note to self.
I wrote one down, baby.
I don't know. We'll be the judges of if it's good or not.
That's fine with me.
So far, he's 0 for the show on his. Can
I give you a little update here?
Sure.
You told John Dickinson that if the Warriors lose this game, you would throw up.
Yeah. When we started that hit with Susan Slusser, I saw they were down 25-5.
Yeah. Right now it's 40-26. So if you got to hurl, my friend, hurl away.
Not yet, dude. It's still early, man. A lot of ball left.
Spew.
That's true.
Spew in here.
Exactly.
Are we second quarter? What are we?
We are in second quarter.
We got a Sharks update.
I could check actually.
They don't drop the puck until 6:30.
Oh, they're playing the Lanch, huh?
The Lanch.
They got the Lanch tonight.
Derek's got number 4. He went
Bruce
Zetterlund.
the Lanch.
I liked this pick for him because they moved Macklin Celebrini down to the second line with our guy Fabian Zetterlund. You've always been a big Fabian guy. But I had the first pick and I took Tyler Toffoli. So go me.
I'm rooting Tim. I'm rooting Toffoli over Zetterlund.
Wow.
I want the streak to continue.
Just for good content?
Well, yeah. I just want the streak to continue.
Misery?
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, you're over 115 games or something now.
Yeah.
Is the streak. That's more than a season. I want it to run 2 years where Derek doesn't win the pool.
Well, I can feel it in my plums tonight.
Yeah, this is kind of like when Chris Davis of the Orioles. Remember Tim when he was about to set the record for strikeout? Was it strikeouts consecutively or strikeouts?
Yeah, no, I do remember that as well.
They were doing live look-ins on ESPN to watch this guy K. I was like, this is brutal.
We went from going from Sammy Sosa, McGuire hitting the home runs to the K record.
They're cutting in on Bonds, chasing records, and now they're we'll go live to Camden Yards where Chris Davis is 0 for 4 with 4 Ks, and we'll see if he can pick up a 5th tonight.
And I think the A's Chris Davis was incapable of catching a fly ball in the outfield.
What do you mean? Just a bad outfielder?
He was just a bad outfielder.
Yeah, he was. Well, this Chris Davis
I feel it all the way down in my plums.
This Chris Davis not all that good either. It's a strikeout streak is what it was. Chris Davis ended his hitless streak. Dude, 62 consecutive plate appearances without a hit is what Chris Davis did. And he was making $30 million.
Oh, yeah. It might have been in excess of that, honestly.
It was tough, dude. Yeah. He ended his MLB record 54. It was 54 at bats, 62 plate appearances. That's pretty rough.
Brutal.
At least he drove in 2 when he broke the record. He snapped the streak. Anyway, he went 0 for 49.
You go out to Camden Yards for the ignominious record.
0 for 49. That's pretty bad without a hit. Yeah, it was a hell of a run.
At a certain point, you just got to not put him out there, right?
But I mean, that's the thing about baseball. Is like you got to break it at some point. You've got to keep going.
No, he's due.
I mean, at some point you figure if that's the record, you can't think it's going to go on forever.
You should get to 40. I mean, the guy's got a bulky elbow.
Yeah, but at that point,
right?
I'm sure the Baltimore Orioles staff is like, I'm kind of interested in this. Let's see how long this goes.
They weren't very good at the time, so maybe it was bringing eyeballs to it.
That's pretty bad. 0 for 54. I'm trying to get the number of strikeouts that he had in that streak, but we'll figure that out later. We do have time to do a sound soiree for you. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Tim Kawakami checked in on the Gregs. He's talking about the tension between the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk. Greg Amsinger checked in with the Gregs. Greg, and Greg talking this afternoon.
A lot of Greg.
Too much Greg.
A lot of Greg.
He had a prediction for what Justin Verlander is going to do this season. And Michael Thompson, friend of the show, Clay Thompson's dad, asked how Clay's taking everything in Dallas, dude. Clay showed up thinking he had a chance to win another ring.
When I think of Clay Thompson in Dallas, I think of some of these Lifetime movies.
I imagine Clay's going to request a trade at some point in the next year. That's kind of where I'm going. I think Clay's going to ask out to go to L.A.
I think Clay, as long as he has good peace of mind in Dallas and Rocco's by his side, he'll be fine.
Is there good peace of mind in Dallas? Just lost Kyrie for the year.
Well,
they want to fire the GM.
You know what I was going to say?
Hate the team. Davis ain't
bringing
playing.
out the casket.
I can't imagine he's found peace of mind in the last 3 weeks.
Well, he's away from here. Like when we listened to that clip from Dan Le Batard talking about Jimmy Butler, where everybody's like, everyone feels better, the pressure's off, a weight's been lifted as soon as Jimmy Butler leaves. It's kind of how I think about things last year with Clay Thompson, of how he was in the locker room with everybody.
Yeah, and just didn't want to. Well, he wasn't asking. I guess he wasn't openly demanding that contract.
No.
It's also a little different when the team had already paid you so much money when you didn't play for 2 years.
They paid him after he tore his ACL, and he tore his Achilles. Come on, Clay. It's ridiculous.
Pretty incredible. By the way, something I should point out about this Chris Davis hitless streak that went on for 54 consecutive at-bats back in 2019, he ended it April 13th of 2019. You might go, well, how did he do 54 at-bats that early in the season? Dude, it stretched over 2 seasons. When he broke the streak on April 13th of 2019, they noted he hadn't had a hit since September of
Since
September of the previous season, he'd gone since September 14th of the previous season since without having a hit.
He ended cold and started cold.
He ended cold and he picked up where he left off, which is just brutal.
Yeah.
Anyway,
not as bad as he is Chris Davis. Although he was pretty bad in the outfield.
Yeah, he was. What do you mean not as bad as he is Chris Davis? Chris Davis hit 247 in 30
He was
years.
a great batter, but dude, he was on record saying I see monsters in the outfield.
He was a DH.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean after the fact, he was terrible in the outfield.
Well, that's how most guys get to the majors with a position, and they're so bad at the position that they move them to DH if the bat plays.
Yeah, I've never seen a player be that outspoken and be like, yeah, I cannot catch the ball in the outfield. I'm terrible.
Well, he just didn't want to.
Yeah.
He had that weird thing where he hit 247 for 4 consecutive seasons. The A's Crush Davis hit
Crush Davis. KD, they called him at one point.
4 straight years of hitting 247, and the homers in that span 27, 42, 43, 48.
And then they gave him a contract, and then
pretty damn good. All right, that's going to do it for our walk down Chris Davis lane, both of them. We'll get to the sound soiree. Kawakami, Amsinger, Barry Bonds shows up, Jimmy Rollins, and Michael Thompson, all coming your way next in the sound soiree on the Sports Leader.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Tim Kawakami, man, do I love Tim Kawakami. He talked about the tensions that lingered after the long negotiations last season with Brandon Ayuk with Greg and Greg this morning. Check out Tim and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the sports leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The Warriors wrapping up their final game of this 5-game road trip in Brooklyn right now. John Dickinson going to be on with Dubs OT following the conclusion of that game. Also, Larry Krueger returns tonight to KNBR after his, I guess he was driving back from Scottsdale yesterday. Niners Nightly and Diners Nightly returns tonight at 6 o'clock. Larry's going to review Tim says Baker Square. I got to make sure we get that shout out in there because Tim's working hard to keep these diners coming.
I like
Baker
it.
Square reminds me kind of like a Marie Callender's, right?
Yeah, I would say essentially the same thing.
It's almost, I forgot Baker Square existed because I thought it was the same thing almost. Not to be confused with Cracker Barrel and Creighton Barrel. Like
yeah, long off season, my friends. Long off season.
Like I messed up yesterday.
I'm going to run out of diners. Just not tonight.
Just not today.
Just not tonight.
All right, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, and we call it the Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Could I mention a piece of sound that we're not going to play, but I think we should just bring it up. Draymond Green on his podcast earlier, not today, but I guess it was yesterday, discussed how Karl Anthony Towns didn't play in the game against the Warriors, Knicks and Warriors.
Yeah.
Said that Jimmy Butler was afraid of him. And obviously Jimmy Butler and Karl Anthony Towns had their beef when they played against each other in Minnesota.
True, I'm mouthing off at Cat and he didn't even play.
Yeah, come to find out that the reason that Karl Anthony Towns did not attend the game was because he was attending his friend's funeral.
Oh, Trey.
Draymond's got to do a little more research there. It's a little.
You going to tell him?
I'm telling him right now.
Well, he's playing. He's not listening right now. I'll have to catch this later.
Yeah,
well, that's his fault.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll bring that up tonight in the post-game presser.
Don't know. Let's get to our sound.
Yeah, let's do that.
Tim Kawakami joined the Gregs earlier today. Full podcast up KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Yikes.
This is something that's catching a little bit of a... Yeah, it's making me curious now. Like, I'm wondering about where the 49ers stand with Brandon Ayuk. Are they the ones shopping him around, asking what they could get for him? We talked to David Lombardi earlier. Great conversation with David, who said, I said, do you think the 49ers want to trade Ayuk? David said, boy, it's a loaded question. He said, I don't think they wanted to give him the dollar amount they ended up with last year. And he said, it could serve the reason that maybe they thought, okay, well, if teams are willing to trade for him now, like potentially Pittsburgh or New England or whoever else, Cleveland, if they're willing to do that now, then won't they be willing to do that in a year, even after the dollar amount is out there and the market continues to go up? So they sort of banked on that, and then Ayuk had a season-ending injury, one that as David put it pretty succinctly, it makes you wonder if the calculus adds up, and I don't know that it does now for the Niners to make a trade. However, Tim Kawakami on KNBR earlier today said there is tension between the Niners and Brandon Ayuk. Here you go.
There's tension. There's absolutely tension that still lingers over that negotiation last summer, into the fall. And they did not like the price that they paid for him. I think it was, let's go for it. We're going for the Super Bowl from the football side. And I think the negotiators never felt good about that number ever, $30 million a year. And there's some, I think they were ready to trade him multiple times last year, maybe even the year before. I think he's a good player. Obviously, he's coming off an ACL, so you don't know where he is. That's why I have not taken too seriously that they could trade him. I just don't know what you can get for a player who's not going to be ready for training camp. Is probably not going to be ready for the first month of the regular season, maybe into the second month of the second regular season. That's a tough one, and you're going to trade both Debo and Ayuk. I'll just say the general theme here is 49ers top not being happy with those deals, not being happy with a lot of deals, not being happy with the money that they've paid, as John Lynch talked about in Indianapolis, top 3-4 in the league for the last few years. It's fine in, I think, Jed York's mind if you're winning a Super Bowl. So if you're at least getting there, and they went 6-11 last year, this is a recalibration. This is a reassessment.
Which makes me wonder why didn't they just trade him last year? I understand that was like one last dance and everything, and they wanted to get back to the Super Bowl. But if you
I don't think they wanted to trade him. I don't think they wanted to have to trade him. They wanted him back. They just wanted him back at their price.
Right.
And if what David is saying and that logic it makes sense. I mean, if he got through last year and he was healthy, he hadn't had an injury like this before.
Yeah.
It's just that's football, and this can happen. If you gamble like that, I said I comped it a little bit to the Johnny Cueto one when the Giants signed him in 2016. They had planned for him to opt out after 2017. Instead, he gets Tommy John, and he's here, and you're talking about the luxury tax threshold as you try to go after Bryce Harper and Stanton. Remember when those were the conversations about the Giants? Can they get under the luxury tax? And it was because of contracts like that. Yeah, I don't know that they wanted to pay him that because, as we've pointed out so many times, so few teams, now just one of them, have won Super Bowls with guys on that type of contract, and it's the Eagles this year. And they won it really because of their defensive line, but neither here nor there. Moving on here, Greg Amsinger, the host of, I guess it's not MLB Tonight. Is it called? No, that's Baseball Tonight. Is it MLB Tonight? Is the name of that show that he's on?
I'm
they do
not
the whip
sure.
around coverage.
I wish I had MLB TV on YouTube TV.
Quick pitch? I don't know. Here's Greg Amsinger. He's from the MLB Network. And he gives the Gregs earlier today his prediction for what Justin Verlander could do for the Giants this season, pointing out he went 4 innings today, 4 strikeouts, 1 run. Here's Greg Amsinger.
I believe in Hall of Fame eyes. Buster Posey has Hall of Fame eyes. Justin Verlander wouldn't come back if he thought he was going to throw a 5.5 Ernie up there. He doesn't want to end his Hall of Fame career poorly. I think he believes he can get to 300 wins. One of my predictions, I should be saying this, my producer Sandy Charles is going to get mad, but one of my many predictions for the Giants in the show is that I think Justin Verlander is going to win 17 games this year. That's going to put him really close to 280 wins. It's going to ensure that Justin Verlander is going to come back from age 43 season. Justin Verlander wants to get to 300 wins. I think Justin Verlander will. I believe in Hall of Famers. Don't give me a spreadsheet. I don't care what his vertical depth is on a slider. I could care less about that. This guy knows how to get people out, and I believe that he's going to get it done this year for the Giants. 17-game winner, Justin Verlander, and I can't wait to watch him pitch this afternoon.
That'd be sick if he won 17. Now, win's arbitrary, right?
Yeah.
I think when we talked about him when he signed, I was talking innings. If he's making all of his starts, I mean, if he's making 30 starts, he's going to throw a lot of innings. He's saying 17 wins because that'll put him at 280. And then he'd be 20 off from 300 and wants to be the last one to come back and get 300. That would put him in position to maybe go get another year or 2-year deal, whatever the case may be. But I like what he said there. I believe in Hall of Famers. And so far, the eye test is working for Verlander.
Not a bad take. It was just very Greg Amsinger.
Well, and the number of wins is arbitrary. But he's a very...
when I think of Nick Castellanos, I think
Philadelphia.
Now, when I think Hall of Fame pitches, I think Justin Verlander.
But
I think 17 wins.
I'm buying in, though. I like that. I like buying into the Hall of Fame.
It's not a bad take. I just like the way he delivers it.
Yeah. I mean, who knows
it's
if
a little,
bad
it's a little over the top, but I like it.
Who knows if it's a bad... I just think saying number of wins is so, like... It's so arbitrary.
Nick Castellanos and I can be best friends. I can see it right now.
You in Philadelphia works. It's the best fit. Would you agree with me?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
No, the best part is, I F with Philly. I love that.
Yeah, you in Philly is the best fit. Nick Castellanos, we always needed to play for the Philadelphia Phillies. Am I on to something?
I mean, I with Philly.
Am I on to something?
Yeah.
Like you just said
am I on to something here? You in Philadelphia. Well, I already played for the team.
What are you trying to convince him of? Let's move on here in the Sound Soiree. Barry Bonds. How about this? Shut up on the All the Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes.
He's making the rounds lately.
Matt Barnes and Stack Jack. And Stack Jack asked Barry, you think you could hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball today? Here's Barry.
100-mile fastballs pitched to you today. You hitting any of them out?
100? That's easy.
Right now, today.
I don't care how hard you throw a baseball.
They gone.
There ain't no way you can throw a baseball 66. I can't just do like this. If there's a catcher behind home plate that sits like this with a glove, and you throw 100 miles down, he just go like this, boom, boom. All I did was change this object to a bat. Boom, boom. I ain't got to change nothing. I just changed the object.
Right now.
Now, if you're asking me to do something spectacular, that would take time for my body to get used to it at 60.
But just going up there.
But to go up there and hit it,
like
I don't care how hard you throw it. As long as I can see it, I hit it.
That's great.
And he goes on in that same interview to be like, dude, Willie Mays and my dad used to come out and they were in their 60s and hit. Now, two things I need to say here about that. I agree with him, and I think he's probably right about himself. I believe in Hall of Famers. What he's saying, you want to see something spectacular, they start throwing breaking ball, wicked stuff up there. That's different. Barry knew, didn't you see the at-bat with Gagne? He doesn't give a damn how hard you're throwing. Now, at 60 years old, of course, he'd have to ramp up speed and all that.
Yeah.
But what he's saying, and this is something that I don't think anybody like us, we are lay people in the pro sports world. Anybody listening right now, anybody who played another sport, whatever, when guys get to the level that Barry Bonds was at or that Kobe was at, or there are just certain guys who will be unable, he almost oversimplifies it because what he's talking about visually in that cut is catching the ball with your bat, which is something they used to say to you when they teach you to hit. You just want to catch the ball with your bat. You don't have to overswing hard and make hard contact. Let the pitcher supply the power. So he's like, if the pitcher's going to throw 100, all I have to do is find out where it's going and then be able to connect with my bat there.
Yeah.
That said, the simplification of that in Barry Bonds' mind is something none of us will ever be able to comprehend. Because for him, that's legitimately how it was. He knew at a very young age he was different.
Yeah.
He was going to be able to find success in ways that he may not be able to explain to anybody else, which is why I think he's a good sounding board for guys when he can see something in your swing. It's also probably why he wasn't the best at being a hitting coach. And so many times, some of the guys who were not the worst players, but guys who had to work twice as hard to get half as far into being the best coaches because they've got to learn more and understand the game more. Barry has so much come to him naturally that it's hard to sort of even comprehend what he's talking about. But I do think that if you threw Barry out there and let a guy with 100 throw to him, I think he'd make contact.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's throwing it by Bonds.
That power doesn't go away at 60 years.
The dude didn't swing and miss that often. He almost never swung and missed.
Right.
Felt like almost never. And if he thought it was a ball, it was probably a ball. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Let's jump down to the Michael Thompson one, too.
Okay.
Michael Thompson, Clay's dad, he's on ESPN LA. Clay Thompson, getting out, thinking he's going to have a chance to go to a team that made the NBA Finals, and he's got Luka Doncic, he's got Kyrie Irving, going to be a nice addition, playing well this year. Then they trade Luka. Anthony Davis shows up, he's hurt. Kyrie Irving out for the season. How's Clay taking everything in Dallas, Michael?
Ever since that horrible Kyrie injury, MC, have you talked to Clay? And how is he doing? I'm pretty sure when he signed with the Mavs, he didn't expect this disastrous of a season to happen.
No, not at all. He thought with Luka and Kyrie there, they had a chance to get back to the finals. Obviously, Luka left. When I told him, well, when AD's coming, you still got a chance to get to the finals because AD is that good. Then he's hurt. And then Gafford got hurt. Then Lively got hurt. So, Clay is stuck in purgatory right now. And if they hang on to the 10th seed, that will be the story of the year in the NBA because I think they're going to lose 10 in a row.
Would you even bring AD back at this point? The season's lost.
I don't know, Mace. That's a great question. No Kyrie now. If you can get AD back.
I would not.
I would not either.
If you get the two other bigs back, you got a chance to at least
to what?
Get to the first round and to try to get out of it. But without Kyrie, they can forget about going to the finals.
Yeah. I love that Michael is equal parts supportive father
and broadcaster
and real analyst.
Yeah, he's like, no, seriously, that team sucks.
That's terrible for Clay, but at the same time, they're done. Absolutely done.
If they hold on to the 10th seed, that would be the story of the NBA season. I think they're going to lose 10 in a row.
Now, the story of my season is this new movie on Lifetime.
Yeah, dude. Michael Thompson, his Lifetime movies. That's your Sound Soiree for Thursday, March 6th, 2025. We got some time for a Pat H. Crap section, and then we will put the show to bed to hand it over to Larry Krueger at the top of the hour. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. You get an update for me on the Dubs?
Well,
they were getting their teeth kicked in early. Derek said it was like when I last checked, it was 25-5.
Yeah. It was like
and they were losing.
It was like 35-15 after the first quarter, and Cope said that he would hurl if they lost this game. Well, hold on to your lunch just yet. The Brooklyn Nets are up 60-55, and Steph just hit a half-court shot.
Well, they playing Brooklyn or they playing Orlando?
I know, it's kind of reminiscent of the
He hit a
same game.
half-court shot before the half to cut it to how? They're down how much?
It was a turnaround three with time expiring to cut it 60 to 55.
Yep.
Dubs are going to win this game.
Most likely.
They're going to win this game. Yeah. There's no question.
Let's hope so.
JD did text me early in the game, and he said New York flu.
Yeah.
We do it whenever we've got time near the end of the show. Shout out our great texter, Pat H, on the YouTube chat. It's the Pat H crap section.
They should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
What you got, Tim?
All right, well, we've been building up some crap for a while. That's usually the way it goes, especially if you have a bad diet.
Yeah.
Do you ever make any emergency phone calls or, prank phone calls? Did you ever,
emergency prank phone calls?
No, just like a prank phone call when you were younger or...
All the time.
Yeah.
Dude, I would get like a soundboard of like they had them they would like have them online, like what was the website? E-Bombs World?
Yep.
And you would like get like Al Pacino or Robert De Niro or Family Guy, and you would make it like they're answering the phone. Yeah, I prank phone calls all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like once caller ID started getting big when I was like near the end of middle school, then it died down a little bit. But I never did the soundboard thing. We were classic prank phone calls.
So before the soundboard,
you'd call like 40 times. You'd call like 3 times in a row to somebody, and then you'd wait like a few minutes in between each call, and you keep saying like, "Hey, it's John," or is John there? You just keep calling. Then you'd wait 15, call him again, and by the third time they get pissed. You call him again. You go, "Hey, it's John. Anybody call? Anybody call for me? Any messages?" You used to do that one. I've got a few for off air too. I don't want to
incriminate yourself.
I don't want to incriminate myself.
Don't do that.
Any voices that I would get in trouble for doing here.
Were you guys big Jerky Boys guys?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call myself like a big follower, but yeah, that I was aware of it.
Yeah.
What you got, Tim? What else is
okay? So
what's the deal here?
The story. Actually, this is a sidebar to that. But what Brian Smith and myself used to record Gary Allen, who did a business show on the weekend.
Gary Allen, yeah.
And then we would do the Gary Allen soundboard and call Lee Hammer.
That's incredible.
How's it going? And then it was just like this creepy laugh. Ha ha ha. Anyway, this toddler. I mean, I guess it's not really a prank phone call, but he had an old cell phone, and the toddler calls 911, and so the dispatcher picks up the phone, and the boy requested, quote, "emergency donuts," unquote.
Emergency donuts.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, emergency donuts. The toddler was also very polite, told the dispatcher to have a good day.
Oh.
But there were no donuts delivered, so I guess it's a bad ending to that story.
That's an adorable story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think the percentage of people that pee in the shower is?
I can't answer this question.
Why, because you're one of them?
Maybe.
Really?
No.
Jeez, I was like,
It's different pipes.
What a nasty thing to admit.
That would be very Costanza of me, wouldn't it be? Different pipes. It goes different directions.
I actually do think it would be very Costanza of you. What percentage do I think?
I can feel it all the way down in my plum.
Far less of the percentage than would actually admit to it.
Just give a number.
I would say 60%.
I'm going to say 69.
That pee in the shower?
Yeah, is it higher?
No, it's much lower.
I don't know.
Well, like 15?
Is it some pee in shower institute study you have? What are you talking about?
Percentage of people who pee in the showers leaked in a new study, by the way. Leaked.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
Well done.
A survey of about 2,000 general population American revealed that about 12% of the population pee in the shower on a daily basis.
That's what I'm saying. Daily basis. I don't buy that percentage at all. I don't buy that that everybody answered that survey honestly.
You think it's much higher?
I think it's much higher. Maybe 60's high, but 12%? No way.
Okay, then let's be honest here. When's the last time you peed in the shower?
I can't remember. I don't pee in the shower.
Me neither. Seriously?
Seriously, Derek, grow up, dude.
When I was like a kid. Didn't have time to go to the bathroom.
I don't know, man. You probably peed in your bath, too.
Yeah, I peed in a pool more recently than the shower.
Oh, that's gross, Tim. Public place.
Yeah, but I got to clean up the shower afterwards? What are you talking about?
Hold on. Did you pee in the pool in Hawaii, Tim?
No, I said I probably peed in the pool more recently.
In Hawaii
when I was
in November?
15 years old. I've never peed in the shower. What? That's gross.
Dude, Tacky and Mrs. Tacky were sitting right there in the pool, and you peed? You just let it rip?
I mean, it got a little warm.
Imagine that. John Curley in his slacks, swimming around in that pool. And it's full of pee.
Don't forget
It's the pee.
Forget John Curley out in the ocean with his full full-sleeved shirt, dude.
No, he didn't change. He just walked
that
directly
white
into
shirt,
the
dude. It just like pasted to his chest.
Dude,
Tim and I saw.
The text line's coming in. People do pee in the shower.
Well, we got some data to back this up.
12% is low. That's what I'm saying.
By gender, 30% of men do it regularly. 20% of women. That's interesting.
It's so funny. When I was saying what percentage I thought, I didn't even consider women as part of it. I was like, there's no way women are doing it. It's men.
1/4 of millennials, so it's higher the younger that you get.
Okay.
13% Gen X, just 6% baby boomers. Now I think it'd be probably higher with baby boomers, but that would be out of your control.
Yeah, it's accidental with the boomers, yeah. That's pretty good. Who put this study out?
Oh, you know what? Maybe I have a little bit of data here to reveal. Maybe I didn't get far enough in the story. In total, 45% of Americans pee in the shower through the course of the average year at least one time.
Thank you. So when I said
12% on a regular basis.
I'm believing.
Regular basis, yeah.
It's my thing. I do it every night. I get in the shower and I just let her rip. What do you mean on a regular basis?
I kind of like it.
You're going to go to the bathroom? No, I'm going to shower, but it's one and the same. That's what I mean is if 45% are doing it, and admitting to it, the number has to be higher.
I've got other numbers here. On top of urinating, 27% of Americans sing in the shower. Are you a singer?
Yeah, 100% I sing in the shower.
I do, but not like consistently. Like it varies. Like depends on what kind of shower I'm in.
If it's Tuesday and you're warming up for Tupelo?
Yeah, but sometimes you take a long shower. Sometimes you're like you're. Sometimes you do the man shower. You guys know what I'm talking about? Where you just stand in the shower and you're like this.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. You just sort of dip your head, put your hand on the wall.
Yep.
And that sadness shower.
Have a beer on your hands at the same time.
You ever drop both up there, too? You're like, this has been a hell of a week, dude. Yeah.
I've been there.
Those aren't ones where you're singing.
23% of this
maybe the fetal position
plan ahead for their day, or 19% reflect on their previous day. This is the number I liked. 1 in 4 millennials, 23% of millennials, find themselves crying in the shower.
Can't say I've done that. I peed in the shower.
You've never done the crying game?
Never cried in the shower, no.
No, I've sang far more than I've cried in the shower. The reflecting on the day thing, like the shower for me, especially if it's like a nighttime shower, you know, like when you lay down to go to bed and then your mind starts to calm down and then you remember things.
Yep.
Like think, oh no, I forgot to do this, or oh, I was going to text that person, whatever the hell it is. That happens to me in the shower a lot too. Where like when there's not, like that's when I'm starting to calm down and then my mind chills out and I remember
I have
stuff.
like all of my creative ideas come in the shower.
I was like, oh damn, I was going to pee and then I just go right then and there.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Doesn't happen. I probably peed in my bed more recently than I peed in the shower.
And 916 says, 916, I'd listen to KNBR in the shower.
Yeah, nice. Nice. Shout out the shower hour. Pat Connor. What else you got, Tim? Anything else?
This is one of those headlines where you're like, this is just bullcrap. Like, you're saying one thing in the headline, but really it's something completely different. The headline says, quote, I had a panic attack in the middle of my wedding. My body rejected my groom at the altar. Now, what this is really saying is you just didn't want to get married.
You got cold feet.
You got cold feet.
You got
Your
cold
body
feet.
didn't reject you. You maybe, I had a violent reaction.
That's a hell of a.
So wait a minute. So they had a panic attack, and then after the fact, they're like, I can't marry this man.
Like if you still said no after the panic attack, then it wasn't just the panic attack.
You
just didn't want to do it.
Her mouth said I do, but her nervous system said I don't. What are you talking about?
That's pretty good.
My body was literally rejecting him on my wedding day. She freaked out on TikTok. Is what the idea is, that she went on TikTok to explain herself.
So are we annulled, or are they still together? They got annulment, or what happened?
Again, as per usual, I didn't read far enough in the story for that because I saw the title and was like, you just didn't want to get married. You got cold feet. Your body didn't reject it. Don't blame your body.
Tim, as a man who's officiated many weddings, ever anything dicey here and in the I do's and I don'ts?
Nothing dicey in the I do's and I don'ts. Although one time, I was the best man for my buddy Tim, who is still married.
Hey, that's you.
And I was his best man, and I lost his wedding ring right before the wedding.
His ring, not hers.
His ring in a grassy field.
Oh, damn.
God, Tim.
So how did you rectify this?
I found the ring.
How long did it take?
I found it, I think, oh, man.
Did the wedding start on time?
The wedding started on time. The only two people that knew were him and me, and we found it within 5 minutes. But I will tell you, that was the longest 5 minutes of my life. Was like, oh my God, what the hell happened? I don't even know how it happened. It wasn't like I had a hole in my pocket or I was fidgeting with it or whatever.
Was it the same day as the wedding?
It was
minutes
right
before
the wedding.
Jesus.
He's saying the wedding was about to start. Yeah.
Good Lord.
But he didn't get me into like a box. It was just hold on to the rings and everything. And I did. And somehow it ended up in the grass.
I'm a little bit more skeptical of you
it.
since you don't even know how you lost it.
To this day, I have no idea how I lost it.
You're not trustworthy with things like that. It doesn't sound like.
Well, that was the second of my 6 best men stints, so I think I redeemed.
Okay, let me ask you this. How many of the best men after that did you make aware of this story before?
Oh, none, of course.
Why would you tell that story?
Because I don't think you'd be I think you owe it as the best man to be forthcoming. Like, I'm not the guy you want to hold the
but he found the ring in the end.
Yeah, but that's more luck
It was
than anything.
a long 5 minutes. Holy Lord.
I can imagine.
I'm still like panic attacks about it to this day.
One ring to break them
Was
off.
he like giving you crap the whole time? Like, Tim, I'm going to kill you.
No, we moved past it, thankfully. But at that wedding, I did smoke cigars, so.
Hey, there you go.
All right.
Left my cigars in
back
Florida.
on my side, okay?
Did you leave your cigars in Florida?
I did.
Okay.
Did you smoke them?
Yeah, I smoked one, and then I got 2 more when I go back in July.
How long did it take you to smoke that one?
Probably like 10 minutes.
Was it crunchy?
10 minutes?
Yeah.
10 minutes? That
Feels
was
a little light.
That was not a 10-minute cigar, bro.
All right, maybe like 20.
It might take me 10 to like burn through a blunt or like a J.
I don't know. I was drinking at the same time. I don't know. I was
I'm thinking it was like a
buzz.
I was thinking it was like a 35-minute cigar.
Be honest, you took 10 minutes of smoking and you're like,
I'm
this
done with
one's
this.
toast.
No, that's not what happened. Probably like half an hour, maybe.
You just went from 10 to 20.
I was drinking at the same time. It was
probably
late at
like-
night. I
probably
don't
half
know.
an hour, maybe.
I don't know. I dozed off. Almost burned my mom's house down.
Did you?
No.
Perception of time here is bizarre. Burn your mom's house down, a la Kramer and
because,
Jerry.
Because of cigars.
There you go. That's going to do it. As long as
Receiver letters.
As long as your
Abs
letters
deserve
are there.
better.
That's going to do it
Not
for
my
the
letters.
crap section. Those are Derek's letters.
No.
We'll put the show to bed next. Larry Kruger at 6 on the Sports Leader.
George Contos talked to Papa Sr. and Silver Jr. with his thoughts on Justin Verlander's strong spring, Kyle Harrison's struggles, and how the Giants' rotation is shaping up. Go to KNBR.com or the KNBR app for everything Giants. If it's Giants baseball, it's dirty work or something like that.